Chapter 79. Turned around only to be sold by my own powerful kin at the transit station of the Myriad Realms. You did not immediately venture into the transit station of the Myriad Realms. Instead, you began to search for chefs and the ultimate delicacies within the world of beastly bloodlines. In the previous Tianyan realm, you had tasted the exquisite Lei Ting Tian Quan shrimp, a flavor that still lingers in your memory, and now you find yourself in a world of mythical beasts. It is likely that even more delectable beastly species exist within, as unverified statistics suggest that the world of beastly bloodlines boasts over 100 million different species. From plant types, animal types, to marine types, and those that soar through the skies or dwell in the starry cosmos, they encompass an astonishing array of life. There are even dream demons who live within dreams. They possess no physical form, but consist of a mist-like essence, which, believe it or not, is still consumable. As for chefs, do not question why there are chefs among these beasts. Simply ponder whether beasts are sentient beings, and I ask you, are they not? If they are indeed beings of intelligence on par with humanity and have developed such a formidable civilization, do you truly believe they have languished in primitive savagery for all this time? That is certainly impossible. Their culinary skills are renowned, especially their proficiency in preparing their own kind. They take great pleasure in consuming their own, even among those of the same species. Just as snakes may consume snakes, mantises devour mantises, and lions might feast upon their own during territorial disputes. Chu exclaimed, "Haha, I relish chefs with such admirable qualities. If they have never cooked their own kind, what sort of chefs are they?" Nodding in agreement, Chu He began to develop a fondness for this world of beastly bloodlines. In your quest for these delicious species, you did not sample each one individually, as that would be far too slow given the multitude of beastly varieties. Instead, you commanded the 5 great sovereigns to issue an order. Instruct every species to present 100,000 of their plumpest, most tender-skinned beasts to the central continent of the world of beastly bloodlines. The central continent is offering golden bars. Hurry over. When some less astute individuals genuinely believed in the promise of golden bars and eagerly rushed over, they were all subsequently captured within the inner world, raised for consumption at their leisure. After completing all this, you shouldered your pack once more and set forth towards the transit station of the Myriad Realms, a destination that previously required your predecessors thousands of years to reach. However, due to your significantly heightened strength and speed, you arrived in merely a century. The transit station of the Myriad Realms, though its name suggests a mere small stop, cannot possibly be insignificant since it was created by an existence of vast cosmic caliber. Before you stood an ancient, massive, dark golden city, 100 times grander than the world of beastly bloodlines you had just left. Despite having seen it in memory, you could not help but gasp in awe. The city's exterior shimmered with radiant light, and the walls bore the scars of countless battles, with swords, axes, spears, halberds, and blades etching its illustrious past. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the city, suppressing the surrounding void, which had been eroded by various forces. In the face of such might, many of these forces were dispelled, creating a safe zone where even ordinary beings could reside without fear, albeit not for long. At the city gates and along the towering walls, over 1 million 6th-tier transcendent beings stood with cold expressions, gripping long spears as they watched every entrant carefully. In the vast expanse of the Myriad Realms, beings of the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers are considered of little value. In the Tianyan realm, even the esteemed fishing-level beings here do not qualify to be slaves. Only 7th-tier cultivators have the potential to become slaves, but even that is merely a possibility. Master, we have a residence here. Allow me to escort you there now. Upon summoning the Jin Pingyaoshin, the others were unsurprised to see you arrive at a speed 100 times faster than their own. After being confined within the inner world, they recognized that you were a remarkable being who had attained the 7th tier through the creation of an inner world. The distinction between the 7th tier and the 7th tier achieved through such a method is notable. While 7th-tier cultivators are commonplace, those who have opened their inner worlds to reach the 7th tier are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 among 1,000 in the same tier, granting you a significantly elevated status. Chapter 80. The rural folk from afar have come to beg again, blending into the celestial realm, merging with the essence of heaven. What astonishes you the most is not merely the throngs of individuals within the celestial transit station, but the unexpected presence of advanced technology. The very technology you were once intimately familiar with has manifested in this realm, evolved into a form far more fantastical than you could have ever imagined, truly a vision of futuristic innovation. instead of traditional currency or energy equivalents. Transactions are conducted through virtual wristbands that individuals possess, effortlessly transferring their world points with a mere swipe. The skies are not solely dominated by powerful aerial beings. There are also cultivators soaring on swords and others piloting spacecraft or anti-gravity devices, clad in advanced technological exoskeletons. These sci-fi vessels possess the remarkable ability to traverse space, emitting a silvery beam that opens a rift in the fabric of reality, allowing passage to the other side of the celestial transit station. Suspended above, there exist structures that, while seemingly modest in size, merely encompassing a few hundred miles, are in fact vast within, akin to a small world akin to the heavenly cloud realm. Within these arenas of celestial combat, not only do 7th-tier cultivators like yourself engage in battle, but numerous 8th and 9th-tier practitioners also partake in the fray. The presence of these higher-tier beings creates a titanic scale of destruction that could obliterate realms measured in light years with a mere gesture. Beyond the extraordinary warriors, these arenas can even accommodate technological civilizations in conflict. Not merely individuals wielding technology in battle, but entire factions capable of traversing worlds, manipulating space, and effortlessly annihilating a planet or even a star system. Trillions upon trillions of beings converge, exchanging energy in a cataclysmic clash. Antimatter bombs, planetary railguns, and spatial collapse technologies are all unleashed upon one another. It is said that these combat arenas represent the most elementary tier within the vast expanse of the celestial realm, limited to random matches against nearby opponents within their respective transit stations. In higher-tier transit stations, there exist capabilities to traverse the boundless void, connecting all celestial transit stations for random opponent encounters, even matching opponents from similarly ranked worlds linked to the celestial realm. All of this appears extraordinarily surreal. Yet beneath its absurdity lies an undeniable and formidable coherence. In light of the multitude of worlds, it is inconceivable that all would cultivate extraordinary systems of cultivation. There surely exist those that advance technological frameworks, and these individuals possess the ability to traverse realms. Given this capability, making alterations to their interdimensional transit stations using their technology poses no issue whatsoever. Furthermore, within this interdimensional transit station resides the so-called mechanical race, a civilization innately attuned to technology, a pinnacle of scientific advancement. For such a civilization, the pursuit of knowledge and technology is as effortless as the basic acts of eating and drinking, suppressing the myriad of emotions swirling within. The fourth Chu He did not resemble a naive newcomer, gazing about in wonder. Instead, he proceeded directly to the residence of the Jinpeng demon god and others, where he took up residence. The abode was modest, spanning merely a few hundred miles, an insignificant space for the venerable Chu He, who was accustomed to vast palatial complexes covering thousands of miles. He could only begrudgingly resign himself to this diminutive dwelling. Alas, discomfort lingered. He contemplated alleviating his unease with the delectable flesh of several demon beasts. As he pondered, saliva pooled in his mouth as he summoned forth a plethora of exquisitely prepared dishes from his internal realm. Each day, within this inner world, a myriad of demon beast chefs would diligently harvest the flesh and blood of various creatures, crafting culinary delights for his convenience. Although the temporal stasis he possessed could allow for the preparation of these dishes, followed by a pause in time until he desired to indulge, rendering the flavors unchanged. The notion of pre-prepared meals felt stale to Chu He. Could the esteemed Chu He truly consume such pre-packaged fare? The answer was a resounding no. Moreover, not only did Chu He himself reject such notions, but the collective of millions of chefs also disapproved. Once their tasks were completed, they too would likely find themselves served as part of the feast. One must demonstrate their value to the employer. Otherwise, should the employer perceive one's ease, it would spell doom. Sprinkling his secret seasoning, Chu He began to savor the dish. This blend, derived from the bloodlines of demon beasts and ground from myriad exquisite plants, had been meticulously refined. Regardless of the dish it adorned, it elevated the flavors and presentation to extraordinary heights, an essential companion for both home and travel. Having indulged, he initiated his next endeavor, making his way to the heart of the transit station to acquire an identification card. This card, a resident identification of the vast and chaotic realm, conferred upon him the status of a noble denizen of this grand universe. The individual who processed his identification gazed upon him with eyes filled with envy and respect upon completion of the formalities. This is the treatment you were denied earlier. The gaze directed at you was akin to that of someone observing a beggar seeking alms from the outside world, as if an unsophisticated rustic had come to solicit charity. Yet now, you are a noble being of the celestial realm. In this realm, beings of the highest order reign supreme, and you were once an outsider. However, you now belong to this grand world, while the individual working in the celestial transit station is merely a beggar, reliant upon the subordinate forces beneath your exalted domain. Indeed, they are the true, unsophisticated ones. How could I, the esteemed ancestor of the Chu clan, be regarded as anything less than significant in the heavenly cloud realm? Others aspire to secure a residence in the heavenly Chu city, envied by many. Those who gaze outward see only a beggar, an outsider seeking to beg once more. I never imagined that while traversing the outside world, I would nearly become that very outsider. The tables have turned entirely. Chapter 81. I am indeed the noble being of the celestial realm. What can you do to me? Chu He was left speechless, truly at a loss. Who would have thought that my esteemed status would one day be respected not for my prowess, but merely for a piece of identification? My strength, it seems, inspires less awe than a simple ID card. This is utterly absurd. Henceforth, I have resolved that if my power does not exceed the 9th tier, I shall remain indoors. To venture out would render me akin to a protagonist in a novel, subject to ridicule wherever I go, only to retaliate, face further derision, and retaliate again. Ensnared in an endless cycle. The opponent possesses a 7th tier strength and works within the transit station. In some respects, that grants them a semblance of official status. For the end of all realms is indeed a matter of designation. Those with such designation, coupled with their strength, should naturally be able to obtain a resident identification card as well. However, this is not how it is perceived. Aside from the countless lives within the celestial realm that automatically receive identification cards upon birth, those in other worlds must attain a foundational strength of at least the 8th tier to obtain such a card, a status that would afford them a modest position even within the transit station. Without the 8th tier strength, one must demonstrate considerable potential, proving that they can eventually break through to that level to be granted such recognition. Although you have achieved your current strength through numerous simulations and an abundance of talent, those assessing your potential remain unaware of this. They see only an individual who has cultivated for over 20,000 years within a minor world, relying solely on their own merits to attain the 7th tier realm, a truly extraordinary prodigy. Moreover, the talents rewarded by these simulators are, in essence, a reflection of your inherent gifts. You are indeed an exceptional prodigy, and that cannot be denied. Apart from your considerable talent, there exists another aspect, the pathway to surpassing the 7th tier, which can be regarded as one of the most prestigious routes available. There are several means to ascend to the 7th tier. One such method involves forging an internal world within oneself. The difficulty of this approach is self-evident. However, the greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. The complexity of this method is several-fold compared to alternative paths, and the gains are similarly magnified. Those who successfully cultivate their internal world are at least 10 times more formidable than their peers of the same level. The reason those 5 demon gods appear so feeble is that they did not pursue the path of creating an internal world. Rather, they opted for a more conventional route, the physical pathway. In total, there are only a handful of common methods. One involves achieving the 7th tier through physical cultivation, akin to comprehending the immutable laws. Should you choose the physical route, you must then grasp at least dozens of rules that resonate profoundly with your physical form. These rules must pertain to aspects of strength, defense, and recovery. Once you successfully comprehend these numerous rules and combine them, you can forge an extraordinarily powerful physique, thereby transcending to the 7th tier. In addition to the physical pathway, there is also the spiritual route. Should both body and spirit ascend concurrently, this is known as the unity of flesh and soul, which constitutes another elite method of breakthrough, comparable in merit to the creation of an internal world. Beyond these, there are some unconventional breakthrough methods, typically chosen either by exceptional prodigies or those lacking the potential for traditional ascension. For instance, one could discover a small world devoid of heavenly principles, consciousness, and only governed by the most fundamental operational logic. If you can embody the essence of this world and become its consciousness, you might also attain the 7th tier, even possessing the capacity to withstand the 8th tier from the outset. However, This comes at the cost of freedom. Your existence will be bound to this world. And your ascent to the 9th tier will demand the evolution of this small world into a greater realm. The challenge of this method is exponentially greater than that faced by others, as only by developing the world to a stage of elevation can one achieve the 9th tier. Most critically, breaking through in this manner entails not only these side effects, but also a most perilous consequence. The time required to merge with the world and become its guiding principle lengthens considerably. Over time, one's spirit may gradually align with the nature of the heavenly principle, becoming cold and unfeeling, prioritizing the order of the entire world above all else, depicting a universe indifferent to the fate of all beings. This notion does not imply that the heavenly principle regards all beings as mere pawns. Rather, it signifies that the cosmos treats all entities with impartiality, devoid of favoritism or malice, allowing nature to take its course. You have disregarded the disdainful gaze of that individual. Had he been present externally, his previous expression would have compelled you to traverse the vastness of the cosmos. You are entirely authentic. Let him comprehend the treacherous nature of society and understand that not everyone is someone he can offend. He is merely a lowly worker serving our exalted celestial beings. Yet he dares to cast disdainful glances at his master. You have seamlessly adopted the perspective of the celestial beings. Your hypocrisy is glaring. One moment you deride others for their contemptuous gazes, and the next, you exhibit even greater disdain than they do. It can only be said that such ancestors beget progeny of the same ilk. The behavior of your descendants, in their previous disgraceful manner, is solely a consequence of your misguided influence, and you must bear the primary responsibility. Defamation. You are slandering me, system. Do not presume that the circumstances you have imposed upon me grant you the liberty to defame me without consequence. Let me assure you, I am indeed that kind of person, and what can you do about it? Those with true strength are entitled to be audaciously arrogant, to vehemently insult those who are inferior. Upon exiting the identification hall, you began to indulge in a delightful culinary exploration, relishing the experience for nearly a month, all the while basking in the prestige of your noble celestial identity. In the interdimensional transit station, you possess 4th tier privileges, superior to the 5th tier permissions of those 5 demon gods, as well as the 6th tier authority of the individual who processed your identification. The power afforded by the interdimensional transit station is considerably greater. Utilizing this privilege, you access the technological search capabilities of the transit station, acquiring knowledge of the multiverse that is far more comprehensive, detailed, and extensive than the memories of the 5 demon gods, along with insights into the circumstances of your second homeland, the vast celestial realm. Chapter 82. Oh, how petty you are! In this grand melting pot of countless realms, battles erupt at every turn. Although the vast celestial realm is but a fragment of the multiverse, it too witnesses numerous conflicts. Current observations indicate that the vast celestial realm has identified over 300 major worlds in its vicinity. While relations with these worlds are not particularly amicable, a full-scale war has yet to ensue, and a complete mobilization has not occurred. Only minor skirmishes have taken place, and most of the wars do not target these major worlds. Occasionally, incursions into the minor worlds occur. The resources within the minor worlds, while not comparable to those of the major worlds, contain unique and specialized resources that can only be found in the minor realms. You intend to join the Celestial Hall, where the majority of the formidable beings in the vast celestial realm have gathered, founded by a powerful 14th tier entity capable of controlling all resources within the vast celestial realm, a supreme force. Through this platform, you will participate in these localized conflicts. Indeed, you must actively engage in these wars, unlike other protagonists who are often intimidated by the notion of conflict. Such wars can lead to perilous outcomes, yet you are distinct, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess. If you were to cower in the shadows, secretly honing your skills without participating in battles to seize resources and elevate your strength, it would be a tragic waste of potential. Observers from the outside would undoubtedly declare your efforts futile. After all, you have achieved the 7th tier through a top-tier cultivation system, compounded by numerous talents that vastly amplify your power beyond that of your peers. Your defensive capabilities are nothing short of astonishing. Yet if you lack the courage to act, what purpose do you serve? Chu He, indeed, you are not inherently timid. Had you been, you would not have ventured into the perilous abyss of the corpse to break through to the Yuan Dan realm on your first simulation. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, and it is through such trials that one attains what others cannot, achieving the Yuan Dan realm. Speaking of the abyss of the corpse, I must remind the external self that there remains a formidable creature, the abyssal whale, which has yet to be dealt with. This matter cannot be postponed any longer. Each moment the enemy lingers in this world leaves you feeling unsettled, diminishing your fervor for cultivation. Even if the adversaries in the simulations have been vanquished, the mere thought that the external foes remain unresolved stifles any sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, I have not forgotten. Even if you were to neglect it, the abyssal whale, the celestial candle, true monarch, and the 5 great embodiments, none shall escape. The flesh of the abyssal whale should suffice. How astute I am, indeed. Due to the absence of a high-end facility like the mixed heaven hall in the myriad realms, without a moment's hesitation, you utilize the spatial transmission array to repeatedly journey toward the mixed heaven vast world. The transmission, governed by powers beyond rules, requires no energy expenditure to initiate and can be activated infinitely, making it accessible even to an ordinary 7th tier. However, a newly emerged 7th tier individual lacks resources to exchange for mixed heaven currency, necessitating a decade of labor to amass enough for transportation, unlike those 5 demon gods. But you are a mixed heaven individual, a being of noble lineage. Would you dare to ask for money? Surely you jest. Free passage on the transmission array is a privilege granted to mixed heaven individuals within the sphere of influence of the mixed heaven vast world. After traversing countless transitory stations and undergoing numerous spatial transmissions, akin to a relay race, you finally arrive in the expansive realm of the great chaos. Upon your first gaze into this vast universe, you are struck with an unprecedented awe. It is immense, truly beyond comprehension. A glimpse of eons. This world, whose edges are imperceptible, appears to be no less than the size of an entire universe, at least in the portion visible to you. The entirety of this realm, were it to be fully revealed, would surpass even the wildest estimates of magnitude, while distances in other worlds are measured in billions of kilometers, often failing to achieve the scale of light years. The great chaos may require cosmic measures to quantify its vastness. Surrounding the great chaos are innumerable smaller realms, akin to satellites orbiting a sun. Each of these minor worlds dwarfs the beast bloodline world by hundreds of thousands of times, not merely in area, but in sheer volume. The middle 1,000 worlds are no less impressive, likely rivaling the dimensions of a typical universe. These myriad smaller realms were conquered by the formidable beings of the great chaos and later transferred here through immense powers. They did not exist previously. Under the guidance of an 8th tier powerhouse, your cohort has once again passed through a spatial portal, finally entering the inner sanctum of the great chaos. Taking a deep breath, you compare the spiritual energy of this world with that of others, discovering an incomparable disparity, thousands of times greater. The concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeds that found in the heavenly cloud secret realm by an immeasurable margin. In this realm, an ordinary person can reach the peak of postnatal development in a single day, attain innate status in 3 days, and become a master within 10 days. Given a few years, one could achieve the Yuan Dan realm. In this world, individuals of age have already ventured into the Yuan Shen realm, with the more exceptional among them attaining the Dharma aspect. However, among the tens of thousands of Dharma aspects, only one may reach the 7th tier. The attainment of such a realm is not easily achieved, despite the favorable conditions. It is the environment that accelerates their growth in power. Not everyone possesses extraordinary talent. Unlike you, who has utilized elite breakthrough methods, in a group of several hundred, there exists but one like you, and among billions of the chaos inhabitants, you're truly a rarity. Chapter 83. Comprehension as a form of strength and the ability to reclaim it. The existence of the 8th tier realm, the goal you currently aspire to surpass, emerges only once among billions of celestial beings. Upon reaching the grand multiverse, you commence your journey of autonomy, initially acquiring an intelligent life form to serve as your steward, facilitating your daily management. This entity guided you to a nearby branch of the Celestial Palace. Do not inquire about the source of your funds. Should you feel compelled to ask, seek out the weeping behemoth known as the mad tidal whale god. You had sold this being, previously your servant, to another as a slave, for the master required financial resources, and thus the servant must step forth to shoulder all burdens. Moreover, who one serves as a slave is inconsequential. You possess no greater nobility than others. All are celestial beings, mere commoners. Within the Celestial Palace, You entered a secret space akin to a small universe, where you promptly completed the necessary enrollment procedures. Such talent as yours is eagerly welcomed. You smoothly integrated into the ranks, becoming the captain of a small squad within the Celestial Army, commanding over 100 7th-tier cultivators, all capable of world incursion. Should one fail to attain this level, they ought not to venture into world invasion. Otherwise, the encroaching void beyond would be insurmountable, leading to farcical outcomes. Therefore, all members of the Celestial Army are of 7th tier or above. Within the branch, there exists a 3rd-tier legion comprising over 10 million individuals, primarily tasked with invading small universes. The 2nd-tier legion engages in incursions of medium universes, while the 1st-tier legion defends the grand celestial multiverse, representing the elite of the elite. You donned the standard issue personal 7th-tier mech and wielded a 7th-tier D-grade thunder axe, officially commencing your service in the Celestial Army on the very day of your induction. Achieving the fastest enlistment record. Upon your arrival, you received a brief address from an 8th-tier captain overseeing 1,000 individuals, who, after imparting some words of wisdom, vented his dissatisfaction upon his subordinates. His discourse primarily focused on his recent arrival and the hope for mutual support among the ranks. On your first day in the Celestial Army, you finally found time to engage in cultivation. Aside from dedicating one day each month to practice the Celestial Army formation with your peers, you were free to cultivate at will. You had come to understand the path to breaking through to the 8th-tier realm. For someone like you, who has established an inner world to reach the 7th tier, the subsequent step towards achieving the 8th tier is solely through the continuous perfection of this inner world. When your internal domain evolves from a fragmented existence into a complete realm, akin to a world of beastly bloodlines, you shall ascend to the 8th tier. It is crucial to recognize that only a complete world of beastly bloodlines will suffice. Not a nascent world such as the Celestial Cloud Realm, which, despite its completeness, remains too immature. Still merely an infant that has existed for billions of years. Its size pales in comparison to those worlds that have endured for hundreds of billions of years, being a mere fraction, hundreds of times smaller than the realm of demonic beasts. Yet, upon transcending to the 8th level of existence, the volume of your inner world will attain the magnitude of those ancient realms. To perfect a world, one must continuously comprehend the forces of the rules. At least 3,000 rules must be understood to successfully complete a world. Given your innate understanding, relying solely on your own efforts could take billions of years to achieve, which is precisely why you have allied with a formidable force. Just after your induction, even before fulfilling your obligations, numerous advantages have already arisen. The most conspicuous benefit is that Chu He received a grand package for comprehending the rules. Every decade, one can obtain a guidance video on rule comprehension, elucidating the journey from understanding to mastery, addressing all pitfalls and bottlenecks. This grants the opportunity to grasp a rule in merely 100 years, saving countless millennia in the process. In addition to this fundamental benefit, there is the salary from joining the Mixed Heaven Army. Every millennium, you receive a treasure that enhances your comprehension, elevating your innate understanding to a standard genius level. This standard refers to those exceptional individuals within the minor realms who ascend to the pinnacle of their form through their own endeavors. You have yet to achieve even the first standard. Chu He reflects, I have been mocked by the system. However, the long-awaited treasures that enhance comprehension have finally emerged. Such items are non-existent in the minor world, and if they are absent in the vast universe, they may indeed be non-existent across all realms. I find myself slightly envious of the fourth. He has the means to elevate his understanding and enhance his intellect. Unlike me, who can only inherit strength, comprehension is not synonymous with power and cannot be inherited. It is worth mentioning that you remain unaware that your external self, while inheriting strength, can also inadvertently inherit comprehension, as it has not previously enhanced its understanding. Thus, your external self remains oblivious. Comprehension, while seemingly esoteric, is simply a manifestation of profound wisdom and mental strength, embodying the essence of a powerful intellect. Is this not also a form of might? Individuals with heightened comprehension can simultaneously engage in battle while refining their combat techniques and discerning their adversaries' weaknesses. They may even assimilate the skills displayed by their opponents during combat. In confrontations where strength is evenly matched, this comprehension serves as a testament to one's prowess. When two combatants face off, one endowed with this gift and the other devoid of it, the victor will undoubtedly be the one with greater comprehension. This is the essence of true strength. Simulation system, I see through you entirely. If you wish to grant me an advantage outright, just say so. If you desire to amplify my advantage, be straightforward about it. There is no need for such indirectness, meandering from one point to another. I had no idea that comprehension could wield such formidable influence over combat prowess. This kind of enhancement is not unwelcome, nor do I harbor any disdain for it. There is simply no necessity for subterfuge. A smile graced Chu He's lips, for he had grown increasingly fond of this simulation system, which truly understood him. It was a system that comprehended its own essence. Upon joining, a video on the rules of comprehension was shared, detailing the rules of thunder. Even if one only cultivates for a day, the understanding of the thunder rules becomes significantly enriched. Chapter 84. The First Invasion Battle, featuring the three protagonists and their subordinates. On the following day, you continue your cultivation. On the third day, your cultivation persists throughout the endless epochs. The surrounding minor thousand worlds have already been invaded by the great chaos of the myriad realms. In order to discover other minor thousand worlds, one must venture to more distant locations, which requires considerable time. Finding a single minor thousand world often signifies a substantial fortune, which explains the countless individuals who venture forth in search of them, ensuring that even now, one can almost expect to uncover one periodically. In the 5th year of cultivation, your third-tier chaotic army remains inactive. You are still idly passing the time. After 5 years, you finally succeed in comprehending the rules of thunder on this day. The rules of thunder, one of the mid-tier rules, possess immense destructive power. To have grasped such a rule in 5 years would surely astonish the Thunder Lord, who I had previously read about, as he took millennia to achieve similar mastery. The power of a rule he struggled for eons to comprehend has been attained by me in a mere 5 years, despite the vast disparity in our innate understanding. It is as if all of his years of toil and effort have been discarded into the trash, trampled underfoot, with the disdainful message that he is worthless. The Thunderlord's greatest pride in life likely stems from his mastery of the Thunder rules. Within the chaotic army barracks, number 4, Chu He raised his hand, gazing at the terrifying power of the Thunder rules that crackled with lightning, offering a moment of silent tribute to the Thunder Lord. In truth, had the other possessed a talent that was not insignificant, had he been born in this vast world rather than a minor one, he would have had a considerable chance of reaching the 7th tier. He certainly would not have been trapped in the confines of a modest 6th-tier realm, nor would he have been ensnared in a cul-de-sac, desperately striving to comprehend powers beyond the rules of thunder. The power that resides above the rules of thunder belongs to the realm of billions of pathways, having already crossed the threshold of the Tao. Even if it does not constitute the true great Tao, it is still a force of the 9th tier and above. A domain inaccessible to one who has yet to step beyond the 7th tier. At my current pace, it will not be long before I can master the rules of thunder. When that moment arrives, integrating the rules of thunder into my world will bestow upon it the might of lightning, enhancing my strength by at least a fraction. Upon meticulous reflection regarding the time required to comprehend this, I am exceedingly satisfied with my current rate of cultivation and advancement. However, this is not my ultimate aspiration. I have come here to experience the thrill of battle. Why has there been no conflict for such an extended period? If I do not engage in combat, my fervor will surely dissipate. Is it too much to ask to ignite my blood for the homeland of the great chaos world? Is it so difficult to make a contribution to my native land? Do those esteemed individuals at the pinnacle of the great chaos world understand the yearning of the common folk? We are genuinely eager for progress and desperate to contribute to our homeland. With a serious expression, I, number 4 Chu, seem to have stirred the fervor of my desire to contribute and expand my influence, while I continue to lament the lack of conflict. My virtual wristwatch suddenly projects an image, an intelligent life form I had previously acquired. The intelligent life form, with a face full of respect and an excited tone, reports, "My illustrious master." Just moments ago, our supreme commander of the Great Chaos Legion, the esteemed Lord Xianxia, who has attained the 9th tier, issued orders to all captains and deputy commanders. In a distant expanse of the eastern skies, we have discovered a mid-level, small thousand world. The invasion task for this world has been assigned to the Legion to which you belong. All cultivators, regardless of their current training or breakthroughs, must arrive at the military camp within a day to participate in the invasion battle. Failure to comply will result in execution for desertion, and the families of the offenders will face extermination. Excellent. The moment has finally arrived. This time, we must invade with great ferocity. Upon receiving this long-awaited news, a surge of excitement courses through me, emanating a terrifying aura that radiate with a formidable strike against external foes. There lies a trepidation within. Clad in mechanized armor and wielding the thunder battle axe, you summoned your 107th tier subordinates, traversing towards the central space of the military camp. Upon your arrival, a multitude of 7th tier entities had already congregated, a sea of humanity that stretched to at least several million. Do not be deceived by their appearances as mere soldiers here. Timid and seemingly innocuous. Beyond these confines, many possess illustrious identities. Some are invincible beings emerging from lesser worlds, having subdued their realms for millennia. Their legacies destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. The chronicles of time will steadfastly commemorate their most resplendent moments. Some are the most formidable ancestors of their clans, the very hope of their lineage. Others are chieftains of beastly races, having narrowly escaped the fate of being confined, only to arrive here as mere foot soldiers. Among them are those who once basked in the fortunes of their miniature worlds, triumphantly defying all adversities, amassing countless consorts, vanquishing every antagonist that dared to scorn them. They relished the utmost honors of the mortal realm, ultimately ascending to higher planes with their retinues, only to face trials and tribulations, culminating in their transformation into glorified soldiers in this vast universe. Their consorts, once exalted as sovereigns of their realms, now find themselves relegated to mere bystanders. The disparity is immense. Some consorts of these protagonists, unable to reconcile such a drastic shift, have even resorted to self-destruction. These fortunate protagonists are abundant, with 3 among your subordinates embodying such fated characters, their narratives having become templates. They either faced the annihilation of their entire kin, akin to the likes of Xianxia, or began their journeys as vessels for others' ambitions. Alternatively, they were born as innate failures, mocked by their kin from the moment of their inception, and so forth, with experiences strikingly similar. The 85th chapter, He Can Be Replaced. A true man born between heaven and earth presents a wholesale phenomenon. This led to some protagonists, upon their initial arrival here, who had yet to experience the harsh realities of society, exhibiting an air of arrogance and pride. Though outwardly humble and courteous, internally they harbored a sense of superiority, embodying the mindset of, I am the protagonist. What can you do to me? However, upon realizing the abundance of others like themselves, their pride swiftly diminished, and they began to grasp the intricacies of human nature. They learned the nuances of a sophisticated society, much like your 3 subordinates, who have been utterly compliant over the past 5 years, obediently following your every command. They have long since been tempered by society's trials. Had the former Xianxia possessed such demeanor, your 3rd simulation would not have concluded so swiftly. Is this not the very essence of a prodigious talent from the lower realms, ascending to the celestial domain once in a million years, ultimately becoming one of the esteemed 10,000 heavenly soldiers tasked with subduing the Monkey King? Yet, it is said that he was easily vanquished by a single strike of the monkey. Perhaps it is also possible that he could not even rise to the ranks of heavenly soldiers, for their numbers are limited, and such positions are indeed structured. Amongst the vast ranks of the heavenly army, being a mere foot soldier hardly constitutes a significant role. It is but a trivial existence. Reflecting upon the protagonist who was once vanquished with great effort by the 3rd brother, it is astonishing to see him rendered so inconsequential in the presence of the 4th brother, who has even learned the nuances of social etiquette. Aside from a few cunning protagonists, which hero ever takes the time to grasp the intricacies of human relationships? None are anything less than extraordinary, challenging the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. They surge forth with unparalleled pride, annihilating all adversaries, ascending to the 9th heaven, and standing invincible in the world. One can only assert that the lesser realms are indeed trivial, rendering their protagonists of little worth. However, should they hail from the vast expanse of the myriad realms, the narrative would be entirely different. At the very least, prior to reaching the 14th stage, there should be no significant obstacles, along with an arrogance that befits their status. Wherever they go, they are recognized as top-tier talents among talents. All soldiers silence. Stand quietly over there, allowing everyone a moment of stillness. With a serious expression, he found the position of his captain, directing his 100-member squad to randomly find a spot behind them, arranging 10 teams of 10. He too stood behind the captain. Each captain is an 8th stage cultivator. Standing behind them, he He gazed at their backs, harboring a strong desire to take their place. A true man, living in the world, cannot remain subdued for long. You are the fearsome and renowned old ancestor, yet here you are, enjoying many benefits while serving as a subordinate for so long, and merely as a minor leader at that. This world should not be as it is. It should brim with hope, devoid of such oppression and darkness. It seems imperative to swiftly attain the 8th stage, to lay a solid foundation for the 5th brother in the afterlife. Let him not start as a lowly figure in the chaotic world, but rather attain at least a middle-tier position, perhaps even that of a vice commander or commander of the heavenly army would be splendid. At that time, wielding tens of thousands of 7th-stage soldiers and countless 8th-stage beings, I could do as I please. Suppressing the fervor within, his gaze suddenly became clear. No more wandering thoughts. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and with a soft hum, a spatial rift appeared above the center square of the military camp, from which 3 figures emerged. The foremost figure, a human of approximately 4 meters in height, wielded a 5-meter-long great sword, clad in heavy golden armor, with wild golden hair and a visage resembling that of a middle-aged man. This is the leader of the 3rd-class Mixed Heaven Legion, Commander Yang Tian, accompanied by his 2 deputy commanders, Yinmo Tian and Chu He Yunsheng. They are all members of the human race, and within the Mixed Heaven Great Thousand World, humanity stands at the forefront among all races, with the master of the Mixed Heaven Palace being the strongest among them. All are formidable human warriors, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th strongest beings, all the way to the 104th, are also of human lineage. Besides the 104th who belongs to the dragon race, the subsequent 1,000 warriors, starting from 105th, are exclusively human, with other races appearing only afterward. However, the names of these races must also precede with the designation of their human subordinate races, such as the Golden Ape clan, among others. Chu He remarked, "So the entire Great Thousand World is predominantly human? Impressive, my kin." Silence in the ranks, Commander Yang Tian stated. "As the commanding officer of this Mixed Heaven Legion, you are all familiar with my name, so there is no need for further introduction. Recently, we have discovered a small 1,000 world, rich in resources, a place where we can train our forces for a time of need. For many years in the Mixed Heaven Great Thousand World, we have devoted extensive resources to cultivate our warriors, all for this very moment. Shortly, everyone will board the celestial warships and set forth towards the Yang Tian Small Thousand World." Commander Yang Tian's words were straightforward, devoid of the lengthy orations that could easily bore the audience. Everyone present had lived long enough to be seasoned individuals, thus rendering such formalities unnecessary and unwelcome. As his words resonated, the military camp was suddenly illuminated by the ethereal blue glow of over 1,000 celestial warships, which surged forth from the armory, now before you. The 163rd generation C-class celestial warship is capable of withstanding attacks from 8th-tier warriors and boasts numerous records of annihilating them, a creation of the Mixed Heaven Great Thousand World. It represents the pinnacle of technology and the extraordinary. Each ship is impressively colossal, measuring nearly 100 miles in size when not engaged in battle. Yet in combat, it can transform into a war fortress spanning trillions of miles, capable of obliterating all in its path. One strike from it silences the very fabric of the celestial void. As everyone boarded, the celestial warship activated instantly, leaping through space hundreds of times, departing from the Mixed Heaven Great Thousand World. Through the ship's perspective, you once again beheld the void of the celestial expanse outside. However, surrounded by a multitude of colleagues and friends, the atmosphere was vibrant, and you did not experience the desolate darkness that accompanied your initial foray into the celestial void. Chapter 86. This must be capable of piercing my skin. A remarkably novel approach to combat. Through repeated spatial transits, facilitated by the temporal forces within the celestial warship, the passage of time is significantly accelerated. In a mere second, one can traverse the void thousands of times, and after billions of such leaps, the visage of the vast celestial realm soon vanishes from sight. A sea-grade celestial warship can cover approximately 100 light-years with each spatial shift, equating to an astounding 946 trillion kilometers. This journey consumed nearly a month of time to reach the intended destination. Over the course of a month, one could scarcely fathom the countless traversals through the boundless void, revealing that the locations of new minor celestial realms have become increasingly distant. Historical records of the vast celestial realm indicate that during the initial incursions into minor celestial realms, one could locate a new realm within mere minutes. Yet now, locating them has become increasingly arduous. Should it evolve into a quest taking a year or even several years to reach a minor celestial realm, it would necessitate a strategic pivot for the vast celestial realm, shifting focus from minor celestial realms to those of equivalent magnitude. It seems as though one is glimpsing a future far beyond the present. The colossal war machine of the vast celestial realm prepares to declare war upon other major celestial realms. I desire the demise of these realms. War is declared upon the eternal celestial realm, the oblivion celestial realm, the nightmare celestial realm, the ancient god celestial realm, the sci-fi celestial realm. Within the confines of the celestial worship, in a designated relaxation area, number 4, Chu He indulges in life's pleasures alongside several colleagues. War entails life and death, and none can predict who may be the next to perish. Thus, in the lead-up to battle, everyone strives to savor life to the fullest. Even the higher-ups partake in this indulgence, who would not wish to enjoy life. Those who do not are simply foolish. Upon witnessing the emergence of a minor celestial realm, signaling their arrival at the target location, one of the colleagues, Xianxia, could not contain himself and remarked, "At last, we have arrived, Brother Chu. Within the worship, we have sparred several times, and not once have we emerged victorious against you. Your combat prowess is truly formidable. When the battle commences, should you see us being overwhelmed by the enemy, we hope you might come to our aid. Indeed, your defensive capabilities are astonishing, bordering on the absurd. Facing you evokes a sensation akin to confronting a commander. No matter how many blows I land, I cannot even breach your skin. I have unleashed my most powerful techniques, yet you remain unscathed. I am tempted to hand you over to the researchers in the lab for further examination. Your resilience is simply extraordinary. If anything truly happens, you must come to our aid without fail. Rest assured, should you take action, we will certainly reward you handsomely. Coincidentally, I possess some treasures that enhance one's comprehension, and I hear you are in need of such items." Nearby, a former protagonist from a realm known as the Fiery World, Hua, nodded in agreement, seemingly recalling some unfortunate experiences. That unfortunate experience was the pain you once inflicted upon him. Chu He, upon seeing your name, I am reminded of a dear old friend. If you encounter difficulties, you provide the funds, and I shall offer my assistance. Should you fail to provide financial backing, you are well aware of my temperament. I shall return to where I came from. If you have participated in countless invasions of the minor realms, your battle experience must be extensive, and you surely wouldn't require my help. Our battle strategy has always been to outnumber the enemy. How many 7th, 8th, and 9th tier warriors can be found within a minor realm? How many do we have? With their numbers, 50 of us would be sufficient to deal with one of them. Number 4. Chu He shook his head, believing they were jesting. If 50 could struggle against one, it would only imply that one is truly incompetent. Indeed, if 50 were to fail against one, it would be a matter of fate. Xianxia nodded, agreeing without further comment, for he believed you spoke the truth. Soldiers, raise your heads and behold the scenery outside. Let us together admire the grand fireworks. This view, this spectacle, shall not be for my eyes alone. While conversing with a few, the voice of Commander Xianxia emanated from the virtual wristband. Without hesitation, Xianxia and the others promptly urged Chu He to gaze outside the celestial worship. Chu, you have only recently joined us. You must not have witnessed this magnificent display of fireworks, a unique sight of our celestial army. There are even rumors of views unseen. You are fortunate to be here. Come, let us provide you with the best vantage point. Ah, is it not merely the bombardment of the celestial worship? I have seen it countless times through video. It is indeed beautiful, though this is my first time witnessing it in reality. Number 4, Chu He cast his gaze out the window, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Outside the celestial worship, beyond the fiery world, the appearance of the worship had not gone unnoticed. Thus, upon its arrival, it immediately drew the attention of those above the 7th tier within the fiery world. Upon realizing that their realm was under invasion, they did not hesitate. Even knowing the enemy was formidable, they boldly emerged from their world, stepping beyond the barrier to unleash their powers in defense against the intruders. Behind this lies their homeland, their abode, the place where their ancestors have thrived for generations. Unless one comprehends that the enemy comprises the myriad beings of the vast world, it is inconceivable to persuade them to relinquish their stance. Such a notion is utterly implausible. However, These individuals fundamentally misunderstand the nature of the invasion from the boundless universe. It is a novel form of incursion. Their actions, far from reflecting bravery, reveal a profound lack of understanding and a certain foolishness, who would willingly emerge in droves to serve as living targets. It is evident that they have lived in such comfort that they have never tasted the fear of an invading war. A hum resounds. Thousands of celestial warships have yet to activate their combat modes. Instead, they remain in non-combat mode, while their countless cannons are poised, targeting the throngs beyond the world barrier. The warship's azure luminescence coalesces fiercely towards these cannon mouths, with the core energy concentration evoking a sense of trepidation. This assault would surely be capable of inflicting harm even upon my most fortified defenses, truly a testament to the formidable offensive capabilities of the vast universe. Indeed, it is powerful. Chapter 87. As the celestial warships surged forth, we followed, coordinating the fleet's maneuvers. The attack speed of the celestial warships is astonishing, gathering energy in merely 1/100th of a second and unleashing an unimaginable barrage of energy projectiles imbued with the power of rules in just 1/10,000th of a second. These projectiles are infused with rules that possess extraordinary destructive capabilities, such as the forces of destruction, annihilation, and thunder. Within each celestial warship, there are over 1 million cannon ports, and a single shot from any one of them could obliterate a being of the 7th tier. With thousands of such warships, the simultaneous volley of attacks can be quantified into billions. These barges directly struck the neatly arrayed cultivators from the Xianxia realm, belonging to the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers. Due to the unprecedented speed and sheer volume of the attacks, Commander Xianxia managed to engage the 9th tier extraordinary cultivators with a few strikes, rendering these top-tier beings incapable of shielding their 7th and 8th tier counterparts. Only the 8th tier cultivators could attempt to defend themselves. Yet, there remained vulnerable spots in their defenses that could not withstand the onslaught, leading to devastating breaches. Consequently, those 7th tier cultivators, under their protection, suffered grievously, with a series of horrific explosions echoing through the air. The celestial void erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, instantly enveloping a vast expanse of billions of miles within a kaleidoscope of colors, strikingly beautiful. Hundreds of thousands of 7th tier extraordinary beings, having only just emerged from their world and still grappling with the unfolding chaos, found themselves decimated, with half of their number lost in an instant. A single onslaught resulted in a loss of no less than 200,000. Once these foes were dealt with, the myriad celestial battleships ceased their assault and began to restore their energy. While they could have continued their offensive, it would be prudent to reserve some spoils for others. Wouldn't it? After all, if you eliminate the adversaries, it would be rather awkward for us, the 7th and 8th tier warriors who followed, to indulge in the plunder without having made any contributions. It would take a remarkably thick-skinned individual to partake in such gains without having earned them. It would indeed be somewhat embarrassing otherwise. Only you, Ancestor Chu, remain indifferent to such matters, for in your eyes, the benefit is paramount, rendering the opinions of others inconsequential. Once you attain the 8th tier, you need not concern yourself with how others perceive you. You will likely be gazing upward, your vision fixed upon those more powerful than yourself. Those with lesser strength will be as mere passers-by, unworthy of your attention. Those who stand atop the pinnacle cannot perceive those who toil below. Brother Chu, do you find this display of fireworks appealing? This novel combat technique, conceived at the inception of celestial battleship research, diverges significantly from the archaic methods of warfare previously employed. The inhabitants of those lesser realms, perhaps, will never grasp the sophistication of our tactics. They might still believe that our invasion consists merely of a horde charging recklessly. Or perhaps they envision a stealthy incursion, where gunfire is avoided. Yet, humanity is ever evolving. Our incursions into numerous worlds have allowed us to assimilate countless advantages, accelerating our progress beyond their wildest imaginings. The previous combat style was exceedingly antiquated, resulting in excessive casualties. In contrast, our current approach, where celestial battleships lead the charge, followed by our forces, and then the battleships again, all in seamless collaboration, renders the indigenous inhabitants of these alien worlds exclaiming their own mortality. Upon witnessing your gaze fixed upon the void beyond, the ever-enthusiastic Yandahua could not help but chuckle. He recalled his own initial encounter with such a scenario, where his most ingenious strategy for invasion involved the stealthy approach, avoiding any gunfire. Who could have anticipated this method of invasion? A concerted effort to first weaken the enemy, then, while they are still reeling, to surge forth en masse. Should the adversaries exhibit any strength and begin to suffer losses, we would retreat, re-engage the celestial battleships, and unleash another wave, further crippling these natives, only to advance once more, perpetually wearing down the opposition. Fortuitously, throughout this long journey, we have yet to encounter any denizens of this chaotic realm. Otherwise, the Tianyan realm would have long since been invaded. However, it is plausible that the chaotic world has already taken notice of Tianyan, especially since the celestial transit station is established nearby. I find it hard to believe they are unaware of our presence. However, the Tianyan realm has only just come into existence, even inferior to the world of beastly bloodlines, let alone the mixed celestial army, which is solely interested in worlds above the minor thousand realms. They might not even wish to engage. There is not even a desire for invasion. Upon witnessing the formidable mixed celestial army, Chu He felt a momentary shock, yet upon reflecting that his own world has not been invaded thus far, it likely stems from the fact that it is simply uninteresting to them. It leaves one speechless. Sometimes, the weakness of a world can indeed be a blessing, for it garners no attention. The Tianyan realm has never given birth to treasures capable of enticing seventh-tier powerhouses, while those who traverse the myriad realms possess a minimum strength of seventh tier. If your world lacks anything of their interest, they might glance at you and feel a misfortune. This is truly exasperating. When will the Tianyan realm ascend to the minor thousand realms? Warriors, charge forth. Invasion successful. All spoils must be surrendered, delivering 90%. For each adversary of the same tier slain, surrender a mere 10% of the spoils. All battles are monitored by the mixed celestial device. Any private hoarding will result in immediate execution. After orchestrating a dazzling display of fireworks, Commander Xianxia's orders arrived, opening the entrances to all celestial warships, unleashing a torrent of 7th and 8th tier cultivators. They surged forth like a swarm of locusts, racing towards the remnants of the Xianxia minor thousand realm inhabitants, akin to wolves drawn to flesh. They charged immediately. At this moment, all thoughts of the mixed celestial formations were forgotten. 50 would engage 10 million 7th tier against the remaining 200,000 7th tier, 1,000 8th tier against the remaining over 58th tier. A group of unsophisticated natives from the minor thousand realms faced off against the talents of the greater thousand realms. The advantage is ours. In such a dominating battle, if you still wish to utilize mixed celestial formations, what purpose does it serve? You might as well return home to tend pigs. Actually, you wouldn't even manage that well. By the time you establish your formation, the enemy has already been vanquished by others. While others seize resources, you are still arranging formations, and by the time you arrive, they are already feasting abundantly. The 88 exhibited an exceedingly ferocious combat stance, dispatching hundreds of adversaries of the same tier. In the charge, the swiftest are undoubtedly those of the 8th and 9th tiers. As both sides' 8th and 9th tier cultivators engage, they seamlessly shift to other battlefields, avoiding the 7th tier combatants. For the mere aftermath of their clashes could obliterate ordinary 7th tier cultivators. It is wiser to change battlefields. Welcome to the invasion battlefield. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. All forces advance. Boom! 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 Over 10 million practitioners at the 7th tier, upon mere collision, unleash a cacophony of attacks. Their focus is utterly disregarded. They relentlessly bombard, for in such a battlefield, clarity of target is obscured amidst the chaos of initial impacts. Each practitioner of the 7th tier exhibits an attack speed that can reach millions of strikes per second. In that fleeting moment, the sheer volume of exchanges is unfathomable. The vibrant array of assaults can be blinding, a spectacle of color amidst the clash. Both sides incur damage, yet the inhabitants of the Xianxia world suffer greater losses, with over 1,000 perishing in one fell swoop. In confrontations among 7th tier practitioners, even 50 against 1 will not suffice unless there is a significant disparity in power. It invariably requires time to vanquish an equal. The recovery rate on both sides is astonishingly swift. One must inflict severe damage before the opponent can recuperate. Moreover, if one's comprehension of the rules fails to suppress the adversary's recovery, annihilation becomes impossible. In this realm, The side with superior numbers is more likely to prevail. But reliance solely on numbers is folly. Fortunately, among the multitude of 7th-tier practitioners, the prowess of Chu He ranks supreme, even without revealing his full strength. Fearing dissection by others, his partial display far exceeds that of his peers. The initial clash inflicts no harm upon him. Rather, it presents an opportunity. Like a dagger, he plunges into the heart of the over 200,000 7th-tier transcendent beings, unleashing a terrifying force from within. Seizing the heads of 2 7th-tier practitioners, he delivers a brutal strike, resulting in their immediate obliteration. Yet, he does not relinquish them, transforming into a colossal figure of golden hue. His immense hand crushes them into a sanguine mist, which he further reduces to ashes. In mere seconds, their souls, bodies, and true spirits are violently extinguished. This spectacle leaves his comrades astounded, offering them a newfound perspective on his formidable strength. He embodies both terrifying power and untamed ferocity, daring to engage in combat amidst a throng of over 200,000. Unfazed by the prospect of being vanquished, he boldly enters their midst, brazenly disregarding the onslaught from those around him. He becomes a mobile artillery piece, effortlessly targeting and obliterating individuals, while others find themselves unable to retaliate. In the midst of battle, this entity, if not a mere novice, is destined to become a commander of great renown. The future, barring unforeseen circumstances, is bound to soar. Conversely, while your comrades are left in astonishment, the inhabitants of the expansive realm of Xianxia perceive the invaders as grotesquely powerful. From the outset until now, they have never claimed victory, entirely ensnared in another's rhythm. Being struck while following another's tempo, they find themselves unable to flee and cannot prevail in combat. Contemplating these realities, some have begun to exhibit signs of despair, only to be relentlessly pursued by the Mingtian army. Ding! Squad leader Chu He of Team 91463, upon collision, has eliminated 2 adversaries of equal rank, shattering the enemy's morale. A minor achievement is duly noted. The voice of the Mingtian instrument, capable of recording all occurrences on the battlefield, resonates within your virtual wristband. Upon hearing this, Chu He accelerates his pace of slaughter, invigorated with fervor. His blood pulses with the desire to illuminate and energize his homeland, the Mingtian Dacian world. With fervent zeal, he strikes, delivering powerful blows to his foes. In just over 10 seconds, he has dispatched several adversaries of equal stature, raising his kill count to 5. Witnessing his swift execution, those who have yet to score any kills, some who have not even inflicted damage upon the enemy, begin to feel a sense of urgency. Come on, brothers. Are you capable or not? Charge forth, unleash your might, and employ your most potent techniques. One voice implores. Chu He is dispatching foes at an alarming rate. If we do not act quickly, he will claim all the glory for himself. Don't hold back, old Wang. I'm addressing you. The one who boasted over drinks about a technique that could severely wound a 7th-tier powerhouse. Why delay? Use it now. The least you can do is secure a larger share of the spoils later. All participants unleash their ultimate techniques, over 10 million fervently suppressing more than 200,000. Every strike is directed toward their foes. With each engagement, adversaries either perish or sustain grievous injuries, with the lightest among them already in a severely wounded state. Is there truly no sense of martial ethics among the denizens of the Mingtian Dacian world? Their conduct is more egregious than those 5 ancient figures of law. Over 50 individuals assault a single opponent, resorting to their most desperate measures. You are indeed deserving of scorn, observing the blatant disregard for martial decorum within the Mingtian army. Chu He expresses his indignation on behalf of the valiant 4th. One cannot help but wish for the 4th elder within the simulator to unleash their ultimate techniques, wreaking havoc on the battlefield and vanquishing all foes, delivering a harsh lesson to these adversaries. The entire battle endured for an hour, during which you claimed the lives of several hundred practitioners at the 7th tier of Cultivation, all while deliberately slowing your pace and feigning a semblance of weakness. Had you not restrained yourself, the toll could have been far greater, perhaps ensuring that none would escape unscathed. Chapter 89. The Victory of the Invasion. A time to reap the fruits of triumph. However, while your skirmish at the 7th tier has concluded, the battles at the 8th and 9th tiers persist. The true measure of victory in this war does not rest on the outcomes for your group, or even the 8th tier combatants. but rather hinges upon the prowess of Commander Xianxia and the celestial realm of Xianxia, both exalted ninth-tier entities. Will they emerge victorious? Should they succeed, the invasion will indeed be deemed a triumph. Failure, however, necessitates resorting to alternative measures. For instance, a subtle threat. You would not wish for the greater celestial realm to dispatch more ninth-tier or even 10th-tier beings to eliminate you, would you? Surely, that is an outcome you would prefer to avoid. If you desire to evade such a fate, it would be prudent to surrender and join forces with your 8th-tier cultivators, aligning yourselves with us as noble beings of the mixed heavens. Who knows, perhaps we might even become comrades in arms. Regardless of the circumstances, the world will ultimately be ours, whether through conquest or otherwise, such is the nature of our dominion. Any realm marked by the mixed heavens cannot escape our grasp. Even if current attempts falter, a relentless tide of reinforcements will follow. What? You express dissent? Then perhaps a swift demise is in order, an expedient resolution indeed. As you gaze upon another battlefield, Commander Xianxia, a 9th-tier entity, effortlessly obliterates the vastness of the cosmos with each movement. The scale of destruction is so immense it is measured in light years, encompassing areas spanning tens of thousands of light years. A single light year equates to an astonishing 9.46 trillion kilometers. In contrast, the most formidable strike from Chu He can only reach several billion kilometers, rendering any comparison to such overwhelming force utterly futile. This exemplifies the might of 9th-tier beings. Practitioners above the 8th tier wield power that can decimate entire star systems with a mere gesture, capable of annihilating expanses several light years in radius. One should not underestimate the scope of a single star system. What may appear diminutive is, in truth, staggering. However, one must ponder the sheer capacity of a galaxy to harbor suns. Let us not even consider the vast galaxies spanning several light years. Instead, let us reflect upon the smaller realms. For instance, take the solar system that once cradled you, a diminutive sphere measuring merely 60 astronomical units across. To put this in perspective, 1 light year is equivalent to 60,000 astronomical units. Yet, even within this modest expanse of 60 astronomical units, there exists the potential to accommodate a staggering 270 billion suns. Indeed, that is 200 billion. And how many diminutive spheres, how many planets, can one sun contain? It is capable of enveloping 130,000 such spheres. Now, if we were to calculate 270 billion and 130,000, what would the sum yield? This is merely within the confines of 60 astronomical units. One can scarcely fathom the number of suns and diminutive spheres that might dwell within the vastness of several light years. Yield, for this maneuver, is insurmountable. Should you surrender, I could grant you a place among my celestial legion, elevating you to the status of my deputy, where you would bask in boundless honor. The benefits of our legion surpass your wildest imaginings, offering a future far brighter than your existence within a mere microcosm. Perhaps, through this opportunity, you might ascend to a transcendent existence beyond the 9th tier, relishing an immortal lifespan and achieving eternal glory. In that eventuality, you would traverse the myriad realms at your leisure, indulging in pleasures as you desire. How exquisite this notion is, stirring the very depths of one's spirit. Xianxia, the towering figure of 4 meters, raised his golden sword, infused with an overwhelming force of destruction, as he gazed upon his adversary, Xianxia, who would engage him in battle for what felt like an eternity. It seemed a pity that one who had cultivated their powers for so long would meet their end in such a manner, prompting him to offer a few words of counsel. Impossible. This is my homeland. This is my home. Could you have uttered those words moments ago? Look around, my kin. My family and the remnants of a world torn asunder by war have all vanished. You accursed invaders have obliterated everything I held dear. I demand your demise. With bloodshot eyes, Xianxia could no longer heed the promises of a bright future or the allure of immortality. To him, they were nothing but empty rhetoric. The world he had nurtured for over 100 billion years, all his toil and aspirations, had been reduced to ashes. This was a grievance that transcended mere enmity. Very well, I shall honor your choice. Before my invasion, I have encountered countless beings of your caliber who valiantly resisted to protect their worlds. Such individuals are deserving of my respect. I shall remember you. You may find solace in your conclusion, and I hope that in your next life. You are born into a vast and thriving universe. With a nod, Xianxia's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. yet devoid of guilt. No remorse for the invasion that had obliterated the peaceful lives of so many. Such is the nature of a world rife with destruction. The myriad realms are inherently filled with chaos, invasion, conspiracy, death, and opportunity. Countless souls, in their quest for power, have ventured into this vast cauldron of existence, allowing themselves to be tainted by darkness. If one cannot instigate change, then adaptation is the only recourse. Furthermore, why alter the course when the myriad realms are truly magnificent as they are? With a resounding slash, a golden sword cleaved through the void, its blades stretching across light years, striking the already wounded Xianxia. In an instant, the adversary was severed in twain, the relentless force of annihilation ravaging both body and soul, erasing every trace of existence. Ultimately, only a gaping rift spanning hundreds of thousands of light years lingered in the wake of Xianxia's demise, a testament to the cataclysm that had just transpired. The battle concluded. My dear young warriors, what do you linger for? Hurry forth into the realm of Xianxia to reap the fruits of your hard-won victory, lest they be claimed by others. Chapter 90. The treasures of hundreds of planets. How immensely wealthy I am. Having vanquished the foe, Commander Xianxia turned to face you, a smile gracing his countenance. Upon hearing this, many members of the Mixed Heaven Army, having regained their senses from the recent skirmish, swiftly redirected their gaze towards the realm of Xianxia. Indeed, they discovered numerous figures stealthily breaching the protective barriers of the realm, employing their powers to scan the surroundings with divine intent, seizing whatever treasures they encountered without hesitation, regardless of the rank of the treasures. The imperative was clear: seize as much as possible. However, any spoils exceeding their own levels were to be relinquished to the mightier beings who had exerted greater effort. Without these formidable entities paving the way, the rest would find it impossible to partake in the bounty, let alone savor the fruits of victory. Among them, you were the swiftest to enter. Even while the battle above raged on, you had already begun to conceal your presence, methodically gathering your spoils. First, you collected the treasures from the hundreds of 7th-tier cultivators you had dispatched, stowing them within your inner world before promptly entering the realm of Xianxia to commence your grand scavenging. The realm of Xianxia, classified as a basic mid-tier world, was deemed resource-rich by the Mixed Heaven Army, undoubtedly brimming with wealth and abundance. In the absence of such prodigies, one would not witness the emergence of a 9th-tier powerhouse, accompanied by dozens of 8th-tier and countless 7th-tier beings. Within an ordinary small thousand world, the mightiest beings typically attain around the 8th-tier realm, with perhaps one in several dozen worlds boasting a 9th-tier guardian. Were it not for this, the supreme commander of the 3rd-tier Hunyuan army would not be limited to a solitary 9th-tier individual. It would be prudent to establish several 9th-tier beings for assurance. The Xianxia small thousand world possesses a unique resource known as spirit rice, a name that resonates with familiarity. In truth, this substance is present in numerous realms, including the Tianyin realm, where even the most basic rice consumed by the revered ancestor Chu must be of at least 5th-tier quality. Anything of a lower grade would be unpalatable. What renders this resource particularly exceptional is its abundance in this world. In other realms, even when cultivated in high-grade spiritual fields, an acre yields a maximum of several hundred pounds of spirit rice. However, in this world, named Xianxia, the sun is exceptionally radiant, fostering rapid growth, enriched spiritual energy, and gentle energy. An acre here can produce tens of thousands of pounds of spirit rice, with each grain being roughly the size of a fist and weighing about a pound. Remarkably, cultivation yields can be harvested within mere days, allowing for over 100 harvests in a single year. Each acre can yield several million pounds of spirit rice annually, an unfathomable quantity. An ordinary individual consumes only a pound or two daily, rendering such a bounty incomprehensibly excessive, even for transcendence. Faced with surplus, the only recourse is to refine it into various medicinal pills. The most basic is the Huangya pill, crafted from 1,000 pounds of Huangya rice, capable of endowing an ordinary person with a strength increase of 10,000 pounds. Above this lies the Baiyu pill, derived from Baiyu rice, also requiring 1,000 pounds for its creation. However, a pound of Baiyu rice is worth more than 100 pounds of Huangya rice, and a single pill can elevate an individual to the pinnacle of postnatal strength. Beyond these, there are other creations such as the Zhuling pill, and even those capable of aiding others in comprehending the power of laws, known as Tindi rice. This special rice, which requires the extraction of nutrients and the surrounding powers of the Earth-S rules to cultivate, produces the Tiandi pill that aids in understanding such principles. Given the sheer abundance of resources, it can be said that the Xianxia small thousand world is teeming with innate power, where masters are as commonplace as dogs, and grandmasters are relegated to the role of mere pups. Yet, regardless of the extraordinary wealth of this world, it bears no relevance to the indigenous inhabitants of the Xianxia small thousand world. Oh dear, it is truly overwhelming. Amidst fields brimming with spirit rice, a single gesture can harvest all grades of spirit rice in quantities of millions or even billions of pounds. However, your primary focus remains on those celestial resources, which serve as your cultivation provisions for the future. This harvest spanned over a day, gradually coming to a halt. Yet, during this single day, the faces of all members of the Mixed Heaven Army radiated with brilliant smiles, brimming with joy. The bountiful yield was unmistakable. This wave of harvest ensured that everyone present would not have to worry about resources for the next several millennia, allowing them to cultivate with peace of mind. This is also the reason why most of them must surrender a portion of their gains. Otherwise, they could remain untroubled for hundreds of thousands of years. A resource-rich minor world like this is capable of sustaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators at or above the 7th tier, enabling them to engage in cultivation for billions of years or even longer. Given the abundance of resources, it is quite reasonable and should not be a source of astonishment. This is precisely why you chose to join the Mixed Heaven Army, as the wealth here could directly resolve cultivation issues for tens of thousands of years in one fell swoop, especially for you, due to not having to surrender and having eliminated so many. Reaped the greatest rewards. Cultivation resources sufficient for millions or even tens of millions of years were directly acquired in one go. Most crucially, the endeavor bore minimal risk. According to the calculations of the intelligent life form within the virtual wristband, this battle lasted just over an hour from beginning to end. Remarkably, the casualties on their side numbered only a little over 100. Indeed, it was merely a little over 100 individuals. Over 10 million had vanquished more than 200,000 adversaries of equal rank, yet the entire battle resulted in only a handful of unfortunate casualties. With a ratio of 50 combatants to 1, even sustaining such losses is a difficult concept to accept. In contrast, the casualty rates from wars in the countries of your previous world averaged around 10%. What does that make the ratio of 100 individuals to 10 million? A casualty rate of 1 in 100,000. To have such minimal risk paired with substantial gains, one would have to be foolish not to join. Regrettably, one can only lament not having joined the Mixed Heaven Army sooner. This simulation of the 8th tier has been secured. As number 4, Chu He gazed upon his inner world, filled with treasures from hundreds of planets. He marveled at his remarkable wealth. Most of these resources may not be of use to him, but if taken back to his family, they could potentially empower his descendants to attain the primordial spirit form. Chapter 91 reveals that there are indeed subsequent benefits, leading to the comprehension of numerous rules. Previously, during his first simulation, treasures of the caliber of the Earth's sovereign lotus were regarded as priceless. Yet now they lay amidst the vast array of treasures from these hundreds of planetary bodies, appearing less significant than mere weeds. A casual glance requires a quantification of billions to adequately describe the sheer volume. It truly is a matter of wanting as much as one desires, carelessly tossing it on the floor without a second thought. The reason is simple. It is deemed too tiresome. Brother Chu, returning to the military camp. This journey has indeed been remarkably profitable. This time, I might just manage to break through to the pinnacle of the 7th tier, should fortune favor me. I could effortlessly ascend to the 8th tier. In that case, I would become the commander of the Mixed Heaven Army. How delightful it is to envision. Upon witnessing you examining the treasures, I immediately approached, my face adorned with a smile as radiant as yours. Yet, there was a hint of flattery within that smile. I wish you a smooth breakthrough. Your prowess left our entire group astounded. With your demonstrated combat strength and this recent harvest, it is likely that you will achieve a breakthrough in no time. In the future, there's a significant possibility of reaching the 9th tier, commanding a Mixed Heaven Legion. At that point, I shall come to your side for sustenance, and you must not utter a word of reluctance. That would be unthinkable. I, old ancestor Chu, am not of such character. Chu He shook his head. Though his integrity may be questionable, he is not so low as to act in such a manner. At least, he believes so. If you render him even the slightest favor, he would not reciprocate with an overwhelming gesture, at most returning a basket of water. Yet, is that not sufficient? It is certainly better than those who, despite your assistance, turn against you like ungrateful wolves. After conversing with Yi Tian for a while longer, you both entered the celestial warship, commencing your journey homeward. Following the battle, having acquired the desired spoils, there is no need to linger in this minor world any longer. It will soon be managed by the inhabitants of the vast, mixed heaven world. Take note, upon receiving this minor world, it shall remain connected to you. The mixed heaven world will assist in managing it, indeed, aiding you in its governance. A minor world is akin to a sustainably exploitable treasure trove. What you gather is merely the surface gold and silver, while much remains untapped within. Subsequently, as celestial materials and treasures are cultivated here, numerous sustainable revenues will arise. The mixed heaven world managing these revenues will claim over 70%. Of the remaining 30%, 15% will be allocated to the 9th-tier entities, while another 15% will be distributed among the numerous 8th-tier cultivators. The final portion, half of it, will be shared among the many 7th-tier powerhouses. The more effort one exerts, the greater the share one occupies. If divided into 10 million portions, you would secure at least 1,000 shares. That equates to 1/10,000th. Regardless of how many extraordinary treasures may emerge in the vast world of Xianxia, one is entitled to a mere fraction of 1/10,000th. While this may seem minuscule, when projected over an expanse of millions, billions, or even hundreds of billions of years, the bounty amassed will not pale in comparison to what one currently collects. Even if one were to cease to exist, future generations, descendants of yours, would still reap the benefits. Even if they were disinterested, this share could be liquidated, attracting a multitude of eager buyers willing to pay a handsome price. The advantages of this are too numerous to articulate. Those who understand, comprehend. Are the inhabitants of the chaotic world so generous? Is the invasion of realms truly so exhilarating? Beyond the initial plunder, there exists a stream of residual income. And in comparison to your endeavors, my own harvesting appears rather ruthless. The revelation of this subsequent income astonished Chu He. He had previously been unfazed by the wealth he had amassed. However, this new realization struck him with awe, as he had never contemplated such prospects, evoking a sense of shame within him. The silent derision is indeed the most lethal. Perhaps, in the next simulation, we ought to advise the fifth to temper his harvesting approach, reducing it by a mere 1%. Upon returning to the chaotic military camp, all members immediately commence their training, striving to exhaust their recent acquisitions in the shortest time possible, preparing for the impending invasion. Within the camp exists a time training chamber, where the pace of time is significantly slower than that of the outside world. A century spent within may equate to just a day passing outside. Therein, one can swiftly assimilate their gains, albeit at a somewhat steep cost. Most are reluctant to indulge. However, now that you are a man of means, spending this modest sum to accelerate your ascent to the 8th tier seems a worthy investment. In truth, you also possess the ability to manipulate the power of time, allowing you to slow the temporal flow around you. Yet, doing so would saturate the environment with temporal forces, expelling the influence of other rules, which would drastically hinder your comprehension of those rules, rendering your efforts less effective. Only within the time training chambers crafted by the mightiest can one train without the exclusion of other rule powers, allowing for a holistic perception. On the first day of training, while a single day passed outside, you experienced a full century within the chamber. After expending a substantial amount of resources, by the end of that first year, you successfully grasped the principles of the rule of thunder, integrating it into your internal world, thereby birthing the concept of thunder for the very first time within. Within the inner world, a multitude of intelligent beings, akin to humanity, yet towering several times larger, gazed skyward in perplexity. Suddenly, a cacophony of purple lightning erupted, crackling ominously, filling their eyes with terror as they hastily retreated into a cave, trembling in fear. Having successfully comprehended the principles of thunder, you acquired several videos elucidating the rules of devouring, alongside an array of thousands of diverse rule comprehension materials. Additionally, you obtained numerous treasures that significantly enhanced your understanding, propelling your insight to a level comparable to that of prodigious geniuses. In the second year, after expending resources conducive to the understanding of rules, you mastered the devouring principle. By the third year, you had directly grasped the mid-level principle of devouring. In the fifth year, you successfully apprehended the mid-level principle of destruction. By the 7th year, you had mastered the mid-level principle of ice. In the 10th year, you triumphed in mastering the upper-level principle of the 5 elements, while simultaneously assimilating the 3 remaining lower-level principles: earth, wood, and metal. In Chapter 92, you commanded over 2,000 grand principles, constructing a world entirely composed of culinary delights. Over the course of a century, you grasped the powers of dozens of principles, augmenting your previously acquired knowledge to exceed 100. Even the most mundane of these powers would require those with inherently greater talents millennia to master, collectively taking tens of millions of years or more. Yet, you accomplished this feat in an astonishingly brief period, underscoring the vast disparity between resourceful cultivation and that which is devoid of resources. One path is akin to a slow walk, while the other is a rocket soaring into the heavens, rendering comparison futile. Although merely acquiring an additional rules power might not yield a substantial increase in strength, the sheer multitude of over 100 rule powers at your disposal has significantly enhanced your capabilities. The inner world has been greatly refined, leading to a notable qualitative transformation in your strength, amplifying it by more than tenfold. Now, in your normal combat state, by harnessing the power of your inner world, you could obliterate an expanse of hundreds of billions of kilometers with a single strike, while utilizing the rules of your body could annihilate vast stretches of several thousand billion kilometers. Your progress in strength is commendable. In the time training chamber, as you sense the augmentation of your abilities, a profound satisfaction enveloped you. You wholeheartedly endorsed your decision to join the Celestial Army, as your power had surged tenfold in just a few years. What further advancements awaited you? Continuing your comprehension, you noted that the Celestial Army typically engages in an invasion battle approximately every 1 to 200 years, affording you ample time for further cultivation. Digesting all these treasures, the power of the rules I comprehend could reach at least 2,000. When the time comes, I shall invade several worlds successfully and transcend into the 8th stage of the heaven and earth realm. It is simply within my grasp. The 7th stage, referred to by the 4th Chu He as the void realm, transitions into the 8th stage, wherein the internal world becomes complete, evolving into a perfect cosmos, which is known as the heaven and earth realm. With my eyes closed, an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures once again accumulated around me, forming mountains of riches in my vicinity. Should this scene be witnessed by others from the Mixed Heavens Army, their eyes would surely burn with envy and jealousy. Although they have also reaped considerable gains in this invasion, they would not dare to cultivate so extravagantly, as the wastage would be too great. Such a method of cultivation cannot be sustained for long, or they would face bankruptcy. Everyone knows this accelerated pace of cultivation far surpasses the norm, yet most are incapable of achieving it. Not everyone possesses the terrifying combat prowess you display. Having vanquished hundreds of adversaries of equal standing and being among the first to collect spoils, you are replete with wealth. In this inaugural battle of invasion, you have managed to gather resources almost sufficient to ascend to a higher realm. This particular bout of cultivation, lasting approximately 10,000 years, is one where not a single moment is squandered. Save for the occasional preparation of meals from the flesh of your few slaves and the beasts nurtured within your internal world. This represents the longest duration of sustained cultivation since your birth. For whom is all this effort directed? Naturally, it is for your corporeal self, languishing outside in a state of idle existence. Otherwise, why would you toil so diligently in your cultivation? At your level, what pleasures remain unachievable? Is it truly necessary to strive for a higher state? You wish to experience every new endeavor to the point of exclaiming your expertise. Chu He, Hockey 4. So you've been so considerate of me? Your relentless pursuit of cultivation is all for my sake? Suddenly moved, yet questioning the rationale behind it. There is none. I hardly believe you. Do you think I do not understand you? I know you better than you know yourself. We share the same disposition. Your fervent training stems merely from a desire to rise above others, to stand at the pinnacle as the supreme being. When you were weaker than others, you were more obedient than anyone. Now that you are stronger, you exhibit arrogance beyond all measure. Such a character, in another's narrative, would be the quintessential villain. Ha ha. Ha. Wouldn't you agree, old four? Having nearly mastered 2,163 rules of power, along with successfully comprehending 49 higher-level rules, I find myself only a few minor middle and lower-level rules away from completion. The realm within me now stands in stark contrast to those complete worlds, with disparities only in the finer details. Once I assimilate these remaining elements, I shall transcend into a truly authentic existence, and my strength will undergo a remarkable transformation. Yet, even in their absence, I have already experienced a significant evolution in my power. As I rise to my feet, contemplating how many versions of myself a single punch could vanquish, I exit the time training chamber and bask in the brilliance of the sunlight, instinctively squinting my eyes. After toiling for so long, I decide to indulge in a meal and unwind. Without hesitation, having just exhausted all my resources in training, I prepare to seek enjoyment at a destination I have yearned for throughout the millennia. This place I long to visit is the food spirit's myriad worlds, a gathering of exquisite culinary delights. This extraordinary realm was serendipitously discovered by the formidable beings of the mixed heaven great thousand world, though they were not the sole discoverers. Another ancient god from a different great world was also involved, and the two realms clashed more than once in a fierce battle over the rights to this world, reaching no less than the 13th tier of conflict. Many believed a full-scale eruption was imminent. However, the absence of a 14th tier powerhouse prevented a complete explosion. The intense competition for this world arose from its innate design for those who revel in gastronomy, with the entire realm composed of delectable food. Houses are fashioned from chocolate biscuits, rooftops adorned with candy, fountains gush forth with delightful spirit drinks, and islands, continents, and planets are all made of culinary wonders. Even the very air we breathe is sweet and fragrant. The entire gastronomic universe can be likened to an enormous, oversized donut. Should you possess formidable strength, you could venture forth and take a bite, an experience sure to astound your senses. Within that single bite lies a myriad of exquisite flavors, a supreme amalgamation encompassing trillions of taste sensations, millions upon millions of distinct flavors. Chapter 93. The Culinary Planet. 2,000 individuals against one. The excitement I felt upon discovering this world was indescribable, as it aligned perfectly with my culinary cravings, boasting countless trillions upon trillions of different delicacies. This is truly a paradise of gastronomy. In the vast expanse of the multiverse, how could such a flawless world exist? How could it attain such perfection? Actually, had you not once envisioned such a world, you might have intended to shape your inner realm in this manner. However, your inner world has now largely taken form. It is a world that is ordinary and unremarkable, one that cannot be whimsically altered at will, despite being the master of this world, capable of making it evolve according to your desires. Yet, the state of the world reflects your own strength. Should you haphazardly transform it into something worse, your own power would inevitably diminish. With the aid of the spatial array, you swiftly arrived in the culinary realm of myriad worlds, where your eyes beheld a series of sci-fi cities constructed entirely of delectable dishes, each a gastronomic planet in its own right. Across the vast expanse of this boundless universe, countless culinary masters, numbering in the trillions and billions, serve exquisite delicacies to the throngs of visitors on various specialized chef planets. Every day, innumerable grand culinary competitions are held here. Exotic and extraordinary beasts are presented on dining tables, where even the so-called dragon and phoenix tribes rank merely as average delicacies. Hardly noteworthy. Upon witnessing this spectacle, your mouth watered uncontrollably. Without hesitation, you spent a sum that was not overly extravagant yet not particularly modest, purchasing a ticket to indulge in the culinary delights of the gastronomic planets. The culinary realm is a specially developed gastronomic tourism destination within the boundless universe, catering to an endless stream of visitors each day. Different types of tickets afford varying experiences. Ordinary visitors simply savor the culinary offerings on chef planets, while special tickets, such as those for the culinary island feast, hint at their unique purpose. This gastronomic realm boasts numerous uninhabited culinary islands. Upon discovering one, you can open your mouth wide and consume it whole. There are no limits to how much you can eat, and as you devour the myriad flavors within each culinary island, they burst in your mouth like juice. It can be described as the epitome of exquisite taste. This is merely the most basic ticket for the culinary islands. You have purchased a ticket for the mid to high tier gastronomic planets, allowing you to feast freely on each culinary sphere. There are even tickets for gastronomic star systems, but those are beyond your financial reach, far too expensive for your means. Indulgence in food ranks foremost among pleasures, as the cost of enjoying fine cuisine often surpasses that of all other vices combined. Arriving at a deserted cluster of planets, You harness your own body of rules, transforming yourself into a colossal golden figure towering 10 million miles high, gazing at culinary planets scarcely larger than glass orbs, and some culinary stars no bigger than your palm. You grasp hundreds of culinary planets with a single swipe, with the fruits of the earth in your mouth. Eyes gently closed, you savor the exquisite flavors with patience. Oranges, tangerines, bananas, pineapples, watermelons, an infinite array of fruit flavors, fish, shrimp, crabs, octopuses, seaweed, and countless varieties of seafood, numbering in the millions. Deer, sheep, cattle, pigs, mushrooms, medicinal herbs, millions of mountain delicacies from creatures that soar above, tread the ground, swim in the waters, and sprout beneath the earth, all presenting an array of delectable tastes. They meld together in your mouth in a harmonious manner that is not at all jarring, but rather exquisitely gentle. This is the flavor. From this moment forth, one more dish has been added to the repertoire of your life. The previous one being the purple thunderfish shrimp. Now, another addition, the culinary planet, which you can share with friends when dining together. Each bite encompasses hundreds of tiny celestial spheres. Indulging in this feast feels as if you were consuming delicacies for nearly a century, with the total number of culinary spheres consumed best described in billions. The expenses for all the tickets have long since been recouped, yet your appetite remains insatiable, truly insatiable. If it were possible, you would wish to linger in this gentle haven for eternity. Alas, the onset of another invasion war is imminent. After indulging in these hundreds of culinary spheres, you receive orders from the camp of the Hungtian army. Commander Xianxia has commanded all personnel to return to the barracks within a day, for they have discovered a new minor realm. This nascent world, designated by the Hungtian army as the Nine Heavens Minor World, bears no special significance other than its division into 9 layers. There exist no 9th-tier entities, only a few 8th-tier beings and thousands of 7th-tier minions. The resources appear rather scarce. Otherwise, there would not be such a limited population. You have little desire to venture into this world, as it offers scant rewards, appealing only to the Hungtian army. Yet, military orders are not to be defied, and your purse is painfully empty, necessitating a replenishment of resources. Hence, you proceed. This time, as the invasion begins, there is no initial bombardment from the myriad celestial warships, for that would be excessively cruel, given the mere thousands of 7th-tier foes. A single volley from the thousands of celestial ships could annihilate hundreds of thousands. Why would they even bother? Will they come merely to face you? However, even without the artillery support from the celestial warships, the overwhelming force of millions confronting a mere few thousand results in a crushing victory. Remarkably, not a single soul perishes in this encounter. With 2,000 combatants for every one of them, each person merely executes one strike, and the opposing force vanishes without you having the chance to launch a second attack. Thus, the battle concludes. In such a dire situation, should there be any casualties, Commander Xianxia would promptly initiate a thorough investigation into the entire 3rd-grade Mixed Sky Army. The notion that someone might perish under these circumstances suggests the insidious intent of individuals seeking to embezzle compensation funds. It is utterly disgraceful. A throng of 2,000 ganging up on a solitary individual is beyond reprehensible. Even I, who am typically indifferent, cannot stand by and witness such brutality. It is imperative that you conduct yourselves with a modicum of humanity. Your excessive caution is unwarranted. The mere thought of over 2,000 individuals assaulting a single person causes a shudder to run down Chu He's spine, a grimace tugging at the corners of his mouth. Such savagery. In Chapter 94, one must charge forth towards the 8th level of the heavenly realm and grasp all the rules successfully. In such a fierce confrontation, you dare not replicate your previous exploits of vanquishing hundreds of equally ranked adversaries alone. Last time, amidst a multitude of hundreds of thousands, eliminating a few hundred was significant yet not overly offensive. However, this time, with only a few thousand opponents, you claimed a 10th of the total monsters. You are bound to offend everyone. While you may not fear these 7th-tier insects, your trepidation should lie in the strong entities lurking behind them, their connections weaving a complex web. At that moment, these insects may transform into allies, and if they harbor resentment against you during critical junctures, the repercussions could be dire. Does the 4th also fear the machinations of capital? Thus, this time you have only dispatched a dozen foes. Yet the treasures acquired are far inferior to those from your last encounter. Nonetheless, they suffice to enhance your mastery of over 100 rules of power, which is commendable. You are advancing closer to the 8th level of the heavenly realm. The battles come swiftly and depart just as rapidly. After concluding the skirmish, you return to the military camp in tandem with the celestial warships, continuing your cultivation while awaiting the next conflict. 2 centuries hence, the Third Invasion War will target a mid-tier small world, comparable to the Xianxia small world, albeit lacking in abundant resources. No 9th-tier entities have emerged. Only a handful of 8th-tier beings and over 100,000 7th-tier cultivators, all of whom you shall deal with. Commander Xianxia has yet to lift a finger. Yet after each invasion, the opposing side insists on claiming the lion's share of the spoils, which is non-negotiable. Although the presence of the opposing side appears negligible, everyone is willing to concede this portion of the harvest, for Commander Xianxia represents a safety net. Without their involvement, you would not dare to invade the small world so recklessly, fearing that after several incursions, you might encounter a formidable adversary, leading to utter annihilation. Of those hundreds of thousands of adversaries, you have eliminated over 100, and it is through their defeat that you have finally gathered the remaining resources needed to attain the last 1,000 units of rule power. In essence, you are on the verge of a breakthrough to ascend to the 8th level of the heavenly realm. You have spent nearly 20,000 years ascending from the 6th realm to the 7th. However, upon entering the higher echelons of the grand cosmos, your transition from the 7th realm to the 8th appears to have taken merely a few hundred years. The contrast between tens of thousands of years and mere hundreds is staggering, a difference of nearly 100-fold. While others tend to experience a deceleration in their progression as they advance, your journey has paradoxically accelerated with each step forward. This phenomenon of reverse acceleration has emerged. Yet, this swift progression is not devoid of rationality. It is a result of your relentless efforts. Having vanquished nearly 1,000 practitioners of equivalent rank and appropriating their resources for your own advancement, such is the foundation of your remarkable cultivation speed. In contrast, others may require dozens or even hundreds of individuals to collectively confront a single adversary of similar strength, often needing countless incursions to amass the necessary resources. Without hesitation, you, designated as number 4, entered the time training chamber, embarking on an accelerated cultivation journey aimed at mastering dozens of rules within a century. In just over 1,000 years, you have attained an astonishing command over 2,999 rules, standing merely one step away from the coveted milestone of 3,000. In a realm enveloped in a silvery void of temporal space, you sit upon a meditation cushion conducive to the enhancement of enlightenment. Your focus is directed towards the final rule, the rule of fusion, which serve to harmonize and connect various elements, akin to the grafting of plants, a form of integration, if you will. Such a rule is seldom observed in the fabric of reality, rarely utilized, and devoid of offensive capabilities or unique attributes, relegating it to the category of a lower-tier rule. When individuals across the myriad realms reach the threshold of understanding rules, this particular rule is often disregarded, deemed utterly beneath consideration. To pursue the comprehension of the rule of fusion is to invite disgrace upon oneself within the realms, marking one as a denizen of the proverbial sewer of such a tier. However, upon attaining the understanding of 3,000 rules within this elevated realm, the mastery of this rule becomes imperative, serving as the final piece to be grasped. This necessity arises from the fact that upon successfully comprehending the rule of fusion, the loosely interwoven forces of the world will begin to interlink seamlessly, much like cogs in a mechanism. This precise interlocking will transform these rules into a cohesive entity, allowing the world to transition from a state of incompleteness to one of true wholeness. Such is the nature of this profound transformation. Pause. Amidst a resonant hum, the fourth Chu He has successfully mastered the lower-tier rule of fusion within the vast expanse of its inner world. Now grown to a size of trillions of miles, a violent tremor ensued. Thunder roared in the heavens, flames raged, the ocean howled, and the earth quaked. The world rejoiced. The impending breakthrough to the next realm elicited joy throughout the cosmos. Your emotions and actions resonate profoundly, influencing the entire operation of your inner world. Sorrow begets sorrow, while joy breeds joy. All manifestations of power, forged from the rules, became even more potent upon the fusion of these rules. The sun, a symbol of brilliance in the sky, grew larger, its luminosity and warmth intensifying. The boundless sea of stars expanded wildly, due to the void and spatial rules. Becoming infinitely vast, the earth too thickened and expanded. The world was in a frenzy of expansion, each passing moment. The fourth Chu He felt its inner world swell to nearly double its previous size. In mere minutes, the world had grown exponentially larger than it was before the breakthrough. After 1 hour, the inner world had become a staggering 10,000 times more immense. Not merely in area, but in overall magnitude. Chapter 95. Is this the trial you present to me, Captain? Who could withstand such a test? Yet, even after expanding 10,000 times, the acceleration of this growth had only just begun. The breakthrough to a higher realm significantly enhances one's power, as previously stated. The disparity in strength increases with each subsequent level. The leap from a 6th to the 7th realm alone presents a difference of millions of times. And the gap from a 7th to the 8th realm is even more profound. The sheer duration spent expanding the inner world consumed several days, expanding its area to dozens of light years. It eventually began to stabilize. A light year's diameter equals approximately 9.46 trillion miles. Thus, dozens of light years translate to a diameter in the hundreds of trillions of miles, equivalent to an unimaginable number of solar systems. Such is the power of the 8th tier, truly invincible, a genuine sensation of omnipotence. Without employing any elaborate techniques, a mere fundamental strike can obliterate the void within dozens of light years. A single gaze can pierce through hundreds of light years of space, eliminating even the most elite practitioners of the 7th tier. A casual move can annihilate countless celestial realms. If I were to unveil my inner world without restraint, my opponents would simply be unable to bear its weight. Because his world cannot encompass someone greater than himself, how can one truly contain another who surpasses them? A smile, unprecedented and radiant. He raised his hand, yearning to unleash an attack upon the temporal training chamber before him. If only there were room to execute such a move. He felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through him, eager to return to the battlefield and contribute fiercely to his homeland in the vast expanse of the universe. Yet, he retained his composure. After all, this laboratory was military property, and any damage would incur a cost he could not afford, not a single penny. Unless he resorted to selling his blood, achieving the 8th tier of power, while still a mere speck in the grand scheme of the universe, positioned him as a pillar within the ranks of the Xianxia army and the transit stations beyond. Here, he could establish a foothold, even form a small faction. With a respectable status, attaining the rank of captain would grant him control over the lives of thousands of 7th-tier cultivators. Should he ascend further to the role of vice commander, he would wield authority over hundreds of captains, thereby determining the fates of millions of 7th-tier warriors. In this 3rd-tier Xianxia army, such a position would render him second only to the highest authority. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. No longer did Chu He wish to remain a mere bystander. His relentless training and striving were all aimed at becoming the most formidable. Even though being a captain might seem illustrious to the protagonists of smaller realms and his subordinates, it still relegated him to the status of a minor character among minor characters. The existence of countless individuals more powerful than himself across the myriad realms was simply unacceptable. Upon exiting the temporal training chamber, he promptly made his way to the military center, registering his newfound strength. Following a series of rigorous evaluations, it was confirmed that he had indeed broken through to the 8th tier, amidst the congratulations and accolades of those present. Once the information reached Commander Xianxia and received his approval, his status within the Xianxia army was officially updated to that of captain. He re-established a new battalion, announcing the expansion of this 3rd-tier Xianxia army to the outside world, with a recruitment target of 10,000. First come, first served. As soon as the news spread, millions flocked to register. Within mere seconds, the expansion announcement for the D-365th 3rd-tier Xianxia army was swiftly retracted, fearing that any delay would result in an overwhelming influx of applications, complicating the selection process. In a vast expanse of the Mixed Heaven realm, the Mixed Heaven army is highly sought after due to its generous benefits, attracting countless aspirants with each expansion. Your own entry into this esteemed organization was facilitated by your breakthrough in cultivating an internal world, allowing you to effortlessly ascend to the position of a squad leader upon arrival. My gratitude extends to the Tianyin cultivation system and the rudimentary theories of earth, water, wind, and fire from my previous life. Had the fourth one not employed the method of internal world breakthroughs, opting instead for alternative paths, he might still be lingering within the celestial transit station, unable to attain the identity of a mixed heaven inhabitant. This would have barred him from entering the mixed heaven army and accessing its abundant resources, consequently hindering his rapid ascent to the 8th tier of cultivation, limiting him to merely mastering a few additional rules of power since his initial entry into the myriad realms. Fortuitously, at this moment, Chu He feels a genuine sense of gratitude for practicing the Tianyan system, as the establishment of his internal world not only offers numerous advantages to his simulated self, but also significantly aids his future breakthroughs into higher realms, underscoring the importance of solid foundations. This is a principle well understood by many protagonists in novels, and as one who considers himself a fortunate protagonist and a top-tier transcendent among future travelers, he comprehends this truth fully. Among the several million applicants eager to join, your primary task in the coming days will be to review their resumes and select those who impress you for inclusion. Interestingly, amidst this process, unexpected delights may arise, which need not be elaborated upon for those in the know. Securing a position in such a highly rewarding role necessitates offering something of worth. It is essential for the future captain to undergo a measure of scrutiny, a necessity in ensuring their capability. High-level treasures, which many of these young aspirants may not fully grasp, should be presented to me, their elder, for assessment, which is only fitting. Should you choose not to present anything, it would bear no consequence. The fourth Chu He would not hold it against you, but fairness and impartiality would prevail. However, during this delightful process, some rather amusing incidents occurred, including one practitioner recently ascended to the 7th tier within the mixed heaven realm who expressed a desire to join the mixed heaven army. His name appears to be Xianxia. Despite his understanding of social niceties, he was unfortunately impoverished, having just advanced and possessing few commendable treasures. He surprisingly offered only a peak 6th tier treasure for my appraisal. At that moment, I was tempted to retort, "You wish to engage my services with such a meager offering? You dare to test an 8th tier powerhouse with a 6th tier artifact? What captain could withstand such an evaluation?" However, the mere act of presenting a treasure, regardless of its rank, signifies that the individual aligns with your preferences. It is merely a temporary state of financial constraint. Once this person encounters a few battles of invasion and accumulates wealth, it is likely they will provide you with further surprises. Poverty is inconsequential. What truly matters is their compatibility with your ideals. Your newly established team is lacking in talent, and it is evident that this individual possesses such qualities. Thus, you're inclined to offer them an opportunity. With a decisive gesture and the imprint of your seal, you impartially grant them permission to join your ranks. Chapter 96. Am I truly a thankless person? Giving back to the heavenly cloud realm. Your ethos is firmly rooted in fairness and justice. After concluding the recruitment process and having yet to discover the next minor celestial world, the fourth Chu He, following a convivial gathering with former colleagues and subordinates, chose to depart from the military camp. Although he longed to visit the culinary and tourism realm, the absence of his descendants for an extended period weighed on his heart. The fourth Chu He harbored a sense of nostalgia. Previously lost, and without means to return to the heavenly cloud realm, he could only reminisce. Yet now, having transcended to the 8th tier and mastered a formidable power of higher order rules, specifically the power of causality, he could discern the whereabouts of any person, object, or event linked to him, provided their strength did not far exceed his own. Through the threads of causality, he could orchestrate remarkable feats unbeknownst to them, manipulating their fate at will. With this rule-based power and newfound strength, the prospect of returning to the heavenly cloud realm was within easy grasp, devoid of any challenge. Before his departure, however, he utilized some of his cultivation resources to procure supplies from a renowned commercial realm adjacent to the mixed heaven Great Thousand World. Do not inquire about these resources. They are not the result of depletion, but rather gifts from colleagues congratulating him on his ascension to the 8th tier. As an 8th tier powerhouse, the gifts bestowed upon him far surpass the value of countless 7th tier items, let alone the treasures belonging to mere 5th or 6th tier beings. The quantities he purchased could only be measured in planetary scales, drawing forth treasures from the mystical realms of the cosmos. To commence, he acquired a secret realm akin to 10,000 planetary sizes, brimming with a plethora of 1st to 6th tier treasures designed to enhance cultivation, bolster willpower, strengthen the soul, and elevate innate talents, each variety abundant within. The genetic elixir of the sci-fi realm possesses the extraordinary capability of elevating an individual to the esteemed fourth order of power, thereby intertwining with the forces of regulation. This premier genetic concoction shall initially be procured in the staggering quantity of 10 billion vials. Although the current familial membership may only number in the millions, expansion is inevitable. The surplus will be securely stored within the family treasury, as these elixirs boast an impressively lengthy shelf life and will not deteriorate. As for the magical potions of the fantastical realm, an abundance shall be acquired without restraint. The arrival of such regional specialties will certainly delight the younger generation. Upon witnessing the countless treasures within the realm of his own body, the fourth order Chu He beamed with a radiant smile. Despite the sheer volume of these treasures, only a minuscule fraction has been utilized. These resources represent merely the lower tiers of cultivation, lacking substantial value. Mastering a minor thousand world allows for a harvest at regular intervals, enabling one to amass these treasures for storage. Even with a millennium between each harvest, the vast inventory accumulated from the myriad worlds within the cosmic realm is boundless. This influx has significantly reduced the prices of rare materials in this area. It is rumored that a faction possessing hundreds of medium thousand worlds, alongside innumerable minor thousand world plantations, is comprised of descendants from formidable beings within the cosmic realm. They boldly proclaim their intent to lower the prices of seventh-order rare materials, ensuring accessibility for all, with aspirations to elevate the average strength of every inhabitant in the cosmic realm. Chu He mused, what constitutes grand vision? This is it. Do you comprehend? The ambition to reduce the prices of rare materials reflects remarkable vision. The truly valuable entities are those worlds capable of cultivating rare materials. Such worlds possess greater worth, as rare materials are consumables, while the worlds that produce them are the true instruments of creation. However, ordinary worlds lack significant value, particularly the minor worlds, which are limited in size and yield. Even if they were to cultivate rare materials, their output would be minimal, and due to the atmospheric spirit energy, they cannot produce anything above the lower tier of rare materials. The prices of even lesser rare materials have plummeted, leaving one to question the worth of the tools that produce them. Therefore, while traversing through the marketplace, upon discovering a shop offering minor worlds at a significant discount of 30%, you seize the opportunity to acquire 100 minor worlds, each approximately 10 times the size of the Tianyan realm, along with 10 sources of minor worlds intending to give back to your second homeland, the Tianyan realm. He is certainly not a heartless individual. Indeed, after completing all of this, you began your journey back through the spatial formation to the original multiverse transit station, and then departed from there. Following the threads of causality, you made your way to the Tianyan realm. The journey from the Beast Bloodline world to this place took over a century, yet this time, you reached the Beast Bloodline world in less than a day. No longer would you have to traverse the vast emptiness of the multiverse, potentially sacrificing most of your lifespan wandering in the dark solitude of the void. That would be utterly tragic. I have returned. Outside the barrier of the Tianyan realm, Number 4 Chu He gazed at the world barrier radiating a blue glow, his eyes filled with warmth and a sense of reassurance. Returning to his home, a place where he had lived for tens of thousands of years, how could he not feel a deep connection? Here, he was invincible. He could crush anyone he desired, do anything he wished, in the mixed heaven and great thousand world. However, he was merely a minor character, slightly elevated above the ordinary, who could be easily dispatched by others without anyone caring. Could this not bring comfort? It was time to give the indigenous beings of the lower realm a taste of the upper realm's might. With a few chuckles, no. For Chu He released the 9 true dragons of the 7th tier from his inner world, each stretching over 100,000 miles, pulling along a magnificent palace of purple gold behind him. This palace, larger than a 1,000,000-mile wide emanated an unparalleled aura of suppression, dominating the surrounding void of the multiverse. It could be described as an ultimate artifact of ostentation. Though Number 4 Chu He did not intend to show off upon returning to the Tianyan realm, as there was no necessity to flaunt before ordinary individuals who were ignorant of the Great Thousand World. The palace had been created and he had arrived. Thus, a modest display was in order. Even if he could not impress the common folk, he could certainly dazzle his own descendants. It was time for these young ones, whom he had not seen for centuries, to witness just how formidable their ancestor truly was. For he was indeed a significant figure even in the mixed heaven and great thousand world. Without needing to lift a finger, The 9 true dragons of the 7th tier shattered the barrier of the heavens, pulling the purple gold palace into the Tianyan realm, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. As soon as they entered, this aura enveloped the entire Tianyan realm, prompting all beings and cultivators to look up at the sky in astonishment. Due to the colossal size of the 9 true dragons, they could be seen from any angle, and upon witnessing such a magnificent creature, all martial practitioners of the heavenly cloud realm instinctively gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. What manner of being is this? How can it be so immense? Reminiscent of a flood dragon? Flood dragons, you say? Aren't they all mere sustenance for the Chu family now? Moreover, I have encountered flood dragons before, their sizes merely reaching several thousand or even 10,000 zhang. Yet these 9, each one nearly rivaling the size of an ancient star. And you dare compare them to flood dragons? Perhaps this is the supreme realm those flood dragons have long yearned for, the unparalleled bloodline, the legendary true dragons. A state of existence that even the law manifestation cannot attain. I am curious to know where they originated. Do such creatures exist in our world? I cannot say. Do not inquire of me. The only certainty I possess is that if these are indeed true dragons, the Chu family may face doom. For they feast upon flood dragons daily. Doom, you say? You suggest these true dragons may be beings beyond law manifestation? Then I could argue that the ancestor of the Chu family is also beyond such a realm. Let's not forget the terrifying aura that emanated from the Chu family centuries ago. Was that aura something a law manifestation could possess? In recent centuries, we have witnessed the aura of beings at the law manifestation level during their breakthroughs. Could it be that these 9 true dragons were nurtured by the ancestor of the Chu family? What do you mean? Behind these 9 true dragons, a purple golden palace gradually unfurled. They appeared to be merely beasts drawing the palace, while the true terror lay behind them. Do you suppose that this individual could be the ancestor of the Chu family? Yes, in the core of the Chu family. While others were astonished by the sudden appearance of the 9 dragons pulling the palace in the sky, a few among the millions of Chu family members were initially bewildered, glancing between the flood dragon meat in their hands and the true dragons above. Their lips twitched slightly. If those true dragons were to descend and eliminate me, could I claim that what I had consumed was merely a false flood dragon? Would they believe me? They should, I suppose. Fortunately, this bewilderment did not last long. As they sensed the familiar aura emanating from the palace behind the 9 dragons, the eyes of all the Chu family members brightened. They stood tall and proud, their expressions shifting back to their previous arrogance, oblivious to all that lay before them and beneath their feet. Was this not the aura of their ancestor, who had stepped out of the world centuries ago? Initially thought to be a true dragon, it turned out to be but a mere creature by the roadside, one that was reared by their ancestors, startling them momentarily. They resolved to consume a dragon to quell their fright. Yet, one wonders what the flavor of a true dragon might be. Is it delectable? The taste of a river dragon is already exquisite. One can only imagine how divine the true dragon would be. Given its substantial size, indulging in a morsel of its flesh would be inconsequential. One cannot help but ponder whether their ancestors might grant them the pleasure of such a delicacy. Under your nurturing, the entire Chu family has transformed into a clan of gourmands, where the first thought upon encountering anything is whether it is edible and how it tastes. This exemplifies the power of role models, do you not see? Chu Zhongtitang, Chu Qingtian, Chu Qingsang, Chu Qingjun. To my descendants, your ancestor has returned. Hasten forth so that I may ascertain whether you have slimmed down. The grand and familiar voice resonated within the Zijin palace. And upon hearing it, the numerous powerful figures of the Chu family in the central domain beamed with radiant smiles. They set aside the burdens of centuries, having been deeply concerned about their ancestor's venture beyond the world in search of new paths. After all, what lies beyond this world is unknown, fraught with potential dangers. How could they allow their ancestor to embark alone? If anyone were to go, it ought to be them. At the very least, they should first scout the path before their ancestor proceeds. Is this not the rationale? However, there was no choice. Their ancestor commanded them not to follow, and the firmness of that decree left them bewildered, ultimately dissuading them from challenging the ancestor's authority. They refrained from undertaking any clandestine explorations. As time flowed by, and centuries passed without their ancestor's return, regret burgeoned within them for not having aided in the exploration. In their view, given the strength and speed of their ancestor, what place could possibly delay his return for hundreds of years? Surely, something must have gone awry. Had they ventured forth to scout, Perhaps their ancestor would have encountered no peril. Fortunately, he has returned, and all is well. They are freed from their guilt. They can now find solace. Yet, if they were to learn that it was not their ancestors' reluctance that kept them from following, but rather that they would scarcely survive a few minutes outside, with one perishing after another, unable to even breach the world barriers, their embarrassment would be palpable. Chapter 98. The Expansion of the Heavenly Cloud Realm. Time to spare. Without hesitation, the hundreds of practitioners at the manifestation level within the Chu family promptly took flight toward the Zijin Palace, accompanied by numerous members of their clan. Indeed, you have read correctly. There are indeed hundreds of Dharma manifestations. Centuries ago, there were merely 3 realms of practitioners, but after your departure, this number has burgeoned into hundreds. Numerous practitioners at the Yuan Dan level have grasped the power of the rules inscribed on the stone tablets you left behind, mastering it at an astonishing pace, thus breaking through the Dharma manifestation realm. With an increment of several dozen every century, the number has swelled to approximately 200 in just a few hundred years, including several dozen divine beings. It can be said that during these few centuries, it was a remarkably obedient time for the denizens of the Tianyuan realm, each one as humble as a quail. Even in your absence, none dared to entertain any rebellious thoughts or hope for a formidable figure to lead them in defiance. They now only wish to serve the Chu family wholeheartedly. To be regarded as the foremost among the multitude of loyal servants brings them immense pride. Many from the Chu family have naturally entered the palace, and you observe that not a single one has grown lean. Instead, they're all plump and healthy, their complexions rosy and vibrant. You feel a profound sense of satisfaction, for at least during your absence, the Tianyan realm has not experienced any significant upheaval. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the existence of its inhabitants. After listening for a while, Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian recounted a series of significant events that transpired within the family over the past few centuries, after which they inquired about the happenings during your own time away. They now stand as prominent figures at this pinnacle and are equally eager to understand the path beyond the Dharma manifestation, as well as the affairs of the outside world. The 9 true dragons you summoned before your palace are undoubtedly not creatures from their realm. Their overwhelming aura is far more terrifying than that of their hundreds of Dharma manifestors combined. They believe that a mere flick of a tail from one of those dragons could annihilate their hundreds of Dharma manifestors like fireworks in the sky, leaving them utterly defenseless. Beyond this world lies an immeasurable expanse of myriad realms. The world we inhabit is merely a small one. With your current cultivation, you would not even qualify to serve as a slave in the greater world outside. When I departed, I had already transcended the Dharma manifestation, known externally as the 7th tier realm, and even that level only grants one the mere qualification to be a slave, without any guarantee of attaining such a position. Only those of the 8th tier and above possess the capability to obliterate the entire Tianyan realm with a single thought, thereby earning a modicum of status. Regarding the circumstances beyond this world, 4th Brother Chu, he did not withhold any information, for these matters will eventually be known to the future generations of our family, if they are fortunate enough to venture into the vast expanse of the myriad realms. They should be cautioned not to exhibit the same arrogance as they did in the Tianyan realm. Even my ancestral prowess holds only a slight standing in that realm. One cannot guarantee everything for you. Wait until your ancestor achieves the 13th or 14th tier. Then you may boast with impunity. Do as you please. Do not presume that your petty arrogance suffices. If your ancestor truly possesses such strength, it is they who would flaunt their power, eclipsing your own. A true strong man is unabashedly arrogant. Great power unveils the darker aspects of human nature. When one possesses immense strength, their inherent malice is unleashed. If a person grows increasingly powerful, yet their disposition becomes tranquil, indifferent to all matters, what is the value in that? Is this true strength? Or merely transforming oneself into a machine? Others assert that cultivation is about solidifying one's resolve. Only with a steadfast heart can one traverse great distances. For the 4th-ranked Chu He, his resolve embodies the relentless pursuit of ascendance, striving to stand atop the highest peaks, to be the most audacious and invincible individual. This conviction propels him forward, unwaveringly resolute. Indeed, Father, we understand, Elder. Chu Zhongtian and his companion nodded, profoundly astonished, humbled by their previously held pride and strength. To think they were denied even the chance to serve as slaves. What then was the worth of their celestial realm? Were they to be deemed worthless? Fortuitously, the elder remains formidable. Over 20,000 years is the prime age for striving, carving out a domain. Even within the boundless expanse of the universe, securing a position of significance. Thus, they shall not emerge only to find themselves in servitude. That will be a short-lived fate. After discussing matters of the vast universe, one found a place to cast down the countless resources from within their inner world, allowing their descendants to freely take what they desired. Within a single day, they could gather as much as possible. Once completed, the remainder would be returned to the family treasury for future generations to access. From this day forth, a new rule was established. Upon the birth of any family member, treasures of rank 7 and below stored in the family treasury could be taken freely for one day. In that single day, whether one retrieved treasures equivalent to 100 planets or more, it mattered not. It was akin to acquiring them for free, all of negligible cost. Once these arrangements were made, amidst the jubilant cheers of their descendants, one also released 100 miniature worlds, each 10 times larger than the Tianyan realm adjacent to it. Thus, a cluster of small worlds was created. Henceforth, after a period of migration, the Chu family would possess hundreds of these realms. The resources each individual could command would multiply significantly, eliminating the need to restrict the birth of new members. No matter how populous, they would still enjoy boundless wealth. Moreover, the essence of the 10 small worlds rapidly integrated into the celestial cloud realm under your extraordinary prowess, causing a tremendous upheaval throughout the entire realm. Those who were initially baffled believed that the commotion was due to the newly arrived enigmatic powerhouses battling with the ancestral figure of the Chu family. However, it soon became apparent that this notion was fundamentally flawed. They realized that their world had expanded significantly for some formidable beings on their journey. What once required merely a few seconds to traverse a nation now took several minutes, and they still had not crossed even a single country. The world had magnified by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The essence of heaven and earth became over 10-fold denser, as abundant green spiritual rain drenched the realm, giving rise to successive spiritual storms and tidal waves of vitality, sweeping over all life within the world. In Chapter 99, I am not an overly petty person, and the cultivation of the 8th tier flourished. Numerous young or recently planted heavenly treasures seemed to have been injected with a growth hormone, instantly aging to several decades or even centuries. Countless heavenly treasures emerged throughout the realm, and amidst this terrifying surge of spiritual energy, many practitioners broke through 1 or even 2 minor realms. Those at the innate level ascended to the master realm, while some great masters seized this opportunity to achieve the celestial human state, each radiating brilliant smiles. For it is only at the celestial level that one could meet the minimum standard for serving the Chu family, a notion that surely delighted them, as it was a matter of great familial pride. If their ancestors resting in the underworld were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly feel excitement and joy, as if their ancestral graves were emitting green smoke. Ah, the celestial cloud realm has taken off effortlessly, without any exertion. It has conserved the accumulation of several hundred to 1,000 billion years, reaching the pinnacle of the small world. Should a few incomplete, small thousand worlds be consumed, the celestial cloud realm might very well achieve the status of a small thousand world. Observing such profound changes in the celestial cloud realm, Chu He felt that this realm was akin to a fortunate victor, while he, through the avatar in the simulator, acted as a sycophant. The celestial cloud realm and the entire Chu family thrived by virtue of his efforts. In summary, it is all, indeed, a matter of fortunate victory. This transformation of the celestial cloud realm spanned several days. Once the changes concluded and all recognized that it was the result of the Chu family's ancestral contributions, an overwhelming sense of gratitude arose among the populace, earnest and sincere in its expression. Without a trace of resentment, all the grievances from previous exploitation have vanished. Everyone is profoundly grateful to you. Chu He ought to thank me as well. This gratitude, to some extent, makes you feel slightly embarrassed, for their appreciation stems from the sudden improvement of their world and the remarkable enhancement of their cultivation environment. However, the transformation you have wrought upon the heavenly cloud realm has little to do with them, and it will remain disconnected from them in the future. Did you think that purchasing so many worlds was merely out of a desire for trifling advantages? These small worlds serve not only as residences for the Chu family, but also for others. Once the heavenly cloud realm ascends, you intend to relocate the entire populace of that world to the outside realm. Only the Chu family and their servants will reside within the heavenly cloud realm. Your gratitude towards this realm arises from being born here, yet others have conferred you no such favor. There's no need to dwell too heavily on this. Yet, the fervor and gratitude of these individuals, which make you feel somewhat awkward, lead you to abandon such thoughts. After all, it is merely one world. You're not an overly stingy person, are you? If everyone shares a residence, then so be it. Besides, the elite members of the family will not remain here. They will all head to the vast universe. The spiritual energy there is thousands of times greater than here. Far superior in quality, accustomed to the vast universe. Being here feels akin to regressing from the interstellar era to a primitive age. It is exceedingly uncomfortable to breathe in the scant spiritual energy of this realm, feeling almost as though it is tainted. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a century has passed. Within that time, the Chu family has produced over 100,000 practitioners at the Dharma aspect realm, with nearly all achieving the soul realm. However, not a single practitioner has yet reached the 7th tier. Among the myriad realms of the universe, certain breakthroughs present immense challenges. Yet those who succeed reap rewards unparalleled by those who ascend other realms. The difficulty of these breakthroughs is matched only by the magnitude of their rewards. The 7th tier represents a significant threshold, and beyond it lie the formidable challenges of the 10th and 13th tiers, each with its own daunting obstacles. Though you yearn to witness a family member break through to the 7th tier, time is perpetually insufficient. In response to the summons of the vast army, you once again participated in an invasion war. This time, you faced an 8th tier practitioner who proved to be feeble and was easily dispatched by you. The entire combat lasted less than 10 seconds before it concluded. After vanquishing this 8th tier practitioner, you proceeded to eliminate 2 more, totaling 3, before ceasing your efforts due to insufficient spoils. 1,000 practitioners of equal rank attacking merely dozens is inherently insufficient. At such a juncture, it is impractical to annihilate hundreds in a single strike, as one might in the 7th tier. The accumulation of cultivation resources occurs swiftly, yet with only a few dozen adversaries to confront, one can at most extinguish 2 or 3 at a time. Exceeding this would invite animosity. Consequently, the quest to rapidly amass the resources necessary for a breakthrough to the 9th tier within the 8th tier proves to be quite formidable, demanding considerable effort. However, those who ascend to the 8th tier by cultivating their inner worlds find that advancing to the subsequent 9th tier does not necessitate further comprehension of the powers of rules. The sole requirement is the continual expansion of one's inner world, pursuing growth until reaching one's utmost limits. It is imperative to recognize that these limits must be genuine. They are not easily defined. One may remain oblivious to the true extent of their capabilities. Yet the pursuit of expansion is essential, for a higher limit signifies greater potential. Over the ensuing years, the entity known as Number 4, Chu, maintained a steady pace of invading a minor 1,000 worlds every 2 centuries, thereby continuously fortifying its foundation. Each world invaded yielded a wealth of resources, all of which were devoted to the enhancement of its own realm. To expedite this expansion, fragments of world crystal were procured. As these crystals are exclusive treasures of worlds surpassing the minor 1,000 tier, albeit only fragments could be afforded. The acquisition of these fragments significantly accelerated the expansion of the inner world to an extraordinary degree. After more than 10,000 years in the Mixed Heaven Army, and upon invading the 63rd world, the overall volume of the world expanded approximately tenfold, amplifying its power correspondingly. It is noteworthy that this increase pertains solely to volume, not a mere radius. Even so, such power is formidable. A practitioner of the 8th tier can eliminate 10 of their equals, or perhaps even more, within the span of a second. Yet when faced with the 9th tier, one must concede defeat. Even unleashing one's full potential would be insufficient to withstand a mere flick of the wrist from a 9th tier being, resulting in inevitable demise. Unless one were to acquire a talent capable of instantaneously enhancing strength by millions of times, the prospect of engaging in battles across tiers remains elusive. As one progresses to higher tiers, even possessing a talent that multiplies combat strength by millions would prove futile. For transcending the 9th tier into the 10th signifies a qualitative shift. This transition transforms the essence of rules into the pathways of myriad realms. Mastering even the most diminutive of these pathways despite their congestion, constitutes a true path. The power of rules is incomparable beneath the 10th tier. All are akin to mere ants. Those who exist at the 10th tier possess eternal lifespans, as long as they diligently cultivate their chosen path. They will never face the depletion of life, and even the slightest manifestation of their power, a mere fraction of their innate strength, holds the essence of the Tao. Even a multitude of practitioners at the 9th tier, should they self-destruct and unleash their full might, would find themselves utterly overwhelmed, crushed beneath such force. This is because the power of rules cannot suppress the might of the Tao, regardless of how formidable the rules may be or how vastly amplified the self-destructive power becomes. It would still falter against that infinitesimal fraction of strength. If your cultivation system embodies the power of rules, it will inevitably be forcefully subdued by the power of the Tao. In this world, within the myriad realms, there exists no cultivation system capable of achieving existence above the 5th tier without incorporating the power of rules. Upon reaching the 5th tier, one must comprehend the rules. Failure to do so confines one to the ranks of the most basic, extraordinary beings. Only through rules can extraordinary beings' power undergo a qualitative transformation. Similarly, upon attaining the 10th tier, only the power of the Tao can facilitate such a metamorphosis. The assembly of the Hunyuan army has discovered a new minor world and immediately commenced another round of invasion. Everyone must reach the military camp within a day. Failure to do so will bring regret, for this opportunity promises great rewards. This minor world, at its pinnacle, is rich in resources. The commander has expended vast resources to secure this invasion opportunity. Once this incursion concludes, many among you may ascend to the 8th tier or even the 9th. In the Hunyuan military camp, Chu He, engrossed in his cultivation, heard the call from the virtual wristband. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. A minor world at its peak may harbor dozens of 9th tier beings, and if it is resource-rich, it could potentially yield hundreds of 9th tier entities, as well as hundreds of thousands at the 8th tier, with the 7th tier numbering in the billions. Such a world is beyond the consumption capacity of their third-rate Hunyuan army. However, even in collaboration with other Hunyuan legions, it represents a colossal opportunity. Securing even a small portion of this bounty would significantly advance his 8th tier cultivation, potentially completing half, if not more, of his journey. This world must be invaded without hesitation. Thus, he promptly relinquished the notion of further expanding his internal world and made his way to the center of the military camp. Soon, other soldiers from the Mixed Heaven Army swiftly arrived at the central area, forming an orderly line. Despite their excitement regarding the news from the peak world, they endeavored to maintain a semblance of silence, wary of drawing the attention and potential displeasure of other formidable beings. Naturally, this did not include you. You are now among these powerful entities, having endured numerous invasion battles. All the 8th tier warriors are already aware of your combat prowess, which stands unparalleled within their realm. You may be regarded as the strongest beneath the 9th tier commander, Xianxia. The 2 deputy commanders would undoubtedly falter against you, were it not for the fact that the position of deputy commander requires more than mere strength. It also demands exceptional management capabilities and a modicum of influence to fulfill the role competently. You might very well be one of the deputy commanders now, standing second only to countless soldiers of the Mixed Heaven Army, positioned at the forefront of the formation. You stand with hundreds of squad leaders dutifully arranged behind you, and behind them, thousands of ordinary soldiers. Once you were among those squad leaders, observing your captain with ambitions of usurping his position glimmering in your eyes. A true man, living amidst the heavens and earth, should never languish beneath others. Now, your aspirations have been realized, and it is instead the former captain who watches you, thoughts of replacement flickering through his mind. Such is the privilege of the protagonist. Ordinary individuals merely need to remain compliant, serving as a backdrop to inspire the protagonist's earnest ambitions, while the protagonist carries the weight of greater concerns. Before long, Commander Xianxia, beaming with a smile, delivered a brief opening address lasting a mere minute before ushering everyone aboard the celestial warship. Departing from the vast Mixed Heaven world, the vessel surged northward at remarkable speed, traversing the void with impressive swiftness. Notably, this time, the celestial warship included an impressive B-tier vessel, significantly more powerful than the previous C-tier 163rd generation, capable of inflicting damage upon 9th tier beings. Its speed surpassed that of the C-tier ship by an extraordinary margin. Were it not for the need to accommodate the 163rd generation's pace, the B-tier ship could traverse billions of light years in mere seconds. This journey through the void took over a year, considerably longer than the months spent during the initial invasion. Yet, in the grand scheme of your long lifespans, this duration pales in comparison. A total of 101, with a simultaneous reimbursement of several million 7th-tier beings, resulting in a reduction of 1/3. Upon reaching a dark void, you halted, refraining from directly approaching the small pinnacle world, as it was still some distance away. Within this void, thousands of celestial warships quietly lingered, evidently belonging to several other 3rd-tier celestial legions. According to the intelligence gathered, your invasion would involve a coalition of nearly 100 celestial legions, targeting the small pinnacle world. Faced with at least 100 9th-tier entities, your forces numbered only a few hundred 9th-tier warriors, resulting in a seemingly favorable yet inadequate advantage. You sensed that this number was still far too few, lacking the previous caution exhibited by the celestial legions. Your legion typically engaged in overwhelming battles, often deploying dozens or even thousands against a single foe. The notion of engaging in skirmishes with just a handful of adversaries seemed exceedingly reckless. It would require the dispatch of several thousand 3rd-tier legions to ensure success. Nonetheless, this situation bore a silver lining. At the very least, this time I could engage in slaughter without hesitation. Eliminating several hundred 8th-tier beings should not incite undue animosity. Within the celestial warship, the 4th commander, Chu He, contemplated these thoughts, excitement coursing through him as he grasped his newly configured 8th-tier black golden battle axe. He was eager to fight for his 3rd homeland, the vast celestial world. "Come, let's battle with fervor," he proclaimed, filled with fervent anticipation. Without making you wait long, a multitude of celestial warships began to manifest in the dark void, akin to dumplings emerging in boiling water. Soon, after gathering hundreds of thousands of 163rd generation Class C celestial warships and several hundred Class B vessels, a resounding voice echoed from within the fleet, calling all warriors to attention. 30 seconds until we reach the battlefield. Please prepare yourselves. As the proclamation resonated, the celestial warships activated, and precisely 30 seconds later, a super-large, small, celestial world came into view. This world, significantly more colossal than the Xianxia world encountered during your initial invasion, was surrounded by millions of smaller worlds, revolving around it and forming a commendable cluster. As the numerous celestial warships boldly approached the gateways of these worlds, they were promptly detected by the powerful beings above the 8th tier. The concept of world invasion was not unfamiliar to the radiant divine realm at the small pinnacle level. They were once weak and had faced invasions from other realms, yet they repelled them all. After growing stronger, they too invaded other worlds, which explains the multitude of small worlds surrounding them. This time, they regarded the invasion as an incursion from a world of similar caliber, or perhaps a slightly stronger middle-tier realm. Anything beyond that was beyond their speculation. Thus, they did not feel overly anxious. However, upon witnessing the terrifying number of celestial battleships, and sensing the presence of hundreds of entities within their realm that could be deemed as supreme deities, their demeanor shifted. When confronted with tens of thousands of beings that could be classified as major gods, their thoughts changed drastically. They surmised that this time, they were likely in grave peril. To claim oneself as a supreme deity at the 9th tier, it was evident that those from smaller locales lacked exposure. Even beings of the 14th tier in the vast universe would not dare to call themselves supreme deities. Seeing someone in the 9th tier audaciously claim such a title left Chu He astounded. This was a blatant invitation to disaster. In realms such as the grand universe or divine realms, even the strongest beings humbly refer to themselves as supreme deities. Should word of this 9th tier entity's audacity reach others, one could only imagine the consequences. Were all beings above the rank of upper deity not to emerge from their worlds to confront the invading foes? Who would dare to defy? Personally, I could flee, but if you perish at the hands of others, do not blame me. In the realm of the radiant deities, messages from various supreme deities echoed throughout the crystalline realms, alerting the divine beings within of the grave crisis their world faced. They should not entertain thoughts of self-preservation or escape, while even the 9th tier entities remained to confront the threat. Where would you possibly run? We, the noble supreme deities, have not abandoned you. We continue to resist the enemy. Should you flee, know that once we depart, you shall be the first to face annihilation. One by one, the deities of the 7th tier and above emerged from the radiant deity realm, their visages adorned with intricate patterns of various laws. Within them, immense power of faith coalesced into formidable divine forms. They transformed into colossal entities, standing together in a display of might that was indeed impressive, yet ultimately superficial. Having encountered countless more terrifying entities in the grand universe, the celestial army had long since become immune to such displays. They were merely a common sight. Furthermore, did they not understand the tactics of the celestial army? Celestial battleships charge, followed by the celestial army, and then the battleships again. Boom, boom, boom. As the countless celestial warships aligned in formation, they swiftly completed their charging and unleashed an onslaught of attacks measured in the billions, trillions, and even quadrillions. All of these assaults were directed at the colossal divine entities, with the B-class celestial warships striking the fastest, specifically targeting the 9th tier supreme deities. Consequently, these supreme beings were rendered unable to assist the 7th and 8th tier practitioners in withstanding the barrage from the celestial warships. They could only watch helplessly as 1/3 of the 7th and 8th tier cultivators were annihilated, instilling a sense of impending doom even before the battle truly commenced. Once the celestial warships had completed their assault, the Hunyuan army surged forward like a swarm of locusts, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they charged toward the remaining millions of 7th tier practitioners and the fewer than 100,000 8th tier individuals. Onward, they cried. The Hunyuan army pillaged a significant portion of their foes. Faced with the onslaught of the Hunyuan army, despite the initial shock that left them bewildered and confused about their assailants, the 7th and 8th tier practitioners quickly regained their composure. They realized that this was a fight to the death. Fueled by vengeance, they unleashed their full power and charged into battle. A cataclysmic clash erupted. The attacks of the 7th tier cultivators could devastate an area spanning billions, even tens of billions of kilometers. The 8th and 9th tier powers were even more formidable, capable of obliterating stretches of celestial void spanning light years in mere moments. This conflict involved over 500 9th tier entities, more than 500,000 8th tier beings, and tens of billions of 7th tier practitioners. Within just a few minutes, the battle extended its reach across an expanse of over 100 million light years. The outermost, small worlds surrounding the realm of the god of light had long since been shattered, disappearing without a trace, their life forms and precious resources reduced to dust. Yet, no one mourned their loss. These were merely low-tier resources, and their destruction elicited a sense of satisfaction among the Hunyuan army. These worlds offered little benefit. Dividing them among themselves would yield negligible returns, and keeping them would only serve as an eyesore. Moreover, these resources held even less value for the cultivators, who found it far more prudent to focus on their own gains from this encounter. In the few minutes since the battle began, they had already dispatched dozens of 8th tier practitioners and gathered their spoils into their inner worlds. A bountiful harvest indeed. These cultivation resources are sufficient to elevate my strength by more than double. I am profoundly grateful to you, the bringers of fortune. In my most challenging moments, when resources were most desperately needed, you appeared. I find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude, so I can only send you on your way with haste. Do not suffer a fate akin to that of battling others for hours, only to be vanquished at the brink of death, enduring such torment before your demise. Here, it is swift, merely a matter of seconds. Thus I now ponder upon seeing me. Why do you flee as if from a demon? Why retreat to the embrace of other captains? Return swiftly, that I may bestow upon you my affection. Thank you. Gazing at the resources within my internal world, I, the esteemed Chu, feel elated and invigorated, believing that the attainment of the 9th tier realm is within reach. However, upon turning to observe the 8th tier deities around me, who regard me as if I were a devil, each fleeing faster than the last, I'm left uncertain whom to thank first. Instantly, my mood soured. Have I fallen so low in stature? When I seek to express my gratitude, they turn away, trampling my dignity into the ground. This is preposterous. If my peers were to learn of this, how could I ever maintain my standing? How dare they show such contempt? In light of this, let them all perish. Raising my hand, not in apology, but unleashing a relentless assault upon the 8th tier cultivators surrounding me, I unleash a frenzied barrage. The power of a world spanning nearly 100 light years, even without employing the rules of the corporeal, far surpasses what they previously could withstand. A massacre among equals unfolds. In no time, hundreds of similarly ranked cultivators have fallen by my hand. Witnessing this scene, the practitioners within the realm of the light god flee with even greater urgency. While the other members of the Chaos Army gaze on in astonishment, they realize they must hasten their offensive, otherwise they risk being annihilated. Yet, as I commence my slaughter, an unexpected turn of events occurs on the 9th tier battlefield. Hundreds engage with over 100 9th tier cultivators, with several confronting one, though the advantage is not overtly apparent. It is indeed present in combat. The Chaos Army appears to have the upper hand, and this assertion holds true. From the beginning until now, the Chaos Army has maintained various advantages, resulting in initial casualties. Both sides could discern that if the situation continued in this manner, it would not be long before the Hunyuan Army achieved victory, while all who stood with the God of Light in this realm would inevitably perish. However, at that moment, one of the supreme beings, the mightiest among the exalted gods, who called himself the Supreme God of Light, suddenly extracted from his inner world a sphere emanating a terrifying black-purple lightning, infused with boundless destructive power, alongside a fragment of energy that seemed to transcend the very rules of power itself. This force was undoubtedly not of the Supreme God of Light. Although he had indeed cultivated his inner world to attain his current prowess and had comprehended the rules of destruction, it was inconceivable for him to wield such formidable strength. His most potent capability resided within the realm of light. As he brandished this sphere, a glint of unrestrained madness flickered in his gaze, and he charged towards the multitude of formidable warriors of the Hunyuan Army. With an earth-shattering roar, the Supreme God of Light unleashed the sphere of destructive rules with such swiftness that, amidst the chaos of battle, and with the interference of other 9th-tier supreme gods, most present were unable to evade the impending doom. In a mere instant, enveloped by a colossal strike spanning millions of light years, all 9th, 8th, and 7th-tier beings were obliterated. A fleeting flash of black-purple light was all that remained, and then darkness ensued. Not long after, when the very concept of time had begun to blur, some individuals on the outer fringes of the battlefield, who were less affected, reopened their eyes. Among them was you. Although not positioned at the very edge, you were sufficiently distanced from the epicenter. Upon sensing the impending peril, you instinctively activated your rule-embodied form, utilizing all your innate talents to nullify damage. This enabled you to escape the catastrophe, sustaining minimal harm while retaining commendable combat efficacy. As you surveyed the devastation surrounding you, your immediate reaction was one of horror. It was truly catastrophic. The vast expanse of the celestial void was suffused with an aura of annihilation. All celestial warships lay in ruins, including the B-class vessels, with 8th-tier beings entirely extinguished, and many 7th-tier practitioners caught in the periphery were similarly reduced to ashes. Among the few hundred 9th-tier practitioners, only a handful remained. Indeed, merely a few. The remainder had vanished, including your commander, Xianxia, from the Hunyuan Army. Of those remaining 9th-tier practitioners, all bore grievous injuries, missing limbs. Your side had nearly 2 survivors. Yet what instilled a chill in your heart was the fact that the opposing faction of the Light Realm boasted 3 survivors, one more than your own. The tide of battle had now irrevocably turned, with the advantage no longer in your favor, but rather in that of the Light Realm. This entire turn of events unfolded with startling abruptness. The term pill has now emerged in your mind. What transpired just now was undeniably not an attack launched by the Mixed Heaven Army. Everything seemed to be in their favor. So how could they unleash such a devastating technique that annihilated everyone? Who can explain how the domain of the God of Light could possess such power to eradicate hundreds of 9th-tier beings in one fell swoop? Surely, only a 10th-tier powerhouse could accomplish such a feat perhaps. Once I attain the 9th tier, I too shall be capable of such a thing. Yet, how could there possibly be a terrifying existence of the 10th tier within a minor world? What is truly going on here? Wasn't I meant to overpower the weak? To engage in a crushing victory, to indulge in the spoils? If you were this formidable, why not disclose it earlier? With such extraordinary abilities laid bare, could we not summon a 10th tier being to eliminate you? The manner in which you have orchestrated this situation is utterly maddening. Chu He, designated as number 4, felt on the brink of insanity. Why does everyone relish concealing their trump cards? Why does everyone take such pleasure in deceit? Would it not be preferable for all to be honest, allowing this world to flourish with beauty? Your actions render my situation exceedingly difficult. Simulation 103 has concluded. Does your true self outside know of your audacity? Though you may wish to exclaim, if it's troublesome. Then do not do it, and flip the table in frustration. You lack the power. You are but a trifling entity, incapable of such a gesture. However, while you cannot overturn the table, there are others present who can. After taking a brief respite of several seconds to comprehend the recent events, a new wave of brutal combat commenced. The two ninth-tier entities of the mixed heaven army began to exhibit signs of trepidation, contemplating whether to suggest an end to the conflict. Why not cease hostilities? We could potentially become good friends and welcome you into the vast world. Or we could all frolic joyously together. Wouldn't that be delightful? They pondered, with the situation having escalated to such a degree. What significance remains in fighting to the death? Yet before the mixed heaven army could utter such shameless propositions, words that even they found to be beneath them, the two ninth-tier supreme beings of the God of Light simultaneously made their move. They had lost their homes, their friends, family, and followers, along with countless treasures amassed over many years. All had vanished. They themselves were gravely injured, nearly fell by that previous assault, although all of this stemmed from the foolish actions of the supreme God of Light, who unleashed such a devastating attack at the onset of battle. Could the God of Light have possibly gone mad enough to ensure mutual destruction had the mixed heaven army not intervened? At this juncture, could one simply declare an end to the conflict? No, the battle must be waged with fervor. Is it not your preference to fight? You do not strike me, yet I hold you in contempt. In the past, your assaults upon me were fierce, overwhelming in number. Now, we engage in a second round, still outnumbering you. However, it is merely our superiority in numbers against your scarcity. I hope you can withstand this. Enjoy your combat style to the fullest. The supreme God of the purple sky, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage and hatred, spoke in a hoarse voice. The battle commenced. A deafening roar erupted once more in the desolate void of the heavens. The clash of four ninth-tier powerhouses, though not as grand as before, was marked by an intensity unparalleled, a true fight to the death, where even the obliteration of consciousness would not deter them from annihilating their adversaries. As for the other ninth-tier entity, he refrained from intervening in this lopsided conflict, instead directing his gaze toward the surviving seventh-tier practitioners and the sole eighth-tier survivor among them, yourself. In this battlefield, you stand out as the most conspicuous figure, your presence unmistakably pronounced. Everyone else bears grievous wounds, yet you alone remain unscathed, as if untouched by the chaos. Coupled with the overwhelming power you displayed in the previous skirmish, should anyone claim you are unscathed, even a ghost would not believe it. Thus, this ninth-tier being is eager to uncover the secret behind your resilience, to discern how you withstand such cataclysmic assaults. Old 4, it appears your time is drawing to a close. However, having lived for such a duration, far surpassing all previous simulations combined, you have ascended 3 substantial realms. You have successively broken through the law manifestation realm, the invincible celestial cloud realm, and then transcended the void, stepping into the world, joining the chaos army, waging war across the myriad realms to achieve the 8th-tier celestial realm. Your life experiences are nothing short of extraordinary. You have lived abundantly. When compared to those elder figures, Old 1, Old 2, and Old 3, your existence shines brighter, as if they have merely toiled away, living as mere beasts of burden. By the way, before your demise, remember the words I once shared with you. Ensure you inquire about the name of the one who seeks to end you, and repeat it 1,000,000 times in your heart. Let the simulator remember this name, so I may avenge you and eliminate this ignorant wretch. With a 9th-tier entity now fixated upon him, Chu He comprehended that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Old 4's simulation was nearing its conclusion. Yet, Chu He felt no great disappointment regarding the end. To ascend 3 significant realms in a single simulation is a reward that speaks for itself. His initial aspiration for this simulation concerning Old 4 was merely to breach the law manifestation realm. Nothing more. However, upon recognizing the prodigious talent of the 4th Chu River, he set his sights on a target beyond the realm of the law. Little did he anticipate that the opponent would not only meet but surpass the meticulously crafted goal he had envisioned, leaving little room for disappointment. Instead, he was enveloped in joy and exhilaration. Of course, not feeling disheartened is one thing. Having another bring an end to one's simulation is quite another matter altogether. Had it not been for this individual intervention, the 4th's strength could have ascended to even greater heights, eventually leading to your demise. Just you wait for our encounter in the real world. Without wasting much time, this ninth-tier supreme deity traversed the vast celestial void, arriving before the fourth Chu River without any foolish inquiries. The initial action was a swift slap, a test to see if he could withstand such a formidable blow. If he could endure such a terrifying assault, it was unreasonable to assume he could not withstand this one, despite being grievously injured. With nearly all his power, 99, dedicated to suppressing his wounds and preventing their further spread, this strike was not delivered with full force. It was merely a casual blow. Nonetheless, even in this diminished state, the potency of the attack was beyond what an ordinary 8th-tier cultivator could withstand, yet you managed to endure it. His strength surpassed that of his peers by 1,000-fold, augmented by the aid of a rule-bound physique that enhanced his power by an additional 300 times. The multiplication of these factors resulted in a force exceeding 300,000 times that of an equivalent level. His defensive capabilities were equally astonishing, amounting to 1,000,000 times that of his peers, rendering such a level of defense utterly terrifying. Thus, when faced with this strike, you withstood it, yet found yourself gravely injured. In terms of condition, you were not far superior to this 9th-tier deity. Both were equally matched in their plight. The fact that you truly resisted was a shocking revelation to this accursed invader. Speak. Reveal the reason behind your endurance, and I shall grant you a swift demise. However, should you remain silent, you may not wish to know the regrettable events that will unfold thereafter. Upon witnessing your resilience, the 9th-tier supreme being's eyes gleamed with elation, the sorrow of his family's destruction dissipating in an instant. What fortuitous circumstance allowed an 8th-tier being to perceive the strike of a 9th-tier entity? Such a divine opportunity. If only I could attain it without delay, would I not ascend to the heavens? Were it not for the fear that probing this individual's soul might provoke unforeseen reactions, much like the treasures intertwined with another's essence, which may react protectively upon soul searching, he would not have wasted breath on trivialities. I could divulge this information, but will you share with me your name or title? Do not concern yourself with any ulterior motives I may harbor. Perhaps there are means to manipulate through your name, but a title holds no such power. I simply do not wish for death, unaware of your name, or even who has orchestrated my demise. Feeling the vitality ebbing from his being, Number 4 Chu He fell silent, grappling with the impulse to extinguish his adversary in response to the inquiry from this 9th-tier supreme deity. Instead of providing an answer, he retorted with a question. Rest assured, remember this. The one who has brought about your end is the supreme deity of the realm of light. Now, reveal your secrets. The supreme deity of the void gazed with an expression brimming with anticipation. Very well, I am aware of your name, you wretched cur. Await your doom, for you dare to bring about my death. Does your true self outside know of your audacity? Answer me. Within 3 simulations, my true self outside would have permitted your survival. He might as well have taken his own life. In an instant, having repeated the name of the supreme deity of the void 1,000,000 times in his mind, a brilliant smile graced Number 4 Chu He's countenance. And with that smile, he self-destructed. The terrifying explosion enveloped a vast expanse of 10,000 light years, leaving the supreme deity of the void, who had already departed, to bear the brunt of these explosive assaults before he could even comprehend the implications of Chu He's previous words. Then, darkness enveloped him. Ding! The simulation has concluded. 104 Golden Sun. How I yearn to be a dog. I dream of it incessantly. Please select your reward. 1. Power within the simulation. 2. The extraordinary pioneer talent. 3. Memory from the simulation. It was over. Old 4. The one who ended your life is named the supreme deity of the void. Such a name reeks of insignificance. I shall remember this name, rest assured. Upon seeing the words indicating the simulation's conclusion, Chu He felt a slight melancholy. However, the thought of soon acquiring such formidable power swiftly lifted his spirits. The strength that surpassed his current 3 great realms, capable of annihilating vast stretches of the void spanning hundreds or thousands of light years, was about to be his. Once he possessed this power, he would be utterly invincible in the Tianyan realm. No one would ever surpass him. No one. He would be the sun shining over all. System. I choose reward 1 and reward 2. Let me witness your limits. Ding. Host command detected. Rewards are being dispensed. As he listened to the melodious electronic notification, Chu He envisioned himself as the sun of the Tianyan realm, a scene he had imagined countless times during his weaker days, a fantasy shared by all. Yet, each time had remained but a mere illusion. But this time, this so-called fantasy had finally materialized into reality. The terrifying power began to merge everything within the simulator into Chu He's being. Strength, life essence, cultivation level, divine abilities, innate talent, the inner world. The myriad rules, all were seamlessly integrated into his body at an astonishing pace. With each passing moment, Chu He felt his strength undergo profound transformations, experiencing an exponential increase in power within mere seconds. In just a brief span of time, he sensed his prowess elevate by tens of thousands of times, allowing him to annihilate practitioners at the so-called Dharma manifestation level with a mere thought. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Without even breaking through the Dharma manifestation realm, his strength surged further after a few more seconds, increasing by dozens of times. This marked the true transcendence into the Dharma manifestation realm. The power of the immortal rules was grasped in an instant, as a golden, immortal radiance enveloped Chu He entirely. Ascending to the skies above Xianxia city, his form released the essence of the rules, illuminating everything around him with golden brilliance. He manifested as a towering giant, exceeding 10,000 miles in height, with a visage that bore a striking resemblance to Chu He himself. Every inch of his skin and fur was intricately detailed, akin to the most exquisite creation of a deity. In every aspect, he was perfection incarnate. The once immensely expansive Xianxia city, having undergone multiple enlargements, appeared minuscule before this golden giant, whose eyes gazed down upon it like two colossal golden suns observing mere ants below. Not only Xianxia city, but the entire vast expanse of the Shun kingdom, stretching thousands of miles, seemed insignificant in the presence of this golden colossus. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 20,000 miles high, 30,000 miles high, 50,000 miles high, 100,000 miles high. What on earth is happening? Can anyone enlighten me regarding this phenomenon? Where am I? Wasn't T.I. in the Xianxia city of the Chu family? What is this golden giant? What extraordinary being has emerged? I could have sworn that this golden giant appeared to emanate from the Chu family. Could it possibly be the ancestor of the Chu family? That legendary figure of the Yuan Dan level? Are you calling me a fool, or are you the fool? I concede that the Yuan Dan level is formidable, but do you truly believe it could reach such heights? My strength is at the Grand Master level, yet this power exceeds by countless billions and even more. Do you think a mere 2 realms of difference could yield such magnitude? So tell me, what is truly unfolding here? I say, surely, this is the ancestor of the Chu family. Did you not observe the features just now? Is that not the ancestor of the Chu family? Goodness, what was your previous assertion about? I claim it is the ancestor of the Chu family, but not merely at the Yuan Dan level. It is the ancestor at the Dharma manifestation level. Is Dharma manifestation. The venerable ancestor of the Chu family has recently transcended from the realm of the celestial to the Yuan Dan stage. Yet astonishingly, he has now evolved into the law manifestation stage. Is this reasonable? It seems utterly implausible. How audacious of you to declare such a thing unreasonable. It appears you are courting trouble, perhaps seeking to indulge in a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. I shall report you shortly and claim my reward. The ancestor of the Chu family is a master of concealment, hiding his true strength more deeply than anyone else. A peerless being who has achieved the law manifestation stage in over 5 centuries, yet outwardly presented only as a celestial previously. Who would dare to believe such a deception? Even the descendants of his clan would likely hesitate to accept it. My brothers, I find myself yearning to become a servant of the Chu family. They once extended an invitation for me to serve them, but I hesitated and declined. Now, I regret that decision, recognizing my previous lack of discernment. Is there a way for me to once again take on the role of a servant? I long for it so desperately that it haunts my dreams. If you allow me to serve the Chu family, I would offer all my wealth without reservation. I would even consider you as a paternal figure. Gazing up at the seemingly endless golden sun in the sky, the people of Xianxia city stood in speechless disbelief. They could hardly fathom the spectacle before their eyes, some even resorting to slapping their faces to ascertain whether they were trapped in an illusion. Yet, even after reddening their cheeks, no sign of escaping this bewildering reality emerged. The existence of a being at the law manifestation stage, previously masked as a mere celestial and only recently revealing his Yuan Dan prowess, is simply beyond comprehension. It is akin to a domineering CEO masquerading in a manner that defies belief. To summarize succinctly, even a tyrannical mogul would not exhibit such foolishness. As the citizens of Xianxia city engaged in fervent discussions, The enormous golden sun above them illuminated the entirety of the myriad nations, transcending the confines of a single realm to encompass countless kingdoms. Even the vast, uninhabited ancient forests, spanning hundreds of millions of miles, were aglow under the radiance of this colossal golden entity, which had grown to an astonishing height of millions of miles. The golden sun of Chu He illuminates your beauty. The terrifying aura emanating from this golden sun, forged from the essence of Chu He, swept through its surroundings with unrestrained ferocity. Hundreds of Yuan dance stage cultivators across the myriad nations, including a certain entity of the Yuanshan stage from the Tianxian sect who was in seclusion, found themselves crushed beneath this overwhelming presence, rendered utterly immobile. What on earth is happening? This thought flickered through the minds of all in the myriad nations. Yet for the moment, no one had the answer, stretching across tens of millions, hundreds of millions, even billions of miles. The Chu He version of the golden giant showed no signs of ceasing its growth. Its aura continued to intensify. It was still growing stronger, exponentially advancing forward. Charge forth. Charge forth. 105. The reckoning of all adversaries. A mere hair could crush you, until an entity has grown to exceed 100 billion miles. Resembling a colossal golden sun that illuminates every corner of the celestial cloud realm, this expansion of form is gradually reaching its conclusion. The overwhelming aura of dominance fiercely weighs upon the celestial cloud realm, subduing an entire world. Of course, this is not yet the limit. Even if this form were to increase several tens or hundreds of times, it still would not reach its peak, though it is simply unnecessary. Chu He has fully assimilated all the strength within the simulator, possessing the power of the eighth realm, capable of annihilating the entire celestial cloud realm with but a thought. Ha ha! This is the eighth realm. This is the power belonging to the celestial domain. Unimaginable, truly unfathomable, a cultivation system that enables an individual to attain such might, capable of extinguishing myriad worlds single-handedly. It is overwhelmingly powerful. With such strength in the myriad realms, one is merely at a mid-tier level. And even that is a tenuous mid-tier. It is hard to fathom what lies beyond. What level of power could obliterate the universe with a single gesture? The multiverse? Or perhaps something even greater? Sensing the tremendous power coursing through him, exponentially more potent than before his inheritance. His thoughts could encompass the vastness of the celestial cloud realm and beyond, into the boundless void of myriad heavens, without the addition of any regulatory or extraordinary forces. Relying solely on his physical form, he could effortlessly render everything before him into non-existence. Chu He erupted into laughter, his smile more vibrant than ever. He realized that since acquiring this simulator system, such joy has been a daily occurrence. A myriad of smiles has graced his countenance. In just a few months, the smiles he has shared surpass all those accumulated over his previous 5 centuries of life, and he hopes that this joy continues to multiply. For each smile signifies an increase in strength. Now that his power has been fully inherited, what shall he do next? The anticipation is tantalizing. He raised his hand. The golden sun surpassing billions of kilometers, lowering its head of several billion miles, gazing down upon the celestial cloud realm. The smile upon Chu He's lips became even more radiant. Ah, it is time to avenge the first, second, and third elders. It is time to dominate the entire celestial cloud realm, to be mercilessly displayed upon the lamppost. Elders, if you can witness from the heavens, then open your eyes wide and behold how I will thoroughly crush our foes in your name. Chu, the golden sun avatar, shall unleash a fatal strike. The first target is set upon the abyss of the nations. A golden finger, spanning millions of kilometers like a towering pillar, its fingerprints embodying the most profound truths of the universe, forcefully pressed down upon the abyss of the nations. In an instant, countless tons of the bitter sea's water, transformed into ash before it could even overflow. The vast expanse of the bitter sea, spanning millions of miles, was irrevocably altered into an unfathomable abyss, where every living creature, every treasure of heaven and earth, and everything else had become a mere relic of the past. The colossal bitter sea whale, which had claimed countless lives, was effortlessly extinguished within this void. Along with it, all acquaintances, friends, family, and even foes not of its kin, vanished into oblivion. With the bitter sea whale thus dealt with, Chu He shifted his gaze towards the heavenly torch palace in the eastern wilderness. The upheaval caused by Chu He's breakthrough was so monumental that it roused everyone, whether feigning death or in deep meditation. The cataclysmic force unleashed was witnessed by all within the Tianyun realm, silencing the entire world. Even those unable to perceive the dire scene of the bitter sea understood the magnitude of the power unleashed as the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Akin to an earthquake, they grasped the sheer strength displayed, though the identity of the resplendent golden sun remained a mystery to all but those in the land of Shan. The rest were left questioning the origins of such formidable power and its purpose in their realm. Before this overwhelming might, even the 5 most powerful figures of the Tianyun realm had knelt, engaging in fervent prayers. Thus, when Chu He turned his attention towards the direction of the Heavenly Torch Palace, the inhabitants of the Tianyun realm sensed that the one under scrutiny was destined for doom. Within the Heavenly Torch Palace, the true monarch of the Heavenly Torch had awakened from his meditation, staring in awe at the sky. Upon locking eyes with Chu He, whose gaze mirrored the brilliance of 2 suns, he could not suppress a gulp, turning to the trembling elder beside him and inquiring, "Elder, come and see from my perspective. Why do I feel as though that unknown great being above is watching us, as if it is scrutinizing our every move?" The elder, albeit shaken, replied, "Master, surely that cannot be. We are but a mere minor spirit faction, incapable of offending such a grand entity, nor do we possess anything of value to attract its gaze." "No, no, no," insisted the true monarch, his face paling as realization dawned upon him. "Is indeed looking at us. My instincts have never failed me." After confirming this several times, dread washed over him, and he felt as though he might faint. He yearned to urgently inquire how they had incurred the wrath of this immense being and whether someone within their sect had wronged it. If that were the case, he would willingly take it upon himself to rectify the situation, sparing the esteemed elder from any inconvenience. Yet he dared not inquire. Even with the knowledge that his life hung by a thread, the esteemed Tianzhu Jinjuan refrained from asking. He was overshadowed by Chu He, who occupied a realm of existence several tiers above his own, rendering him akin to a mouse in the presence of a tiger, paralyzed by fear. He could not even muster the courage to open his mouth, let alone voice a question aloud. However, the price of his silence was the irrevocable loss of his voice, a state from which he would never recover. With a casual flick, he detached a strand of hair measuring over 100,000 miles and let it fall. This time, Chu He refrained from pointing, for the confines of Tianzhu Palace were too diminutive. Should he gesture, his future sanctuary, the Tianyun realm, might risk becoming a ruin. Such a fate was not one he wished to witness. As the hair, stretching for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, descended, the entirety of Tianzhu Palace vanished from sight. Until his last breath, Tianzhu Jinjuan merely offered a mournful smile, devoid of any will to resist. He had been vanquished without even raising a hand in defiance. Initially, he had struck down the second with a single slap. Now, a mere strand of hair had subdued him. It seemed they had achieved a form of balance. Tianzhu Jinjuan. Perished. I am indeed a benevolent soul, incapable of altering my nature. With 2 obstinate beings dealt with, only the 5 ancient immortals, who had endured for tens of thousands of years, remained. I cast my gaze upon the 5 most formidable entities within the entirety of Tianyun realm as perceived through my senses. This time, Chu He did not launch an attack. He was a man of unwavering integrity, a fact known to all. Having previously vowed to take these 5 ancient beings as subservient hounds, he was determined to follow through, just as he had done within the simulator. In reality, he would enact the same, with a sweep of my divine consciousness. An overwhelming force of soul energy struck within the minds of these 5 beings of the law manifestation realm, forcefully branding them with a soul mark, transforming them into my slaves. Though they were not yet fully compliant, still harboring a flicker of resistance within their minds, their bodies betrayed a profound honesty. Yet, this was not the mark of a true slave. A genuine servant must yield both body and spirit to their master. Fortunately, with the passage of time, their hearts would inevitably mold to my will, in addition to imprinting the soul marks. Chu He took the opportunity to cleanse the future territory of the Chu family within the central domain. All life, scattered across the millions of Dao mountains, regardless of their current endeavors, was instantaneously relocated to the fringes of the central domain. Subsequently, all inhabitants of the Tianzhu city were abruptly transferred to those millions of Dao mountains. This sudden upheaval plunged the many cultivators of Tianzhu city into despair, casting a shadow of hopelessness over their futures. A once bright and promising path had been reduced to a mere footpath by the fields. Some, who had previously brimmed with excitement, now contemplated leaping into the abyss. Do not ask why. The answer is simply that they faced ruin. In recent months, the expansion of Xianxia City has been remarkable. Yet there remains a multitude of individuals eager to enter, highlighting a persistent housing shortage. This scarcity has led to astronomical property prices, soaring to tens of thousands of taels per dwelling. Consequently, the minimum buyers are those of congenital strength. Every individual fortunate enough to acquire a residence in Xianxia City clings tightly to their purchase, reluctant to part with it, anticipating further appreciation in value. Initially, when it was rumored that the ancestor of the Chu family might attain the realm of Dharma manifestation, the residents of Xianxia City were convinced that property prices would skyrocket, fearing that even grandmasters might find it impossible to afford a single unit, potentially leading to financial ruin. The prices could escalate to hundreds of thousands or even millions of taels, as this would become the epicenter for all families and factions in the eastern wilderness, promising an unprecedented flourishing. However, upon the revelation that the Chu family ancestor transcended the realm of Dharma manifestation, excitement surged among the populace. Yet at this juncture, the Chu family relocated, causing the previous value of Xianxia City to plummet. Forget maintaining the previous exorbitant prices. Even 1,000 taels per unit now seems unattainable. The worth diminished exponentially, resulting in a significant loss of wealth for all, leading many to despair. The real estate market bears a heavy toll. Previously formidable figures, once deemed invincible, now appear as mere shadows, lacking even the qualification for a casual dismissal. Elders, have you grasped the gravity of the situation? Should you still cling to life with lingering attachments, take note that your adversaries have been vanquished. It may be time for you to embrace your demise. As for the chilling real estate winter in Xianxia City, Chu He remains largely uninformed and indifferent, for those capable of purchasing residences are all congenital beings, members of the rentier class. Their fate holds little significance to him. In contrast to such trivial matters, having effortlessly dispatched his foes in 3 simulations, Chu He now revels in a sense of ease and profound joy. Previously, when his strength was insufficient, the mere existence of these individuals in the world for even a second suffocated him. The frustration was palpable, yet, with his commendable self-regulation, he managed to avoid becoming the first-time traveler to perish from sheer vexation. Now, those deserving of death have met their end, and those destined for servitude have assumed their roles, allowing Chu He to breathe freely, his spirit uplifted. Is it not miraculous? To all cultivators in the Tianyan realm, I am the venerable ancestor of the Chu family from the land of Shan. Today, I have transcended to the realm of heaven and earth. My joy knows no bounds. This is not solely a celebration for me, but for all of you. Come, let me see your smiles. In 3 days, all powerful beings above the heavenly human realm shall converge at the location of the Daoxian Gate in the central domain. The venerable ancestor shall deliver a discourse for 3 hours in this place, and I earnestly hope that all will attend. Gazing across the entire celestial cloud realm, encompassing the eastern wilderness, the western domain, the northern frontier, the southern heavens, and the central region, the golden sun, known as Chu He, revealed his origins under the watchful eyes of the multitude. In the next moment, he proclaimed an exhilarating announcement. In a gesture of camaraderie with all inhabitants of the celestial cloud realm, celebrating his transcendence into the realm of heaven and earth, he, the esteemed ancestor, planned to expound for 3 hours, a truly momentous occasion. Though this duration pales in comparison to the lengthy discourses delivered at the Essence Dan realm, it is nonetheless a sublime opportunity for the myriad cultivators above the celestial tier. A being of the 8th tier imparting wisdom to those of the 4th and 5th tiers, even if briefly, constitutes the greatest fortune of their lives in a vast and boundless world. The price for a 3-hour lecture from an 8th tier powerhouse could easily purchase an entire ordinary small world. Chu, the venerable ancestor, merely requested a modest protection fee in return for bestowing upon them a small world. How could this be deemed excessive? It is entirely reasonable. Truly, I am a benevolent soul. Why must my nature be so inherently kind-hearted? Could I not adopt a more sinister disposition? Alas, it is a trait I cannot alter. Shaking his head, reflecting on his overly amiable character, Chu He gradually diminished his stature, reducing himself from the imposing figure of a golden giant. The golden radiance also waned. Although being a golden sun and basking in the attention of all was delightful, Chu He could not truly exist as a sun, suspended in the heavens day after day. Upon returning to his original form, he instantly arrived within the Chu family estate, ready to embrace the cheers and adoration of his numerous descendants. The venerable ancestor relished the reverent gazes of his progeny, for such admiration filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. In the esteemed lineage of the world-renowned Chu family, anticipation was palpable. When Chu He transformed back from the colossal golden figure to his original appearance and arrived at the estate, however, the thousands of his descendants displayed no signs of excitement or exhilaration. Instead, they turned to observe the unfamiliar surroundings and the slowly descending ancestor in silence, their eyes reflecting a clarity of confusion and bewilderment. They had been diligently cultivating within the family, enjoying various resources to enhance their strength, or relishing the privileges of the Essence Dan lineage within the palaces of the hundreds of other nations. Yet, suddenly the entire celestial cloud realm had transformed, heralded by the emergence of a golden sun of unfathomable magnitude, a manifestation of a great existence. It is truly astonishing that a single individual can transform into a sun that rivals the size of the entire world. The numerous tomes of formidable cultivators have never suggested that one could attain such heights. They had presumed that their ancestors, beings of the Yuan Dan level, who could obliterate vast expanses of land in a mere thought, were already the epitome of existence. However, when compared to such an extraordinary figure, their achievements pale in insignificance. To utter an irreverent truth, comparing their ancestors to this being would be an affront to the latter. What is even more astonishing is that this magnificent entity is none other than their own ancestor, Chu He. He is the very one who guided their family from a state of weakness to the esteemed Yuan Dan lineage. Now, he has ascended to a realm known as the Tiandi realm, surpassing the Dharma aspect, a level of power that can rival the very heavens and earth. With just a few strikes, he can instigate monumental upheaval across the world, effortlessly conquering the celestial cloud realm and elevating the Chu family to the status of nobility within the world. They have become a lineage of greater distinction, one that can indulge in their desires without restraint. Yet, why do their faces lack expressions of surprise? Such a monumental event should bring them joy. How can they remain unmoved by the monumental breakthrough of their ancestors' power? It is as if they no longer recognize their own progenitor. If they truly cannot recognize him, they ought to return to the law enforcement hall and receive 100 lashes. To not recognize their ancestor is the mark of ungrateful descendants. Upon arriving at the Daoxian Gate, which is now the domain of the Chu family, one would expect a jubilant reception filled with cheers, excitement, and adoration, emotions that he cherishes most. Yet, the reality is starkly different. The atmosphere is eerily calm. Even the sound of a pin dropping on the floor would resonate louder than any noise emanating from the crowd. This is not in alignment with his expectations. Their tranquility makes it exceedingly difficult for him to manage the situation, rendering his emotional fluctuations conspicuous. No. How can we possibly fail to recognize him? It is precisely because we're so familiar with our ancestor that he seems somewhat unfamiliar to us now, creating a sense of estrangement. One of the Chu family's descendants, upon witnessing the venerable Chu He, felt a surge of indignation. As he regained his composure from the stupor, he could no longer contain his overwhelming excitement. He quickly responded, eager to provide emotional validation to their ancestor. Ancestor, you have concealed your power so profoundly. You have ascended to the so-called Tiandi realm, yet previously only revealed a strength at the human celestial level. I can scarcely fathom the despair and regret that would befall those families who once dared to provoke us, should they come to know the true extent of our family's might. TSK. I had not considered it until you mentioned it. Your words evoke an overwhelming sense of despair regarding that scene. The imagery is so exquisite that it is almost too much to fathom. Upon reflection, I realize that the gap between the celestial and the earthly realm spans a staggering 4 major boundaries. How ruthless! Ha! Regardless of how many great realms separate us, my current desire is simply to abstain from beef. Back in the Yuan Dan realm, I had grandmasters serving under me, akin to loyal hounds. Now, we have ascended to the status of worldly nobility, ruling over the entire realm, while the manifestations of our ancestors appear as mere trifles, easily dismissed with a glance. I am intensely curious about the extent of my current exalted status and how many would aspire to serve me. Among the younger branches of the Chu family, Chu Bantian cannot suppress a crooked grin, one that is more pronounced than even the most challenging of smiles to contain. Observing the others around me, it is impossible to restrain the burning questions that arise in their minds. Undoubtedly, everyone is contemplating this. Let me be known, we are now part of an esteemed family of the earthly realm, a noble family of the world. Henceforth, we must re-establish our dignified demeanor. Alas, what a nuisance! When the celestial family achieved the Yuandan lineage, I diligently adjusted my posture to elevate my status, striving to attain a lofty position. Little did I anticipate that I would need to readjust once more to ascend even higher than before, a challenge of considerable magnitude, not easily accomplished in a fleeting moment. Chu Xin, what pretense are you maintaining? It is truly bothersome. You must be reveling inside while outwardly feigning composure. In the gathering place of the younger generations of the Chu family, witnessing a companion attempt to maintain a facade is utterly exasperating. You are merely fortunate to have been born into the Chu family, coinciding with the ascendance of our illustrious ancestor. Were it not for their remarkable contributions, you might still be languishing in some muddy pit or toiling as a slave in a mine. Indeed, we are fortunate to belong to the Chu family and to encounter such a formidable ancestor. I must admit, my rebirth has been serendipitous. How did I manage to secure such a favorable birth? Ancestor, should another life await me, I would choose to be your descendant once more. Emerging from my stupor, the younger generations of the Chu family were immediately invigorated, gazing at Chu He with profound admiration. They endeavored to grasp this astonishing revelation. Mere months prior, they had encountered a similar surprise, taking considerable time to assimilate it. Yet here they were, confronted with an even greater marvel shortly thereafter. The promise of 108 prosperous days had only just begun, and already their hearts felt shattered. Without having done anything, one has transformed from a mere descendant of a minor celestial family into a member of the global aristocracy. How could this not evoke excitement and exhilaration? Previously, practitioners of the celestial realm were figures they could only aspire to, yet now, those in the celestial realm lack even the qualification to look up to these world nobles. One must at least reach the Yuandan realm to earn such a privilege. Merely a qualification, indeed. Excellent, truly splendid. Observing the expressions he desired, Chu He nodded in satisfaction. However, upon hearing a descendant assert that he had concealed for major realms, Chu He promptly interjected, the one referred to as Chu Qingbao. Allow me to clarify, it is not 4 major realms that I have hidden, but 5. Beyond the Dharma aspect, and beneath the heavens lies a realm known as the Dongsu realm. With a beaming smile, Chu He left only his silhouette behind as he gracefully strode towards the most opulent and prestigious palatial complex of the Chu clan. As the ancestor, with an elevation in strength, one's standard of living ought to rise correspondingly. Otherwise, if one's life remains unchanged after gaining power, what purpose does the enhancement serve? Therefore, as one's strength ascends, so too must the enjoyment of life. It would be folly to allow such power to go unappreciated. As for the notion that the mighty dwell in secluded mountains and forests, such thoughts are best left unheard. Only those with flawed minds would entertain them. Not everyone is a sage devoid of desires. Though Chu He has departed, discussions regarding the ancestor have only just begun. Especially upon hearing that the realm of heaven and earth, as articulated by the ancestor, is not merely the first realm above the Dharma aspect, but a domain even mightier. There exists yet another realm known as Dongsu above it. The discourse surrounding the ancestor's strength, which now surpasses the strongest in the Tianyun realm by 2 major realms, has only intensified. Everyone is increasingly exhilarated. Consider this. If the Dharma aspect realm can sustain life for hundreds of thousands of years, how long might the ancestor, who is 2 realms stronger, endure? Hundreds of millions of years? Perhaps even billions? The prospect of enjoying such wealth for generations fills them with fervor. Moreover, initial concerns about the potential conflict should someone break through to the heavenly realm and contend with the ancestor have begun to dissipate. Even if such an individual were to emerge, they would be but a mere footnote. By the time that person appears, the ancestor may have achieved even greater breakthroughs, transcending several major realms. After all, this venerable ancestor has transcended 2 great realms over a span of 5 centuries. Can you fathom the heights to which this ancestor might ascend in the future? My dear father, your ability to conceal is remarkable, even from your own son. Might we not strive to be more forthright and cultivate a world filled with greater affection? As I retreated to my designated sanctuary, It was not long before Chu He's two sons, Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian, made their entrance, their eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Regarding these two young scions, especially Chu Zhongtian, Chu He found himself yearning to sweep them away, reminiscing about his own tribulations in the simulator while fretting over their well-being. To his surprise, they reveled in the pleasures of the Tianyun realm, indulging in delights beyond measure, casting him in the role of a fool. Fortuitously, they approached him of their own accord, providing the perfect opportunity to impose upon them some burdens. One must not live too idly. Regular activity is essential to prevent stagnation. At the very least, they should not be more leisurely than he. Indeed, the repeated revelations of his own capabilities made him feel like a mere inept leader. Having recently recalibrated his mindset and resolved to diligently strengthen his clan, he found that, in an instant, the family had soared to heights unattainable. Yet, this ascension brought with it a sense of stagnation. He now felt that further development was beyond reach. Father, can you comprehend my state of mind? My childhood dream was to see our family flourish under my stewardship, yet that dream now lies shattered. Do you realize the profound emotional toll this has on a child of over 4,000 months? Upon hearing his father's words, Chu Qingtian nodded in agreement, his own emotions swirling in complexity. The shattering of his childhood dreams had inflicted deep wounds, but witnessing the family's unprecedented rise quickly mended those scars. He was genuinely delighted by the ancestors' enhanced prowess. Yet, after over 3 centuries of effort, it felt disheartening that a mere display of the ancestor's strength eclipsed his own endeavors. Chu Qingtian contemplated embracing a more leisurely lifestyle, perhaps indulging in the pleasures of life. You too, faced with such a magnificent opportunity, why harbor such convoluted feelings? Chu Qingtian, who told you that our family has reached a point of no further advancement? In this world, we may indeed be invincible, yet beyond its confines, we are but inconsequential. Do you not wonder why I have attained such formidable power in such a brief span, without causing any commotion or expending a single resource? Even the most gifted among us could not replicate my feats. Indeed, my prowess derives from realms beyond this world, where countless worlds exist, collectively known as the myriad heavens, awaiting conquest by our esteemed lineage. The Tianyun realm is but a trivial place. Your concern for it is unwarranted. Previously, the strongest manifestation here lacked even the qualifications to become a mere slave in the outside world. Only those at the Void Realm, referred to as the 7th tier, possess the potential to attain such a status, and I merely scraped the edges of this qualification, holding but a modest rank. You must broaden your perspective, envisioning the myriad heavens as you lead our family to conquer endless worlds and ascend to the pinnacle of the myriad heavens. I have great faith in you. Witnessing my grandson teeter on the brink of a shattered resolve, I recognize that his aspirations are centered on fostering our family's growth and strength, diligently striving to cultivate both himself and our lineage. Now, with his resolve extinguished, he faces the peril of despondency. How could he entertain such thoughts when the promising days have only just begun? I could almost kick him back to his senses. My 4th brother, in his 20s, is still in the prime of his endeavors. At over 500 years old, I too persist in my pursuits. How can you, at just over 400, consider complacency? Reignite your fighting spirit and strive alongside me. Your age is the perfect time for endeavor. At 109, our family has only just commenced its journey. And yet, there are already parasites among us. The myriad heavens? Infinite worlds beyond our own? A manifestation that lacks even the qualifications to stand alone? Our ancestors, merely holding a modest rank? As Chu He spoke, the minds of Chu Zhongtian and Chu Qingtian, the core members of the Chu family, buzzed with disbelief. Each word from our ancestor was familiar, yet when woven together, they became incomprehensible. How could our ancestor, a being capable of obliterating our entire world, be deemed to hold only a modest rank? What then defines a true powerhouse? Is it the ability to annihilate myriad worlds with but a thought? Or perhaps to wield even greater strength? Without hesitation, suppressing their astonishment, Chu Zhongtian and his companion immediately posed a multitude of inquiries to Chu He, seeking clarity on the implications of his recent statements. After a brief explanation from Chu He, they emerged, minds swirling with thoughts, somewhat dazed. How to articulate this feeling? Moments ago, they believed themselves invincible, only to turn and discover their family was but a small fry. In fact, they felt even smaller than they had during their time with the Tianren family. Previously, unaware of the existence beyond their confines, they had assumed their status was relatively significant within the world. Yet now, no longer a frog at the bottom of the well. Having ascended to the status of world nobility and dominators, they leap from their confines only to find their standing diminished. In the realm of Tianyan, one status appears to have risen, yet beyond this world, it seems to have diminished. Thus, does a higher status equate to a lower one? Regardless, whether one's status is elevated or not, as long as our clan possesses the potential for advancement, we must strive with even greater fervor. Just moments ago, I overheard members of the clan expressing a desire to indulge in a languid existence, akin to parasites. How can this be tolerated? Our family has only just begun its ascent, and there are those who wish to languish in idleness. If such sentiments proliferate, when shall our clan flourish? When shall we ascend to become a formidable power across the myriad realms? I shall send that individual to the Hall of Punishment for a brief period of confinement to instill some clarity. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, Chu Tian momentarily halted his steps, his resolve reaffirmed. A fierce fire ignited within him, and he was eager to return to his previous state of diligence, to ardently labor and illuminate the entire clan with his efforts. Casting his gaze upon the surrounding clan members, he was filled with radiant determination. If anyone dared to languish in his presence, they would undoubtedly fall under his discerning gaze. As he observed, he continued forward, invigorated and spirited. Within the palace, Chu He, who was preparing to indulge in a few days of leisure, noticed through his mental perception the energetic presence of Chu Tian. He felt a sense of accomplishment in his ability to motivate. Unable to restrain himself, he commended his own prowess. After patting himself on the back, Chu He directed the Chu family servants, also relocated to the central domain, to venture into the secret realms established by the Daoxian sect, designated for the breeding of demonic beasts, to procure a few specimens. He, the venerable ancestor, was about to commence his culinary enjoyment. However, after sampling the delicacies prepared by his subordinates, Chu He furrowed his brow slightly and could not help but exclaim, "Such precious ingredients yield a flavor akin to the exquisite dishes I have savored before. Aside from the abundant spiritual essence within the ingredients, there is hardly any discernible difference. Unless these ingredients are inherently lacking in taste, it must be that my chefs possess inadequate culinary skills. This is unacceptable." In previous simulations, the fourth brother indulged in a remarkable feast, consuming for centuries, relishing in countless delicacies, including true dragons and phoenixes at will. Yet, upon the simulation's conclusion, I, in my true form, must confront reality and endure a life of hardship. Reflecting on the idyllic life described in the simulations compared to my current state, I felt utterly disheartened. Is this not a cruel twist of fate? It seems imperative to commence the search for the finest chefs across the world to assemble my culinary team. I shall instruct this team to prepare the Zile Tian Quan shrimp. I am eager to discover the true taste of the demonic beasts I once deemed the pinnacle of flavor in the Tianyan realm. I sincerely hope it does not disappoint. With merely a few bites, Chu He turned away from the thousands of exquisite delicacies before him and departed without a second glance. Even if each dish was crafted from the flesh and blood of beasts of the Yuan Dan realm, capable of inciting fierce battles among the celestial beings, it was of no consequence to him. What does it matter? If it lacks flavor, it is simply unpalatable. These were merely the remnants of fourth-tier beasts. Had the world outside not been fraught with peril, he would have waited until he was stronger to venture forth. In the vast expanse of the mixed heaven, such lowly fare would not even grace his table. Only the meat of beasts of the seventh tier and above held that honor. A mere morsel of such meat could be worth a small world. Yet even so, if it were unappetizing, he would discard it without a second thought. He would rather throw it away than consume it. However, wastefulness is a disgraceful act. Though these items bore no significance to Chu He, being mere refuse, they were treasures to the younger generations of his clan. Even at their current status, they would have to exert considerable effort to savor such delicacies. Thus, he distributed these offerings to those diligent descendants as a form of reward. As time passed, the younger members of the Chu family reluctantly accepted the undeniable reality that their ancestor was indeed invincible. Meanwhile, across the Tianyan realm, various forces of celestial beings at the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen levels finally gathered information regarding the Chu family, scrutinizing the accomplishments of the past repeatedly. Yet they remained baffled by the sudden rise of this supreme ancestor to such unmatched strength. He appeared as if he had sprung forth from the crevices of stone, inherently formidable. Upon his emergence, he crushed the entire Tianyun realm with absolute power, causing all to recall the recent, overwhelming presence of a golden sun that dominated the heavens, prompting involuntary beads of sweat. That figure was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that no one dared entertain thoughts of rebellion. And even the most irreverent musings compelled them to cast their eyes downwards, fearing they might be perceived by that great existence. They felt their days were numbered and began to prepare for the inevitable, urging their kin to flee as far as possible, hoping to spare their bloodline from calamity. Chapter 110. The Visionaries and the Pragmatists, Purging the Ranks. Alas, Chu He paid them no heed. He found them unworthy of his attention. Given his current standing, acknowledging them would be an undue favor. He merely noted them in his ledger, adjusting the protection fee from 90% of their spoils to a mere 999 thousandths, leaving them with a paltry 1,000th. Despite their utter confusion regarding how the ancestor of the Chu family attained such profound strength silently and without notice, reality remained unyielding. Reality dictates that the other party possesses formidable power. They have become the radiant sun overshadowing all. They are now citizens of our homeland, free to act as they please. No one can impede their will, not even a fleeting thought can stand in their way. In light of this, what is the purpose of contemplating such matters? It would be more prudent to reflect on how to thrive in this vast world of change, ensuring one's own legacy continues to flourish. That is what truly matters. The rulers of various factions, upon contemplating these truths, exhibited a glimmer of resolve in their eyes. The significant upheaval within the heavenly cloud realm presents both peril and promise. The danger lies in the possibility of being swept away in the turmoil, becoming mere remnants of the reshuffle. Conversely, the advantage is the world has been reshaped. The pathways to ascension appear to have been slightly unblocked, offering lower realm cultivators a chance to glimpse vistas previously beyond their reach. In a land of myriad nations, at the heavenly Xian sect, the esteemed heavenly Xianxia convened within the Grand Hall, discussing with dozens of venerable elders the most loyal approach to pledge fealty to the Chu family. Indeed, the heavenly Xian sect is remarkably forward-thinking. While other factions are still gathering information, pondering how the ancestors of the Chu family attained such strength, the heavenly Xian sect, being the closest to the Chu family's previous power, has already acquired concrete intelligence. Under the guidance of heavenly Xianxia, they prepared to collectively align with the Chu family, embracing their role as a subsidiary faction without the slightest hesitation. They would henceforth become proud servants of the Chu family, dutifully executing any command bestowed upon them. After thorough deliberation, the elders resolved that if they were to serve the Chu family, they should do so with utmost sincerity and commitment. Those who hesitated during their allegiance would risk incurring the disfavor of the Chu family, and they would have no one but themselves to blame for their lack of discernment. To avert the possibility of the nearby spirit faction hastily becoming the first to affiliate with the Chu family, thereby claiming the title of the foremost subordinate, our entire sect shall depart immediately. It is essential to recognize that only those who lead can capture the greatest attention. Only the first to pledge allegiance will earn the Chu family's utmost acknowledgement and stature. We cannot afford to be second. At the apex of the Grand Hall, heavenly Xianxia displayed a hint of excitement. Yet when his gaze fell upon the assembly, he noticed that although all had consented, a few still hesitated, feeling a sense of discomfort at the prospect of transitioning from their esteemed status as elders of the spirit sect to becoming mere servants to another. The excitement on his face immediately vanished, replaced by a fierce and cold gaze as he reprimanded those around him, making them acutely aware of their predicament. Should anyone dare to exhibit such expressions of reluctance while pledging loyalty, he would not hesitate to purge them on the spot. Even if they managed to conceal their discontent before the Chu family, he would still ensure a thorough cleansing afterward. Given the formidable strength displayed by the Chu family, it was utterly intolerable that some oblivious individuals would continue to display such ambivalence. This was a profound betrayal of loyalty. If someone were to incite them later, there was a real possibility they would conspire in the shadows. As the head of the Chu family, although not yet formally inducted, he already considered himself a member. Tian Xianxia believed it imperative to eradicate this potential threat at its inception. The Chu family could not be perceived as incompetent, unable to manage even their subordinates, due to the actions of these individuals. In the northern region, at the Qianchong sect, while the leader of Tianxian sect contemplated the first to join the Chu family and the subsequent purging of dissenters, the most powerful figure within the Qianchong sect, Qianchong Zhenjun, a pragmatist, had already begun to put his plans into action. When he gathered everyone to declare his intention to become the first subordinate force to the Chu family, pledging to offer 95% of the sect's precious resources. Many among the assembly displayed reluctance, their unwillingness plainly evident, even if they did not voice outright opposition. To mitigate any potential disturbances, Qianchong Zhenjun quickly donned a cold smile, harnessing the might of his substantial spiritual power to strike down the nearest dissenting Yuan Dan with a single blow. Aware that dissent would surely breed further treachery, and confident in his absolute strength, he deemed it unnecessary to defer action. Once all opposition had been silenced, he retracted his cold demeanor, reverting to the amiable facade he had previously maintained. Addressing the remaining 20 or so Yuan Dan elders who supported him, he cheerfully remarked, "Esteemed elders, all those who are unaware of their fate have been removed, leaving behind only the most promising talents of our time. I initially expected to retain merely a handful, yet we have more than 20 remaining. This is splendid. It appears that wisdom prevails over folly in our midst. With our united resolve, we shall join the Chu family, a singular force devoted to their service. Together, we will carve out a new realm of possibilities. We all share a bright future. As long as we earnestly serve the Chu family, you may even find opportunities to ascend to the status of Yuan Shun Zhenjun. Now, let us embark towards the central region. Indeed, esteemed ancestor, we shall embark on our journey without delay. We must not allow anyone else to gain an advantage over us. Indeed, the first to step forward shall pave the way for us. If we are the first to join, the Chu family will surely acknowledge us with great reverence, embracing us as their own. To be regarded as one of their own. Nodding in agreement, the remaining 20 or so Yuan Dan practitioners present exhibited no semblance of sorrow for the many deceased elders. Their demise was entirely self-inflicted. Was it not preferable to serve dutifully? By being the first to join, they might even achieve the Yuan Shen realm. In comparison to that, what do these meager resources signify? To be subservient amounts to nothing. The passing of these individuals is beneficial. With them gone, competition diminishes, thereby increasing the likelihood of success for the remaining practitioners. Excitement and anticipation were etched upon the faces of all present. The 112th chapter had already begun to alter memories, sowing seeds of doubt. From the southern sky, northern frontier, eastern wasteland, to the western domain, countless forces of Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms hastily converged upon the location of the Chu family, fearful of lagging behind. Even if they could not secure the first position, being second still held some significance. However, if they fell to third, fourth, or fifth, their worth would diminish entirely. They might even be treated as mere examples to instill fear in others, a fate not to be taken lightly. Thus, for the sake of their lives and their positions in the altered world order, they sought to move with utmost swiftness, utilizing space-transcending formations. They expended vast amounts of physical strength, even sacrificing their lifespan to hasten their journey. They summoned formidable flying beasts, urging them to exhaust their full potential, to burn their very essence, and to soar continuously through the fabric of space. Yet, such methods were reserved for practitioners of the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms. For those of the celestial realm, aspirations to be among the first or second to reach the central domain were mere fantasies. Merely avoiding being the last was an achievement in itself. Consequently, all celestial families within the eastern wasteland began to seek alternative paths. If they could not curry favor with the true Chu family, then perhaps they could ingratiate themselves with the Chu family's connections in the land of myriad nations. After a month of meticulous preparations, the Wang and Xian families coincidentally chose today to hold their nuptials. The simultaneous celebrations aimed to outshine one another, each vying to win the favor of the Chu family. Only through comparison could they demonstrate their sincerity, revealing which family possessed greater earnestness. The Wang and Xian families occupied two grand cities spanning several hundred miles, where their ancestral celestials had already employed great magical prowess to alter celestial phenomena. Endless crimson clouds enveloped the entire expanse of heaven and earth, suffused with a celebratory essence. Various celestial phenomena erupted with stunning frequency, as if unrestrained by cost. Upon the earth, an abundance of fiery red foliage blanketed the land, rustling gently in the breeze, while the wind carried the vibrant leaves skyward. It resembled an exquisitely beautiful scroll of art. Outside the city, hundreds of cultivators of innate realms raised their hands towards the sky, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the illustrious descendants of the Chu family. In an instant, they unleashed an array of colorful assaults into the firmament. These explosions in the lofty sky were as enchanting as fireworks, with the ability to form intricate and beautiful patterns, guided by the intentions of the assailants. Within the strongholds of the Wang and Xian families, every corridor was adorned with luxurious crimson carpets, and various red fabrics were woven into auspicious characters. Suspended from the rooftops of every household, the streets were lined with an abundance of banquet tables, prepared to host millions of citizens for a month-long celebration. This time, the two great families were truly expending a significant fortune. Most of their accumulated wealth was staked on this event, akin to a return to the days of struggle. Yet the faces of both families bore not a trace of despair, but rather resplendent smiles, genuine and heartfelt, devoid of pretense. The joy was palpable, as the two families had now become kin to the Chu family. Previously, when the Chu family merely revealed their prowess as a Yuan Dan clan, they were already elated to marry into their illustrious branches. However, just moments ago, they realized that what they had married into was not merely a branch of nobility, but a lineage steeped in wealth for millions of years. As long as the Chu family flourished and remained unoffended, these two clans would endure eternally, a legacy spanning 1,000,000 generations. It was truly perplexing how the ancestors of the Chu family had suddenly ascended to such heights. An occurrence so abrupt it felt dreamlike. How had I managed to triumph over such formidable strength? Surely, he must have allowed me some leeway, offering a glimpse of his true power without fully unleashing it. Reflecting on past encounters, it dawned upon me that he had countless opportunities to claim victory. Yet for reasons unknown, he chose to let me prevail. Clad in a crimson robe, Xian Wusheng, the ancestor of the Xian family, appeared somewhat dazed as he recalled the events of the past few months, feeling as though he were lost in a dream. Now, self-doubt began to creep in, prompting him to reconsider his own perceptions and memories. He pondered whether his victories in the numerous duels against Chu He were truly a testament to his strength or simply the result of his opponent's forbearance, which had allowed him to emerge victorious. He even believed that despite having numerous techniques that could not reach Chu He, he somehow managed to strike him, which must have been intentional on the part of the Chu family's ancestor. Otherwise, it would be utterly inexplicable how he could triumph over an opponent of such formidable strength. It was inconceivable that Chu He's power had only surged within the past few months. He must have been feeble before, surely? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. One could only wonder what heights the talents of their lineage would attain once the bloodline of the Chu family's ancestor was cultivated. Each individual would likely emerge as an unparalleled prodigy, effortlessly achieving the Yuan Dan realm. How enviable indeed. The Yuan Dan realm, which seemed so unattainable to me, will be a birthright for these individuals. Some things, once lacking at birth, can never be possessed in a lifetime. Fortunately, it won't be long before such a bloodline will also manifest among the younger generation of my family, with each generation having 30 individuals eligible to inherit the bloodline. That translates to 30 preordained to attain the Yuan Dan realm. In a daze filled with such thoughts, Wang Tianming, on the other side, was experiencing a similar reverie. He had been the first to accept that Chu He could swiftly attain the Yuan Dan realm. Yet he was the last to acknowledge that Chu He had become invincible in the world. But before the two could suppress their bewilderment, thousands of practitioners of the celestial being realm arrived at the premises of their families, bearing gifts filled with sincerity and wearing beaming smiles. Some particularly earnest individuals even brought along teams of hundreds or thousands, the finest in their respective factions when it came to organizing weddings. They came to assist the two families in making this marriage celebration even more splendid and grand, though the arrangements made by the two families were already quite standard. Nonetheless, the marriage to the noble scion of the Chu family still felt somewhat lacking. Chapter 113. The unmatched prodigy of Yuan Dan and the artificial fortune of the protagonist. In the central domain, for many practitioners at the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms, the members of the Chu family had once been seen as supreme beings. Their requests to serve as subordinates were met with indifference from most of the Chu family, who found little interest in such propositions. Save for the allure of the cultivation resources these individuals could contribute. This was not due to arrogance, but rather a reflection of the overwhelming disparity in power. The ancestors' strength surpassed two major realms, while the strongest among these visitors barely reached Yuan Shen, a gap of 3 significant realms. To put into perspective, this was akin to when their family was still at the celestial being level, and someone at the Master Realm sought to become their subordinate. For the Chu family at that time, a Master Realm practitioner was as inconsequential as a passerby, warranting little concern. The Yuan Dan practitioners were even less significant. They were utterly trivial. It merely equates to an ordinary innate realm. This matter warrants little concern. Indeed, they are reluctant to accept it, as it would diminish the stature of their lineage. There is a desire for them to vacate as far as possible, provided they deliver resources punctually each year. Beyond that, they are free to pursue their own endeavors. In contrast, the members of the Chu family are far more preoccupied with the sanctity of their bloodline, yearning for the day they might transform into a so-called heavenly bloodline. They deeply aspire to become prodigies. It is uncertain whether it is merely coincidence. But as numerous Chu family members ponder these thoughts, an overwhelming surge of bloodline power, originating from Chu He, instantaneously floods the bodies of many Chu descendants. Simultaneously, it transcends space, descending upon 2 allied families in the land of Shun, as well as upon the 2 collateral females who were to be wed into those families. Unlike the previous purple lightning that enveloped everyone, granting them comprehension of the heavenly thunder's might, where some could even master the thunder sacred body, utilizing various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and the supernatural abilities of mystical beasts to forge their bloodline. This latest manifestation of bloodline power is devoid of any extraneous elements. It is wholly crafted from the diverse rules and powers within Chu He's own realm. After relishing a moment of leisure, Chu He nonchalantly harnesses the various rules within his world, such as the rules of space, time, immortality, and fortune, coupled with the rules of fusion and, primarily, creation. These converge into an extraordinarily potent bloodline talent. Once fused, this endows an innate duality of spatial and temporal power, exponentially accelerating their comprehension and cultivation of these 2 rules by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Furthermore, when traversing space, their speed surpasses that of their peers by more than 10-fold. During combat, the temporal rules can be utilized to enhance their attack speed or to decelerate the assaults of their adversaries, significantly augmenting their combat prowess. Additionally, the inclusion of the immortality rule empowers the Chu descendants to become remarkably resilient. While they may not rival a certain venerable ancestor of the Chu clan in fortitude, they nonetheless present a formidable nightmare at their level. As for the rationale behind incorporating the fortune rule, it serves as a modest experiment for Chu He. Having once vanquished a protagonist of fortune and subsequently gathered many such figures as subordinates, he intends to generate several protagonists within his own family. The process is relatively straightforward. Protagonists of fortune are merely products created by the world. Within Chu, he resides a world akin to a celestial path of that realm, the sovereign of that universe. Bestowing the Chu descendants with the power of fortune essentially transforms them into protagonists of fortune within his internal world, a task that poses no significant challenge. At most, he can create only a handful, perhaps 5 or 6 protagonists at once. As the formidable and unparalleled power of bloodlines continuously infused within them, all members of the Chu family could sense their innate talents undergoing an astonishing elevation. Their strength, their foundational essence, their very bodies transformed incessantly. Each individual became increasingly multidimensional, with their height, physique, hair, eyes, and brows gradually conforming to the pinnacle of handsomeness. Forces of space, time, immortality, and fortune intertwined harmoniously, achieving a perfect amalgamation within their beings. Though the manifestations of space and time were not overtly apparent due to their relatively low strength, the power of the immortal principles was remarkably evident. Their physical prowess surged exponentially, while their regenerative and immortal capacities escalated to an unfathomable extent. Even if they were reduced to mere blood clots, they would not perish. Simply by collecting a drop of blood and granting them a modicum of time, they could restore themselves completely. The power of fortune subtly enhanced the luck of these individuals by dozens of times, particularly for those with exceptionally high bloodline integration, such as the family's most outstanding scion, Chu Xianxia. His fortune ascended even further, elevating by hundreds or even thousands of times, rendering him the son of fortune within Chu He's own realm. However, as Chu He could not permit him entry into his own world, he existed as a sort of wild version of the son of fortune. Yet, even as a wild entity, Such a caliber of luck within the Tianyan realm allowed him to effortlessly discover treasures of the 5th or 6th tier. Given a little time, he could easily achieve the manifestation of his dharma. This metamorphosis, a transformation of the bloodline, persisted for nearly an hour, after which all finally opened their eyes, acutely aware of their changes. My strength, astonishingly, surged from the pinnacle of innate cultivation to the peak of a grand master, merely a step away from attaining the celestial realm. What is this? Just recently, I had barely broken through to the master level, and now I have transformed into a celestial being akin to an ancient ancestor in the outside world. What significance does the celestial realm hold? My integration of bloodlines surpasses yours by a billionfold, having already attained the Yuan Dan. With my innate talent, it will not be long before I achieve the Yuan Shun. Remarkably, I have encountered a prodigy. I feel my own talent has only increased by several dozen times, and compared to my previous self, in the absence of resources, I should still be able to attain the Yuan Dan. This is to be expected, according to our prior estimations. Our ancestors' attainment of the Yuan Shun realm would enable us to forge a path where each individual could independently break through to the master level. Achieving the Dharma manifestation would ensure a baseline talent of at least a grandmaster for each, while the Dongshu realm would guarantee a minimum talent of a celestial being. Our ancestor, being of the heaven and earth realm, would thus grant us all an extraordinary level of talent. Chapter 104. Establishing a Global Authority? Zhulonggung. Another simulation. The innate talent to achieve the Yuan Dan realm. It is astonishing that just a few months ago, my sole aspiration was to attain the Yuan Dan myself. And now, not only have I accomplished that, but I have also enabled thousands within my family to reach the same pinnacle. Furthermore, barring any significant unforeseen circumstances, it is entirely plausible that every individual could ascend to the Dongshu realm, and ultimately, even to the realms of heaven and earth, or even the 9th and 10th levels. Within the palace, Chu He found himself quite satisfied with the ancestral power he had crafted this time. The harmonious blend of spatial time and indomitable fortune was nothing short of perfection. The potential of this bloodline power was beyond his wildest imagination, especially regarding the future prowess of his descendants. It seemed likely that they would soon enter an era where the Dharma form would be rendered insignificant, with the entire clan achieving the Dharma form. The mere thought of such a scenario was overwhelming. However, this vision might only materialize several months down the line. Even with the advantages bestowed upon them, it would still require a considerable amount of time for them to realize the Dharma form. Continuing to savor life, Chu He shook his head, raised his exquisite wine goblet, and took a hearty sip. He also indulged in a delicacy crafted from the flesh of a dragon of the Yuan Shun realm, savoring each bite. Simultaneously, he sampled a shrimp known as the Purple Thunder Celestial Fist, its translucent flesh adorned with violet stripes. As it touched the water, a gentle electric sensation enveloped his mouth, causing a delightful shiver throughout his body. Such exquisite flavors made him tremble with enjoyment. For a moment, he felt that this meat was a rare treasure from the heavens, something seldom encountered on earth. His previous life had been filled with hardship. The bitter waters of desolation paled in comparison to his own struggles. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After this brief interlude, amidst the millions of practitioners at the celestial being realm, tens of thousands at the Yuan Dan realm, and hundreds at the Yuan Shun realm, Chu He casually spoke for 3 hours, expounding on the realms of Yuan Dan and Yuan Shun, delving into the intricacies of these two stages. Naturally, he refrained from discussing the more advanced realms of Dongshu and Tiandi, as these individuals would not grasp such concepts, lacking the inherited memories to comprehend them. If one were to inquire about the Yuan Shun and Dharma form realms, he himself had no inherited memories to draw upon. Any answers would simply stem from an innate brilliance, with an understanding vastly exceeding that of the void god. He casually perused the cultivation notes of various formidable beings within the Tianyan realm and grasped everything therein. After all, the cultivation of Yuan Shun and Yuan Dan realms revolves around rules, does it not? To become a sovereign of the world, one must master the 3,000 rules. And discussing these principles posed no challenge whatsoever. Although Chu He did not delve into the profound concepts of the Dharma aspect, and his discourse was brief. For the practitioners at the Yuan Shun realm present, these 3 hours were akin to a fortuitous opportunity. It dispelled numerous doubts and alleviated many bottlenecks, potentially saving them hundreds or even thousands of years of futile cultivation time. Therefore, Even when confronted with the Chu family's demand to surrender over 90% of their cultivation resources, none of the Yuan Shun realm practitioners dared to refuse. For them, transcending to the Dharma aspect realm was a lifelong aspiration. Achieving such a breakthrough would grant them a lifespan of millions of years, a true form of eternal existence. The resources they possessed were of little value to them, serving primarily to those at the Yuan Dan realm. If they were lost, so be it. It was not their misfortune. Rather than fretting over these resources, it would be more prudent to consider how to curry favor with the Chu family. Perhaps, should the esteemed ancestor of the Chu family be in high spirits, he might impart wisdom that could facilitate their breakthrough into the Dharma aspect realm. As for the Yuan Dan and Tianren, their opinions were inconsequential. There was no need for consideration, nor any desire to inquire about their agreement. Merely a notification would suffice. Any dissent could be swiftly extinguished. Yuan Shun realm practitioners were expected to serve the interests of the Chu family, and the decision to eliminate any discontented individuals could be made at will, requiring no intervention from the ancestor. There were still 5 Dharma aspect slaves available for action, and they were not to be underestimated. Anyone who dared to express dissatisfaction or take actions detrimental to the Chu family would face immediate suppression from the 5 formidable Dharma aspect experts, quelling all adversaries. To preemptively address any potential discontent among those who might oppose the Chu family, a proposal emerged to establish a governing body within the Tianyun realm, centered around the 5 Dharma aspect experts. This entity would bring hope to the world and uphold justice, safeguarding the Chu Long people, especially those venturing beyond their home territory. However, this suggestion was largely dismissed. The Chu Long were not fragile beings, nor were they idle parasites in need of protection. Each was a paragon of excellence from the outset, and their family boasted abundant cultivation resources. Once they reached the Yuan Dan realm and combined their formidable bloodline talents in spatial and temporal domains, few would possess the strength to challenge them. Furthermore, due to the immutable laws of existence, inflicting harm upon them was virtually impossible. Those with power were predominantly at the Yuan Shun realm, and what would compel them to act against the Chu Long? Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death in the span of a month. For Chu He, whose lifespan had already exceeded trillions of years, time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, within the heart of the Chu family estate, a formidable team of elite chefs, numbering in the tens of thousands, had been assembled to cater to Chu He, as he relished the exquisite cuisine. He activated his simulator system, the languor in his gaze evaporating, replaced by a newfound seriousness. It was nearly time for the 5th simulation. He hoped that in this new round, the 5th would exhibit even a hint of the 4th's prowess. There was no need for him to surpass the 4th's achievements. Merely attaining the 9th tier would suffice. Of course, should he progress further and reach the 10th tier, that would be splendid as well. Chu He mused with a tinge of anticipation as he gazed at the Azure system interface, eagerly awaiting the 5th's performance. His expectations were not excessive. Each subsequent simulation should ideally witness his ascension to a higher realm. As long as the 5th could follow the 4th's path and join the army of chaos to invade worlds, invading several minor realms to gather resources and significantly expand his inner universe, he would be able to break through. Had the 4th continued on this trajectory, he could have achieved the 9th tier in a mere few 100,000 years. Alas, he encountered the problematic world of the God of Light, along with that insufferable supreme God of Light. In that realm, the supreme God of Light and another insidious supreme God of Void were 2 entities that, should Chu He not eliminate them in the future, would lead him to despair. This time, should he chance upon the world of the God of Light in the simulation, he would expose their secrets to see if he could find a 10th tier being collecting their ashes as a form of interest, allowing him to breathe more easily and ward off the anger that brewed within him. Chapter 115. The Golden Purple Talent, the cumulative talent of the entire clan. After a brief wait, a familiar electronic notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Would you like to commence a new simulation? Without hesitation, he affirmed, Ding. 5th simulation begins. Congratulations, you have become the new generation of cattle and horses, the 5th. Within the core of the Chu family's domain, the 5th Chu He, astonished to find himself as the subject of the simulation, found no need for further elaboration. Greatness spoke for itself. Having experienced the remarkable life of the 4th, the 5th Chu He was not overly resistant to his role in the simulation, as long as life remained vibrant and fulfilling. Thus, whether in the simulation or not, what mattered was that where he existed was real, where he did not, was mere illusion. In contrast to this place, the true essence lies in the realm of simulation. Let us first draw upon this opportunity to acquire talent, hoping for one that exceeds golden tier. Given my previous fortune and the identity of the protagonist I embody, a golden talent should be a minimum expectation. As I activated the simulator system, the figure known as number 5, Chu He, began to extract his talent. The ancient wheel spun continuously, and as the pointer came to a halt, a radiant hue of purple gold enveloped the entirety of the wheel. This time, it was not merely golden. It transcended to a more esteemed level, a fusion of purple and gold, a purple-gold talent. I reiterate, am I not the protagonist? Is there still room for doubt? Who would question my luck? With a smile illuminating my face, I took a moment to assess this newfound talent and its effects. After a brief contemplation, I recognized the talent as formidable power. However, harnessing this effect would demand considerable effort and time. Talent, total power of the clan. The name itself reveals its function. The strength of every member of my family would merge with my own. Presently, after nearly a month of cultivation, my clan boasts nearly 100 practitioners at the Yuandan realm and tens of thousands at the Tianren realm. Their power has already integrated into my being, augmenting my strength, albeit slightly. Were it not for my complete mastery over my own abilities, I might not even perceive this enhancement. For the incremental increase is so minuscule that my natural growth through mere breaths surpasses the collective strength of my kin. This is no exaggeration. It seems imperative to expedite the growth of my clan as practitioners while also eliminating any restrictions on the birth rate. A mere tens of thousands is insufficient. Even with many strong individuals, or if all were to achieve the 8th rank, the enhancement to my power would be minimal. I lack the capacity to elevate them all to the 8th rank. Yet should the number of births reach trillions, hundreds of trillions, or even tens of trillions, even if these individuals possess only the strength of the Dharma aspect, the resulting augmentation would be significant. Due to the implications of this talent, number 5, Chu, has decisively charted the future course for the clan, to proliferate, to thrive abundantly. The more we multiply, the greater the strength of our ancestors. And the stronger our ancestors become, the more treasures we shall acquire. In due time, they will undoubtedly reward their descendants handsomely. Those who are rewarded tend to procreate more, thus entering a virtuous cycle. As the population increases over time, it is conceivable that a new generation could emerge every 20 years, leading to a remarkable enhancement of Chu He's strength, potentially multiplying exponentially. Upon contemplating this, you promptly summon Chu Tian, the energetic patriarch who is fervently striving to elevate the family's status. You instruct him to announce a new family regulation regarding procreation for each child born. Regardless of gender, a reward of a divine treasure of the spirit realm will be given if 10 children are born. A reward of a law manifestation level treasure will be bestowed. Upon hearing these words from the elder, Chu Tian is filled with bewilderment and cannot help but inquire, Elder, why does our family require such a large number of descendants? Furthermore, he notes the scarcity of resources at the spirit and law manifestation levels within the family, estimating that they could only reward a few thousand before exhausting their supply. He expresses dissatisfaction with the low vitality within the family, pointing out the vast expanse of their ancestral land, which is sparsely populated, where each individual could claim hundreds of Dao mountains. Does that seem appealing? As for the issue of cultivation resources, there is no need for concern within the myriad realms. Resources of the spirit and law manifestation grades are as plentiful as wild grass, lacking in value. Chu He refrains from elaborating on his reasoning, simply instructing Chu Tian to proceed. As long as the cultivation does not require a substantial amount of 7th-tier resources, the challenges posed by lower-grade resources are trivial. Once it is confirmed that the elder is not jesting and genuinely intends to implement this plan, Chu Tian ceases to oppose it, with the assurance of resource availability. All is deemed feasible. Moreover, as the family patriarch, he feels compelled to set an example, taking the lead himself. Although he lacks spirit-level cultivation resources, he still yearns for law manifestation resources, which are exceedingly rare in the world. With such an opportunity at hand, it is imperative to seize it. As news of the procreation rewards circulates among all members of the family, excitement erupts among the younger generations. While a few express concerns about the family's limited cultivation resources, the majority immediately begin to scout for exquisite women across the globe. In the realm of the human race, The population is estimated to be in the tens of billions. Even with a beauty standard of 8.5 or higher, there would still be billions of stunning women. If one were to consider only those rated 9.8 and above, there would still be tens of millions. Not to mention that those who cultivate often enhance their physical beauty as they elevate their realms. The number of breathtaking beauties could easily exceed several tens of millions, potentially warranting an additional zero. Unless one wishes to be a mere stallion, careful selection is indeed necessary. Chapter 116, Amen, a slave forever. When the entire Chu family was in motion, you two took action, tearing open the world platform of the Tianyan realm, and began to choose the path that the fourth brother had originally taken when departing from Tianyan. Although you remain unaware of the precise location of the vast and chaotic world, nor the whereabouts of the beast bloodline realm or the transit stations among the myriad heavens, such details are inconsequential. In the face of formidable power, no problem holds significance. It merely requires a little more time to seek out the answers. Indeed, it is akin to this. Previously, traversing the dark void of the myriad heavens to reach the realm of beast bloodlines would have taken centuries, yet this time, you accomplished it in a mere hour. This duration includes the time spent searching. Otherwise, the journey could have been even swifter. Upon reaching the realm of beast bloodlines, the fifth Chu He was far less cautious than before, no longer needing to stealthily enter and meticulously probe the surroundings. You were aware of the weak entities within, knowing there were merely a handful of the most insignificant seventh-tier beasts to contend with. These meager creatures hardly warranted any trepidation. A familiar, crooked smile formed on your lips, as the radiant golden sun forcefully illuminated the realm of beast bloodlines, casting a brilliant golden light upon all the beasts. This overwhelming presence suppressed every creature, rendering them immobile. Regardless of whether they were the lowly first or second-tier beings, or the so-called seventh-tier beast gods, they could only be ground against the earth, their delicate visages scraped and bruised by the relentless friction. The weak, after all, are destined to be thoroughly trampled. You had located them. With a sweep of your divine consciousness, you found the four reserves of sustenance, effortlessly overpowering them and marking their souls, binding them once again as your slaves. Once a slave, always a slave, as long as there exists the fifth Chu He and, subsequently, the sixth and seventh. Unaware of the directions in the vast chaotic world or how to navigate the heavens, these unfortunate souls cannot escape their fate. Once enslaved, they remain enslaved for life. Suddenly, one might feel a twinge of pity for these beast gods. Yet, there is nothing to be done. Their misfortune is simply too profound. The external Chu He, witnessing the fifth's swift and efficient simulation of actions, was thoroughly pleased by the rapid enslavement of the previous four. While he offered a token of sympathy for the beast gods, it was merely superficial. In truth, Chu He contemplated whether to enslave those with potential in reality once he had sufficient power. After all, I am currently unaware of the whereabouts of the vast and chaotic world. The distance is simply too great. Without the celestial transfer stations, traversing such realms would be an insurmountable challenge. If one were to be enslaved, however, the process would be remarkably convenient. A certain golden rock demon, having recently feasted upon a powerful beast, declared, "Ah, a man. These 7-level beasts are rather perceptive. Upon encountering me, they recognize the soul imprint I had placed upon them, signifying their inevitable transformation into mere shadows of others. Thus, upon realizing that it was you who would enslave them, they did not hesitate to address you as their master, their tone imbued with sincerity and unwavering loyalty. Having traversed the chaotic realms, they possess a modicum of awareness, understanding the true caliber of your existence, an individual of the 8th tier. Although 8th tier beings may not command great respect in the grand scheme of the chaotic world, in this remote corner, they are indeed formidable figures, ones whom these beasts aspire to serve. Previously, they had no opportunity to become the subordinates of such distinguished individuals. A mere glance from others could spell their doom, rendering them utterly expendable, even if they were to be accepted and subsequently sold for resources to aid in cultivation. The smallest of gains is still a gain. Now, with the prospect of being willingly enslaved by such a being, they see it as a fortuitous opportunity, a chance not to be overlooked. Is it any wonder that they would immediately offer their unwavering loyalty? With fervent allegiance, I casually surveyed the memories within the minds of these beings. I, number 5 Chu He, was well versed in the route to the celestial transfer station. acting without a moment's hesitation. I effortlessly drew these demon entities into my internal realm, encompassing all the beasts within their bloodline world, thus claiming the entirety of that realm as my own. These beasts serve as both delicacies and invaluable resources for my family's cultivation, a luxury I cannot afford to squander. As for the world itself, I plan to return to the Tianyan realm and, as before, establish a network of worlds, transforming the vicinity into a stronghold for the Chu family. Once I accumulate wealth, I shall procure tens of thousands of small worlds to be nestled within the Tianyan realm, each serving as a resource-rich domain teeming with rare treasures. I shall also invest in various cultivation resources, acquiring billions of each type. In due time, the Chu family shall find themselves in no shortage of resources. Additionally, I may consider purchasing technological advancements. The Tianyan realm could benefit from a touch of development in this realm, providing occasional entertainment and enriching the collective spirit of its inhabitants. Even before reaching the chaotic world, Number 5, Chu He have already contemplated the acquisitions I wish to make. Although my finances are currently lacking, the items I seek hold little intrinsic value. As you prepare to join the Hongtian army, the mere act of vanquishing an 8th-tier cultivator would yield enough treasures to purchase whatever you desire. An 8th-tier cultivator is but a trivial opponent, easily dispatched with a mere 2 moves. You meticulously gather the entirety of the beast bloodline realm, packing your belongings once more, and set forth towards the celestial transit station embedded in your memory. This journey took less than a day, a stark contrast to the millennia spent traversing the dark void of the myriad realms with the 4 little ones. Upon entering the celestial transit station, before even stepping foot into the fantastical city within, an 8th-tier cultivator emerged to greet you. With a hint of surprise in your gaze, you followed him inside, enjoying en une obstructed passage. The 6th-tier soldiers stationed on the walls regarded you with reverence, offering no scrutiny whatsoever. This treatment stands in stark contrast to the scrutiny faced by the 4th elder upon his first arrival. While he had to endure an inspection to gain entry, you, as the 5th elder with 8th-tier prowess, were ushered in without prior announcement. Such blatant favoritism was evident. Witnessing this scene, you, Chu He, acknowledged the 4th elder with a nod of approval. It is your diligent efforts that have elevated your strength to the 8th tier. This time, your arrival would not be akin to a mere passerby. You finally bore the semblance of a significant figure. Strength holds paramount importance in every realm. This time, you must elevate your power to the 9th tier by the time the 6th elder arrives. Perhaps the master of the celestial transit station will even come forth to welcome you. Although the 8th tier cultivator, before you could be effortlessly dismantled with a single blow, you maintained your decorum, engaging him in amiable conversation without adopting an aloof demeanor. Simultaneously, you procured an identification card, officially becoming a citizen of the Hongtian realm. The entire Hongtian world warmly welcomes cultivators of the 8th tier. 7th tier cultivators hold no standing here. Even if they join, they are regarded as mere fillers. However, 8th tier cultivators possess stature and value, traits that the Hongtian world eagerly seeks. Thus, upon your induction, the Hongtian realm presented you with a welcome gift, which included a virtual wristband, an innovative product of their advanced technology. This device allows you to search for information in the virtual realm and indulge in various experiences within. Moreover, there exists an intelligent entity capable of assisting you in your endeavors, alongside 1,000 units of the currency known as Hongtian gold contained within a virtual bracelet. Hongtian gold serves as the highest denomination of currency within the vast realm of Hongtian, and a single unit possesses the purchasing power to secure the life of a practitioner at the 7th tier, as well as to acquire numerous small worlds. This alone enables the acquisition of tens of thousands of small worlds. In an instant, one of your objectives upon arriving here has been accomplished, all without yet joining the Hongtian army. It can only be stated that the grandeur of the Hongtian realm is indeed vast, characterized by its wealth and generous benefits. Indeed, the riches are substantial. The spoils from an invasion not only allow one to retain a tenth for themselves, but slaying an additional practitioner of equal standing yields another tenth. Ultimately, by vanquishing 9 such practitioners, one may claim the entirety of the rewards. Furthermore, following the conclusion of the invasion, there are additional returns to be gained. Upon joining, one is even presented with a welcome package, a benefit that is truly remarkable. Nodding in agreement, Chu He found himself increasingly aligned with the Hongtian realm, sharing the common aspiration that this grand domain may flourish even further in the future. The evolution of the Huntian realm into a major world is not without justification. Such a world ought to embrace all individuals within it and strive for greater strength. It rightfully deserves its might. Behind the establishment of these extensive benefits within the Huntian realm, it is likely that formidable individuals have been consulted. Otherwise, how could those powerful beings be inclined to share such bountiful rewards with others? Without such generosity, the enthusiasm of others to join the Huntian army and participate in invasion campaigns, thereby securing abundant resources for the development of the entire Huntian realm, would not be as fervent. Some even go so far as to compete for entry slots, subjecting the previous fourth to rigorous trials, which resulted in overwhelming pressure for him. You did not immediately venture into the Huntian realm to enlist in the Huntian army. Instead, you first visited the Celestial Transit Station, where you procured over 10,000 small worlds, all contained within a compact spatial orb. Additionally, you acquired dozens of the primordial essences of small worlds, along with a substantial quantity of cultivation resources at the 5th and 6th tiers, tens of billions of 5th-tier resources, and nearly hundreds of millions of various 6th-tier treasures. After completing these acquisitions, you bid farewell to the fellow practitioners of the same rank you had met at the Celestial Transit Station, hastily returning to the Tianyan realm to undertake a series of transformations throughout the entire realm. With the infusion of dozens of small world essences, the Tianyan realm rapidly traversed a path that would typically require hundreds of billions, if not thousands of billions, of years to complete. The world is several times more expansive than the bloodline realm of demonic beasts, where numerous cultivators below the 5th rank have experienced significant enhancements in their abilities amidst the repeated tides of spiritual energy. As for practitioners at the 5th and 6th ranks, their advancement has been minimal. They must comprehend the forces of the rules to elevate their powers, as the abundance of spiritual energy holds little value for them. However, with the elevation of the world's tier, the forces governing the world have become considerably more dynamic, reducing the difficulty of comprehending these rules by more than half, which is immensely beneficial for those formidable spirits who cannot attain the Dharma form. Upon realizing that all of this has been orchestrated by you, the loyalty of the Chu family towards you has reached unprecedented heights, prompting a thorough purging within their ranks. Just days prior, a cleansing had taken place, resulting in the elimination of those who outwardly expressed discontent, providing a sigh of relief to those who remained concealed. Yet, just as they began to show their true colors, another purge ensued, rendering the entire Tianyan realm exceedingly pristine. The purged individuals were left astounded. The Tianyan realm has been elevated, with over 10,000 minor worlds scattered around it, forming a small cluster of realms, where you, utilizing your immense magical prowess, have established spatial traversing passages within each world. There is no need to exit the realm to access any location within these myriad minor worlds, offering great convenience for the descendants of the Chu family. Once this was accomplished, you deposited a substantial amount of cultivation resources into the family treasury as a reward. This continuous stream of fortuitous events has invigorated many of the Chu family's younger generations, filling them with enthusiasm. In truth, even without these rewards, the younger members of the Chu family would still be striving to increase the family population at full throttle. There is no alternative. With countless worlds at their disposal, the Chu family, being so few in number, finds that a handful of individuals can claim an entire world. The ancestors do not even need to mention it. They consider the numbers to be insufficient. If all the resources within were allocated solely to them, they would feel overwhelmed by the abundance. Chapter 118. The Pinnacle of Talent Among Talents. Even with daily extravagance, such resources would be more than sufficient to elevate everyone's strength to the zenith of the Dharma form. Therefore, it is best to utilize these resources to nurture the next generation. Having resolved the issue of resources and leaving the 4 small ones within these worlds, they can lend support should any difficulties arise within the family. Chu He, the 5th, departed from the Tianyan realm once more, this time with no intention of returning in the near future. A return in a millennium's time seems appropriate. Reflecting upon these thoughts, I glanced back at the celestial barrier of the Tianyan realm, while the 5th Chu He traversed the void of the myriad heavens without a backward glance. A day later, through the interdimensional transit station, I once again found myself within the vast expanse of the Hunyuan Great Thousand World. The high concentration of spiritual energy in this realm invigorated my breath, and in comparison, even the enhanced spiritual essence of the Tianyan realm felt as though it had been utterly drained, rendering it a land of diminished vitality. It appears that, should I cultivate my strength, establishing a territory here would be prudent. Even without expending resources, the innate prowess of my kin would naturally ascend to the realm of the nascent soul and dharma form, much like the indigenous inhabitants here, whose average strength exceeds the nascent soul stage and whose dharma forms are numerous. Witnessing the scenes of the Hunyuan Great Thousand World, the fifth Chu He had indeed glimpsed a fraction of the grand tapestry of existence. Although he had previously comprehended the might of this realm through simulations provided by the fourth, experiencing it firsthand is a wholly different affair. In the future, as my power burgeons, I shall ensure my family establishes a foothold here. Moreover, when members of my lineage ascend to the seventh tier, engaging in commerce within the Hunyuan Great Thousand World will be imperative. Interacting with various factions to acquire resources is essential. Relying solely on personal endeavors to enhance one's innate talents is a challenging and protracted journey. While the fifth Chu He can provide temporary resources for the younger generation, he cannot sustain them for a lifetime, nor can he invest all his energy into this pursuit. The subsequent descendants will require the foundational resources that only those initial powerhouses can procure, even though I stand as their ancestral figure. Conversely, these early achievers are also ancestors to their own descendants, with my strength merely placing me at the pinnacle of this ancestral lineage. The advancement of the family is not a solitary endeavor. It is a collective responsibility. Only through united effort and collaboration can the family thrive and prosper. Understanding this, I was met with applause. Through intelligent life forms, I discovered the nearest branch of the Hunyuan Hall. Without hesitation, I entered, prepared to join the esteemed ranks of the Hunyuan army. Having attained the 8th tier of strength, my entry was effortless. Unlike others of the 7th tier, who faced rigorous trials akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst the throng. Upon joining, I arrived at the military camp of the Hunyuan army and encountered a 3rd tier commander named Wu Shang. In that instant, I was appointed as the commanding officer of this 3rd tier Hunyuan army, endowed with substantial authority. From this day forth, Captain Chu He shall be counted among the ranks of our B-level 6, 8, 3, 2, 9, 3rd tier mixed heaven army. Upon your return, you may recruit up to 10,000 individuals to serve under your command. Moreover, do peruse the Mixed Heaven Army Manual, which not only delineates our military regulations, but also elaborates on the myriad benefits that await you. Do not let this slip your mind. Commander Wu Shang, observing the addition of another 8th tier subordinate, smiled and spoke, "Indeed, Commander." Chu He nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding these benefits, he was already well aware. After all, the mixed heaven world would not neglect those who had valiantly shed blood for their homeland. It would honor those loyal individuals who had risked their lives for the mixed heaven world. Excellent. You exhibit great spirit. I hope you will contribute significantly to our mixed heaven world in the future. I await you at the 9th tier realm. The intense loyalty reflected in your eyes further satisfied Wu Shang. He appreciated such steadfast individuals as they instilled confidence. Chu He mused, me? Loyal? I hardly believe that myself. I am not even loyal to my own self. In the initial simulations, I often rebelled. If one desires the loyalty of others, one must first question their own worthiness. Should one fulfill all the resources necessary for the 5th to break through to the 9th tier, perhaps then loyalty might be earned. After bidding farewell to Commander Wu Shang, Chu He promptly commenced the recruitment process, selecting only those he deemed talented. What constitutes talent, you may wonder? Firstly, those who proactively test the captain's mettle are considered talented. Secondly, individuals who would present their most cherished heirlooms to assess the captain's depth of understanding are the creme de la creme of talent. Such individuals could become trusted confidants. Thirdly, those willing to sacrifice everything, including their dignity, even to the extent of willingly becoming subservient to the captain, are the exceptional talents among exceptional talents, precisely the type that Chu He desperately needed but found exceedingly rare. Despite the apparent difficulty of these 3 criteria, the mixed heaven world is abundant with people. A multitude of individuals equates to a wealth of talent, with billions eligible to enlist. Selecting a singular exceptional individual from the throngs is assuredly a triumph. The recruitment process did not consume much time. It took merely about a day for all applicants to communicate with Chu He's intelligent life via a virtual platform, resulting in the selection of a significant number of talents. Talent number 9527, Zhu Qing Tian, contributing a mid-level 7th tier treasure valued at 0. 1 units of mixed heaven gold for the grand cause of the mixed heaven army. Talent number 673, Zhou Yong, offering a low-level, 7th-tier treasure worth 0.05 units of mixed heaven gold, barely meeting the standard. Talent number 108, Yu, donating a pinnacle 7th-tier jade spirit essence valued at 3 units of mixed heaven gold, warranting significant attention. This individual is remarkable and destined for greatness. One can easily discern their leadership potential. Chapter 119, the 13th-tier existence, a testament to eternity. Traversing the endless expanse of time and space with ease. Truly, these are the pillars of my mixed heaven realm. Observing the rapidly filled roster, the 5th number, Chu He, gazed upon the trials within his own world, possessing items worth a staggering 2,000 units of mixed heaven gold. He could not help but exclaim within. This realm is brimming with talent. I adore it here. Upon achieving the 9th-tier realm and commanding an independent 3rd-tier mixed heaven legion, I shall recruit millions of talented individuals. At that time, my legion will undoubtedly be teeming with exceptional talent. Our incursions into various minor realms will be met with unparalleled success, returning victorious each time. Imagining the scenario of recruiting millions of talents, dominating the myriad realms, and being invincible, a smile tugged at the corners of Chu He's mouth. Once the recruitment was complete and confirming no omissions as each talent arrived at the military camp, he began to expand his internal world with the newly acquired resources while eagerly awaiting the opportunity to invade a minor realm. He was filled with anticipation, eager to contribute to the homeland of the mixed heaven realm. As over 200 years passed, after slightly expanding his experiential time, he finally received the invasion mission. Master, Commander Wu has just issued a command to the entire army. Within a day, all must assemble, as they have received a mid-tier task from a minor realm. Failure to arrive within a day will result in military punishment. The intelligent life form, Tianyun, immediately notified you, who is still in seclusion for cultivation. Upon receiving the news, this revelation compelled Chu He to cease expanding his world and open his eyes immediately, excitement surging within him. At last, the time for his first invasion had arrived. The resources for cultivation were indeed fleeting. Even if he could acquire the equivalent of 2,000 units of mixed heaven gold, enough to sustain the lives of 2,000 7th-tier cultivators, it would only suffice for a brief period. It had long since been exhausted. Clad in your bespoke armor and wielding your 8th-tier sky splitter battle axe, you swiftly arrive at the heart of the military camp. Engaging in casual banter with fellow 8th-tier captains, you exchange tidbits about significant recent events within the vast and fantastical realm of the mixed sky world. In this universe, rife with science fiction and mystical elements, where virtual worlds have long been developed, news of major happenings travels with remarkable speed, provided no formidable beings intervene. Once an event occurs, it is but a heartbeat before all inhabitants of the vast world are aware, instantly propelling it to the forefront of trending topics. The breadth of information accessible to everyone is astonishing. Have you heard? It seems that a conflict has erupted between the ancient god of the mixed sky world and the nightmare mixed sky world, both vying for dominion over a unique realm. And now 13th-tier powerhouses have engaged in combat. Entities of the 13th tier transcend the endless rivers of time, surpassing the constraints of space and comprehending the great Tao. Even if their physical forms and spirits are obliterated, as long as their names are remembered, they can emerge anew in an unparalleled state from the river of time. Truly, they embody the essence of immortality, existing eternally as supreme beings. Beside you, the 8th-tier Captain Yi Zhong speaks with awe, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, practitioners of the 13th tier have long transcended the rivers of time, causality, and destiny, comprehending the great Tao and wandering freely amidst the myriad realms. A testament to eternity. Their essence remains perpetually at its zenith. Even if gravely injured one moment, they can restore themselves to their peak in the next, as if nothing had transpired. Unless one possesses absolute power to crush them, or a superior realm to overpower them with an even stronger Tao, such beings are virtually indestructible. In countless vast worlds, these existences are revered as top-tier transcendent beings, known by various titles such as Taoist Immortal, Celestial Emperor, Time-Space Manipulator, or Perfect Temporal Being. When two such entities clash within their respective realms, it is akin to a powder keg with a lit fuse. A mere nudge could ignite a full-scale war between the two worlds. That would be truly captivating. Upon hearing Yi Zhong's gleeful remarks, Another 8th tier captain nearby beams with delight. They yearn for the surrounding vast worlds to erupt into conflict, leading to mutual destruction, allowing their mixed sky world to reap the benefits. However, it is highly probable that a full-scale war will not ensue. Much like our previous contention with the ancient god mixed sky world over the spirit food of the central thousand worlds. 13-tier entities have also been mobilized. Yet no outbreak has occurred, for the mere presence of such beings from a special world suffices. Should a full-scale war erupt, it would be deemed somewhat unworthy. Unless the ancient gods and the world of nightmares covet resources within that special realm, which are sought after by 14-tier entities, then the possibility of conflict may arise. Upon overhearing the discussions among those around, you contemplated the matter and articulated your thoughts. This conclusion garnered widespread acknowledgement, as many agreed that the two grand worlds would not act so foolishly as to instigate such a battle. However, although number 5, Chu He, believed that a war would not ensue, he secretly pondered that an all-out conflict might not be entirely unfavorable. In fact, he harbored a certain hope for such a confrontation. For once the two grand worlds engaged in combat, to prevent opportunists from taking advantage, they would undoubtedly draw in countless other realms, ensnaring everyone in the quagmire of war, compelling all to fight together, a thrilling prospect. What does war represent? Beyond the specters of death, invasion, and bloodshed, it symbolizes boundless resources, once embroiled in this conflict. To galvanize the inhabitants of the mixed heaven grand world, its leaders would assuredly offer substantial cultivation resources as incentives. In the 120th chapter, concerning the world of the radiant god, one wonders if any grand world intervenes. At that juncture, with Chu He's combat prowess, he would undoubtedly shine as the most formidable contender on the 8th tier battlefield, invincible, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. A bountiful harvest of cultivation resources would allow him to effortlessly ascend to the 9th tier, continuing his rampage through that realm. Yet the last time, in the simulator, eons passed without the emergence of conflict. The mixed heaven grand world remained unscathed, unaffected by significant events from the ancient god grand world or the nightmarish grand world. Had there been such monumental occurrences, the simulator would have surely reported them. Alas, these notions remain but a fantasy. Perhaps the mixed heaven grand world was not entirely unscathed. Could that one-time devastating attack, wielded by a 10th tier powerhouse, be related? Regarding the demise of number 4, Chu yearned to uncover the specifics surrounding that singular attack capable of annihilating hundreds of 9th tier entities. Whose hand was behind such power? It was evident that this was not a mere one-time attack artifact, nor a product of natural occurrence, much less something procured from the radiant god world or its supreme deity. Such a scenario seems implausible. Unless the entire realm of the radiant god S domain were to be sold, one could scarcely afford such a price. Since this is not the case, the offer must originate from another source, specifically a formidable 10th tier practitioner wielding the power of destruction. To bestow such power upon a minor world within the invasion range of the vast chaos world is a thought most audacious. Need I elaborate further? A typical 10th tier entity lacking a substantial background would never dare to act in such a manner, for the vast chaos world would undoubtedly investigate any disturbances thereafter. Although the vast chaos world and other grand worlds may engage in localized conflicts, these skirmishes typically occur far from the main territories, within the intermediate worlds. Such confrontations are confined to the borders where two grand worlds intersect, never transpiring at such close quarters. The proximity suggests that this situation is not unique to the radiant god S domain. It is an outrageous provocation on the brink of total war. How intriguing, indeed. It seems that the enemies of the 4th are about to gain yet another unknown grand world. First, let us see if this old ancestor can attain the 14th tier. If so, this motley crew will have nowhere to escape. A gleam of ruthless determination flashed in Chu He's eyes. After Commander Wu Sheng concluded his opening remarks, and all were gathered, Chu He led his subordinates into a Class C celestial battleship. Each 3rd-tier Chaos Legion is equipped with over 1,000 Class C celestial battleships, granting every squad the authority to command one during the invasion. He instructed his team to assemble in one location. This measure was to prevent any disruption during the invasion should they encounter troublesome figures, as a sudden disarray could hinder their effectiveness due to a lack of familiarity with their surroundings. Set sail. In the control center of the celestial battleship, Chu He directed his aide, Yu, a talent once ranked among the top 108, who had contributed a 7th-tier peak treasure to the Chaos Legion. Activate the celestial battleship with full force and follow the commander's lead. Yes, Captain. Yu nodded, immediately commencing the operation of the celestial battleship without hesitation, initiating successive spatial jumps. With the successful activation of the battleship, Yu cast a glance at Yu, his eyes gleaming with relief and excitement. At this moment, he reflected on how wise and correct it was to present his most cherished treasure as a test for the captain. Indeed, the rewards would soon follow, would they not? Those who contribute lesser treasures to the vast army of the mixed heavens remain diligently striving as mere foot soldiers, hoping that their captain might notice them, thus smoothing their paths ahead. However, I, having just joined a mixed heavens army, have ascended to the position of a superior aide, a remarkable leap indeed. How much progress have I made in such a brief time? Each day, as I linger in the gaze of my superiors, they witness my unwavering dedication, making it nearly impossible for me not to advance. Xianxia. Individuals of your caliber are destined to flourish wherever they go. If all my subordinates possessed your talent, as their captain, I would be endowed with abundant resources for assistance. In such circumstances, progress is inevitable. Chu He holds a considerable fondness for this individual named Yu. Although the significance of the 3 units of mixed heaven gold treasures within this fondness is quite minimal. The journey through the void of countless realms did not consume much time, approximately half a year in total. You and many others have already reached your destination, a mid-tier world known as the fiery, giant, small thousand world. This realm is inhabited by numerous beings who innately wield the power of flames, with some exceptional individuals possessing an inherent understanding of the rules of fire. Regrettably, the resources in this world are not particularly abundant. Consequently, no 9th-tier entities have emerged. Only a somewhat greater number of 8th-tier beings, approximately 30 in total, which is already considered a significant quantity. In light of the invasion of this world, Wu Sheng, a 9th-tier being, will naturally refrain from intervening. As the formidable beings of the fiery giant small thousand world emerge as living targets, without a moment's hesitation, over 1,000 fully charged celestial warships unleash their energy in unison, commencing a relentless barrage against the numerous fiery giants of 7th tier and above. These celestial warships possess power comparable to an 8th tier cultivator, far beyond what a mere fiery giant small thousand world can withstand, even with just a single round of assault. The population of the fiery giant small thousand world is halved, leaving merely a handful of individuals, around a dozen of 8th tier strength. Meanwhile, your side boasts over 1,000 8th tier cultivators against merely a dozen, making it nearly impossible for even the most gifted warriors among the fiery giants to prevail. Chapter 121. The combined power of the entire clan, a blessing equivalent to a month of cultivation. Thus, to prevent any individual from singularly dispatching 1 or 2 foes before all have found their targets, one must be vigilant. You could say that he was the fastest among them. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he faced an 8th tier cultivator charging at him, grasping the sky-splitting battle axe. He unleashed merely a fraction of its formidable power. The axe expanded to an immense size, reaching millions of kilometers, and with 3 swift strikes, he vanquished the colossal 8th tier fire giant before him. The powerful arc of the axe not only cleaved through the fire giant, but also carved a gaping void in the fabric of space, extending for dozens of light years behind it. This terrifying display of might immediately instilled fear in the other 8th tier cultivators, compelling them to deploy all their defenses and enter a state of heightened vigilance. They were dreadfully aware that he could easily dispatch them with just a single blow, having witnessed the demise of the mightiest being in their realm. However, their apprehensions proved to be unfounded. After eliminating the strongest adversary, he refrained from further aggression and began to scour the remnants of the fallen fire giant, collecting the myriad treasures it possessed. With only a handful of cultivators present, the spoils were insufficient, and the death of one had already diminished the share of the others. Moreover, the prowess exhibited by the 5th-ranked Chu He far surpassed that of his peers, instilling a sense of caution among them. Otherwise, there would have been complaints by now. Yet, should he continue to eliminate more opponents, or worse, eradicate them all, the implications would be dire. The 9th tier commander would inevitably intervene, as his inaction was merely to safeguard the interests of the others. Even if he refrained from direct confrontation, his own share of benefits would remain intact. The prospect of one individual monopolizing all the gains would compel him to act, lest the cohesion of their 3rd tier Hunyuan Legion dissipate, prompting the members to abandon ship for greener pastures. If they could not defeat him, could they at least evade him? With this territory thoroughly claimed by him, they would have no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. After all, there were numerous Hunyuan legions available. Leaving Commander Wu as a mere figurehead while he engaged in a futile standoff with this formidable foe, the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. A group of over 30 individuals was dispatched to confront a single opponent, yet the encounter lasted less than an hour. This was not due to the weakness of the Hunyuan forces, but rather the sheer difficulty of overcoming an adversary of equal standing. As one ascends the ranks, particularly beyond the 13th tier, defeating peers becomes an insurmountable challenge. Even hundreds or thousands could not bring down a single individual. This was because their opponents consistently maintained their peak condition. Even if one were to inflict severe injury in one moment, the adversary would still be at their zenith in the next. How could one hope to triumph under such circumstances? To all personnel, you are granted a day for plundering. After this period, return to the military camp to await the next invasion. Within the heart of the celestial warship, as the echoes of battle subsided, Commander Wu Sheng calmly issued commands to the other captains via his virtual wristband. Understood, the numerous captains nodded in agreement, promptly instructing their surrounding squads, which had already vanquished a multitude of 7th-tier blazing giants, to regroup. With beaming smiles, they proclaimed the most anticipated announcement. It is once again our beloved time for plunder. Charge forth, brothers. For the upcoming period, all resources for cultivation shall hinge upon this endeavor. Those who lag behind shall reap less. Thus, one must employ all possible speed at this moment. Once the plunder concludes, those with meager spoils should refrain from complaints. If you must blame someone, let be your sluggishness. Blame your own ineptitude. Boom! The swiftest among them claimed the title of the fastest in gathering spoils, while others concluded their statements. You allowed the sentient being to finish speaking without interjecting. Instead, you promptly arrived within the realm of the blazing small world, your consciousness scanning the entire expanse, beginning to collect all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in sight. This is worth 1 unit of mixed heaven gold, this 3 units, and lo, this, upon scanning, astonishingly amounts to 15 units of mixed heaven gold. Prosperity indeed. A mere cursory search yielded treasures worth hundreds of units of mixed heaven gold. It can be said that even a resource-scarce small world is still a small world. The abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures within it is undeniable. Otherwise, it would not have birthed dozens of 8th-tier cultivators alongside hundreds of thousands of 7th-tier cultivators. A day swiftly passed. Upon returning to the Celestial War Hall with your spoils, after a half-year journey back to the Mixed Heaven military camp, the 5th iteration of Chu He immediately commenced his cultivation, fervently expanding his inner world once more. Following the earlier enlargement by the 4th iteration, the overall area of Chu He's inner realm had expanded several-fold, now encompassing approximately 150 light-years in diameter. After yet another round of expansion, it now measures around 155 light-years. This signifies that even with the base power of the 5th iteration of Chu He, he could effortlessly obliterate a void of over 100 light-years in size with a mere punch or kick. This strength far surpasses that of his peers. Among equals, the most formidable could only annihilate a few light-years of realm with a single move, utterly incomparable to your prowess. If one were to employ the body of rules, the disparity would be even more pronounced. It is worth mentioning that throughout the span of over 200 years since arriving at the Mingtian army, there has always existed a force transcending the vast void that periodically merges with the body of number 5 Chu He, growing increasingly potent. This force, 5 Chu He, need not ponder its origin, is derived from the descendants of the Chu family in the Tianyan realm, a continual feedback of power. Initially, this energy bore little significance to number 5 Chu He, proving no more effective than natural enhancement. However, it has now begun to manifest some utility. The cumulative increase from this collective power equates to approximately a month of self-cultivation without the aid of training resources. This assistance is commendable, though it currently reflects a mere month's worth of cultivation for an 8th-tier powerhouse. In the future, it may well amount to the equivalent of a year, 10 years, or even a century of practice. Should the number of contributors be sufficient, it is conceivable that within a single generation, it could represent number 5 Chu He's cultivation over thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Even if each individual's contribution is minuscule, a significant quantity can lead to a substantial transformation. Nevertheless, The enhancement rendered by this collective energy can only elevate number 5 Chu He to a slightly more formidable level amongst peers, endowing him with absolute dominion. Yet, to transcend a major realm and vanquish adversaries relying solely on this innate talent is a futile aspiration. Just as crossing from the 9th tier to the 10th is deemed impossible. There are no records of anyone achieving such a feat in the vast expanse of the Mingtian Daqian world. For regardless of the magnitude of one's strength, no matter if it surpasses the next realm by thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of times, without the comprehension of the Tao's power, victory remains unattainable. The power of the Tao transcends all, surpassing every other force. This is the ultimate truth of the myriad realms, the genuine supreme power. Below the 10th tier, all are but ants. Within the entirety of the myriad realms, only those who grasp the power of the Tao can be considered to have entered the threshold, securing a certain status wherever they may be, existing in exalted positions, and wielding control over their destinies. Does the power of the Tao truly surpass all? This simulator system depicts the strength of the 10th tier as overwhelmingly formidable and terrifying. I wonder when I shall be able to break through to this realm. Oh, old 5, do strive to excel. If you can achieve the 10th tier, and allow me to share in your fortunes, then the subsequent generations, old 6, old 7, and old 8, will all bask in your glory, each becoming genuine figures of significance. Upon encountering the simulator's grandiose and formidable depiction of the 10th Order's power, Chu He felt an undeniable pang of envy. Nevertheless, when contemplating the essence of Tao's strength, he now perceives that among the few talents he possesses, particularly the talent for immunity to 99 of damage, lies a force more potent than mere rules. This must indeed pertain to the power of the Tao. Moreover, it is not merely the minor paths comprehended by those 10th Order practitioners across the myriad realms. Rather, it is likely the profound truths of the 3,000 great Taos that only beings of the 13th Order can grasp. The unyielding Tao stands as a testament to this. This is merely a golden talent, yet it is merely the first tier, with additional levels of purple gold, rainbow, and chaos beyond it. One can scarcely fathom the magnitude of power encapsulated within these higher tiers of talent, whether they embody forces that transcend the Tao or simply represent a deeper understanding of it. Regardless of the nature of these talents, Chu He is immensely gratified at present. If one were to assign a rank to his golden finger, it would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle, rendering all others mere trifles in comparison. Simultaneously, whilst you diligently cultivate within the Tianyun realm and the myriad surrounding worlds, numerous descendants of your clan are striving to contribute to the family legacy, offering assistance to you, the venerable ancestor. After more than 2 centuries of effort, the population of the Chu family has surged from tens of thousands to a staggering several million, multiplying over 1,000-fold. Although this figure may seem somewhat exaggerated, it is, in truth, not at all. In the absence of natural disasters, the depletion of life due to age, and the lack of premature deaths, it is evident that each individual possesses at least 10 offspring. Considering a generation spans 20 years, over 200 years could yield more than 10 generations. With such exponential growth, having merely several million is a mark of inadequacy for the Chu family. A further tenfold increase would barely meet expectations. However, despite this remarkable surge in numbers, the status of many within the Chu family and the Chu Long clan has not significantly altered. In fact, it has become even more esteemed than it was over 2 centuries ago. With thousands of worlds, each one several dozens of times larger than the original Tianyun realm. Even within a single world, only a few thousand Chu family members can reside. When juxtaposed with the size of the nascent Tianyun realm in its youth, this is akin to several hundred Chu family members sharing the original Tianyun realm. In contrast to the previous scenario, where tens of thousands occupied a single Tianyun realm before acquiring these myriad worlds, one must wonder if this truly reflects a more distinguished status. This has led many within the Chu family to feel that their numbers remain insufficient. In such an expansive world, having only a few thousand of their kin seems rather unreasonable, even if there are millions or tens of millions of members from the Chu family occupying a world. Each individual's status within that realm is akin to that of the highest nobility. Over the past 2 centuries, aside from changes in numbers, the power of the Tianyun Chu family has also undergone significant transformation, particularly given the boundless supply of cultivation resources. With every member of the Chu family possessing at least the innate talent equivalent to a Yuan Dan, if their strength does not improve. It can only be said that a worthless individual remains worthless, regardless of their circumstances. It is evident that even with the most favorable circumstances at birth, without diligence, one remains ineffectual. Though there are some indolent individuals within the Chu family, these so-called rice weevils, under the leadership of those who fervently pursue rigorous training, are compelled to exert themselves as well, gradually becoming more industrious. The environment proves to be exceedingly unwelcoming for them. Imagine a lackluster student thrust into a class of high achievers, where everyone is engrossed in practice and memorization, while they languish in a stupor, seeking companionship yet finding none. In such an environment, even the laziest individual, after a few days, would inevitably begin to engage in competition, as discomfort would drive them to self-reflection. One need not fear those second-generation practitioners who possess abundant resources and innate talent. Rather, one should be wary of the fact that these individuals, endowed with ample resources and talent, may also exhibit greater diligence and competitiveness. When faced with such opponents, one must be prepared to remain forever beneath their heel. It is a battle one cannot win, for it is their rightful victory. Currently, the number of law manifestation experts within the Chu family has reached several 100,000, while the number of soul-level practitioners stands at tens of millions. Each descendant of the Chu family, from birth to achieving the realm of the soul, requires approximately 20 years, a feat accomplished within a single generation. In contrast, others, even those of prodigious caliber, may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach the same level, whereas the Chu family requires merely 2 decades. Do not inquire how they achieve this. Merely observe their cultivation resources, and the answer will be evident before you. Until the age of 3, they need not engage in cultivation. Instead, they consume various precious meats from exotic beasts and top-tier materials that bolster their foundational strength, indulging in a feast daily. These rare materials, even the most mundane of them, would not warrant a glance from celestial beings, yet the members of the Chu family consume them to the point of excess, devouring until satiation turns to distaste. Even if only 1% of these extraordinary resources is absorbed by these infants, it poses no issue. No one perceives it as wasteful. After all, are such invaluable materials not meant for consumption? Since these items hold little value but serve a purpose, they cannot be deemed wasteful. However, it is indeed a hardship for the various races within the beast bloodline world. As for these races, has anyone spoken on our behalf? The members of the Chu family are born to consume, while our kin are destined to be consumed. Is there no justice in this? What of morality? What of the law? What of the compassion for those who are part beast? Speak up, will you? Even in pursuit of studying the delicacies that are both nutritious and beneficial, the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu He, has proven to be an exemplary leader. He has orchestrated a collaboration among the 4 great beast deities to amend certain regulations within the beast bloodline world, enhancing the palatability and nutritional value of its beasts, thereby ensuring that the young of the Chu family can dine with joy and reassurance. The training regimen before the age of 3 revolves around indulgence and sustenance, which only escalates in quality thereafter, focusing on rare and potent materials that elevate cultivation aptitude and speed. Heavenly materials, essence pills, and even those of divine level are virtually free. Regardless, the daily routine consists of consuming copious amounts to the extent that one could attain the realm of the spirit. With ample talent and abundant resources, along with numerous esteemed mentors at home, the means to bolster one's power are endless. If one fails to reach the spirit realm under such circumstances, it is time to reflect on personal effort and whether adequate cultivation resources have been utilized. My goodness! While the 5th brother fights valiantly on the front lines, struggling for resources, others remain comfortably feasting in the rear. Although these items may be of little worth and stem from their own bloodline, consuming them is of little consequence. However, once these descendants attain the 7th tier of power, they must be brought into the vast expanse of the universe to truly grasp the difficulties faced by their ancestors. They shall earn their own cultivation resources through toil and labor. Despite knowing the items are inexpensive, so trivial that even the 5th brother in the simulation might scoff at picking them up off the ground, Chu He cannot help but reminisce about the bitter struggle he endured when he was a mere celestial realm. Thus, it is imperative to ensure that Chu He and the others experience firsthand the caution and frugality that the 5th brother must exercise in the vast universe. It is a narrative fraught with tears and the journey that has led them here. Due to the time dilation in the training chamber, The fifth Chu He swiftly transformed a plethora of resources into strength, expanding his realm once more. His world now spans an impressive radius of 165 light-years. Having enhanced his strength, the fifth Chu He, often lamented by the outside world, gazed at the remnants of his mixed heavenly gold and immediately donned a broad smile. He cheerfully ventured into the culinary realm, acquiring a ticket to the grand feast of the food planet. Upon entering this gastronomic paradise, he was greeted by an endless array of culinary delights, and with the first taste, he instantly comprehended the essence of true delicacy. In that moment, he realized the hardships he had endured previously and the contrasting joy of his external self, which seemed to revel in a life of ease. The yearning for genuine gourmet fare had been a distant dream. Each day was spent tending to his small patch of land, reluctant to venture beyond, subsisting on inferior dragon meat, while the superior true dragon flesh remained an elusive fantasy, never even glimpsed. Despite possessing the prowess of an 8th-tier cultivator, he had been deprived of worldly experiences, confined to observing the simulated life of his avatar in the simulator, where he led a life of luxury while enduring a silent torment. Now, he likely continued to belittle his own splendid existence, oblivious to the reality surrounding him. How pitiable. Who is faltering? Oh, it seems I am the one faltering. Chu He's complexion flushed slightly. After indulging in culinary delights for nearly a century, he finally emerged from the culinary realm. Upon his return, he did not immediately head back to the military camp. Instead, he began to explore the vast mixed heavenly universe. He marveled at the iconic structures within, such as the mixed heavenly mall, the mixed heavenly life and death arena, the mixed heavenly bank, and the mixed heavenly technology research center. Among others, the mixed heavenly mall was not situated in any particular location, nor did it possess branches. It existed solely as a singular entity. It was established in the void beyond the mixed heavenly universe, enveloped within a middle heavenly world, or rather, the entire middle heavenly world could be perceived as a colossal marketplace, a vast shopping complex the size of a singular universe. Countless individuals flocked daily to procure their desired goods, and the flow of mixed heavenly gold within surpassed mere billions or trillions in quantity. Only cultivators of the 7th tier and above were permitted entry, as this was the minimum requirement. The products within were exclusively purchasable with mixed heavenly gold, which only 7th tier cultivators possessed. According to statistics from certain factions within the mixed heavenly universe, the average worth of a 7th tier cultivator was approximately 0.5 to 1 unit of mixed heavenly gold. As for the means of entry, it required an invitation. Anyone whose power reached the 7th tier or higher would receive a virtual access card issued by the Mixed Heavenly Mall. With the mere activation of an entrance card, one can traverse into the Huan Tian Mall within the virtual realm, or alternatively, utilize a spatial formation to journey into that vast world where the entrance card is equally valid. Here, one can procure any desired item, provided that one possesses the necessary wealth, particularly the coveted Huan Tian gold. However, it is posited that this assertion may be somewhat exaggerated. Within the confines of the Huan Tian Mall, the highest quality items available are typically of the 7th or 13th tier, with anything beyond that unlikely to manifest in this marketplace. Items of superior caliber are more likely to reside within the possession of the foremost powerhouses of the Huan Tian de Qian world. Rumors abound that this Huan Tian Mall was conceived by the creator of the Huan Tian Hall, who sought to emulate another marketplace, thereby giving rise to this imitation. In the original marketplace, one would encounter a true cornucopia of goods, where anything desired could indeed be obtained. This is but a pale imitation. This original marketplace is known as the Wan Jie Mall. The name is straightforward and easily comprehensible. Wan Jie Mall does not cater merely to the affairs of small or medium-sized worlds, but rather encompasses commerce across all realms within the vast expanse of myriad worlds. As for the authenticity of the Wan Jie Mall, its veracity remains uncertain. Aside from the circulating whispers, there exists no information regarding it in other virtual realms. Nevertheless, the vastness of the myriad worlds is replete with wonders. Perhaps this Wan Jie Mall is a creation of some formidable being, and the very name resonates with the extraordinary abilities possessed by protagonists in novels from the realm I traversed before. It is also plausible that it was established by another traveler from a similar dimension. The name Wan Jie Mall is strikingly familiar to the individual known as Number 5. Chu He. Prior to his journey, he had perused countless novels, being particularly well acquainted with those of the Huan Tian Mall genre. Should the proprietor of this mall bear the surname Yi, Chu, Wang, Lin, or any of the other renowned surnames of protagonists, one can be assured that this individual is indeed a kindred spirit. Such a person would undoubtedly be another traveler, possessing a similar extraordinary ability. If this individual truly is a traveler, specifically one from the previous realm, one can only imagine the poignant reunion akin to old acquaintances meeting, eyes brimming with tears. Or perhaps it would be more akin to an old acquaintance meeting with a dagger poised behind. Most likely, it would be the latter. A gold-fingered individual from a Xianxia mall is certainly an object of envy, and I trust they would regard my own abilities with equal desire. A sinister smile crept across my face as I activated the spatial formation, entering the Huan Tian Mall within the vast world. Due to having exhausted all cultivation resources, you are presently in a state of financial deprivation. Hence, your visit here is solely for the purpose of broadening your horizons, not for purchasing goods. As a premier vast world encompassing countless trillions of lesser worlds, had you not stepped into the Mingtian Mall, you would remain oblivious to the bountiful treasures it possesses. You have no inkling of the immense wealth within the Mingtian vast world, nor the multitude of items that lie beyond your financial reach. Upon venturing directly to the high-end district, an array of unattainable, exquisite treasures greets your gaze. Among the items is a divine rank 10 wind attribute godhood from a certain middle-tier divine estate, imbued with the essence of the wind path. Merging with this godhood would elevate your prowess to the 10th tier. As for the price, do you think you're worthy to know? First, assess your own capabilities and financial standing, and only when you deem yourself deserving should you approach me for discussion. Another item, an opportunity to resurrect a loved one, personally retrieved by a 13th tier powerhouse from the River of Time. If you harbor lost family or cherished friends, this may pique your interest. The cost? Not an astronomical 999 trillion Mingtian gold or 888 trillion, but merely 1999 trillion Mingtian gold will grant you the chance to bring this opportunity home. Chu He remarked, "Who authored this?" I half expected the next line to state a price of 99 trillion Mingtian gold, only to be astounded by a leap to 1999 trillion. Who could afford such an expense? Another item of note. The fortune coin, which encapsulates the essence of potent fortune, crafted from the fortunes of countless fate bearers across several lesser worlds, alongside several middle-tier fortune bearers. Its primary function is to bestow upon you a fraction of the fortune enjoyed by a fate bearer of the vast world, precisely 1,000th of its effect. The price for this? Only those whose worth exceeds 100 trillion Mingtian gold are invited to engage in discussions within the virtual realm. It is astonishing to discover that these fortune bearers possess such capabilities. No wonder I have yet to encounter a fate bearer from a lesser world within the Mingtian army. They are all of a lesser world caliber. It is conceivable that those of higher stature have become mere resources for this enterprise. One wonders who conceived such a notion. Each lesser world caliber fate bearer, upon their arrival in the Mingtian vast world, finds their destiny irrevocably sealed, destined to serve as mere expendables. As for those from small worlds, while their fortunes may hold some value, it is likely that the creators of the fortune coin would not deign to consider them. Upon discovering the existence of the fortune coin, Chu He, now enlightened, finally comprehends why he has never encountered a protagonist of lesser world caliber. In principle, the protagonists endowed with fortune typically possess strengths at the 8th or 9th tier, not exceeding one's own capabilities to such an extent that they become unapproachable. Now, you grasp this concept. For a fleeting moment, you instinctively exclaim that traversing into a smaller world may not inherently be inferior to entering those vast realms of myriad worlds. In certain circumstances, this can indeed be advantageous, for the very fact that it is overlooked by everyone renders it remarkably safe. Those capable of traversing the celestial void disdain the smaller worlds and refrain from invasion, while individuals adept at crafting fortune coins also disregard the luck of the protagonists in these diminutive realms, similarly ignoring them. As long as I remain sufficiently inconsequential, no one can exploit me. As long as I am deemed utterly worthless, I shall not attract any attention. A proverbial truth worth noting for future reflection. Upon comprehending this profound saying, you cannot help but smile in relief. After observing treasures for another year or so, you continue straight ahead, yet still fail to reach the end of the chaotic marketplace. It is even possible that when viewed from the entirety of the chaotic marketplace, you may, in a certain sense, be treading water. Chapter 125. While others ascend to the smaller thousand worlds, I have sprinted to the greater thousand worlds. In response to this, you are at a loss for words, yet your insatiable desire surges repeatedly within, driven by an insatiable greed for the boundless wealth within the chaotic marketplace. Were it not for your commendable self-restraint, those lacking such control might have already succumbed to the allure of these treasures, hastily seizing them. Unlike them, you remain anchored in your imagination, envisioning yourself claiming all these treasures, stuffing them into your pockets with a beaming smile, continuously refining them, imagining a breakthrough to the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th tiers, or even beyond, rendering yourself invincible. Upon contemplating this, you nearly succumb to a reverie, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of treasures that incessantly challenge someone like you, who cannot even withstand the scrutiny of ordinary possessions. Regrettably, the depths here are too profound for me to navigate. I require the myriad powerful beings of the chaotic greater world to expertly manage this for me. Once I attain the strength to seize control, I shall plunder the ancient divine greater world, the nightmare greater world, and the immortal greater world, among others. As an entity on par with the chaotic greater world, the resources and treasures within are undoubtedly limitless and beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Struggling to divert your gaze from these treasures, which are beyond your means, you, the fifth ancestor of the Chu clan, exit the chaotic marketplace, fearing that further observation would ensnare you completely. This place poses an immense test for you, and you resolve that unless you truly acquire wealth in the future, you shall refrain from returning. Otherwise, one shall never return to the high-end districts, but instead, one may venture into the lower and mid-tier areas. Departing from the bustling marketplace of Huitian, you traverse to other renowned architectural zones, witnessing the true splendor of the grand Huitian universe. Every formidable faction boasting a 13th-tier existence has its headquarters established upon a pinnacle-level world of the mid-thousand realms. The spectacle is truly magnificent. Yet, what is even more astonishing than these edifices is the extraordinary density of powerful beings within. Not a single individual present is below the 7th tier of cultivation. This represents the most basic echelon of those great powers, while cultivators of the 8th tier, like yourself, are prevalent, far exceeding those in the Huitian military, which is merely a 3rd-tier legion. The mightiest, a 9th-tier commander within a 2nd-tier legion dedicated to invading the mid-thousand realms, might only serve as a squad leader. The 2nd-tier Huitian legion alone requires a minimum of 100 billion personnel, with the soldiers needing to possess at least 8th-tier strength. A squad leader commands not merely hundreds, but thousands, necessitating a 9th-tier existence for the role. To ascend to the position of brigade leader, one must grasp the powers of the Tao to achieve the 10th tier, commanding tens of thousands of squad leaders. While above the brigade leaders lies the role of a commander, which requires the formidable presence of an 11th tier being, such as the configuration of a 2nd-tier Huitian legion, with an even higher 1st-tier legion dedicated to safeguarding the vast universe. The number of powerful beings within the headquarters of these great factions far eclipses that of a standard 2nd-tier legion. Envisioning the density of powerful entities within a mid-thousand realm is indeed a daunting thought, were it not for the majority of these beings engrossed in cultivation, often retreating for epochs spanning billions of years. The density of formidable entities would likely escalate even further, rendering 8th-tier cultivators nearly insignificant. It seems that Lao Wu's mindset has begun to unravel. Yet, there is little to be done. Other protagonists ascend to the upper realms after achieving invincibility in their small worlds. In terms of the hierarchical levels of the myriad worlds, they would ascend to the small thousand realms. Within the small thousand realm, a 7th-tier existence is not deemed weak, nor is it a mere passerby. Rather, it belongs to the ranks of the powerful. However, one cannot ignore the fortuitous luck of your true form, which traversed into a small world adjacent to a vast universe, resulting in a leap that transcended 2 tiers from the small thousand to the mid-thousand realms, arriving directly at the pinnacle. This immediate transition thrust Lao Si into the vast universe, rendering oneself an inconspicuous entity along the roadside. One can only speculate how many more among Lao Lu, Lao Chi, and Lao Ba shall find themselves in the same predicament. Encountering such a terrifying density of powerful beings for the first time through the simulator, the external Chu, he was equally astonished. After the astonishment, a moment of prayer for Lao Wu followed. In the face of such a terrifying world, my luck seems woefully inadequate, especially when my strength is still feeble. However, I am fortunate to possess a unique advantage, a simulator, a veritable golden finger, which allows me to progress without the derision of others or the need to play the subordinate. Within the confines of the simulator, I merely need to endure the trials and tribulations, while my real self contemplates a myriad of concerns. Alas, how shameless does it feel to harbor such thoughts? After witnessing the splendor of the world, I find myself back in the third-rate mixed heaven army, a realm where everyone is but a novice. Observing the incompetence of others, my previously shocked spirit retreats, and a sense of calm washes over me. Though I may be inept outside, here I stand as the mightiest under my leader. I am a figure of considerable repute. Emboldened by this realization, I, number 5, Chu He, eagerly anticipate the next opportunity to invade a new world. I yearn to ascend to the 9th tier, to command my own mixed heaven legion, so that in this remote corner, I may reign supreme over countless mixed heaven warriors. At that time, I shall no longer need to remind myself of my strength beneath the leaderess banner. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, centuries have slipped away. During these years, number 5 Chu He, alongside the Mixed Heaven Legion, has invaded 3 minor worlds. 2 of these were in the early stages of the small Thousand Realms, while one was a resource-rich mid-tier world. The first 2 yielded little reward, as there were only 5 or 6 8th-tier cultivators within. And with over 1,000 of us vying for their existence, it would have felt improper to eliminate one alone. To do so, under the silent gaze of thousands of peers and the leader, would be quite uncomfortable. One must retain some semblance of dignity. Moreover, the crucial reason lies in the fact that even if I were to eliminate them, they are but impoverished beings. Had they been wealthy, I would not have had to consider their worth at all. Chapter 126, The Arrangements for the Chu clan, joining the Mixed Heaven Army. Number 5, Chu, he is likely to eliminate all those individuals, sparing none. Should anyone dare to speak, I would not hesitate to taunt them, asserting that this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. If your strength is lacking and you are robbed by others, do not blame them. Blame instead your own inadequacy. Were you not a denizen of the Mixed Heaven realm, I would have long considered you mere fodder. Remember, henceforth, to offer daily prayers for your identity as citizens of the Mixed Heaven realm. Fortunately, although the 2 lower-tier worlds of the small Thousand Realms lacked substantial cultivation resources, within the relatively affluent mid-tier small Thousand Realm, you decisively eliminated 3 8th-tier cultivators in one fell swoop, effectively compensating for prior losses. That incursion further augmented the strength of the 5th entity, Chu He, who has now nearly reached half of his accumulated limits. To wholly expand the internal world to its utmost capacity, it is likely that an additional 10,000 years, along with the invasion of 100 more worlds, will be required. Eradicating over 100 adversaries of similar rank and utilizing their accumulations for one's own advancement is indeed a remarkably swift pace. Even when factoring in the cultivation duration of the 4th entity at this tier, the total span remains under 100,000 years. It is essential to recognize that the average lifespan at the 8th tier extends around 1 trillion years. Thus, enhancing their strength typically spans millions or even billions of years. This holds true even within the grander Thousand Realms, where time is a constant factor, albeit with greater opportunities and a more accessible path to higher realms. Commander Wu Shang, despite frequently invading the small Thousand Realms, can amass considerable wealth given sufficient time. It took him over 10 billion years to ascend from the 8th to the 9th tier. It is time to return to my second homeland, the Tianyun realm. I have been away for nearly a millennium. It is fitting to see how the younger generations are faring and to ascertain how many have achieved the status of Dharma manifestation. Should a few possess the potential to break through to the 7th tier, I could invest a handful of mixed heavenly gold to facilitate their ascension, subsequently recruiting them as laborers. They could join my ranks in the Hunyuan army and accompany me in invading the myriad realms. By the time I attain the 9th tier, they will already have experience in world incursions. I shall establish an independent 3rd-tier Hunyuan legion, incorporating all family members to form an invasion force centered around the Chu clan. Although the 3rd-tier Hunyuan legion, founded through the Hunyuan Grand Thousand Realm, must surrender approximately 50% of the spoils acquired from world invasions, with subsequent profits also being around 50%, it is a necessary compromise. The Hunyuan Grand Thousand Realm boasts a mature intelligence network, coupled with numerous individuals exploring the myriad realms, enabling a Hunyuan legion to secure a small Thousand Realm as a target every few centuries. Our legion has only just been established. Even if one desires to monopolize all benefits, the vastness of the primordial void makes it challenging to locate worlds for invasion. Furthermore, the Hunyuan Grand Thousand Realm provides a multitude of celestial warships, a substantial number of troops, and military funds, having contributed significantly. Thus, claiming 50% of the proceeds is not excessive. As the passage of a millennium approached since his arrival in the vast realm of the mixed heavens, the fifth descendant, Chu He, found himself yearning for his progeny, particularly his son, Chu Zhongtian, and his grandson, Chu Qingtian. This longing prompted him to take immediate action, especially since returning would not demand much time, and he possessed the luxury of it. Initially, he resolved to expend a portion of his remaining cultivation resource, the mixed heaven gold, to acquire a substantial quantity of lower-tier cultivation materials, alongside some resources pertaining to the 7th tier. Thus, he departed from the mixed heavens. While traversing the spatial array, he contemplated the arrangements he had previously considered for his family's descendants upon his return to the Tianyan realm. He had long since laid plans for these individuals. Such arrangements, particularly for those ambitious members of the Chu family, represented the finest opportunity available, given that the mixed heaven army had already established a formidable structure. Even if the younger generation of the Chu family were to successfully breach the 7th tier threshold, entry into that esteemed army would remain unattainable unless they, too, managed to succeed through the unique approach of their inner worlds. However, with the backing of their venerable ancestor, gaining entry would be a matter of certainty. Should any dissenters arise, once he ascended to the 9th tier, he could easily form a 3rd-tier mixed heaven army composed entirely of Chu family members, numbering in the millions. No outside voices could challenge this, a privilege reserved for the powerful. There were no explicit prohibitions against such endeavors, and it was well known that many 3rd-tier, and even some 2nd-tier, mixed heaven armies were indeed family enterprises forged by their own kin. Utilizing the strength of one's family to conquer the mixed heavens and secure benefits for their realm was a practice that even the mixed heaven palace could not contest, and, in fact, often covertly supported. Should anyone truly seek to cause disruption, countless families and powerful factions would swiftly unite to eliminate the threat. The speed of the temporal spatial array was remarkable, swiftly bringing him to the celestial transit station, where he was met with a warm welcome from peers of equivalent strength. His exploits over the past millennium, having decisively subdued several realms with minimal effort, often with a single strike, had garnered him a modicum of renown within the virtual world of the mixed heavens. Of course, this fame was limited to his particular corner of existence, as he remained an 8th-tier being, and despite his formidable prowess, his influence was correspondingly restricted. Nonetheless, achieving even this small measure of recognition was a commendable feat if one were to attain the status of a 10th-tier powerhouse, capable of effortlessly overpowering peers of the same rank. It is likely that one would begin to gain renown throughout the vast expanse of the universe. Countless formidable beings would aspire to follow you, yearning to serve as your loyal companions. Should you ascend to the 13th tier, your name would resonate across numerous realms, echoing with praise in every corner of existence, and your lineage would bask in unparalleled glory. Chapter 127. The ultimate combination of innate talent that requires no cultivation resources, alongside the cumulative strength of one's gifts, is truly a game-changer. Even in the most remote corners of the cosmos, every powerful entity possesses sentient beings as aides. Upon first laying eyes on you, would glean your entire narrative merely from your visage. This is reflected in their fervent enthusiasm. For in a world where one possesses the capability to extinguish lives with mere ease, such enthusiasm is hardly misplaced. This is the law of the cosmos. The strong prey upon the weak. While this remains true in all realms, the vast universe exhibits a modicum of civility. Individuals of equal standing are prohibited from eliminating one another. Only those of a higher tier possess the privilege to effortlessly dispose of those weaker than themselves. A 9th-tier individual may freely deal with an 8th-tier practitioner, and similarly, an 8th tier can act against a 7th tier, provided they do not eliminate hundreds or thousands in one fell swoop, for then repercussions may arise. Naturally, prior to any such actions, one must ascertain whether the individual has influential allies or if they are merely a lesser being, for recklessness may render oneself vulnerable to being deemed insignificant by others. After graciously accepting the warm hospitality of the strong within the interdimensional hub, You departed after merely a few hours, returning to the vicinity of the heavenly cloud realm. Upon your arrival, the first sight that greeted you was the sheer multitude of powerful beings, or rather, the throngs of lesser entities. A glance revealed an overwhelming number of beings at the Dharma aspect level, an estimated several hundred million. As for those at the Yuan spirit level, their numbers soared into the hundreds of billions, dispersed across myriad worlds. This is no insignificant figure. Each realm could easily accommodate millions. These individuals, without need for elaboration, are undoubtedly the descendants of your illustrious clan, having evolved over the course of millennia. Calculating generational spans at 20 years, a millennium allows for the emergence of over 50 generations. While the leap from tens of thousands to hundreds of billions may appear extravagant, it is hardly implausible, as each generation typically sees numerous births, with few falling to natural causes, disasters, or external constraints such as famine, thus rendering such growth entirely credible. Indeed, one could assert that even a further increase by several orders of magnitude would not be an exaggeration. Such an abundance of Dharma manifestations is indeed remarkable. No wonder that amidst my millennia of cultivation, I have suddenly acquired considerable strength. When the prowess of tens of millions of peak-level practitioners is amalgamated, it equates to the power of a 7th-tier expert. This is approximately akin to 10 7th-tier beings, supplemented by additional scattered primordial spirit energy, which collectively constitutes a formidable force. Nonetheless, it still pales in comparison to the myriad precious resources I have previously expended, which could nurture dozens of 7th-tier beings. However, this is merely the inception. The true metamorphosis will commence when they become self-sufficient, when the numbers reach trillions, hundreds of trillions, or even tens of quadrillions. One can only imagine the magnitude of power that will be unleashed. It is imperative to comprehend that when my strength ascends to the 9th tier, every member of my family shall possess innate talents of at least primordial spirit caliber, and they will ascend to the level of primordial spirits without the need for cultivation resources. The crux of the matter lies in the absence of required cultivation resources. This truly aligns with the collective strength of the family, culminating in a regal and unparalleled advantage, witnessing the Chu clan flourish due to my influence. With such a thriving population, the 5th Chu He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He procured 9 azure true dragons, and, alongside a palace adorned in purple gold akin to that of the 4th elder, he returned home with an air of magnificence. With the swift pull of the 9 true dragons, they rapidly arrived at the heavenly cloud realm. Before even tearing through the world's barrier, they were already noticed by the 4 little ones outside. Without a moment's hesitation, upon sensing the familiar aura of their master and the undeniable presence of 9 formidable beasts, they rushed forth to express their loyalty. Their eyes sparkled with a desire for the revered orange, shaped by millennia of soul imprinting, transforming the 4 great demon gods into your likeness both inside and out. During this period, they have been most diligent, willingly toiling for the Chu family without needing to be summoned, exhibiting great enthusiasm for any task at hand. Their unwavering loyalty, however, found no outlet for expression except toward your descendants. After scanning the memories of these 4 devoted servants, your satisfaction with their efforts was palpable, prompting you to commend them. You have performed admirably. When I attain the 9th tier, you shall be handsomely rewarded. Thank you, Master. We wish for your swift ascension to the 9th tier and your eventual invincibility in the vast cosmos. Upon hearing your praise, their initial reaction was not one of surprise regarding the promised rewards, as if such accolades stirred no ripples in their hearts. Their initial reaction was one of elation. They believed their master was praising them, and that he was on the verge of transcending to the 9th tier, a truly delightful prospect. Even the slightest commendation from their master, be it a mere whisper, imbued the 4 formidable demon gods with a profound sense of purpose, validating the millennia of their endeavors. Let's continue to strive to maintain our momentum, mused Chu He, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. There is an unsettling aura surrounding the soul imprint. It fundamentally alters an individual's innermost thoughts, reshaping them entirely. It would mold one's very essence to reflect your own, making them think of you in all their actions and decisions, caring for you more than they care for themselves. If such a thing were to befall me, it would be terrifying, and I fervently hope it never occurs. However, if it were employed on others, the potential would be astounding, as the barrier of the world was torn asunder the moment one entered the heavenly cloud realm. Countless descendants had already taken notice. Millions of eyes, belonging to beings of the Dharma realm, and even more from the Yuan Shun level, fixated on your resplendent palace, observing the 9 true dragons without a hint of surprise, merely confusion. Chapter 128 speaks of a necessity for the strong to be both profoundly humble and audaciously proud. While a few hundred pairs of eyes swiftly transitioned from confusion to excitement and exhilaration, many remained perplexed. The majority of your descendants had only recently come into existence over the past millennia. They had never encountered you nor felt your presence, having only seen fleeting images or recordings of you through murals or ancestral jade stones. They were aware of their illustrious ancestor, recognizing the greatness of their lineage and the heights they now occupied. They understood that the transformations within the heavenly cloud realm and the origins of myriad worlds surrounding them were all rooted in one person, their ancestor, Chu He. Dear descendants, have you not yearned daily to behold your ancestor? Yet now that he has returned, you fail to recognize him. All descendants were summoned to pay homage to their ancestor. Should there be any sign of disrespect, you shall be cast from the family lineage and cease to be considered part of the Chu clan. Having undergone significant transformation, they had all become part of the central domain of the Chu family land. Chu Tian ascended into the sky, surveying the throngs of descendants below with a tone imbued with both excitement and gravity. Upon speaking, he swiftly charged toward you. Despite a millennium being a brief span in the grand tapestry of his existence, he had lived a mere 400 years prior. Now nearing the age of 1500, he spent 2 to 3 of those years in your absence, yearning for you with every passing day and night, eager to share the remarkable changes within the Chu family. At last, you have returned, and his joy knows no bounds. How extraordinary it is that our venerable ancestor has come back. Is it truly the legendary ancestor of our lineage? The one who single-handedly elevated our family from obscurity to such heights? Yes, it is he, our legendary ancestor. He is the source of our bloodline, a magnificent being who transcends all forms and realms, achieving an astonishing state of existence. An astonishing state? To think that I am regarded with such awe by the younger generations of my family. How formidable I must seem. An indomitable spirit, once thought non-existent, has surged forth within me. The arrogance that was nearly subdued by the overwhelming might of the vast world has suddenly revitalized. Witnessing the esteem in which the younger members hold our 5th ancestor, I cannot help but feel a tinge of superiority, as if everyone else pales in comparison. In an instant, I found myself recalling the powerful simulations I had previously studied, depicting the impressive figures of countless 8th-tier warriors. It was only through this recollection that I managed to quell my haughty emotions. Upon hearing of the return of the hitherto unknown ancestor, millions of formidable beings in the realm of the heavenly cloud, as well as countless practitioners in the divine realm, were equally stirred with excitement. They rushed towards the resplendent golden palace, and before long, they all stood outside, behaving with utmost humility. They formed an orderly queue, shedding the arrogance they once displayed in the eyes of those outside the Chu family. Their eyes mirrored your own, filled with reverence. "Welcome back, esteemed ancestor," resonated a grand voice as they assembled in perfect alignment, bowing in unison. The familiarity of their movements indicated that they had rehearsed this countless times before. As they straightened, each gaze was fervently directed towards you, their expressions nearly bursting with a desire to leap in joyful exultation. "You have done remarkably well," you acknowledged, a smile gracing your features as you emerged from the resplendent palace. "In just a millennium, your progress has exceeded my expectations. Truly, you have not squandered the bloodline bestowed upon you. This is all thanks to our ancestor's grace. We dare not take credit for it," they replied. "Were it not for the world, the resources for cultivation, and the bloodline you provided, we could never have attained such heights." Many descendants of the Chu family responded with a hint of joy. No, although most of the reasons stem from these factors, your current strength is also significantly attributed to your own efforts. Without personal diligence, the cultivation resources I have left could only foster a fraction of the current number of formidable warriors in our family. Unable to achieve such figures, he shook his head. While effort is undoubtedly vital, without cultivation resources and the support from our ancestors, such endeavors would be in vain. The Chu family members did not concur with this perspective on their ancestors. Regardless of what our ancestors claim, they believe in other matters, yet they reject this notion. Very well, you are all excessively humble. However, a touch of humility is beneficial. In the myriad realms, the strong must embody profound modesty. Pride, leads to stagnation, while humility fosters progress. He nodded, observing that upon his return, the younger generation was already embroiled in disputes. He chose to refrain from further discussion, sensing they were perhaps becoming overly exuberant. The unwavering loyalty of the younger generation was not entirely advantageous. It was not a favorable situation. He yearned to impart the significance of hard work to them, yet they all believed their current status was solely due to their own merits, which was quite infuriating. Thank you for your teachings, ancestor. Many from the Chu family, spanning numerous generations, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, that the strong must indeed practice profound humility. Some of their prior actions had indeed been a tad too arrogant, bordering on hubris. Pride leads to stagnation, humility fosters progress. This adage from the ancestor was truly a profound truth. Yet, among those present, Chu Qingtian, Chu Zhongtian, Chu Qingyang, and others who had previously encountered him could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, recalling his various deeds from millennium ago. They almost burst into laughter in this solemn gathering. The strong must exhibit profound humility. Does this align with the persona of our ancestor? Your catchphrase has always been that the strong must be exceedingly arrogant, has it not? Can one truly be considered strong without arrogance? Chapter 129. Each one yearns for the seaweed and egg drop soup, the sealed arrogance. Why should I work so hard to become strong, if not for the sake of arrogance? How audacious to mock your ancestor. It seems you are all eager for the seaweed and egg drop soup. By heavens, do you think I, your ancestor, do not wish to be exceedingly arrogant? It is merely a lack of ability that constrains such pride. I dare not be arrogant. If you all continue to act so proudly, it would only lead to your detriment. Thus, each of you must embody profound humility. Remember this truth, well, humility fosters progress, and I desire to witness your continuous advancement each day. Upon encountering the audacity of Chu Zhongtian and his companions to mock him, Chu He felt it imperative that the fifth brother demonstrate to these descendants, who yearn for the delicacies of seaweed and egg drop soup, the true essence of ancestral authority, one that is inviolable. The fifth brother had indeed indulged these individuals far too much. It was high time they were thrust into the vast world of chaos to engage in battle alongside him. It was evident that many had undergone a significant transformation, displaying a newfound humility, their inherent arrogance and haughtiness having been considerably diminished. This was a source of great satisfaction to him. Such a state of affairs was necessary. Otherwise, there was a lurking danger that one day, due to the foolishness of these impudent descendants, they might provoke a formidable adversary, leading to their own untimely demise, leaving them perplexed as to how or why they met such a fate, unaware of which descendant had brought about their ruin. Of course, there was also the possibility that one might inadvertently attract the wrath of a powerful being, thereby endangering these descendants, who were, after all, far less audacious than he himself. A being whose arrogance had been carried over from a previous existence and had only been concealed rather than diminished over time. It was as though this arrogance had been sealed. Each significant advancement in power would slightly weaken the seal, with the ultimate release occurring upon achieving the 14th level of cultivation. At that juncture, all surrounding realms would undoubtedly suffer, for they would encounter one they had never before witnessed, the unparalleled emergence of Dongxi. Returning to the familiar grounds of the Chu clan, his palace remained unchanged, preserved by a descendant devoted to the cultivation of eternal rules. This power ensured that, regardless of the passage of millions or even billions of years, the palace would remain untouched and uncorrupted, devoid of even a speck of dust, pristine upon his return as it had been upon his departure. Upon his arrival, the culinary team of the Chu family immediately prepared an extravagant array of exquisite dishes crafted from the bloodlines of mystical beasts. Before him lay hundreds of thousands of delectable delicacies, each dish comprising the flesh of beasts of spirit-level caliber or above. Had he tasted such delights before his journey to the chaotic realm, he would have surely been delighted. Yet, for one who had savored the culinary wonders of a gourmet planet, this fare was nothing but refuse, bland and tasteless. After sampling a few bites, he deftly shifted the conversation to inquire about the state of the clan, confirming that the cultivation resources he had previously left behind had all been exhausted. Without further elaboration, the previously procured unique resources from the vast world were cast into the family treasury. These cultivation resources were sufficient to accommodate the burgeoning number of strong individuals within the Chu family, potentially expanding their ranks 2 to 3-fold. However, despite the seemingly ample supply. Given the current demographic growth within the Chu clan, these resources were already insufficient, inadequate even to support the cultivation needs of the next generation. It was impractical to continually supply them. One also required resources for their own cultivation, as the benefits derived from allocating these resources to oneself will be far more significant. What truly captivated one's attention was the prospect of achieving breakthroughs to the 9th or even 10th tier, thereby enhancing the bloodline of the family's descendants, enabling them to transcend the realm of the law avatar without the need for additional cultivation resources. This was not merely about the modest gains of the early stages. The vision had to be broadened, and the outlook had to be long-term. Moreover, one would not wish to witness a day when they stood invincible. While the younger generation of the family struggled at the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shun realms, with a disparity of several major realms separating them, such a scenario would be utterly humiliating. As one surveyed the myriad cultivation resources newly accumulated within the family treasury, excitement and elation illuminated the faces of the senior members of the clan. Enough of this fervor. They are merely low-tier resources, one remarked, attempting to temper the enthusiasm. It seems as though I have been mistreating you all. If the ancestors' friends from the vast world were to witness your excitement over these trivial resources, I shudder to think how they would mock me. Truly lacking in ambition, muttered Chu He the fifth. Indeed, esteemed ancestor. We shall strive to maintain a calm demeanor moving forward, they replied. Very well. I shall assess your foundations within the realm of the law avatar shortly. Should I find them sufficient, with the potential for a breakthrough to the 7th tier, I will assist you in that endeavor. However, those who achieve breakthroughs will be required to join my heavenly army and partake in the impending invasion. There was no further elaboration. One articulated their plans for these individuals, emphasizing the benefits of joining the heavenly army, especially as they were unaware of what it entailed. Hearing that they would not only be able to transcend the realm above the law avatar, but also possess strength akin to the 4 great demon gods enslaved by the ancestor, capable of traversing realms beyond, ignited a fervor among the assembly. Among them, Chu Xianxia, once the most prodigious talent of the Chu family, exhibited the greatest excitement. Since breaking through to the pinnacle of the law avatar realm several centuries ago, he had made little significant progress, despite understanding the pathway to the 7th tier. One can only proceed gradually, step by step, according to his estimations, even if one does not adhere strictly to the descriptions provided by the major celestial deities. Achieving the 7th tier through the ancestral method of creating an internal world is still a formidable breakthrough. Employing a more commonplace approach to attain the 7th tier would necessitate an arduous span of over 100,000 years. This duration may seem brief, yet simultaneously protracted. It is brief when contrasted with the breakthrough timeline of others, as evidenced by the historical prowess of the most formidable deity of the Tianyan realm, the Void Deity. Until death, never attained the 7th tier. The departed Void Deity might lament, "Did I truly buy a watch last year, only to find it an endless affair?" If you must compare me to your ancestor, I concede, I could not prevail against him. It is surprising, however, that you, a descendant of his lineage, would also draw comparisons with me. Though I may not surpass you, let the departed rest in peace. The lengthiness of this endeavor is underscored by the stark contrast between the 100,000 years and his own mere 1,000-year existence. Within just a millennium, under the guidance of the ancestor, the family underwent monumental transformations. One can only ponder what changes might unfold after another 100,000 years. I remain uncertain whether my current foundation is esteemed enough by the ancestor to be ushered into the grand cosmos he described. Yet, with such exhilarating thoughts, he soon received his answer. There was no issue at all. His innate compatibility with the ancestor's bloodline was notably high, his talents having reached the level of a typical Dharma manifestation, further bolstered by an abundance of celestial treasures. The mastery over the forces of rules, particularly the soul rules, placed him firmly among the ranks of the powerful. Additionally, being nurtured under the ancestor's watchful eye endowed him with a naturally advantageous relationship compared to other descendants. His selection did not surprise the senior members of the Chu family. Rather, it would have been unexpected had he not been chosen. In total, 7 individuals were selected: Chu Qingtian, Chu Zhongtian, Chu Qingshang, Chu Yuanshang, Chu Yaodian, Chu Hanzhong, and Chu Zhoming. Upon their breakthrough, aside from Chu Qingtian continuing as the family patriarch to lead the clan, the others would accompany him to lay the groundwork for future generations of the Chu family as they enter the boundless cosmos. If a breakthrough is to occur, let be here. It is with great effort that your ancestor has expended a significant fortune to acquire the celestial treasures that will aid you in transcending to the 7th tier. Such resources could very well equate to the lives of 107th tier powerhouses. You have produced dozens of pinnacle-grade spiritual treasures, some of which offer a momentary enhancement of comprehension by hundreds or even thousands of times, while others are designed to aid in grasping specific rules, cultivated by the formidable beings of the vast cosmos. The variety of these treasures is indeed commendable. Each individual received approximately 7 or 8 of these remarkable items. Indeed, ancestor, they responded. Chu Qingtian, Chu Zhongtian, Chu Qingshang, and Chu Yuanshang, along with 3 others, gazed upon the spiritual treasures before them, their eager hands reaching out to claim these precious resources. Almost immediately, amidst the envious glances of the onlookers, they began the process of refinement. The 7th tier realm, as described by their ancestor, promised a lifespan spanning billions of years. In stark contrast to the mere million years granted by the Dharma realm, this was a monumental difference, allowing them to potentially outlive their current existence by over 100 times. Their own realm, Tianyun, had only existed for a mere few billion years since its inception. As the abundance of spiritual treasures continued to be refined, Chu Qingshang experienced a profound clarity of mind. The enigmatic forces governing the soul and other rules, which had previously eluded his understanding, suddenly crystallized in his thoughts. For instance, regarding the immortal rule, he had previously been at a loss about how to achieve soul immortality. But now enlightenment dawned upon him. To induce a qualitative transformation in the soul, it was imperative to imbue it with the characteristics of immortality, where the body remains undying. So too must the soul endure. This was the conventional pathway for transcending from the 6th to the 7th tier, a method for achieving soul immortality. Mastering the rules of the soul, the immortal rule, the rule of reincarnation, the rule of death, and at least 10 other governing powers was essential. Among these, 4 superior rules were paramount: the soul rule, the immortal rule, the reincarnation rule, and the death rule. Only by fully comprehending these rules could one hope to breach the 7th tier. While the difficulty of this breakthrough pales in comparison to the task of establishing an inner world, which necessitates the understanding of over 30 rule powers, the challenge remains formidable. On the first day, he successfully grasped the immortal rule. On the second day, he mastered it. By the third day, he had comprehended the reincarnation rule. And by the fourth day, he had perfected it. The fifth day brought the successful understanding of the death rule, and on the sixth, he mastered it. Each day, Chu Qingshang's progress was visibly remarkable. What might take others tens of thousands of years to master in higher rules, he achieved in merely 2 days. A feat made possible by his innate talent and the aid of exceptional cultivation resources. With each person holding resources capable of purchasing the lives of several 7th-tier cultivators. Such rapid advancement was entirely reasonable. Should anyone doubt the possibility of this, they need only consult those 7th-tier cultivators who have been purchased to gauge its plausibility. Is there anything impossible when you can buy my life? Similarly, several others, progressing as rapidly as Chu Qing, possess ample foundation to be selected. Each individual is not one to pursue lofty ambitions. Even upon realizing that you have achieved breakthroughs by creating an inner world, they did not opt for this elite path. They are all grounded individuals, favoring more conventional avenues of cultivation. While there are indeed descendants from the Chu family who have chosen to carve out their inner worlds, many admirers have embarked on this journey as well, though you find them unworthy of your attention. It is not that you deem them hopelessly ambitious. Rather, their pursuits are simply too costly. Cultivating someone to break through by establishing an inner world requires a minimum of 200 units of resources, a considerable investment for one individual. In contrast, nurturing someone through ordinary methods demands only about 15 units, a calculation you can easily comprehend. You possess wealth and have a fondness for the younger generations of these families, yet your riches are not simply bestowed upon you. They are earned through trials. Accepting the trials of others is burdensome, dear brother. This breakthrough for the 7 individuals spanned nearly 2 months. As time passed, the aura of the 7 descendants of the Chu family within this grand hall grew increasingly formidable. Particularly in the latter stages, their energies multiplied exponentially. It is time for a breakthrough. Gazing at these individuals, you can distinctly sense that they are on the verge of transcending to the next level. The next step is akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate, transitioning from the 6th to the 7th tier, crossing the first significant threshold of cultivation across the myriad realms. Once they break through, their status will rise dramatically within the multiverse. They will transform from lower beings unqualified for servitude into individuals eligible to become slaves. Although this elevation in status may seem negligible, who is to say it is not an improvement? To become a slave to others signifies a qualification to be utilized. Only the worthless are left unutilized. This is a profound truth you have previously discerned. An hour later, amidst tremendous booming sounds, 7 towering beams of light erupted from above the heads of the 7 individuals present. The ceiling of the palace above your head has been abruptly shattered. Gentle rays of sunlight cascading upon your face. Congratulations! Your residence has transformed from a closed wooden palace complex into an expansive, panoramic abode. In simple terms, you are now without a home, as it has been dismantled by these ungrateful descendants. This situation casts a slight shadow upon your countenance, yet you remain largely indifferent, redirecting your focus toward the breakthroughs of these individuals. Such trifles are not worthy of concern. Your descendants, having observed their ancestral figure basking in the sunless expanse for 2 months, have resolved to unveil the ceiling, wishing to allow the ancestor to soak in the sun's rays, as sunlight is beneficial to health. Admittedly, their actions may be deemed impulsive, but one can understand this sentiment completely. As the 5th descendant, Chu He, mused this way, it would be best to disregard the tightly clenched fist behind him and the ominous cracking sounds echoing around. The speed of breaking through the 7th-tier realm was astonishing. After spending several hours crossing the final threshold, several towering, ethereal figures manifested in the skies above the Chu family's ancestral land within the Tianyan realm. A united force of these figures exuded an overwhelming presence, instantly enveloping the vast expanse of the universe, shrouding a significant portion of the domain and reaching every corner of the world. Every being, regardless of their perspective, whether gazing upward at the sky or downward to the earth, could behold these formidable silhouettes. I, Chu Xianxia, today transcend into the 7th-tier realm through the path of the soul, comprehending the mysteries of the spirit. After cultivating for over 1,100 years, I have attained the pinnacle of supreme power. Following this proclamation, the figures began to display their grandeur. The figure on the far left, belonging to Chu Xianxia, was the first to speak, surveying the surroundings with an air of boundless authority, his voice resonating with gravitas. I, Chu Zhongtian, today break through the 7th-tier realm through the path of the physical body, grasping the intricacies of corporeal existence. After cultivating for over 1,400 years, I have achieved the status of a supreme being. I, Chu Yuansheng, today break through the 7th-tier realm through the path of time and space. Comprehending the principles of the cosmos, after cultivating for over 800 years, I stand now as a being of utmost power. I, Chu Qingtian, today marks a momentous occasion for all life within the Tianyan realm and the myriad world surrounding it, as it is a day of great celebration for the Chu family. The sovereigns of the surrounding realms, the sole rulers, the Chu family, have welcomed 7 new beings of transcendent existence in one fell swoop. A truly joyous event. Each member of the Chu family rejoices, not only for the emergence of such formidable allies, but also for the abundance of cultivation resources that accompany their rise. As for those beyond the Chu family, their elation knows no bounds. All faces radiated with brilliant smiles, genuine expressions of joy that conveyed heartfelt happiness to onlookers. Heartfelt congratulations to the Chu family for their burgeoning prosperity and strength. This sentiment is indeed sincere, devoid of any coercion or forced cheerfulness. There is no pretense of happiness, even in the face of discontent, nor is there any threat of demotion to the position of junior observer. After establishing countless worlds, the Chu family had long since facilitated the migration of certain individuals from the Tianyan realm, dispersing them across these myriad realms. In these new worlds, each individual, due to the absence of other human life, was granted vast tracts of land, affording even the most ordinary folk the means to cultivate wealth and martial prowess. For martial practitioners, the situation was even more favorable. Even those at the ordinary innate level could lay claim to a medicinal mountain, a resource previously exclusive to celestial families, particularly for the large-scale cultivation of rare herbs and treasures. Even with the Chu family claiming 90% of their labor's yield each year, the remaining share still afforded these individuals a life vastly superior by hundreds or even thousands of times, compared to their previous existence in the Tianyan realm, where they had been exploited. How can one not feel genuine gratitude? However, this is not a manifestation of newfound conscience on the part of the Chu family. They possess no such virtue, their conscience having long been devoured by dogs. Their actions stem merely from an overabundance of cultivation resources, which they find surplus and useless, particularly those medicinal mountains that yield only second and third tier herbs, of little worth to the Chu family members. The lowest grade herbs they require are at the celestial level, or fifth tier, merely serving as foundational material for those at the acquired and innate levels. Only those of the Yuan Dan and Yuan Shen realms can truly benefit from higher tier herbs. Thus, the Chu family finds no incentive to excessively exploit these low-tier medicinal mountains. Indeed, had it not been for their servants' need for such resources, they might disregard even the remaining 90% of ordinary herbs. In truth, they disdain collecting such refuse, preferring to leave it for the lower-class commoners. Let there be no misunderstanding. The term lower class does not refer to ordinary people, but encompasses all individuals outside the Chu family. The Chu family practices a form of egalitarian discrimination, viewing all others as lesser beings, mere beggars in the eyes of the Chu Longren. The outsiders, with their inferior appearances, dare to seek alms from the esteemed Chu family. Chapter 132. The treatment across every realm, shattering the illusion of the seventh tier. This statement carries no discriminatory or exaggerated connotation. It merely reflects an undeniable reality. Due to the abundant resources for cultivating the realm of Dharma in the Chu family, many powerful practitioners from the outside world go to great lengths in pursuit of the family's rewards. For a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, what is there to lament about being subservient? Dignity, what is that? Having spent nearly a decade in the Chu family, basking in the fervent admiration of the younger generation towards their ancestor, you have grown somewhat weary of it all. You yearn for the sweet air of the vast world, reminisce about its splendor, long for its advanced technology, and miss the virtual realm of your own spiritual world. Since you feel this longing, you hesitate little and promptly prepare to return to the vast world. You use your divine sense to notify the 6 eager descendants who are impatient to ascend to the higher realm, summoning them to your side, swiftly drawing them into your internal world. After exchanging a few words with Chu Tian, you harness the power of spatial rules and depart from the Tianyan realm. In a brief time, after traversing the celestial transit station, you find yourself back in the vast world once more. Here I, Chu He, have returned. In the boundless void of the heavens, gazing upon the breathtakingly magnificent azure glow of the vast world, a flicker of infatuation crosses your gaze. It is simply exquisite. In this realm of myriad worlds, the world itself is the finest gift bestowed upon all. Amidst the darkness of the celestial void, the radiant worlds of life add the most beautiful hues to the tapestry of existence. Viewed from the outside, each world, in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, is beyond reproach in its beauty. Ancestor, is this truly the vast world? Compared to this realm, our world is indeed, as you described, lacking in every corner. No wonder you returned only once in a millennium. Had I no ties binding me, perhaps I would have departed and never returned. Indeed, it is fortunate that with the assistance of our ancestor, we have broken through to the 7th tier, allowing us to ascend. Otherwise, we might have never set foot in such a world, never witnessing these wondrous vistas, even merely observing from the outside, without yet stepping inside to experience it. I must admit, were it not for the younger generation still at home, I would truly hesitate to return. As you behold the vastness of the world, those recently released, Chu Zhongtian, Chu Yuansheng, and Chu Yaotan, cannot help but swallow hard, the awe in their eyes unmistakable. They are individuals of considerable insight, having traversed the world and, with the assistance of the 4 little ones, have ventured beyond the realm of Tianyun, witnessing the vastness of the cosmos and the true visage of Tianyun itself. However, to speak candidly, this breadth of experience pales in comparison to what they are about to encounter. Listen attentively, for my purpose in bringing you here is not to indulge in a life of leisure. With your current capabilities, you occupy but the lower echelons of this realm, where the pleasures you seek are all but out of reach. Shortly, we shall proceed to acquire identification cards and complete the necessary formalities to enlist in the Huan Tian army. Observing these individuals, you possess an acute understanding of their mental state. Upon your initial arrival, you too harbored a reluctance to depart. After elucidating some aspects of this place, you will escort them to obtain their identification cards and facilitate their enlistment in the Huantian army. While processing their identification, the envious glances from the staff made it evident to Chu Zhongtian and his companions just how prestigious their identification cards truly are, particularly since those who envied them were of the same rank. It is indeed astonishing that mere possession of such a card could elicit admiration from peers, shattering their previous perceptions of the 7th tier realm. This experience has taught them the stark reality of what it means to be at the 7th tier within the vast expanse of the Huantian world. Those who had once relished their formidable strength and felt nearly invincible were rendered utterly silent. Had they ventured here unaided, they would not have been able to secure even the most fundamental identification card to become esteemed members of Huantian. Even an ordinary 8th tier practitioner, attempting to assist others in acquiring identification for the Huantian vastness, would find such endeavors futile. The status of a Huantian individual is reserved for those who possess the potential to transcend the 8th tier, either having ascended to the 7th tier through elite means or being practitioners of the 8th tier themselves. Should one merely be an average 8th tier practitioner, they would lack the requisite qualifications and privileges to facilitate such processes for others. However, your prowess far surpasses that of typical 8th tier individuals, a fact meticulously documented in your personal records, which explicitly highlight your potential to achieve the 9th tier and even beyond. In the face of such potential, you naturally possess the qualifications and privileges granted to you. Each successful breakthrough in the grand tiers of the Huantian world enhances your understanding of the privileges afforded to the powerful. Any endeavor undertaken here will starkly contrast with past experiences, revealing significant changes. At the 7th tier of cultivation, one may not exhibit formidable potential, often leading even the staff responsible for issuing identification cards to regard one with disdain. However, upon attaining the status of a celestial being, perceptions shift dramatically, as others begin to regard you with respect. Upon reaching the 8th tier, one finds oneself exempt from scrutiny at the transit stations of the myriad realms. Welcomed by peers of equal caliber, and upon joining, one is bestowed with a substantial initiation gift from the vast celestial realm. As a captain in the celestial army, one possesses the autonomy to recruit talent from the celestial realm and faces challenges that are entirely unavailable to those at the 7th tier. Even before achieving the 9th tier, merely hinting at possessing such potential allows one to accomplish feats that elude other 8th tier cultivators. Every elevation in strength brings with it a swift transformation in status and privileges. Tasks that were once insurmountable become trivial, effortlessly facilitated by countless willing aids. Chapter 133. A world of fools, a world of cowards. A true stronghold must enjoy certain privileges. This is the essence of reality. Without such privileges, the strength of a powerful individual cannot be adequately manifested. My current status is still too humble. While I may not be looked down upon, I remain far from high standing. It is only upon reaching the 10th tier, when I will be considered a mid to high level cultivator within the vast celestial realm, that I shall venture forth. Reflecting on the myriad changes in treatment experienced by my elder brother, I find the inhabitants of the celestial realm to be strikingly pragmatic, and I harbor no significant aversion to this reality. It is not a question of realism, but rather a matter of social awareness, an immutable truth. Acquiring an identification card in the celestial realm is a straightforward process, and joining the celestial army is even more effortless. The intricacies of obtaining an ID are simply the concerns of others. In the ranks of the celestial army, however, you command your domain as a captain, despite having lost a number of subordinates during recent conflicts. Although these invasions typically involve dozens fighting against one, there is no such thing as a risk-free endeavor in this world. Even a mundane act of drinking water poses the risk of choking. Considering warfare, even the slightest risk can result in fatalities, albeit often deemed statistically insignificant. The loss of those 10 or so individuals has necessitated further recruitment. There is no need for excessive mobilization, and the current circumstances are fortuitous. Consequently, I have arranged for all my family's younger generations to join, as their 7th tier strength aligns perfectly with the entry requirements of the Celestial Army. The reason the Mixed Heaven Army predominantly recruits formidable individuals among the 7th tier is due to the overwhelming number of 7th tier cultivators within the Mixed Heaven realm. A casual selection of these strong individuals is sufficient, since engaging in combat with others necessitates the choice of powerful allies, though this is not an absolute requirement. Recruitment merely stipulates the 7th tier as a criterion. Thus, regardless of actual prowess, as long as one meets this tier, everything is deemed reasonable and compliant. Well then, you may remain here. I've already made the necessary arrangements. I shall not procure the cultivation resources or the intelligent life forms required, nor any other fundamental items for you. This is unnecessary, as all present are exceptional talents I have meticulously selected. Shortly, the team leaders and your peers are expected to test your capabilities. I hope you can withstand their trials. Having casually assigned a few individuals to Chu He, you returned to your captain's office just as they were beginning to grasp the nature of these tests. You commenced your journey into the virtual realm, immersing yourself in its wonders. Previously, within this virtual world, you discovered a rather entertaining novelty. A virtual company had released an impressive game titled A Day in the Creator's Realm. This title is quite straightforward, allowing players to experience a day in the life of a creator within the virtual expanse. Although everything in this realm is fictitious, the virtual technology of the mixed heaven world can simulate reality with utmost precision, rendering the experiences therein remarkably authentic. Even the pathways of enlightenment are genuine, as they are infused with the power of elite cultivators, mingled with the essence of mid-tier forces. The immersion within this experience is entirely real, which has led many to become entranced by the virtual world, where one might be a mere nobody in reality, but a creator of universes within this realm. However, it was observed long ago that many in the mixed heaven world had succumbed to this obsession, reluctant to return, resembling the living dead. In response, the powerful beings of the mixed heaven realm promptly altered the veracity of the virtual world, maintaining it at 99 realism. Nonetheless, this degree of authenticity has still captivated many. A Day in the Creator's Realm allows players to forge one universe after another according to their desires, endlessly crafting their visions. You can conjure a world populated entirely by stunning individuals, each possessing a beauty score exceeding 99, all conforming to your aesthetic preferences. Various elves, angels, serpent folk, enigmatic figures in red, fishmen, and so forth. Alternatively, you may create a realm filled with utter fools, where the collective intelligence plummets 100-fold, leaving you as the sole genius. A mere flick of your fingers could unravel the complexities of a monumental problem, granting you the indulgence of basking in the adoration of others in this fantastical existence. There are individuals who possess a penchant for thrill, perhaps bordering on the eccentric, who deliberately obscure their memories in order to fabricate a virtual realm filled with zombies, where they alone are the living entity, engaging in a battle for survival until they are ultimately overwhelmed and consumed by the undead, only to awaken their memories thereafter. This inclination is somewhat excessive, reflecting a harshness towards oneself that is truly unfathomable. You have crafted a world abundant with formidable beings. Yet these titans are characterized by their remarkable humility and timidity, while you exhibit an audacious demeanor, as it is the nature of the strong to be unapologetically bold. In this realm, even when one might tread upon the head of a powerful figure, pressing it into the ground with great force, that individual would not dare retaliate, but rather offer an apology. This is a form of self-deception, isn't it? Hockey 5. In reality, you may lack the audacity to be brazen, yet within the virtual domain, you revel in the experience, even creating a world populated solely by the meek. It seems you must seek the guidance of a sage, witnessing such a self-created virtual existence. The external Chu He expresses genuine envy. He covets such a scenario, if all the strong beings across myriad realms were similarly humble, while he alone basked in arrogance. It would be an exquisite delight. The mere thought of how wondrous and hopeful the myriad realms could become is almost too magnificent to fathom. Time hastens on. In the blink of an eye, over a century has passed, when you are summoned back to confront the invading world, emerging from the virtual realm with renewed vigor. You discover that your descendants have mingled effortlessly with others, having amassed considerable wealth, each possessing the latest advanced intelligent life forms and state-of-the-art virtual wristbands. Furthermore, every individual S account boasts a minimum wealth of over 30 units of mixed heavenly gold. Clearly, these descendants have greatly disappointed you, their venerable ancestor, as they have failed to withstand the trials set forth by the exceptional talents under your command. Chapter 134. The ancestor Chu achieves the status of Dao Master. 8th-stage Dao Master. However, this is to be expected. If you, their ancestor, could not endure the challenges posed by your subordinates, How could your descendants possibly persevere, especially when faced with trials that could purchase dozens of their lives? Such trials would surely prove insurmountable. Upon observing several of your descendants dutifully trailing behind you, you promptly lead them to the military center, positioning them alongside others. Each member of your mixed heavenly army greets the faces of your descendants with beaming smiles. How could the descendants of a direct superior not be met with such warmth? Perhaps later, when you transcend to the 9th tier and contemplate the establishment of the mixed heaven army, those individuals will follow you to forge this new army, as many among them are indeed your most trusted subordinates. In the absence of a shortage of personnel, allowing you to lead these individuals away would garner the approval of the commander of the 3rd tier mixed heaven army, who would wholeheartedly agree. Thus, it is conceivable that in the future, you may become the direct superior of their direct superior. Esteemed comrades, the world we are about to invade is classified as a late-stage minor celestial realm. This realm is notably rich in resources, housing 3 9th-tier powerhouses. To maintain our competitive edge, our 3rd-tier mixed heaven army will unite with several other mixed heaven armies to simultaneously invade this world. This invasion presents a remarkable opportunity for each of you, particularly for certain exceptionally powerful captains. I hope you will seize this occasion to demonstrate your prowess, acquire more cultivation resources, and swiftly attain the 9th-tier realm. Above, Commander Wu Shang surveyed the numerous prime ministers below, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. This resource-abundant late-stage minor celestial realm is one he has encountered only after invading hundreds of minor celestial worlds over several millennia. In such realms, treasures that contribute to the comprehension of the subtle paths are exceedingly rare, especially those with specific effects aligned with one's current pursuits. The existence of treasures that could slightly enhance one's comprehension is not something a minor celestial world can produce. Such treasures are born from realms of intermediate celestial status. However, by amassing sufficient mixed heaven gold, he can procure desired items from the mixed heaven market. Therefore, Commander Wu Sheng eagerly anticipates each invasion of a late-stage minor celestial realm. If not for the fact that he alone cannot contend with 3 adversaries of similar strength, posing a significant risk, he would prefer to undertake the invasion independently. Although this collaborative approach significantly mitigates risks, it equally diminishes potential rewards. Yet, he is merely a 3-star rated commander of the 3rd tier mixed heaven army. And even if he wished to act alone, the mixed heaven army would not permit it. Upon hearing Commander Wu Sheng's words, the other captains cast a glance in your direction, aware that the particularly formidable captain he referenced was indeed you. No captain of your rank doubts your potential to ascend to the 9th tier, if someone of your combat prowess cannot achieve such a breakthrough. They cannot fathom who else might. Let's set forth. Under the command of the leader, you swiftly led your entire squad into a celestial battleship, initiating a new round of invasion warfare. Observing the fantastical vessel, your younger descendants were truly awestruck. Their previous world resembled an ancient realm devoid of advanced technology. The sheer abundance of spiritual energy and the number of formidable beings in this expansive universe left them utterly astonished. However, what truly captivated their attention were the ordinary individuals here, who could effortlessly wield and unleash the immense power of technological marvels. Any common person mastering this celestial battleship could inflict significant damage upon even the most elite warriors. Such an idea was beyond their wildest dreams. Several of them, including Chu Qingshang, resolved that upon their return to the Tianyun realm, they would undoubtedly procure knowledge of the advanced technologies of this grand universe, aiming to spark a technological revolution in their homeland. Even if they could not forge weapons of unparalleled power, creating virtual realms or other forms of technological advancements would be a significant achievement. The journey through the celestial void was profoundly desolate and lonely, taking nearly a year to reach the designated location. Upon uniting with 5 other 3rd-tier celestial legions, you did not hesitate to confront the world known as Tianzhu Realm. This realm was a cultivation world, its cultivation system reminiscent of the fantasies penned by authors from your previous life. The stages of cultivation: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, and so forth, were all strikingly familiar, if categorized according to the cultivation tiers of the myriad realms. Chi refinement and foundation establishment would only be considered the 1st tier, golden core the 2nd, nascent soul the 3rd, God transformation and void refinement the 4th, crossing tribulation the 5th, and ascendant immortal the 6th. The true immortal stage would be the 7th tier. The 8th tier in this realm is referred to as Tao Master, while the 9th is called Supreme Tao Ancestor. However, to say that such titles are appropriate is a stretch. This cultivation level is even more audacious than that of the so-called supreme deities. A 10th tier existence merely grasps a fragment of a minor path. A 13th tier being understands a little of the great Tao, and a 14th tier individual possesses a deeper comprehension of it. Yet, none dare to refer to themselves as Tao Master. Only one who has become a master of a Tao may rightfully claim such a title, though the true power level of such beings remains a mystery. If Tao Masters are thus, one can only imagine the nature of the Tao ancestors. Chu He was astonished. Indeed, those who lack experience are often the most audacious. Nevertheless, this situation might not be entirely unfavorable. In the grand scheme of the Tianzhu realm, he, as the venerable ancestor Chu, has now ascended to a status akin to that of a Taoist lord. In chapter 135, the gazes directed at him resembled those reserved for the deceased. As the so-called Taoists and supreme ancestors within the Tianzhu realm became aware of the intruders from beyond their world, without the slightest hesitation, these formidable beings emerged forth. Each of their methods appeared deceptively simple. One commanded a colossal banner, larger than stars by millions of times, emanating a dense black aura, accompanied by countless spectral figures of human heroes, their eyes ablaze with crimson light, clad in dark robes, occasionally letting out sinister laughter reminiscent of the human emperor. Another wielded billions of celestial swords, each stretching millions of miles, transforming into a celestial sword master, treading upon each sword, with sword energy piercing through the heavens, gradually making their way out of the world. There is also a majestic 8th-tier demon lord, resembling a peacock, soaring high, their forms stretching for millions of miles, with feathers radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, beautiful yet perilously enchanting. Additionally, there were those who had forged an inner world, having successfully broken through to the supreme ancestor realm through this pinnacle path, exuding an overwhelming aura as they forcefully burst forth from their realm. Behind them loomed a shadowy world exceeding tens of thousands of light years, within which stood the figure of this supreme ancestor. At that moment, cloaked in a purple Taoist robe, their visage obscured, seated atop a 12-petal azure lotus, they imparted wisdom to myriad beings, as countless lives resonated with the profound humanistic essence emanating from the teachings. Each of them appeared astonishingly impressive. In comparison, I, a golden giant, despite possessing superior combat prowess, felt as though my prestige had plummeted several tiers. Alas, I cannot abide those who, despite being weaker than me, exhibit such ostentatious airs. The one with the iridescent feathers and the one suffused with sword energy. I'll be the first to deal with them. Within the celestial battleship, observing the individuals from the Tianzhu realm, whose abilities seemed lackluster, yet who carried themselves with such arrogance, my mood darkened. Chu He, number 5, was particularly irked. He despised such flamboyant displays. Old ancestor Xianxia, why do I sense a hint of envy in your gaze towards those individuals? Is it merely my imagination? Zhu Juanshan, standing beside you, nudged Chu Xianxia, inquiring with his spiritual awareness. It is undoubtedly your imagination, old ancestor. How could you possibly envy those who are on the brink of demise in our impending invasion? What is there to envy about these individuals? They are merely a throng of the doomed, Chu Xianxia replied. Indeed, who are our ancestors, and what significance do these individuals hold that they might provoke envy from them? Chu Yuanqing nodded in agreement. Chu Zhongqian, you and your companions need not collaborate with others. The 6 of you can confront one alone. 6 against 1. Especially when you have procured some formidable trump cards from the Mingtian Mall. If you cannot subdue a single opponent under these circumstances, then upon your return, I shall see how to deal with you. Suppressing your envious gaze, you glanced at your descendants and offered them a final piece of advice. Yes, ancestor, nodding in acknowledgement. You chose not to engage further with them. If during the battle, 6 fail against 1 and suffer defeat, there will be no excuses. There is little more to advise. As all the formidable beings of the Tianzhu realm stood like fools, awaiting your bombardment, without a moment's hesitation, you and the other celestial warships coordinated seamlessly to unleash a full-powered barrage. Boom! Endless energy cascaded mercilessly upon those pretentious individuals. In an instant, within this minor world of late-stage Qianquan, Millions of 7th-tier cultivators and hundreds of 8th-tier cultivators faced a brutal onslaught. With millions of 7th-tier cultivators, over 100,000 fell in that single encounter. The explosion of fireworks illuminated the surrounding dark void, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle. Regrettably, this beautiful scene could only be witnessed by the numerous cultivators aboard the celestial warships. The cultivators of the Tianzhu realm, being the targets of the attack, could not behold it even from such proximity. Kill! A commanding voice echoed from within the celestial warship. In an instant, countless soldiers of the Mingtian army surged forth from the celestial vessels, their excitement palpable, akin to mice discovering rice. You two hastened towards the sword immortal, instantly transforming into a towering figure of golden hue, your black and gold battle axe enlarging in your grasp. A fierce aura enveloped the surrounding celestial void for dozens, even hundreds of light years. Welcome, visitors from another world. Let you, the wretched invaders, witness the sword technique honed over billions of years by the master of the heavenly sword. No one of your caliber has yet experienced this move, for they are unworthy. Only you, a powerful outsider, compel me to unleash it. The 108th sword style, the sword of time and space. As you approached, the master of the heavenly sword, clad in white and exuding unparalleled sword energy, regarded you with his customary coldness, devoid of emotion, his gaze fixed upon you as one would regard a corpse. Chu He, the classic analogy of observing a portrait as one would a corpse, is truly exceptional. With a sweeping gesture, countless swords formed from the principles of the sword behind him were poised to unleash his ultimate move. Yet, before he could release it, one could see that despite his prolonged display of arrogance, he had yet to take action. Thus, you decided to strike first, unleashing the immense power of the world within you. Raising your black golden battle axe, you cleaved forward, obliterating all the long swords and everything else in your path with that singular blow, including the previously aloof sword immortal. Your adversary was cleaved in two by your axe, the overwhelming forces of the world and the principles of power annihilating him on the spot. What nonsense was he prattling on about? Did he not realize that your time was precious? As you dealt with this pretentious fool, without so much as a glance at him, your attention shifted to the astonished peacock Taoist beside you. This time, you would not allow this beast to continue its chattering. Another swing of your axe ended him as well. In chapter 136, we see Chu Zhongtian, yet another sovereign of hand grenades, contributing to his family. One axe for each adversary. You wielded merely 6 axes throughout the entire battle, yet you dispatched 6 opponents of equal standing, showcasing a terrifying combat prowess. This rendered your vicinity the sole sanctuary amidst the battlefield, as thousands of 8th-tier cultivators dared not approach. The people of the Tianzhu realm feared being slain by you, while those from the Mixed Heaven army were equally apprehensive of your relentless fury, fearing they might be mistakenly targeted and eliminated by you. For someone of your combat strength, dispatching these 8th-tier beings was akin to a mere formality. Dying at your hands would be utterly futile. The vast Mixed Heaven world would not expend effort to eliminate a being of your caliber, one potentially on the cusp of the 9th tier or beyond, simply dismissing them as inconsequential. This situation rendered you rather disinterested. Why were the battles around you still ongoing at such a sluggish pace? Perhaps while they fought, you could stealthily venture into the Tianzhu realm to gather some spoils, discreetly taking what was not theirs. Noticing that the surrounding skirmishes would take another hour or two to conclude, you contemplated becoming a rogue, yet a flicker of fear held you back, wary of being surrounded and overwhelmed by others. Additionally, such actions seemed morally questionable, for the sake of some trivial spoils. Abandoning even the most basic ethical boundaries was something you found difficult to condone. Ultimately, you decided to check on your son and his companions. As a formidable presence wreaking havoc on the 8th-tier battlefield, your arrival in the 7th-tier arena instilled a deep-seated fear among the Mixed Heaven army and the denizens of the Tianzhu realm, especially those 7th-tier cultivators battling alongside your descendants. When you approached them, witnessing the struggle of these 7th-tier beings, it became evident just how immense the pressure was within the Tianzhu realm. Despair had thoroughly consumed him. Being overwhelmed by 6 adversaries of equal rank had already plunged him into hopelessness, and now his elders had arrived. How inconsiderate they were, merely observing the skirmish of the younger generation without intervening. One might ponder whether this 7th-tier cultivator should continue fighting or refrain from engaging. If an opportunity for retaliation arose, should he act or remain passive? Cursing under his breath, he resolved to give it his all. Suddenly, with a pale visage, faced with the greatest despair of his life, the seventh-tier cultivator chose to self-destruct. In the face of such an insurmountable predicament, he preferred to go out in a blaze of glory rather than be regarded as a mere fool. Regrettably, this seventh-tier cultivator, akin to a certain king of grenades, exploded in solitude, inflicting not even the slightest injury upon your descendants. Ultimately, he was nothing more than a pitiful waste. Time was squandered. After an hour of battle, the confrontation concluded with the defeat of 3 supreme ninth-tier ancestors. Swiftly, you led your 6 descendants towards the Tianzhu realm. Upon arrival, you carelessly discarded Chu He and his companions, allowing them to vie for treasures as they pleased, while you immediately commenced your own endeavors. Each invasion concluded was a grand feast for you, and the spoils from this particular incursion far exceeded those from 50 invasions of early-stage, small thousand realms. The 8th-tier cultivators within the early small thousand realms were truly impoverished, as few worthy treasures could be found throughout their world. In stark contrast, the realms beyond the early stages of small thousand were immensely affluent. You resolved that in the future, should you lead the 3rd-tier mixed heavenly army against those late-stage or pinnacle small thousand realms, there would be no need to seek assistance from others. You could handle it yourself. In late-stage small thousand realms, there were merely 3 or 4 adversaries of equal rank, often easily dispatched, while unleashing the rules of the body would be even simpler. In pinnacle small thousand realms, there were only a few hundred lesser foes, also manageable with relative ease. Armed with this conviction, you hastened your treasure collection, knowing that amassing sufficient rare materials would allow you to expand your internal world more rapidly, pushing it to its limits. To transcend into the 9th tier, you find yourself eager to achieve this lofty realm. After sweeping through the Tianzhu realm, your contingent from the Huitian Legion begins to orderly board the celestial battleships, preparing to return to the military encampment of the vast Huitian world. Each face is adorned with a beaming smile. This joy, even after a year of returning to the Huitian barracks, remains unscathed among many, including your descendants. Each individual has garnered several units of Huitian gold this time. Although this may seem meager compared to their worth, they have only been here for a few hundred years. Every 7th-tier powerhouse possesses a lifespan of billions of years, and in just a few hundred years, they have earned enough to buy several lives of their peers. This is an extraordinary profit. The Huitian gold has been allocated by Chu He and others, with 1/3 dedicated to acquiring various heavenly treasures of the Xianxia Dharma level. Another third spent on purchasing resources from minor worlds. Only the remaining 1/3 is reserved for enhancing their own strength. As an esteemed ancestor of the family, you are not the sole benefactor of your descendants. They too share this ancestral role. Now that their power has grown, it is only natural for them to pave the way for future generations, ensuring a continuous emergence of formidable beings within the family. By banding together, pooling their strength, they can fortify the family's might. Upon realizing this, a look of contentment graces your face. Without further ado, you proceed to the time cultivation chamber, embarking on the assimilation of heavenly treasures. As you ingest a copious amount of heavenly materials to expand your inner world, it visibly enlarges at an astonishing rate. The entire realm resonates with a profound sense of weightiness. Simultaneously, as you expand your inner world, a terrifying battle erupts in the distant void of the universe. Far removed from the Huitian world, in this boundless expanse, the center of the ancient god and nightmare great worlds collides. 2 premier realms with a particularly antagonistic relationship. Describing it as a matter of life and death may be an exaggeration, yet both sides engage in cunning tactics against one another whenever possible. This area has historically been a hotspot for their most severe frictions, littered with traps left by both great worlds. Should an 8th or 9th tier practitioner venture here, they risk encountering the formidable attacks of 10th or even 11th tier powerhouses, delivering a harsh lesson about the perils of their society. The friction in this realm has deepened, with both sides dispatching a plethora of 9th and 10th tier powerhouses, alongside the true titans of the multiverse, those of the 13th tier. The dark void of the cosmos has been fragmented into numerous battlegrounds. 9th tier cultivators constitute the foundational level here, their numbers vast in many respects. This realm is also the most perilous for slaughter, as a single strike from a 9th tier practitioner can obliterate the surrounding expanse of tens of thousands of light years. With billions of 9th tier cultivators engaged in battle, the conflict spans an area encompassing trillions of light years. Every moment, Countless voids across the cosmos are shattered, and rifts in space are torn open. It is essential to understand that a massive, singular universe, a typical middle-tier realm, measures merely thousands of billions of light-years in diameter. The ninth-tier battlefield is but the smallest segment of this grand conflict, incomparable to the higher-tier arenas between the ancient gods and the nightmares of the multiverse. Only a few tens of thousands of 10th-tier beings have been sent forth by each side, yet their battlegrounds encompass a far greater void. Owing to their profound comprehension of the powers of the Tao, a 10th-tier entity, colossal in size, over 100 light-years, its body a magnificent bronze hue and visage rugged, reminiscent of an ancient deity emerging from the primordial wilderness of the universe, raises a hand, several light-years in span, and unleashes a formidable attack upon an unseen nightmare. Infused with the essence of the supreme path of annihilation and the power to shatter myriad lesser paths, the attack instantaneously engulfs the surrounding void of Gaia. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of light-years, the cosmos plunges into a cataclysm akin to the annihilation of countless realms. The void itself disintegrates, time collapses, and the very fabric of rules is obliterated. Under the might of the Tao, this expanse of the cosmos, after such profound destruction, vanishes entirely. This is a true, irrevocable disappearance. The dimensions of the myriad realms shrink by hundreds of millions of light-years, not merely the localized obliteration of space, as seen with the 8th and 9th tier cultivators, who only disrupt the immediate void, leaving it in chaotic disarray. Their devastation resembles tossing a handful of sand into the sky from a small, fragile sphere. While that clump of sand may vanish from view, it does not cease to exist. It merely becomes finer grains, accumulating elsewhere, hidden from sight. The annihilation of a 10th-tier powerhouse signifies an absolute obliteration, rendering billions of light-years of existence utterly void. This realm of myriad heavens is extinguished by the very essence of the Tao. Such is the potency of the Tao, capable of erasing the very existence of a phenomenon. This constitutes true and authentic damage, making something vanish entirely, eradicating its essence. Is this the might of the Tao? It is profoundly formidable. A yearning arises to possess such power, a desire to attain it instantaneously. Once again, Chu He finds himself envious. However, with a mere strike, the vast expanse of billions of light-years can be rendered non-existent. This is merely the capacity of a 10th-tier cultivator. One can only speculate how much greater the destructive potential of a more powerful cultivator might be. If all cultivators within the myriad heavens were to engage in battle, could the cosmos withstand their onslaught? Would the heavens and realms vanish amidst the conflict? Though the myriad worlds are likely to expand, akin to a self-expanding universe that cannot indefinitely maintain a fixed volume, if their expansion does not keep pace with their contraction, it is conceivable that the myriad heavens could indeed be obliterated. This is the battlefield of 10th-tier powerhouses, where the annihilation of vast expanses of the void occurs with mere casualness. Yet, the true arena of conflict, the genuine determinant of victory or defeat in this war, resides in the higher echelons of the 13th-tier battlefield. The 13th tier is revered by countless beings in the myriad worlds as the Deluo Golden Immortal, the Immortal Emperor, the pinnacle of temporal existence, the master of time and space, and the sovereign of the multiverse, among other titles. These are the true apex beings, the strategic assets of various grand worlds, whose engagement heralds the onset of large-scale wars between realms. Historically, encounters between 13th-tier entities have been separated by eons, often spanning hundreds of billions of years, with each confrontation yielding substantial benefits. This occasion, naturally, is no exception. Ming, Tian, we offer you one last opportunity to relinquish the extraordinary treasures of this realm. You have already acquired numerous such artifacts. This particular treasure was first discovered by our ancient god Grand World. Do not be overly avaricious, nightmarish Grand World, gazing upon a fellow nightmare entity within the illusory void. The ancient god Grand World's 13th tier presence, surpassing the size of hundreds of universes, emanated an icy demeanor. Treasures are meant for the worthy. Is there any justification to claim that the one who discovers it first is the rightful owner? Such reasoning is unfounded. Clearly, we, the nightmarish Grand World, are the true possessors of virtue. If war is what you desire, then let it commence. It is high time to resolve the grievances that have lingered for so many years. The visage remains obscured, or perhaps it is devoid of any distinct form. merely a formless embodiment of will within the nightmarish expanse of the vast universe. The tone is serene. Very well, then, come forth. Today, I am inclined to either vanquish you or be vanquished by you. Chapter 138, A Million Years Hence, the Battle of the Vast Universe. As the words fell, two towering entities of the 13th realm unleashed their might in an infinitesimal fraction of a moment, executing trillions of strikes imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Colliding with one another, the surrounding void erupted in an instant. Each strike obliterated countless cosmic realms, and in a heartbeat, the battlefield expanded to encompass an expanse equivalent to hundreds of millions of universes. With every passing moment, the two mighty beings annihilated everything in their vicinity, relentlessly expanding at a terrifying speed. The ancient deities of the vast universe, existing within the 13th realm, had comprehended the 3,000 great Taos, embodying the indestructible upper Tao. In contrast, the corresponding entities of the nightmarish universe grasped the dream Tao, a manifestation of the mid-Tao, despite the disparity in their respective ranks. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was negligible. At their level, having attained such profound comprehension of the Tao, the difference in rank became inconsequential in terms of their fundamental power. The 3,000 Taos, though diverse in path, ultimately converge. At this level of strength, the distinction lies not in the rank of the Tao, but in the depth of understanding one possesses regarding their own comprehension of the Tao. The one who has traversed further along their chosen path possesses greater strength. The Tao of fire, even as a lower-ranked understanding, may not necessarily render one weaker than those who grasp the Tao of space-time. The potency of the Tao is insignificant. What truly matters is the distance one has traveled. The clash between the indestructible Tao and the dream Tao incited a fervent annihilation within this realm of myriad cosmic voids. The formidable essence of the Tao emanated from them, allowing the countless lesser worlds within the hundreds of billions of individual universes surrounding them to sense its presence. Despite their own frail power, each being, whether gazing upwards or downwards, seemed to perceive the battle waged by these two transcendent beings. Though their features were indistinct, even a fleeting glance would be etched into the deepest recesses of their minds, an indelible memory that would endure, impervious to any attempts by the great sorcerers to erase it. The formidable aspect of the indestructible Tao lies in its eternal nature, the powerful entities of the nightmarish universe, regardless of how they wield the dream Tao, cannot extinguish even a fraction of the indestructible Tao. Yet, the strength of the dream Tao is derived from the dreams of others. And what is the essence of dreams? Are they not, in their very nature, illusory? The indomitable path possesses only formidable defensive capabilities and immortality, yet lacks aggressive might. Regardless of the effort expended to obliterate the dream path, it remains unshaken, impervious to any diminutive disturbance. Falsehoods, no matter how vigorously one attempts to erase them, are futile endeavors, as they are inherently non-existent. How can one extinguish that which is already void? In this stalemate, where neither side can prevail over the other, if this impasse continues, even if it escalates across myriad realms, victory will remain elusive. This epitomizes the struggle of true powerhouses. At such a caliber, their confrontations transcend the typical skirmishes of lesser cultivators, who often determine outcomes within mere exchanges or after a couple of hours. These titans can battle until the end of time, until all witnesses have aged and perished before the conflict concludes. The prolonged nature of such confrontations astounds Chu He, who observes the simulation. Yet, he muses that should he be engaged in a battle of such duration, he would swiftly dispatch his opponent with a single strike. Chu He prefers directness, overpowering the weak and resolving conflicts with a few decisive moves. Should one relish in the enjoyment of prolonged combat, the thrill would be immeasurable. The very reason these titans remain locked in struggle is a reflection of their own inadequacies. Were their strengths greater, a single blow would suffice. Beyond the battlefield, while the two 13th-tier entities are mired in conflict, other elite beings within the ancient god and nightmare realms cast their gaze upon the fray, separated by the infinite expanse of time and space. Neither side intervenes, a testament to their respect for the duel between two formidable adversaries, as well as a desire to avoid a total outbreak of hostilities. In the ancient god realm, within the ancient god palace, two 14th-tier deities observe the war beyond their world, their expression serene. The arrogance of the nightmare realm is palpable, with only a handful of 14th-tier beings, They have antagonized nearly every surrounding world. Their existence, birthed from dreams, embodies a collective consciousness that grants them remarkable immortality, emboldening their hubris. If merely a dozen of these 14th-tier entities can wreak such havoc, what chaos would ensue should more emerge? One of the 14th-tier beings, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a tone laced with coldness, indeed. With such a troublesome neighbor, our world is truly unfortunate. However, there is no need for excessive anger. The Nightmare Realm will not endure for much longer. We have already discreetly reached out to several equivalent great worlds, including the Dark Abyss, the Eternal Realm, the World of Destiny, and the Universal Divine Abode. Shall we gather together 150 beings of the 14th tier and prepare to deliver a lesson to the Nightmare Great World? This time, let us launch a significant offensive. Even if we cannot completely annihilate our adversaries, we must reduce their number of 14th-tier powerhouses to fewer than 5, ensuring they can never rise again. Nodding in agreement, another being of equal stature expressed their strong concurrence. The other worlds, having endured the Nightmare Great World for far too long, have reached their limit. We should not expend too many resources this time. United, we anticipate that the demise of the Nightmare Great World will arrive in 1,000,000 years. I am eager to witness whether they can turn the tide against us and compete for the treasures of the heavens. Do they even possess the capability to do so? Upon hearing this, the first to speak, an ancient deity of the 14th tier, let out a laugh characteristic of villains. 1,000,000 years hence? Joining forces to attack the Nightmare Great World? What splendid news! A cataclysmic battle will mean the obliteration of countless life worlds. Yet it also signifies a grand feast for lower-tier cultivators. Chapter 139, Misidentifying the Enemy. It turns out my true adversary is the fallen realm of the ancient gods. With eyes gleaming, Chu He felt a surge of excitement. The Battle of the Great Worlds was a spectacle he had not anticipated witnessing so soon. 6 or 7 great worlds banding together against a single one significantly minimizes the danger. It's merely a slight escalation from battles involving dozens of individuals. Such a grand event will undoubtedly unleash a plethora of cultivation resources available to lower-tier practitioners, opening pathways to higher realms and creating opportunities for advancement. In the throes of total war, it becomes a matter of whether one can endure the struggle. Those who possess strength can swiftly ascend to the 9th, 10th, or 11th tiers, thus gaining entry through the openings created. Fortunately, every avatar simulated within me is particularly formidable in combat. However, the onset of a war of this magnitude at the great world level is regrettably slow. The decision to engage has already been made, yet the timeline extends to 1,000,000 years hence. For ordinary mortals, that translates to several 100,000 generations. Considering the lifespans of the previous elders, I wonder if Elder 5 will even survive to witness 1,000,000 years. With these thoughts in mind, my singular concern is not the impending war among the great worlds, but rather whether my simulated avatars can endure for such a prolonged period. Elder 5, you must persevere. In the vast realm of the ancient gods, while 2 individuals conspired within the Nightmare Realm, another faction of 14-tier beings was equally engaged in their own scheming. The audacity of those wretched entities from the ancient gods' realm, attempting to unite multiple worlds to launch an assault against us, is truly infuriating. Little do they realize that the mixed heaven realm stands firmly by our side. Our esteemed comrade, Dreamwo, shares a profound bond of camaraderie with a fellow being of the same tier from the mixed heaven realm, forged through trials of life and death. Long ago, during an adventurous sojourn in a perilous corner of the myriad realms, Dreamwo rescued this ally, an act that entwined their fates inextricably. Those within the ancient gods' realm remain blissfully unaware that the apparent hostility between us and the mixed heaven realm is but a facade for the eyes of others. The animosity among lower-tier cultivators bears little relevance to our own standings as 14-tier existences. They naively believe that a mere handful of cultivation resources could sway the allies of the mixed heaven realm. How utterly laughable! Amidst the dreamscape, a 14-tier cultivator named Dream Shung observed the distant battle unfolding across time and space, a look of unprecedented fury etched upon his face. It is astonishing that, even before we have initiated warfare, those beings of the ancient gods dare to strike first. Clearly, they are blind to their own position, presuming that possessing over 2014-tier cultivators renders them invincible, a mere throng of simple-minded brutes. What do they possibly achieve? They remain oblivious. We, however, have long since allied ourselves with the far-reaching powers of the Saint King realm, planning to extinguish the ancient gods realm, the sorcerer realm, the celestial realm, the sci-fi heavenly realm, the 10,000 Buddhas realm, the Tao Tian realm, and several others, preparing for a lesson to be imparted in 500,000 years. This lesson shall bear the title, Never Underestimate Your Opponent. The 14-tier cultivator, known as Dream, will wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. When the time comes, while they remain in preparation, we shall strike them with overwhelming force, first eliminating one of their peers to allow them a taste of the might from the nightmare realm. Dream Shung concurs with this notion. Chu He interjects, realizing the twists of fate. So it is not the beings from the nightmare realm that pose the threat, but rather those hapless individuals from the ancient gods realm. I had already prepared the subsequent adversaries to be ready to strike hard upon encountering anyone from the nightmare realm. What a near miss with friendly fire, such a misunderstanding. In encounters with individuals from the ancient god's vast realm, one must strike with utmost ferocity. However, those within the nightmarish realm appear woefully unprepared, lacking in caution. The denizens of the ancient god's world often gather 6 or 7 from their realm to confront a single opponent, while those from the nightmarish realm, fully aware of the numbers against them, muster only a handful, merely a dozen to face 5 or 6 adversaries, resulting in a mere 3-to-1 ratio, which presents a considerable risk. Fortunately, the advantage still lies with me in the mixed heaven realm, where a 3-to-1 ratio greatly favors my position. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, millennia have elapsed. In a mixed heaven military camp, as you awaken from your cultivation, an overwhelming sense of pressure envelopes the entire temporal training chamber. This sensation is indicative of the immense gravitational force emanating from a world with a volume spanning 200 light years. Over the course of these millennia, you have invaded several minor realms, 2 of which are mid-tier worlds. Utilizing the resources from these realms, along with those from previously conquered late-stage minor worlds and investments from various individuals, your strength has seen significant enhancement. Your overall foundational power has multiplied several times. Indeed, you have attracted investment. Within the mixed heaven realm, numerous influential families exist, and those with abundant cultivation resources are inclined to support individuals exhibiting potential for reaching the 10th tier or beyond. While your potential for achieving the 9th tier has been universally acknowledged, attaining the 10th tier remains an elusive threshold. Throughout the ages, many formidable beings capable of defeating peers have found themselves ensnared at the 9th tier, unable to transcend into the 10th, ultimately resigning themselves to an eternity of dissatisfaction. Such formidable combat prowess is not unique to you alone. If it were, you would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention and would be reluctant to reveal such strength. Others would readily perceive the anomaly. Your true might does not solely reside in this raw combat ability, but rather in your mastery of the rules of existence and your unparalleled defensive capabilities, which render you truly invincible among your peers. In the 140th chapter, where countless minor worlds have been obliterated, it is noteworthy that despite many similarly invincible beings struggling to break through to the 10th tier, investigations reveal that the success rate for those of the same caliber achieving this milestone is exponentially higher, tenfold, or even 100-fold, compared to their counterparts. This success rate alone is sufficient to attract investments from others. Without any investment, there exists no rate of failure. In the realm of investment, should one succeed, the returns are exceedingly high. Conversely, in the event of failure, one must simply accept their misfortune. If there were an individual capable of effortlessly transcending the 10th realm, such a person would not be a mere opportunity for investors, as they would already be beyond their reach. The investors in question hail from a prestigious lineage possessing an 11th tier existence, belonging to the expansive and multifaceted universe of the celestial realm. They command numerous mid-tier worlds and countless lesser realms, measured in the billions, rendering their entire family exceedingly affluent. In stark contrast, your family, the Chu clan, resembles a mere beggar from the countryside. Indeed, you would not even measure up to a small landowner from the city. Even the most modest of their lesser realms, irrespective of its rank, surpasses the value of your thousands of smaller worlds by millions or even tens of millions of times. This illustrates a profound disparity in both quality and quantity. The counterpart has generously invested in you, providing over 100 diverse 8th tier celestial treasures, each valued at more than 100,000 units of celestial gold. The total worth has already surpassed 10 million units of celestial gold. While this may not seem excessive, It is easy for you to recoup such an amount by conquering just a few worlds, with a stroke of good fortune. If you were to invade a late-stage lesser realm, your profits could be even greater. This assistance, while substantial, is modest in comparison to what others would need to achieve such gains, as they would require hundreds of invasions of lesser worlds. For you, however, it may only take one or two. This endeavor could unfold within a matter of mere centuries. Thus, the investors do not expect exorbitant returns from you. They do not anticipate 100-fold or 1,000-fold reimbursement. Should they truly expect such returns, you would decline their assistance. Yet if they insist on offering it, you would accept it graciously. You would indeed repay them with great magnanimity. However, once you attain the 11th tier, you would swiftly return to extinguish their entire family. After all, how dare they demand such exorbitant returns for a mere trifle of assistance? Is wealth so easily acquired? Are they providing you with keys? How many? This is neither a life-saving gesture nor merely an embellishment. Therefore, they harbor the simple hope that upon your ascension to the 10th realm, you might attend any special events or auctions they hold. It is as uncomplicated as that. Within a span of over 10,000 years, I am poised to break through to the 9th realm. I had not anticipated that my recent invasions would proceed so smoothly, with the worlds I have invaded being rich in resources. If only all the realms I conquer were as bountiful as these. The worlds that are invaded belong to the lower tier of the Great Thousand Realms. I estimate that within a mere 1,000 or 2,000 years, I shall be able to expand my realm to its utmost limits. By that time, I will undoubtedly be able to break through. As I sense the aura emanating from within me, a radiant smile graces the face of number 5, Chu He. The sensation of becoming stronger is extraordinarily delightful, surpassing even the pleasure derived from indulging in an array of exquisite delicacies. As I diligently cultivate, witnessing my own progression step by step, that indescribable feeling becomes utterly addictive. Only the tedious cultivation that spans tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years without any sign of improvement can induce a sense of monotony. It is akin to the time when I was still at the celestial realm, unable to break through to the Yuandan realm for a century, feeling trapped in a similar stagnation. Rising to my feet, I exchanged greetings with my colleagues. Through their casual conversations, I gleaned significant news. A monumental clash had recently occurred between the nightmarish Great Thousand World and the ancient god Great Thousand World, involving two 13th-tier powerhouses. This conflict had begun a millennium ago and is still ongoing. The distance between the two Great Thousand Worlds and the mixed heaven Great Thousand World is so vast that it delayed the news considerably before reaching me. After a millennium of battle, even the Great Tao has been obliterated. It is said that the battleground now encompasses countless individual universes and innumerable small worlds, with the aftermath of their conflict leading to the destruction of many minor realms. In the end, they would not even comprehend how they met their demise or what had transpired. Upon receiving this news, I gained a clearer understanding of the formidable power possessed by those of the 13th tier, while I was still reveling in the expansion of my inner world to 200 light years. Others are annihilating vast expanses of the celestial void, quantified by billions of universes. What reason do I have to take pride in my achievements? Once I return from my family, I must strive even harder in my cultivation and continue to broaden my inner world, with a renewed sense of determination. My fervor for cultivation has intensified. In order to avoid remaining stagnant, I must dedicate more time to my practice each day and cease my frivolous pursuits. Otherwise, my true self may find itself bewildered and unable to navigate its own path, which is a predicament that could arise. Chu He, it seems that number 5 holds a significant opinion of me. As the millennium draws to a close, I exited the temporal research facility, accompanied by several of my descendants, leaving the mixed heaven army and making my way toward my family. Of course, I did not forget to purchase a few local specialties from the mixed heaven Great Thousand World. This time, with a sweeping gesture, you procured an immense quantity of miniature realms, acquiring several 100,000 in total, a sum that pales in comparison to the price of a single 8th-tier celestial treasure. At most, this could equate to the lives of several tens of thousands of 7th-tier practitioners. In addition to your acquisitions, several individuals from the Chu family each purchased hundreds of miniature realms and amassed a plethora of resources suitable for spiritual manifestations. Furthermore, they each invested enough to secure 2 celestial treasures capable of facilitating a breakthrough to the 7th tier, with the intention of supporting 2 individuals in achieving that rank. thus elevating them into the vast expanse of the chaotic world. Through your influence, they aspired to become esteemed members of the chaotic realm, joining the ranks of a tumultuous army contested by countless others. Over the span of a millennium, they had accrued a substantial fortune in chaotic gold, each individual becoming exceedingly affluent. Chapter 141. The distinction between the inferior and the normal, gradually reclaiming costs. In less than a day's time, you returned to the Tianyun realm, which had undergone tremendous development over the millennia since your last visit. It could be said that it had become exponentially more prosperous. Over a millennium, through the evolution of 50 generations, the Tianyun realm and its surrounding myriad worlds saw a resurgence in the human populace, previously diminished by emigration, now gradually restored. The numbers had swelled to match those of the earlier Tianyun realm. The population of the Chu family had also surged dramatically, reaching the staggering level of hundreds of billions. Such a population level allowed each world to allocate tens of millions of individuals, and although each of these millions remained amongst the elite in those realms, the sheer volume diminished their exclusivity. However, in terms of strength, the increase in numbers did not correlate with a decline in overall average prowess. Rather, it remained consistent with previous levels. Essentially, the entire populace boasted spiritual level strength, with a number of those at the manifestation level exceeding 5 billion. This phenomenon arose from the fact that every member of the Chu family possessed a minimum bloodline talent of the essence core level, allowing them to naturally attain this rank without the necessity of celestial treasures. Those with superior talents achieved the level of spiritual manifestation. Given access to cultivation resources, attaining the spiritual level was a trivial endeavor, devoid of significant challenge. Therefore, despite the average strength being at the spiritual level, even if their status had become less distinguished than that of the world's nobility, they remained beyond the reach of ordinary manifestations. Strength, indeed, serves as a symbol of status. In the various worlds under the jurisdiction of the Chu family, where manifestations were a rare find, the spiritual level of strength stood at the pinnacle, and even without the Chu family's prestigious name, one would still be regarded at the apex. When you returned to your family with the likes of Chu Xianxia, the younger generations of the Chu clan were filled with an exhilarating sense of anticipation, eager to behold their ancestral forebears, particularly those descendants born after your time, who had never laid eyes upon the 7 venerable ancestors, yet had heard tales of your legendary exploits since their birth. It is safe to say they were keen to glimpse the true visage of their esteemed ancestors. Observing these spirited young members of the family, your heart swelled with delight. Throughout the millennia, they bestowed upon you a considerable reservoir of strength. This power was akin to that of hundreds of individuals at the void-breaking level, a remarkable feat indeed. Although the expenditure of primordial gold was substantial, it was gradually yielding returns. It is anticipated that by the arrival of the next millennium, all costs incurred from the primordial gold will be recouped, provided you refrain from unveiling those myriad worlds. Should those worlds be revealed, it may take over 10,000 years to recover the investments. However, this is inherently a long-term endeavor, with the assistance from the descendants of your family growing ever more significant as time progresses. As you unveil those countless worlds, the surrounding realms of Tianyun will expand exponentially, leading the already numerous Chu clan members to experience a resurgence in their noble standing. Each world will host only hundreds of thousands of Chu Longren, significantly enhancing the resources each person can command, thereby restoring the clan to its zenith. This situation has ignited even greater excitement among the younger generation of the Chu family. Concurrently, those who serve them faithfully, akin to loyal hounds, share in this fervor. For these individuals, the fortification of their masters translates to improved sustenance, as the scraps they consume will inevitably become more palatable. Among those who harbor the deepest hopes for the Chu family's advancement are your old friends, the Wang and Xian clans, along with the esteemed Tianxian Jinjuan of the Tianxian sect. Their heartfelt desire is for the Chu family to flourish. Over the course of 2 millennia, the Wang and Xian clans, once celestial families, have forged bonds with your lineage through marriage, rendering them distinct in the eyes of the Chu clan. Within these 2 families flows the blood of the Chu, setting them apart from other powerful clans, which are regarded by the Chu Longren as inferior. The lowest of the low, their fate is perceived as one destined to serve the Chu family throughout their lives, as if born to be their eternal subservience. However, these 2 families, due to the lineage of their blood, are regarded as mere ordinary individuals in the eyes of the Chu family, at least they can perceive these individuals, while those of lower status remain invisible to them. If one were to consider all those sharing their bloodline as inferior, would it not imply that the Chu family's bloodline is of a lower order? Would this not be tantamount to self-deprecation? The Wang and Xin families, viewed as commonplace, have adopted a remarkably arrogant demeanor. Apart from the Chu family, they hold contempt for everyone else, even regarding formidable practitioners as inconsequential. They embody a form of equality and disdain directed toward all individuals outside their own lineage in the Chu family. Of course, their arrogance does not signify a lack of intellect. Leveraging their status as ordinary individuals, these two families adeptly seize opportunities. Each year, they send numerous descendants into the Chu household to serve as companions for the young children of the Chu family. For those of inferior status are deemed unworthy of such companionship. They conveniently fill this void through centuries of unwavering investment. These two families frequently receive patronage from the Chu family, resulting in the emergence of over 100 formidable practitioners and thousands of adept souls within their ranks. The ancestors of these families, Wang Tianming and Xian Wuxing, who once could not even transcend the Yuandan realm, have both attained the realm of Dharma manifestation, enjoying a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Remarkably, they remain alive to this day. This is precisely why these two families genuinely wish for the prosperity of the Chu family. Aligning with the Chu family indeed brings tangible rewards. As for the other celestial sovereign, he too has experienced a transformation, now elevated to the status of celestial monarch. His initial ambition to become a mere canine of the Chu family in pursuit of Dharma manifestation has long been realized. In his quest to transcend the Dharma realm, the celestial monarch has, in essence, elevated the role of a dog to new heights and directions. When the familial edict of procreation was implemented within the Yu family, he was the first to heed the call. He directly assumed the role of a stud, and in just a few decades, fathered several hundred exquisite beauties, each scoring above 97, all delivered to the Chu family. By becoming a part of your lineage, he accomplished a significant transformation in status, evolving from one of lowly rank to a respected figure, now the father-in-law to hundreds of descendants of your family. Chapter 142, The Secrets of the Celestial Realms, the Chaotic Realm, and the Void Realm. You merely spent a few decades within the family, not an extensive period before departing. Upon your departure, you took with you 18 practitioners at the 7th tier. It goes without saying that these practitioners were procured through the acquisition of rare materials, facilitated by individuals such as Chu He. They successfully broke through to their realms. Currently, the development strategy of the Chu family operates in this manner. The strong lead the weak to grow stronger, and together they ascend in power. In an endeavor to enhance the strength of their descendants, Chu Zhongtian and his companions procured a substantial quantity of cultivation resources, ensuring that each individual would elevate 2 members of their families to the 7th tier realm. Once these individuals attained the 7th tier status and joined the Huitian army, they would be required to assist 2 family members in achieving the same level of mastery. The continuation of purchasing cultivation resources for the family members would depend on their own inclinations, provided they helped 2 family members reach the 7th tier realm. There would be no obligation to compel them to further assist their kin, as they had already contributed sufficiently, with the momentum of one individual empowering 2 others. It would take merely 2 or 3 millennia for the number of 7th tier experts within the family to surpass 1 million, assuming all progressed favorably. Each individual within a millennium would be capable of invading resource-rich worlds without the threat of annihilation, thereby acquiring ample cultivation resources. The fulfillment of these conditions, alongside the unrestricted entry of family members into the Huitian army and their elevation to esteemed Huitian status, would catalyze the emergence of over 1 million 7th-tier warriors within a span of 2 years. However, these conditions are exceedingly arduous, particularly the limitations on the number of family members joining the Huitian army and attaining Huitian status. Even with your influence, the potential of reaching the 9th tier is insufficient to surmount these constraints. At best, a few hundred to 1,000 individuals might join the vast realm of Huitian, as exceeding this number would appear overly avaricious. Upon returning to the grand realm of Huitian, the 12 newly ascended 7th-tier descendants of the family effortlessly became esteemed Huitians and integrated into the Huitian army. Following their induction, they were rigorously tested by your most talented subordinates. This privilege was exclusive to the earliest batches of descendants. Subsequent groups would not receive the same treatment, as they indeed possessed talent, albeit with only modest resources. However, their affluence does not extend to indiscriminate generosity. If the numbers swell into the hundreds or thousands, distributing resources and testing each individual would undermine the purpose of joining the Huitian army, which is to invade various realms abundant in resources. Time swiftly elapses. In the 2123rd year of joining the Huitian army, you invaded a mid-tier small world, where with a single swing of your axe, you vanquished an equally ranked cultivator, thereby acquiring treasures worth several million Huitian gold. By the 2432nd year, your third-tier Huitian regiment invaded a peculiar void secret realm, within which you discovered treasures valued at over 10 million Huitian gold. Beyond the singular gem of the world, numerous unique secret realms exist within the myriad realms, akin to the Tianyin secret realm of your family. These secret realms, based on your information, can be categorized into 3 tiers: the void secret realm, the chaos secret realm, and the celestial secret realm. Regardless of the tier, each contains a plethora of naturally occurring treasures. The classification of these realms is merely a reflection of the vast disparities in both the quantity and quality of these treasures. The chaos secret realm is particularly coveted, attracting the attention of formidable beings beyond the 11th tier, as it harbors numerous void treasures that can enhance one's understanding of the subtle paths. Should an individual manage to seize control of a chaos secret realm, even the most mundane one, provided they remain undetected, their power could ascend from that of an ordinary person to the 12th tier, thus becoming an extraordinary entity within the celestial void. In the year 3214 of your service in the Chaos Army, you invaded a mid-tier world, and the expanse of your internal realm has now reached a circumference of 260 light-years. According to your estimates, your ultimate limit should be a circumference of 300 light-years, a threshold that far surpasses the limitations of others at the 8th tier. While some may break through the 8th tier through their internal worlds, their general limit hovers around 50 light-years, whereas yours extends to 300 light-years. Remember, this measurement refers to circumference. In the year 5632 of your service in the Chaos Army, fortune smiled upon you as you encountered an opportunity to invade a peak-tier world. This chance was secured through the desperate efforts of the leader of your third-tier Chaos Army. This invasion involved the collaboration of several hundred third-tier forces. However, despite your elation, a sense of trepidation loomed over you prior to the invasion, particularly upon hearing the name of this peak-tier world, the realm of the radiant deity. If it were indeed that world, you pondered if it might be prudent to withdraw from the third-tier Chaos Army and seek another path, perhaps warning others of the impending danger. Such considerations were fleeting, for how could you explain your knowledge? How could you possibly convey that you were aware of the inner workings of a peak-tier world from such a distance? It would seem as though you possessed the gift of foresight, a capability reserved solely for those of the 13th tier. In such a scenario, you would risk being viewed as a spy, easily dispatched, or captured by powerful beings who might delve into your memories and uncover the secrets of the simulator. This would lead you to a fate worse than death. If you were to perish, you would fear that your demise could jeopardize others. The powerful entities within the vast chaos world would undoubtedly elevate you to the 10th tier, granting you eternal life, while you remained under the aegis of the mightiest among them. At that moment, your original form would, as long as I do not perish within the simulator, the simulation shall never conclude, unless the myriad realms face total annihilation. It appears that my aspirations for further empowerment must rely solely on my innate abilities and the formidable talents I previously acquired through simulation. As I navigate the vast and chaotic cosmos, joining the Hunyuan army, I shall steadily augment my strength with each step I take. In Chapter 143, on the brink of transcending to the 9th tier, lies the world of the war ancient tree. Without further ado, Chu He comprehends the implications of this news. Although, should he disclose it, the strength of his simulated self would instantaneously ascend to the 10th tier, subsequently becoming an object of study, meticulously safeguarded by others. Yet, such matters no longer concern him. Thus, the revelations of the simulator must remain a closely guarded secret, as they offer no benefit to himself, nor do they favor the self within the simulation. Fortunately, your apprehensions are unfounded. This time, you have not intruded upon a realm of divine light, but rather a world known as the War Ancient Tree. In this realm, there exists no human form or other fleshly beings. Instead, it is a vast forest, measured in light years. The trees here are towering and diverse, among which are the sentient trees, descendants of the oldest life forms birth from this world, the War Ancient Trees. Each war ancient tree is immensely large, with even the juvenile specimens measuring the size of a planet. Their nascent power reaches the 4th tier, and with minimal cultivation, they can attain the 5th tier, surpassing even your own bloodline in prowess. The mightiest among them are the progenitors of the war ancient trees, each boasting strength beyond the 9th tier, with sizes extending over hundreds of light years. These venerable beings venture forth from the world of the war ancient trees, rooting themselves in the barriers of their realm and in the vastness of the outer cosmos, growing stronger by absorbing the energies of the void. With a mere flick of their roots, they can obliterate the surrounding infinite space, each endowed with incredible vitality, while other 9th-tier cultivators may live for trillions of years. These trees can endure for quintillions. Throughout such an extensive duration, rather than resting or meditating, these war ancient trees perpetually instigate waves of invasion. Indeed, the world of the war ancient trees, a minor pinnacle world, frequently seeks incursions into the cosmic void, in contrast to the incursions of the Hunyuan Great World, which aim to acquire abundant resources and claim worlds as their own, cultivating them into productive entities. The war ancient trees pursue their ambitions with relentless fervor. In the realm of the war ancient trees, the beings known as the war ancient trees exist solely to satiate their insatiable thirst for conflict. Their very name reflects the intensity of their martial desires. By instigating war, they can extract sufficient essence of battle, which serves as the nourishment for their enhancement. With an ample supply of this battle essence, the war ancient trees may come to comprehend the principles of conflict, a mid-tier power of the rules of war. However, whether they can grasp the grand path of warfare remains uncertain. As of now, no one in the war ancient tree world has attained the 10th tier of existence. Those who frequently invade other realms must also consider the possibility of their own subjugation. The formidable beings within the war ancient tree world had already prepared for their initial successful incursions into other worlds. Yet, the denizens of these war ancient trees have never contemplated that their invaders do not originate from worlds of equal standing, nor are they from powers that surpass their own. Instead, they face a relentless host from the myriad realms, an adversary they can never truly conquer. With each victory, an even more powerful wave arrives. And should they overcome this new threat, an even stronger force will inevitably follow. Ultimately, if they cannot prevail against successive layers of foes, beings of the 14th tier will come to uncover their secrets. Victory is utterly unattainable. This scenario resembles a villain defeated by a protagonist, who is then pursued by their own formidable allies. However, while other villains may call upon their forebears in despair, here, amidst the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, there exists an entire legion. Boom! As the celestial battleships approached the realm of the war ancient trees, they unleashed a comprehensive assault upon the multitude of war ancient trees before them. Instantly, countless war ancient trees, regardless of their past glory or their perceived invincibility during invasions of other worlds, were rendered mere splinters under the barrage of the celestial artillery. Unlike the challenge of vanquishing 9th-tier cultivators in lesser worlds, eliminating the 9th-tier practitioners within the war ancient tree realm proved significantly easier, for their speed lagged considerably behind that of their counterparts. They became mere targets, standing idly for the onslaught. Once the barrage from the celestial battleships ceased, a systematic extermination of the remaining war ancient trees commenced. You were assured to dispatch dozens of practitioners of equal tier. With each one you defeated, you discovered within them a treasure of heavenly origin, the heart of war. This artifact may hold little value for you, yet it bears immense significance for those who cultivate the path of conflict. The words I sell to them can be exchanged for several items of equal caliber, worth several 100,000 units of mixed heaven gold. Apart from this treasure, the war ancient tree, being a life form of the botanical realm, has cultivated a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Additionally, these individuals, through their continuous invasions of worlds, have amassed a significant quantity of such treasures. However, these materials hold no use for them. They do not require them and can only be left behind, which similarly constitutes a rare fortune. In the hierarchy of those eliminated, the war ancient tree stands as relatively affluent. Each individual's worth equates to several of their peers. Once the invasion of this war ancient tree world is completed, I may very well attain the 9th tier realm much sooner than I had anticipated. Upon achieving this 9th tier status, I shall promptly withdraw from this third-rate mixed heaven core to establish my own, ultimately becoming the commander of the Mixed Heaven Army. At that juncture, my status will not only be significantly elevated, but the acquisition of Mixed Heaven Gold will also accelerate, freeing me from the need to share with others. I will be able to specifically target worlds that possess a greater number of equally ranked beings, which are more challenging to invade. My prowess will undoubtedly maintain a speed that far surpasses that of my peers, enabling me to acquire a substantial amount of treasures that enhance my comprehension of the Tao, thereby reaching the 10th tier realm. With each swing of my axe, foes are vanquished, the treasures of the war ancient tree all absorbed into my inner world. Observing the multitude of 7th and 8th tier treasures, I am filled with exhilaration, already envisioning my ascent to the 9th tier realm, in the vast expanse of the Mixed Heaven universe. Attaining the 9th tier is considered a position of moderate standing. One is no longer a mere passerby. For as long as one does not approach the headquarters of the major powers, one will be warmly received wherever they go. The most despairing circumstance is that while I still exist, the system has perished. The 9th tier is merely a fleeting presence. Externally, I would be regarded as the sovereign of a minor 1,000 worlds, thus acquiring substantial status. The more I ponder these prospects, the more exhilarated I become, leading me to dispatch several more equally ranked cultivators. Each strike obliterates the surrounding void for hundreds of light years. Cracks in the void appear as if they cost nothing. My equally ranked adversaries meet their demise at the edge of my axe. Regardless of whether they self-destruct in their final moments or unleash their ultimate techniques in a desperate assault against me, all of it proves utterly futile. They inflict not a single scratch upon my being. It is as if they did not strike me at all, failing even to breach my defenses, a mere collection of detritus. Before long, I have dispatched nearly 68th tier cultivators. Having dealt with such a multitude, I feel fully equipped to cover all expenses necessary for my breakthrough to the 9th tier realm. You came to a halt, ceasing your relentless pursuit of others, and instead made your way to the battleground of your family's descendants, observing their struggles as they exerted pressure upon the frail ancient war trees. Occasionally, you cast your gaze towards the battlefield of the 9th tier, determined not to witness once more the devastating powers concealed within the ancient trees of war. Should any anomalies arise in that vicinity, you would not linger. You would hastily retreat aboard your celestial warship, whisking away your kin. The 9th tier conflict remains as terrifying as ever, capable of obliterating the surrounding cosmos, spanning tens of thousands of light years. A mere star system measures only a few light years across, and tens of thousands of light years could encompass countless star systems. The area expands tenfold, resulting in a 100-fold increase in surface area and a 1,000-fold increase in volume. Formidable forces of various rules sweep through that celestial void, emanating destructive energies in shades of purple and black, life forces in a verdant hue. I see powers in a cerulean glimmer, and annihilating forces in crimson and black. Invisible forces of erasure also linger. All these powers are at least of mid-tier caliber. Every casual strike from those present is beyond your capacity to withstand. Even if you summoned your rule-embodied form and invoked every means at your disposal, you would still falter. Once, in a time of weakness, you managed to withstand a casual blow from an injured 9th tier being, yet that was under dire circumstances, with your vitality reduced to a mere fraction. These individuals are in their prime. Those of lower realms can never triumph over those of higher realms. Regardless of how formidable or terrifying their own abilities may be, they cannot overcome those who occupy a higher tier. This is the immutable law of the myriad realms. Fortunately, upon my return, once I attain the 9th tier realm, I shall conquer these terrifying entities that presently overwhelm me in a span of a decade or two. I envision a future where even the most basic combatants can fell dozens with a single strike, unlocking their rule-embodied forms to effortlessly dispatch hundreds with ease, merely requiring a few swings of their axes. As I observe the clashes of these 9th tier warriors, a thought crosses my mind. Soon, these formidable beings will be akin to mere roadside obstacles. An inkling of arrogance stirs within, threatening to elevate my gaze skyward. Yet, I remain self-aware, cautious not to underestimate them, lest I provoke their attention and inadvertently invite a lethal strike amidst their combat. In the vast expanse of the chaotic realms, 9th tier entities can effortlessly eliminate 8th tier practitioners without incurring any repercussions, especially in the realms beyond the chaotic expanse. They possess justifiable grounds, claiming that any harm inflicted during battle was merely an accident, not a deliberate act. even if your potential is exceedingly high. Unless a being of the 13th realm resurrects you, death is irrevocably final. The battle concluded swiftly, lasting merely a few hours, with several against one. And each adversary merely at the 9th realm rather than the 13th, the conflict was not particularly arduous. Following the end of the skirmish, you gathered the spoils from the ancient war tree, and your contingent from the mixed heaven army returned home. On the journey back, the other captains regarded you with awe, their eyes reflecting deep reverence for your strength. They had previously recognized your formidable power, capable of effortlessly dispatching opponents of equivalent rank. Yet they were unprepared for the true extent of your might. You single-handedly vanquished 68th tier opponents, while it took their combined efforts to eliminate just one. You accomplished the equivalent of what thousands of them could achieve. Moreover, your speed eclipsed theirs significantly, as they required over an hour, while you needed not even a minute. To amass the wealth of over 60 foes of the same caliber in a single instance is a feat that would necessitate their invasion of thousands of worlds to accumulate. Your achievement overshadowed theirs by an unfathomable margin. Faced with your existence, these 8th tier captains could scarcely conceive of a reason to regard you with anything but reverence. In their eyes, your status is scarcely lower than that of commander, even if your current strength is diminished. The only beings capable of dispatching them with a mere strike are practitioners of the 9th realm. Your ability to do so elevates your standing to that of a 9th tier entity in their perception. Once you break through, your power will undeniably surpass that of the 9th realm, a fact they comprehend all too well. The leader of your mixed heaven army, Wu Sheng, is also aware of this, which is why he has taken measures to ensure your well-being during this period. For instance, you are no longer required to pay for the training rooms and may practice to your heart's content. Furthermore, should you wish to abstain from the invasion wars, you are free to do so. He has also commanded the monitoring apparatus of the invasion warfare, instructing that any merit you earn during these conflicts be calculated at the highest possible value. The evaluation of merit, whether at its best or worst, demonstrates a significant disparity, akin to the strongest in a tier dispatching the weakest with a single blow. Upon returning to the 3rd tier mixed heaven army, you eagerly sold all the treasures you had acquired through the virtual realm to the mixed heaven mall, thus obtaining a copious amount of mixed heaven gold. In addition, you procured a vast array of treasures to expand your world. In less than a second, these items were transported to you by adept practitioners utilizing spatial techniques, marking what could be termed the fastest delivery in history. A 1-second delivery. In comparison to this service, had the individual who initially delivered the simulator system actually belonged to a courier company, that company would surely be buried in the ground. After centuries of waiting, my delivery finally arrived. Had it not been for my strength, I might have been buried beneath the earth. In stark contrast, the express service of the Mengtian Mall delivered my package in a mere second. Such efficiency surpasses that of others by unfathomable margins. Companies that provide such subpar delivery services ought to be abolished. Should I gain sufficient power in the future, I would establish a competing service right beside them, claiming their clientele entirely. Witnessing the instantaneous arrival of my items, Chu He gained a renewed understanding of the efficiency within the Mengtian vast world. The adage "no pain, no gain" rings true. It was the tardiness of the system that had taken centuries to arrive that illuminated for Chu He the paramount importance of efficiency. A slight delay in efficiency can indeed be fatal. For a time traveler, the most despairing circumstance is to remain alive while devoid of system. The utmost despair, however, is when one perishes, yet the system arrives. Upon acquiring treasures, I entered the time training room, missing out on the inquiries that Chu Zhongtian and others had intended to make. Within this room, an abundance of rare materials and treasures emerged before me, each piece worth the lives of countless 7th-tier warriors, capable of purchasing innumerable small worlds. Yet here, they lay casually piled, as if they held no value at all. It can only be said that the 5th incarnation of Chu He during this invasion had amassed an overwhelming wealth, rendering him exceedingly affluent. He was so wealthy that even treasures of equal caliber no longer captured his attention. One by one, celestial materials and treasures were consumed, such as the Void Stone, which expands the internal world and stabilizes it during the process of expansion to prevent any complications. It was refined in an instant. Additionally, there was the Celestial Starflower, which, upon integration into the internal realm, could spawn innumerable planets, each teeming with life resources. The Origin Crystal enables the world to autonomously generate its own source of power at a staggering pace, producing the purest essence of its unique world. The origin of worlds holds considerable value across the myriad realms, excluding the origins of small worlds, which are rather insignificant. With sufficient world origin, even a small world could attain the grandeur of a vast universe. This substance is indeed a true treasure of great worth. The Mengtian vast world, in its incursions into the myriad realms, not only seeks out the rare materials within those worlds, but also aims to acquire the origin of worlds for the will of the great universe. With every successful invasion, half of the spoils must be surrendered to the will of the Mengtian vast world, to elevate the essence of the vast universe. Enhancing its stature and transforming it into a higher existence is a boon for all. Every inhabitant of this grand cosmos stands to gain. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth shall deepen, and the laws of the universe will become clearer and more comprehensible. Various exquisite natural treasures will also manifest within this realm. Even the profound truths of the universe will be more readily grasped, benefiting everyone from the highest to the lowest. In such circumstances, failing to significantly elevate the status of the cosmic realm would be an utter waste. Beyond the enhancement of the world itself, certain unique beings, through the consumption of the world and its fundamental essence, elevate their own power. For instance, colossal entities that devour worlds, if they were to acquire the essence of the current realm, could swiftly surpass the 14th tier of strength. They need not strive to comprehend the profound truths independently. By absorbing the fundamental essence, they can intuitively grasp the principles of the universe, particularly those related to devouring or fundamental pathways. Days pass in an unending cycle. With each passing day, one can perceive a continuous strengthening of their own power. The internal world expands from 260 light-years to 300 light-years, though it may seem a modest increase of merely 40 light-years. Yet, in terms of strength, it represents a substantial enhancement. Within the time cultivation chamber, one has practiced for over a decade, while only a few days have elapsed externally. In the span of years, you have successfully refined all those exquisite natural treasures. On this day, marking the 650th year since your enlistment in the cosmic army, you open your eyes, sensing the limits of your internal world. Without a breakthrough, further progress remains unattainable, leaving you forever trapped in your current state. A radiant smile graces your lips. The 9th tier has confined me for millennia, having invaded numerous worlds and expending countless treasures and units of cosmic gold. If not now, then when? Without any hesitation, you summon the power of your internal world. With a resounding roar, the continent within your internal realm, spanning a diameter of 300 light-years, along with the external cosmic expanse, resonates with an unprecedented tremor. The entire universe seems to convulse as if a great earthquake has occurred. Countless beings within your internal world, sensing this vibration, initially believe it to be the wrath of a deity. After millennia of development, your internal world has nurtured a multitude of intelligent life forms, humanoid in appearance, typically standing around 3 meters tall, possibly influenced by your mastery of the indestructible principles. The physical strength of these individuals is extraordinarily formidable, bolstered by their robust bodily power and the vital essence within them. This empowers them during battles against various ferocious beasts in the realms of their inner world. They naturally harness the vital essence, having developed a certain level of extraordinary civilization, which you refer to as the Vitali martial arts cultivation system. Currently, 6 stages have been established: refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining blood, refining bones, and refining organs. Mastery of these 6 stages can rival the innate realm, allowing the body to harbor terrifying strength amounting to millions of pounds. The ability to mobilize this vital essence can inflict damage akin to that of magical practitioners. A single fist can shatter a small mountain several dozen meters high or obliterate an entire street. Such feats are not mere fantasies. This force is truly unparalleled in the world, especially for those fearsome beasts that have not transcended into extraordinary systems. It has enabled the Vitality human race to ascend as the dominant power in the world, establishing primitive nations that have only reached the Bronze Age, yet they hold a profound reverence for divine entities. Consequently, occurrences such as global tremors are perceived by them as manifestations of divine wrath. In a certain sense, they are correct. It indeed reflects the might of deities. And not just any deities. Upon achieving a breakthrough, one transcends to a being whose lifespan exceeds trillions of years, capable of annihilating vast realms of existence with mere gestures and thoughts, representing an indescribable entity that can obliterate the heavens. What else could this be if not divine? In certain lesser worlds, such beings are regarded as supreme deities or exalted ancestors. Within this inner world, vibrations perpetually resonate as various forces of rules intertwine. The fundamental rules of earth, water, wind, and fire, alongside the essential principles of time, space, fate, causality, destruction, life, and death, continuously weave and merge. This intertwining and merging seemingly trigger a chemical reaction, causing the entire world to expand wildly. In chapter 146, exceeding 7,000 times the strength of the same level, I challenge the limits of the physical body. The world expands at a visible pace, resembling a sphere that expands uniformly. The vast expanse of land formed within the inner world grows increasingly profound, with layers thickening from several light years to hundreds or even thousands of light years. In addition to the earth, the clouds and the sky also ascend, elevating from several light years to hundreds, even thousands of light years in height. Should this trend continue, regardless of how far the Vitality martial arts cultivation system may advance in the future, the Vitality human race may find it impossible to traverse beyond this terrestrial expanse and into the vast cosmos. In this lifetime, one can only thrive within this vast expanse of land. Yet, even if one were to traverse the celestial realms beyond, it would bear little significance, for they remain ensnared within the inner world of a powerful entity. To venture out merely entails a transition from one cage to another. And for those ensconced within this inner realm, a complete escape is an impossibility, unless the sovereign of the world permits it. Such an occurrence cannot transpire amidst the myriad realms. Setting aside the question of how one might escape, every action and movement is under constant surveillance. The world master is privy to your circumstances, and should they choose to prevent your exit, a mere thought could extinguish the life of anyone within the inner world. The outer cosmos expands continuously, light years upon light years, with ancient celestial bodies of colossal proportions, spanning millions of kilometers, being birthed at a staggering rate of millions every second. It is nothing short of madness. With the arrival of spring, the world is enveloped in a spiritual rain, and waves of spiritual energy surge forth, sweeping across the land, nurturing the growth of all living things. Countless treasures of heaven and earth emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, as a multitude of life forms, swept along by the tides of spiritual energy, naturally awaken their own consciousness. As Chu He remarks, this is the resurgence of spiritual energy in its fifth iteration. It is anticipated that the bloodline of humanity will soon engage in battle, heralding scenes of conflict among myriad races within the inner world. However, the victors will undoubtedly be the bloodline of humanity. After all, I am of their lineage, and that is sufficient to assert my claim. We cannot allow the overlord of the inner world to be usurped by a horde of beastly creatures. Beyond the confines of the inner world, as upheaval unfolds, your own power simultaneously undergoes a monumental transformation, with each passing moment yielding terrifying enhancements. In but a short span, your strength may escalate by several hundredfold, with the inner world expanding from a radius of 300 light years to 2,000 light years. To illustrate through a classical analogy, a mere thought could obliterate the version of you that had yet to break through. As time progresses, your inner world expands to a size exceeding 10,000 light years, and your power surges once more by several hundredfold. In the blink of an eye, you could effortlessly vanquish the newly empowered version of yourself, rendering it as inconsequential as a mere roadside weed. After yet another interval, your inner world swells to a staggering 50,000 light years, and you could dispatch your former self with a single thought. At this juncture, you have reached a level commensurate with the standard capabilities of a formidable entity who has successfully transcended the ninth-tier boundary of inner world cultivation. However, you are not an ordinary individual. The conventional standards cannot be applied to you. You have yet to fully perceive the vast expanse of the world within you. There remains potential for you to grow ever more formidable. Acknowledge this reality as you commence to concentrate deeply, harnessing the rule-bound powers of your inner universe, continuously merging and expanding. A magnitude of 100,000 light years, 150,000 light years, 200,000 light years, 300,000 light years, and eventually 500,000 light years. Upon reaching an expanse of approximately 500,000 light-years, your innate abilities have transcended the threshold of your peers by 1,000-fold, at which point you sense that your physical form has approached its limit. Yet, you do not cease your expansion, while your corporeal vessel has reached its boundary. This limitation is merely a reflection of your physical form's capacity to sustain such a vast inner world. Future endeavors must focus on enhancing your physical strength to facilitate further expansion of your internal universe. But are you capable of enduring the strain? Do not forget, you possess the remarkable talent of nullifying 9,999 points of damage. Should your body falter under the pressure, it may be torn asunder by the very world you inhabit, an injury of your own making, yet still within the scope of your talent's protective measure. Body, reveal to me your limits, you command. You continue to expand relentlessly. 60,000 light-years, 80,000 light-years, 90,000 light-years, 99,000 light-years. Over 1 million light-years. Beyond 500,000 light-years. Each incremental gain brings the sensation of your corporeal form being torn apart, yet with the assistance of your 9,999 damage nullification talent. This pain becomes almost negligible. You find that you can still withstand it. Your needs for sustenance remain unaffected, as you extend your inner world to over 1 million light-years. After several days, you gradually stabilize it, and the agony of being torn apart dissipates. You have withstood the challenge. Your body is fully adapted. Such overwhelming power is truly awe-inspiring, evoking tremors of exhilaration. This is the allure of transcending realms. Each breakthrough results in a seismic shift in strength, far surpassing the bounds of ordinary comprehension. One realm encompasses 300 light-years, while another spans over 1 million light-years. The force you wield could obliterate countless iterations of your former self with but a thought. Indeed, this power is an absolute domination even against those of equal rank. A crushing superiority. As you stabilize your inner world and solidify your realm, the visage of number 5, Chu He, in the training chamber, bears a crooked smile reminiscent of a dragon king, as the once impudent seal within him unravels. In future confrontations with the leaders of the 3rd-tier Mixed Heaven Legion at the 9th-tier realm, number 5, Chu He, will regard them with indifference. For those of equal standing will no longer pose a threat worthy of concern. Having ascended to the exalted 9th tier, the advantages of the 5th-rank Chu He have been further amplified, rendering the annihilation of peers a mere thought away. The recently transcended 9th-tier internal realm encompasses a span of 50,000 light-years, with dimensions augmented tenfold, resulting in a volume increase of 1,000 times. Thus, a domain extending 50,000 light-years becomes 500,000 light-years. With a standard breakthrough, one could surpass peers by a factor of 1,000. After an atypical ascension, the internal realm reaches over 1 million light-years, doubling the area and septupling the volume. The already exceeding 1,000 times strength is once again magnified 7-fold. This culminates in a formidable prowess surpassing peers by a staggering 7,000 times. Such a disparity of 7,000 times, if it fails to enable you to obliterate peers with a mere thought, can only denote that you're truly an unparalleled failure, a veritable waste of potential. Your power is nothing but an illusion. Chapter 147. This is my heart's path, the adulator Yi Wuxiang commander. Rising to your feet, you emerge from the temporal cultivation chamber, imbued with a transformative power and aura. Upon stepping out, your overwhelming presence cannot be concealed. The aura of a 9th-tier powerhouse is instantly sensed by all within the Hunyuan army, as even among them, they are mere foot soldiers. In the outside world, they stand as exalted 7th-tier beings, capable of dominating dozens or even hundreds of minor realms, becoming the sun over millions, if not billions, of lives without issue. In terms of strength, one could obliterate vast expanses of over 10 billion kilometers, and having encountered 9th-tier entities, they are naturally adept at perceiving such auras. The moment they sensed your presence, Commander Wuxiang and several 8th-tier captains hurriedly made their way toward you, arriving at your side within mere seconds. The numerous 8th-tier captains, upon beholding your familiar visage and the abyssal aura emanating from you, felt an overwhelming sense of reverence wash over their faces. Regardless of any prior connections, whether mere acquaintances or casual friends, all now approached you with utmost respect, shedding their previous casual demeanor in this meritocratic world. Strength is paramount. Their previous interactions were merely exchanges of pleasantries, not forged in the crucible of life and death. Congratulations, Senior Chu, on achieving the 9th tier realm. Congratulations, Senior Chu, on achieving the 9th tier realm. Congratulations, Senior Chu, on achieving the 9th tier realm. Reverberations of congratulations echoed from your former colleagues. And once the accolades subsided, these captains, the cream of the crop, promptly produced their precious treasures to test you. Faced with such trials, you could only reluctantly acquiesce. Consider this a contribution made in advance for your future establishment of the Hunyuan army. Having received numerous acknowledgments of individuals' contributions to the Hunyuan army, a profound sense of satisfaction envelopes you, and your smile remains unwavering. This is the essence of your pursuit. This is the very reason for your relentless cultivation. It embodies the steadfastness of your resolve. Your determination is fortified by the respectful gazes of others. You yearn for universal respect and admiration, desiring all to serve you faithfully. As long as there remains even a single person who does not offer you their fealty, your resolve will compel you to persist on the path of cultivation, unwavering in your journey. With great power comes even greater authority. Possessing sufficient strength, you feel empowered to pursue your desires without restraint. I too wish you all a swift ascent to the 9th stage, for perhaps one day we may walk the path of comradeship together. When that time arrives, we shall invade the myriad realms, continuing to amass wealth together. After responding with a smile, you are approached by Commander Wu Sheng, who wears a beaming smile, albeit with a hint of caution. He speaks, Taoist Chu He, congratulations on achieving the 9th stage. I wonder, after your breakthrough, will you establish your own Hunyuan Legion or seek another path? Naturally, I shall establish a Hunyuan Legion, my friend Wu Sheng, for beings like us. The only way to secure sufficient resources for cultivation is by this route. You reply, indicating that should there be any challenges in forming the Hunyuan Legion, he should inform you. That is quite manageable. With Taoist Chu He at the helm of the Hunyuan Legion, our incursions into the realms shall undoubtedly accelerate. I envision a flourishing Hunyuan world, all thanks to your efforts. Indeed, without the diligent invasions led by individuals such as Taoist Chu He, acquiring a wealth of world essence and cultivation resources, how could the Hunyuan world thrive? Shall we simply observe the idlers languishing in complacency? It is precisely due to exemplary figures like Taoist Chu He that we enjoy the prosperity of today, enabling us to access valuable treasures and cultivate in environments akin to paradisiacal realms. You, as commanders, ought to remember the gratitude owed to Taoist Chu He. Allow me to outline the steps for establishing the Hunyuan Legion and discuss its affairs. Nodding enthusiastically, Commander Wu Sheng eagerly begins to recount how he originally founded this 3rd-tier Hunyuan Legion. Observing his fervent demeanor, you and the other 8th-tier commanders exchange glances filled with intrigue. Due to this attitude and the earlier remarks, one might feel an immense sense of contribution to the construction of the vast and intricate world. This cannot merely be described as fervor. In certain respects, it can be succinctly encapsulated in a single word: sycophancy. Commander Wu, you are the leader of this grand legion and a formidable presence at the 9th tier. Even if Elder Chu has recently transcended to the 9th tier, he has only just accomplished this feat despite the adversary's previous invincibility at the same level. There seems little justification for such obsequiousness. After all, you are both practitioners within the same realm. Your behavior significantly alters the image we hold of you. I believe it is essential for you to revert to your prior demeanor, one that displayed a disdainful attitude towards us 8th-tier cultivators. Your current disposition leaves us somewhat disconcerted. As Commander Wu observed the fleeting glances of those around him, he felt no embarrassment. Rather, he was convinced of the righteousness of his actions. What do you know of my experience with fellow Chu? I sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal danger. A feeling more potent than that emanating from a 3rd-tier commander of the 10-star ranks. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Fellow brothers, I am merely at the 3rd tier myself. The establishment of the Mixed Heaven Legion is not particularly arduous, as long as one possesses the strength of the 9th tier. The formation is feasible, given our abundant resources and our fervent enthusiasm for external conflicts. The creation of such a beneficial entity for the vast world will naturally encounter no impediments. Any hindrance can be swiftly removed to facilitate our prompt establishment. Commander Wu described the process with remarkable speed, while each step was elucidated with great detail. The formation of our Mixed Heaven Legion is not a challenging endeavor. My primary aim is to convey the essential considerations following the establishment of Third-Tier Legion. Upon forming the Third-Tier Legion, the immediate action is to visit the Mixed Heaven Hall to assess the combat prowess of the Legion commander and to elevate their ranking. Upon reaching the 9th tier, the disparities among practitioners at the same level become pronounced. Some individuals merely utilize the most rudimentary methods for their breakthroughs, resulting in average combat abilities, while others, like fellow Chu, employ the most advanced techniques. Those who ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th tier possess not only superior combat weapons and formidable experience, but also a nascent understanding of esoteric principles. This results in certain exceptionally powerful 9th tier cultivators being able to eliminate dozens of peers in a single strike, or even more. To differentiate the combat capabilities of the leaders of the Mixed Heaven Legion, the Mixed Heaven Hall established a grading system ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. With 1 star representing the combat power of an ordinary 9th tier expert, each advancement in star rating approximately doubles the combat strength of the previous tier. My rank is 3 stars, signifying that my power surpasses that of my peers by roughly 4-fold. The pinnacle of 10 stars, employing all possible tactics alongside a rudimentary understanding of the subtle arts, boasts a combat strength exceeding that of peers by 2,000 times. Such individuals, even within our grand universe, are exceedingly rare, numbering merely in the tens of thousands, each wielding absolute dominance over their peers. The Mixed Heaven Legions established by such figures are markedly distinct from my own. They no longer require the invasion of worlds at the initial mid or late stages of the minor thousand realms, targeting only the most feeble among them, the peak of the minor thousand worlds. Upon discovering a peak minor thousand world, priority is given to those who have previously invaded, with only a few of these peak worlds occasionally falling into the hands of us lesser Mixed Heaven factions. A 7-star leader can enhance their Mixed Heaven Legion's structure tenfold, commanding an army of over 100 million, with thousands of captains under their command and the ability to recruit 10 peers as subordinates. Once the disparities between the Mixed Heavens and the various legions are clearly articulated, Leader Wu's expression radiates expectation, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It becomes evident from his gaze that his intentions are driven by the hope that should your strength exceed 7 stars, you would establish an even grander Mixed Heaven Legion, thereby incorporating others into your ranks. This motivation stems from the understanding that when a peak minor thousand world is identified, it is invariably the 7-star and above Mixed Heaven Legions that are prioritized for invasion. These legions target only the weakest worlds, those at the peak of the minor thousand, showing disdain for those in the mid to late stages. The disparity between the resources of a peak minor thousand world and those of an early stage minor thousand world is well understood. The former can yield hundreds of 9th tier practitioners and tens of thousands of 8th tier realms, while the latter may produce only a handful of 8th tier practitioners. Such a gap is evident to any who can count. Those who have witnessed a peak minor thousand world have little regard for the early or mid-tier worlds, which is why Leader Wu does not concern himself with invading those realms. It is simply uninteresting. Engaging in the invasion of early minor thousand worlds daily raises the question of when sufficient resources for comprehending the path will be acquired and when one might achieve the 10th tier realm. Within the ranks of my own mixed celestial legion, there exists an individual whose strength is assuredly above 7 stars. It is imperative to earnestly seek their favor and persuade them to allow my inclusion. Otherwise, with my mere 3-star capabilities, it would be utterly impossible to gain entry into a legion commanded by a 7-star leader. The bare minimum requirement is 5 stars. In the realm of 10-star legions, the prerequisite is, at the very least, 7 stars. With a faint smile gracing my face, I spoke up. Friend Wu, should my strength indeed be validated as exceeding 7 stars after the assessment, would you consider serving as my deputy commander? However, if that does not appeal to you, then I, Wu, having drifted through life aimlessly, lamented the absence of a true leader. Commander Chu He, I have finally encountered my true sovereign. Henceforth, I shall be your subordinate. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow, and whomsoever you bid me to confront, I shall engage. Once you establish the Mixed Celestial Legion, with a mere command, I will promptly rally all my subordinates to join your ranks. Before I could finish my sentence, Commander Wu trembled with excitement, his face awash with fervor, almost compelled to kneel and pledge himself as your loyal disciple. At last, he has joined a Mixed Celestial Legion of over 7 stars. Previously, he had sought entry into hundreds of such legions, yet was met with closed doors. Now, he can finally redeem himself with sufficient cultivation resources. He too can attain 7-star combat prowess. In that moment of eye contact, filled with unwavering loyalty, young Wu and I exchanged words, and under his guidance, I commenced the journey to register for the Mixed Celestial Legion at the Celestial Hall and undergo the star rating trials. Observing his retreating figure, I slightly nodded. I had witnessed the fervent loyalty reflected in his eyes. My concern for the strength of my subordinates is negligible. Regardless of their capabilities, they cannot surpass my own. In matters of equal standing, my dominance is absolute. No matter the circumstances, it remains a mere matter of a single strike. Even against a 10-star commander, it would be but a single blow, as my innate strength reaches 7,000 times that of the same tier, and this is merely the beginning of my ascent, while others linger at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Thus, more than prowess, I value loyalty. Individuals like young Wu, who exhibit such fidelity, are those I cherish. Chu He mused, this sentiment feels oddly familiar. Not long ago, when I first joined the Mixed Celestial Legion, young Wu harbored similar thoughts and was particularly drawn to the loyalty reflected in my gaze. Though my eyes were filled with devotion to this vast celestial realm, he misconstrued it. Little did I anticipate how swiftly fortunes could shift. This is the essence of those bestowed with extraordinary fortunes, especially someone like myself, who has yet to close the door on such fortune. Not long ago, this individual was one I looked up to. Soon, he shall gaze up at me instead. Chapter 149. A city the size of 10,000 individual universes, the vast world, terrifying indeed. In the realm of the vast world, one of the myriad domains, resides the Tianming domain, which governs 84,000 grand cities, amongst which lies the Xianxia city, a branch of the Mingtian Palace. This designation indicates that Xianxia city is a relatively modest locale. However, within the grand tapestry of the vast world, it holds a significant position. Unlike other small places, the vast world eclipses even the multiverse in its vastness, presenting a realm of unfathomable magnitude. Xianxia city, despite its name, should not be perceived merely as a city. In truth, this city encompasses the size of approximately 10,000 individual universes, stretching across billions of light years. Within its bounds, an inconceivable multitude of life has emerged, alongside countless beings of the 8th, 9th, and even 10th tiers. As you are aware, the lord of this city is a formidable being of the 11th tier. Moreover, it is home to thousands of 10th tier experts, each possessing dominion over territories equivalent to individual universes. These individuals constitute half of Xianxia city, while the remaining half is apportioned among those less powerful, such as yourself. Among the numerous 9th tier beings, you stand as a true powerhouse, albeit amidst a plethora of your peers. Notably, none among these 9th tier individuals command the authority of a leader of a 6-star Mingtian Legion. Your prowess ranks you as the foremost among your peers, placing you beneath the several thousand 10th tier beings and the singular 11th tier powerhouse. Upon entering the Mingtian Palace, you were met with profound reverence. The gazes directed towards you brimmed with admiration. What you once perceived as a daunting task, establishing the Mingtian Legion, proved to be devoid of difficulty, as you encountered nothing but favorable circumstances. In mere seconds, you ascended to the rank of commander of the D-Level 15, 7th grade Mingtian Legion. Esteemed individual, would you like to undertake the strength assessment for the 3rd grade Mingtian Legion commanders? Should you opt not to test, we shall formally present you with a 1-star commander certification. The details regarding this star-level certification have been dispatched to your email. Should you have any uncertainties, you may peruse the information. I believe you are well suited for certification. Upon completion of the certification, we maintain a ranking of Legion Commander Combat Prowess. Those who rank within the top 1,000,000 will receive, every century, a reward of a heavenly material or treasure of equivalent rank. The top 900,000 will receive 2 such treasures of their choosing. The top 800,000 will receive 3, and those who attain the top 100,000 will be granted 10 treasures of their choosing every century. Every 1,000,000 years, one may enter the Grand Tao Pavilion to comprehend the power of the Tao for a day. If one ranks within the top 100, they shall receive a reward of 1 year's insight for every 1,000,000 years. This opportunity is an unparalleled chance to achieve the 10th tier. Those at the 7th tier gazed at you with eyes filled with admiration, offering a gentle reminder. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us commence without delay. Acknowledging the prompt, You initiated this trial within the virtual realm. The virtual world boasts a 100% authenticity, while 99% authenticity is typically employed for everyday life. However, trials of this nature unequivocally necessitate the utmost realism. Otherwise, should one encounter an adversary during the test and be unable to unleash their full potential due to inadequate realism, failure would be inevitable, leading to discontent. Yet, even if one were dissatisfied, they would refrain from voicing such sentiments, for it would reflect poorly on the heavenly palace. To express discontent would mean to challenge the authority of the heavenly palace, resulting in dire consequences. Such complications, which could easily be avoided with minimal effort, need not be so convoluted. Upon entering the virtual realm, you immediately found yourself amidst a boundless expanse of the heavens, where the surrounding rules, your weapons, and the power within you are all perfectly simulated. However, the myriad of innate talents imbued with the power of the Tao remained unrepresented. The genuine power of the Tao within this virtual realm bore traces of 14-tiered powerhouses. Yet, the Taos might exhibited by such beings could not compare to the strength encapsulated within your own innate gifts. Such formidable entities cannot be simulated. How remarkable, indeed, is my talent. After waiting for over 5 centuries, the anticipation has proven worthwhile. Truly, Chu He has found immense satisfaction in his system. To feel otherwise would be to lack appreciation for the blessings bestowed upon him. Should his strength someday reach an extraordinary level, with even the slightest chance of surpassing the creator of this system, he would feel compelled to bestow a generous reward upon that creator. Chu He is not one to be ungrateful. Nevertheless, despite the inability to simulate, your current capabilities are more than sufficient to conquer all challenges ahead. Soon, an individual materialized before you, evidently a mere fledgling who had recently broken through to the 9th tier. This character was conjured by the virtual world based on the physical data and understanding of the rules pertaining to those newly ascended to the 9th tier. As this insignificant figure emerged, a defiant expression crossed their face. I advise you to surrender. You have just broken through and stand no chance of victory. Before the words could fully escape their lips, you extinguished their existence with but a thought, ascending to the rank of a 1-star heavenly commander. After the demise of the previous adversary, a new foe, significantly stronger, emerged. Just as this opponent was poised to issue a menacing proclamation, you swiftly extinguished their existence, ascending to the rank of a 2-star celestial commander. Subsequently, a bizarre spectacle unfolded within the virtual realm. The prior individual had just vanished, and the next one materialized almost instantaneously, preparing to deliver a fierce ultimatum, only to be vanquished by you once more, initiating an unending cycle. In less than a minute, you transcended from a newly minted 1-star celestial commander to a 7-star entity, achieving extraordinary prowess. You can now recruit millions of celestial soldiers, including thousands of 8th-tier warriors, alongside 10 other beings of comparable strength to serve under your command. Your standing as a celestial commander surged at an astonishing pace, propelling you into the trillions of the rankings. However, despite this rapid ascent, your position remained relatively obscure, unnoticed by the masses. Yet, upon reaching the 8-star rank, your ranking soared into the top 100 billion. Upon attaining the 9-star status, your rank breached the tens of millions, successfully capturing the attention of numerous observant individuals, including that fellow Wu. In the 150th chapter, you are designated as a 10-star celestial commander, holding the 3,214th position on the leaderboard. Outside of the virtual realm, Wu continually harnessed his mental energy to monitor the status of the Celestial Army's namesake leaderboard. The 3rd-tier celestial commanders in the vast celestial world were numerous, leading to constant fluctuations in rankings. Initially, Wu focused on the rankings beyond the 100 trillion mark, believing that even if you could achieve a 7-star status, it would require some time. It was implausible for you to ascend so rapidly. However, after an exhaustive search, he was unable to locate your ranking beyond the 100 trillion mark, prompting him to delve deeper into the rankings. Doubting his own oversight, he reasoned that your formidable combat prowess, characterized by absolute dominance, could not have languished outside the 100 billion tier for so long. Yet, upon searching through the rankings of tens of trillions, billions, and millions, he found no trace of you, regardless of how many thoughts he dispersed in pursuit. At this juncture, Wu felt a wave of bewilderment. Despite scouring the rankings, he still could not find you. He pondered whether it was possible that you had not reached this tier after all, or if the impression you had left him was merely an illusion, a paper tiger. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief, convinced that your combat abilities were genuine. Your overwhelming presence had left an indelible mark on him, emanating an aura of power that could not be feigned. After a final search, he finally located you within the ranks of the hundreds of thousands. I knew I could not be mistaken. Commander Chu He is indeed the most formidable, having entered the hundreds of thousands in less than 2 minutes. Now a 9-star celestial commander. Such formidable strength is utterly unfathomable. This is merely the initial breakthrough. It seems that Commander Chu He will not be confined to the 9th tier. He is destined to ascend to the 10th and even the 11th tier. As long as he remains alive, nothing can impede his progress. In the future, within the vast expanse of the myriad realms, we may witness the emergence of yet another transcendent being whose name resonates throughout the heavens. With a radiant smile, Wu Shang has resolutely decided to serve you. Indeed, he has chosen to be your loyal companion. Serving someone of the same rank may seem slightly embarrassing, yet being a subordinate to a future powerhouse of the 10th or 11th tier is nothing short of a blessing. Such fortune surpasses even that of ancestral graves exuding green smoke. It would require the very explosion of one's ancestral tomb to attain such luck. In the virtual realm, having just vanquished a 9th-tier ruler, you now face a 10th-tier ruler without exhibiting an overwhelming advantage to eliminate your opponent. The battle proved somewhat challenging, as you appeared to employ some tactics before achieving victory. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a 10th-tier ruler. Your current ranking is 3,214. In the future, you will be rewarded with 4 months of comprehension time in the Great Tao Pavilion for every 1,000,000 years. Additionally, every century will grant you 10 treasures of equal rank, which you may select at your discretion. As you have only recently joined, you automatically receive an initial 4 months of comprehension time in the Great Tao Pavilion. Due to your somewhat pretentious display and the time taken to defeat the 10th tier cultivator, your ranking stands at 3,214. Within your tier, the virtual world assesses your combat duration and inflicted damage to determine your strength relative to others, ultimately establishing your ranking. Had you resolved your foe more swiftly, your position would naturally have been first. However, you wish to avoid drawing undue attention to yourself immediately after your breakthrough. Such overt display would only suggest something amiss, inviting unwanted scrutiny. This ranking is acceptable. I shall soon test the efficacy of the Great Tao Pavilion. The rewards from the Mixed Heaven Palace seem rather stingy. Being ranked so high grants me only a few months of access over 1,000,000 years, while those behind me receive at most a mere day's worth. What can be achieved in a day? How can such a brief duration serve as a reward for a high ranking? The past demeanor of the Mixed Heaven Palace does not align with such frugality. It must be that this opportunity is exceedingly rare, with extraordinary effects within, thus justifying the scarcity. Thoughts raced through your mind as you exited the virtual realm, adorning the newly acquired armor of the Mixed Heaven Legion. 10 vividly crimson pentagrams gleamed upon your chest. From a distance, a glance at Wu Sheng and the staff member who had assisted in establishing the Mixed Heaven Legion elicited an overwhelming sense of bloodshed and slaughter. The 10-star commander, the pinnacle of the Third Order Mingtian Legion, possesses the extraordinary capability to command 300 practitioners of similar caliber and a staggering 30 billion Mingtian troops. In the vast expanse of the Mingtian world, only a mere handful have been bestowed with this honor. Each of their movements is scrutinized by countless onlookers, and they wield absolute dominion over their peers. Each individual stands as a potential seed of true strength for the future of the Mingtian world. Swallowing hard, Wu Shang trembled as he enumerated an impressive array of titles, nearly prompting you to glance around, bewildered by the apparent multitude of accolades despite the sparse crowd. Could such a gathering truly accommodate so many? After articulating so much, Wu Shang felt a twinge of concern. As a mere 3-star commander, could he truly serve under the banner of a 10-star leader? One would need at least a 7-star rank to qualify. This implies that only those whose strength exceeds his own by at least 16-fold might be deemed worthy of joining. Well, what is a mere 10-star rank? You mused. Since you intend to enlist under my command, from this moment forth, bring all your followers into my Mingtian Legion. With a wave of your hand, you casually instructed Wu to fulfill his duties, then turned your attention to your intelligent life form. Intelligent life, extend an invitation to all individuals within the Mingtian world to join us, up to a total of 2 billion, leaving a quota of 100 million. Furthermore, Each applicant must undergo my personal scrutiny. You emphasize the necessity of assessing their capabilities, insisting that each individual must be among the finest of talents. Understood. The intelligent life responded promptly, initiating the recruitment announcement. As the notification spread, countless aspirants in numerous grand cities across the Mingtian world began to apply for entry into the Mingtian army. Upon noticing the striking emblem of 10 crimson 5-pointed stars on the recruitment notice, many individuals eagerly sought information in the virtual realm, their eyes igniting with fervor upon realizing its significance. Its hue a perfect match to your own 5-pointed star. Chapter 151, valued at 100 trillion Mingtian units. With a retinue of 2 billion at the 7th tier, the minimum incursions target the pinnacle of the small 1,000-level worlds. Anyone with a modicum of discernment understands the implications of such status. It signifies boundless resources, while others grapple with paltry gains of mere fractions of Mingtian units per world invaded. The incursions into small 1,000-level realms yield several, if not dozens, of Mingtian gold units as a baseline. By joining such a premier Mingtian legion, as long as one survives, achieving the 8th tier realm becomes a certainty. With further diligence, ascending to the 9th tier in the future is not an impossible dream. How could one not be driven to madness? In just a fleeting second, over 1 trillion individuals sought to join your chaotic legion. And soon the numbers surged into the tens of trillions with each passing moment, as more and more began to frantically click to enlist. It was only after nearly several hundred trillion had expressed their desire to participate in this election for the chaotic legion that your intelligent entity decided to retract the notification, halting the influx of further applicants. Such an overwhelming number was already sufficient. It must be noted that the talent within the vast world of chaos is indeed abundant. Soon, a multitude of individuals arrived to test your intelligent entity, each one a paragon among their peers, brandishing treasures of no less than 3 units of chaotic gold. Among them were formidable practitioners of the 7th realm, whose test artifacts were valued at several dozens of chaotic gold units. As for the 8th realm practitioners, the treasures they wielded began at a staggering several million units of chaotic gold, the fruits of their labor and conquest within various chaotic legions. Now, all of it has found its way into your possession. The practitioners of the 9th realm, however, did not overly scrutinize you, for those eligible to join your chaotic legion possessed a minimum strength of 7 stars. They were fully capable of establishing their own powerful chaotic legions, often invading worlds at the pinnacle of the minor 1,000 realms. Though it seemed improbable that they would undergo a trial to join your ranks, many still expressed a desire to serve under you, as these formidable beings often invaded worlds that were mere steps away from transcending into the intermediate 1,000 realms, replete with cultivation resources far surpassing those of the minor 1,000 pinnacle worlds. Yet, you had no intention of recruiting many from this 9th realm. 300 was your limit, and you aimed to take only 10, for more would merely lead to competition over resources. Even 10 felt excessive. Were it not for the mandatory requirement to recruit 10 subordinates, you would not desire anyone aside from Wushang. You were confident in your ability to manage alone. As for these elite individuals, upon returning to Wushang's chaotic legion, no, now that they had joined you, it was your chaotic military camp. They would be welcomed into your fold. In no time, you found yourself commanding 29 billion practitioners of the 7th realm, 300,000 formidable 8th realm warriors, and 10 powerful 9th realm commanders of your chaotic legion. Chu He remarked, "This is rather absurd." The last time the 4th elder began his simulations, he was merely a fledgling at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, barely achieving the 7th realm and entering this domain as a novice, akin to an ant that anyone could easily crush. To my astonishment, after merely one simulation, I found myself mastering the fates of countless powerful beings at the 7th tier. This is truly remarkable. Simulations ought to operate with such remarkable efficiency, facilitating rapid advancement. Upon acquiring these individuals, your treasury balance has surpassed an astronomical figure of over 10 trillion units of mixed celestial gold, an achievement that would have required innumerable invasions of lesser realms prior to your breakthrough. The magnitude of this wealth is simply unfathomable. Yet, you have not invaded a single world. Instead, your mere act of gathering has yielded such an immense fortune, undoubtedly owing to your status as a 10-star celestial leader. This is indeed the primary factor. Nevertheless, it leaves you utterly astounded. Had I possessed this wealth upon my arrival in the grand cosmos, I could have attained the 9th tier within my first year through the temporal cultivation chamber, sparing myself the arduous task of invading worlds for several millennia to achieve such a breakthrough. As you reflect on the trials of life, you transfer a staggering 200 billion units of celestial gold from your account to that of your son, Chu He. Upon witnessing the funds in his account, having gained some insight into the grand cosmos and understanding the time required for an 8th tier to 9th tier breakthrough, has yet to fully comprehend your rapid ascension to the 9th tier. Seeing such a substantial sum transferred to him stirs a myriad of emotions within him. Father, why bestow upon me such a vast amount of celestial gold? This is more than sufficient for you to procure comparable cultivation resources, he inquires, contemplating returning the funds. There's no need for that. This sum pales in comparison to what I currently possess. I shall allocate approximately 10 billion for your cultivation, enabling you to expedite your breakthrough to the 8th tier. The remaining 190 billion is to be utilized wisely. 90 billion to nurture 9 8th tier commanders for my celestial army. It is unreasonable that, despite having so many 8th tier subordinates, none hail from our own lineage. As for the other 100 billion, 90 billion should be invested in acquiring a nascent realm of lesser tier. Inform the seller that I am a 10-star celestial leader. They will likely provide delivery service directly to the vicinity of Tianyun realm. The remaining 10 billion should be apportioned. 1 billion for procuring a multitude of low-tier cultivation resources, and 9 billion to acquire resources enabling millions to achieve the 7th tier, thereby allowing our family to produce millions of 7th tier individuals to integrate into my chaotic legion. Do you comprehend this plan? Your words were clear, and upon understanding the specific purpose, Chu He felt an overwhelming excitement, refraining from further comments. He immediately commenced action, acquiring a substantial quantity of cultivation resources, primarily focusing on procuring enough rare materials capable of enabling over 100 million individuals to break through to the 7th tier realm, alongside a small initial world of the Qian level. Even a small initial Qian level world, capable of nurturing a few 8th tier realms, commands an exorbitant price within the vast expanse of the mixed heaven universe. A single mixed heaven unit can purchase 10 such small worlds. Yet 90 billion mixed heaven units can at most secure one reasonably good small initial Qian world. This acquisition is akin to a production tool, naturally yielding rare materials that can give rise to 7th tier and even 8th tier treasures. While the immediate transaction may seem a loss in the long run, persistent ownership will lead to an unceasing supply of these invaluable resources. One day, the investment will surely be recouped. Chapter 152. The influence of a 10-star stronger. Over 100 million 7th tiers. Thus, the price is undeniably steep. However, for you, glancing at the balance exceeding 100 trillion mixed heaven gold units renders it hardly expensive. With a casual purchase and a little effort, one could acquire as many as desired. Simply invading a peak-level small Qian world could yield countless small initial Qian worlds. Chu He moved with remarkable swiftness, promptly securing a small initial Qian level world through the mixed heaven marketplace, along with resources to assist 10 individuals in breaking through to the 8th tier and over 100 million to ascend to the 7th tier, alongside an immeasurable quantity of low-level cultivation resources. Initially, the seller was reluctant to provide delivery for the small initial Qian level world, considering its vast size of over 300,000 light years. Such a world could hardly be compared to those spanning only a few light years. Delivering it to a specified location necessitates considerable effort and could cost hundreds of millions of mixed heaven gold. However, upon learning that Chu He was supported by a 10-star level mixed heaven leader, the issue was rendered trivial. With such a formidable force behind him, home delivery was hardly a concern. The sellers even contemplated directly gifting the small Qian world, but deemed it too abrupt. Assuming that a powerhouse of his caliber would not lack for a small initial Qian world, and thus withheld the offer. Chu He remarked, "You should send it. If you send it, he will accept it. How can you know he won't accept if you don't even attempt to deliver?" In a matter of mere minutes, all purchases were completed. Chu He, accompanied by the younger generation of the Chu family at the 7th tier and the personnel tasked with transporting the small Qian world, swiftly set forth. Through the teleportation array, we hastened towards the realm of Tianyun. This time, the personnel responsible for transporting the initial world of Xianxia were of the 8th tier caliber, and with their guidance, We did not linger long in the void of the myriad realms after arriving at the transit station. We soon approached the vicinity of Tianyun, directly releasing the Xiaochu Xiaoqian world, which you have named Tianchu Xiaoqian, from a spherical vessel encompassing several tens of millions of light years in space. This is a storage treasure crafted by a 10th-tier master, capable of effectively transporting worlds at the early, mid, and peak stages of Xiaoqian. Gazing upon this vast world, Chu Zhongtian felt a surge of excitement. Despite having encountered numerous Xiaoqian worlds before, including peak-level Xiaoqian and even Daqian realms, this early-stage Xiaoqian world pales in comparison to those formidable realms. Yet, those worlds belong to others. Whereas this Tianchu Xiaoqian world would serve as the cradle for countless future generations of the Chu family, a domain uniquely their own. The emotions evoked by this world were distinctly different, entirely unparalleled. After admiring the Tianchu Xiaoqian world once more, Chu Zhongtian promptly gathered all the younger members of the Chu family from Tianyun and other realms, a lineage that has flourished over several millennia. The assembly comprised billions of practitioners at the Dharma manifestation level, alongside an astonishing number of descendants at the primordial spirit realm, necessitating descriptions in the hundreds of trillions. All were brought into this Xiaoqian world to cultivate, for only such a world could sustain an abundance of powerful beings. Otherwise, if they continued to develop in smaller worlds, those realms would inevitably collapse under the strain. Even though the Chu family already possessed several million smaller worlds, the sheer number of Dharma manifestation practitioners meant that each of these smaller worlds was burdened with over 100,000 of them. The smaller worlds trembled in trepidation, fearing that a skirmish among the Chu descendants could lead to their utter ruin. Once they were relocated, an overwhelming abundance of cultivation resources inundated all the younger generations. With over 100 million units of low-tier cultivation resources capable of purchasing the lives of countless 7th-tier masters, the confluence of such a vast quantity of low-tier resources resulted in the formation of tens of thousands of resource planets. Amidst the astonished gaze of Chu Qingtian, you produced an array of rare treasures that could assist practitioners at the Dharma manifestation level in breaking through to the 7th tier. You selected over 100 million family descendants who had reached the limits of the Dharma manifestation realm, beginning to aid them in their ascension. Each individual receiving these resources immediately commenced their breakthroughs, and within a mere fortnight, a multitude of practitioners within the Tianchu Xiaoqian world had successfully transcended their previous limits. Every passing second in the realm of Tianchu Xiaoqian witnesses the emergence of countless celestial phenomena, each manifestation signifying an individual's successful transcendence to the 7th tier of cultivation. Consequently, the Chu family soon boasted over 100 million entities at this elevated level. Although some individuals faltered in their attempts, a significant number triumphed without exhausting all their cultivation resources, leaving some untapped for future use. These resources were subsequently allocated to nurture a select group of Chu family descendants, amassing a remarkable array of talent. Each being at the 7th tier possesses the capability to effortlessly dominate dozens, if not hundreds, of minor worlds. To most, they are revered as divine beings, wielding unparalleled might. With this formidable assembly, Chu Zhongtian left behind resources to assist Chu Qingtian in breaking through to the 8th tier before leading the group into the vast expanse of the Mixed Heaven realm, preparing to enlist in the Mixed Heaven army. The spectacle of ushering such a multitude into the celestial transit station was indeed a rare occurrence. Yet the inhabitants of the station dared not impede their passage. In fact, the station's overseer personally emerged, wearing a broad smile to greet Chu Zhongtian. Motivated by the prestige of his status as the 10-star commander of Mixed Heaven, the overseer, merely a modest 9th-tier cultivator, at most a single star, could not have aspired to occupy such a remote post otherwise. Having long since ascended to command the Mixed Heaven army, he had illuminated his beautiful homeland, the Mixed Heaven realm, in the chaos of the celestial invasion battlefield. There was simply no comparison between him and someone of Chu Zhongtian's caliber, who possessed an unfathomable future, while the overseer had long since dulled his edges and settled into retirement. Chapter 153, an invasion of multiple pinnacle minor worlds delightfully indulging you. Back when I was at the 8th tier, I had yet to even catch a glimpse of the station overseer upon arriving here. I had presumed that his first appearance would coincide with my own ascendance to the 9th tier. However, I was taken aback to find that it was merely my status as the 10-star commander of Mixed Heaven that prompted his appearance before these younger family members. Still at the 7th tier, the disparity in realms and power was vividly illustrated. Chu He shook his head at a loss for words. Yet his relentless ambition to ascend to the highest echelons only solidified, fortifying his resolve. Through the celestial transit station, the multitude of over 100 million 7th-tier descendants swiftly arrived in the Mixed Heaven realm, their expressions awash with astonishment as they commenced the process of obtaining their Mixed Heaven identification cards. This scene left the staff utterly astounded. They had never before processed so many identification cards simultaneously, especially for those who had only just achieved their breakthroughs. They were tempted to voice their concerns, asserting that this was against protocol. However, are not the rules established by you, the powerful ones? The moment the phrase 10-star Mixed Sky Commander is uttered, it immediately conforms to the regulations. The entire process was devoid of any obstacles. Everything was completed seamlessly. After all, is it not merely 100 million individuals? In comparison to the countless beings in the vast Mixed Sky world, this number barely registers as a drop in the ocean. Joining the Mixed Sky world is remarkably simple, and entering your Mixed Sky military camp poses no challenge whatsoever, as it aligns perfectly with the regulations established by you. At this juncture, after several days have passed, the soldiers who have tested you, including squad leaders, battalion leaders, and the other 9 deputy commanders, have all taken their positions. Once your family's younger generations are assembled, you convene the inaugural assembly of the Xianxia Mixed Sky Army. It is worth noting that any member of the Mixed Sky Army who receives a rating of 7 stars or above is entitled to create a name for their unit that resonates with their preferences, free from the constraints of symbols or numbers, which lack sophistication. You learned this only recently. Clad in blood-black technological armor, you stand at the horizon, flanked by 10 9th-tier beings, gazing down upon the billions of 7th-tier cultivators below. All eyes are fixed on you, their expressions brimming with unending admiration, particularly from your numerous descendants. As you behold this day, a radiant smile graces your face. Do you know? I was born in a small world. When I reached the 7th-tier realm, undefeated across the universe, I felt I could cease my training, for no one could surpass me, no one could threaten my existence. Yet one day, driven by curiosity about the world beyond, I ventured out and ultimately discovered the Mixed Sky world, a realm teeming with beings far more formidable than I. My previous cultivation level became insignificant here, rendering me no more than an ordinary individual among them. In such circumstances, I scarcely dared to speak, remaining quiet as a quail, feeling utterly inconsequential. And now, having ascended step by step to this position, can you comprehend my emotions? The mindset of a commander is beyond our understanding, for it surpasses the boundaries of our comprehension. Wu Sheng and several other 7-star commanders shook their heads in response. I knew you would not understand. I merely indulged in a bit of casual grandiosity, for how could you comprehend the world of a prodigy, such as myself? Ah, the heights are indeed lonely. You shook your head, bearing an expression that reflected the solitude of invincibility. This expression momentarily caused the smiles of Wu Sheng, Yang, Yin Zhongjuan, and other 9th-tier powerhouses to stiffen, leaving them at a loss for words in response. Even as their minds raced to the brink of collapse, they found themselves at a loss for words in response to your statement. Ultimately, silence enveloped the room. All the soldiers of the Tianchu Huitian army turned their gazes towards me. With a slight abstraction, I momentarily withdrew from that state. Resuming the serious demeanor of the venerable ancestor Chu, my expression grave as I began to speak. All of you who have joined my Huitian army have undergone rigorous trials to earn your place here. Each of you is a paragon of talent. And now, with such a multitude of gifted individuals gathered beneath my command, I am convinced that our Huitian army is invincible in this realm. With your presence, our army shall undoubtedly triumph in our invasions of the lesser realms, conquering all foes and rendering ourselves unstoppable. At this assembly, I shall refrain from lengthy discourse. I understand that you're not fond of idle chatter. Let us speak plainly. Your allegiance to me is driven by the promise of indulgence and the acquisition of abundant resources for cultivation, something that other factions within the Huitian army cannot provide. After all, those other factions are scarcely entrusted with worthwhile missions, often tasked with invading nascent realms where fortune dictates that resources are scarce, leading to fierce competition among dozens for a mere handful of opportunities. On occasions of ill fortune, I have witnessed thousands vying for a single target, What a maddening spectacle that is. However, under my command, such trivialities shall not hinder you. If you possess the capability to vanquish hundreds or thousands, I shall ensure your desires are met. Anything less would be a disservice to the faith you have placed in me. Just moments ago, I received a mission. The objective is to invade a cluster of resource-rich worlds, which includes several pinnacle realms and hundreds of nascent ones across various stages of development. Tell me, do you possess the confidence to undertake this invasion? You have always been a person of straightforward nature, eschewing the vague and embracing the tangible, unlike others who occupy the podium and drone on for minutes about inconsequential matters. What you say resonates with all, and disregarding the radiant smiles of the 10 ninth-tier powerhouses behind you, the excitement among the billions below is palpable. They are genuinely exhilarated, for they had not anticipated that their first engagement would involve such a formidable conflict. Chapter 154. The Wizarding Realm Cluster, a gathering of frenzied individuals. A pinnacle realm comprises at least hundreds of millions of 7th-tier cultivators, and within this cluster boasting several pinnacle realms and hundreds of nascent ones. The number of 7th-tier powerhouses may well exceed 2 billion. This is comparable to the total strength of our current Huitian army. What a formidable challenge awaits. Many among these individuals have transitioned from other factions within the Huitian army. They have engaged in the fiercest battles of invasion, where a handful faced off against a solitary opponent. And now the conflict has transformed into a fair skirmish, one against one. Of course, this scenario arises only under specific circumstances. Within the ranks of the Mixed Heaven Army, there exist numerous celestial warships, capable of obliterating half of the formidable beings in the invading world in a single barrage. With half diminished, the odds naturally shift to 2 against 1, or perhaps even 3 against 1. Yet, this is more than sufficient. If they manage to survive, the spoils from a single encounter would surpass all their previous endeavors combined. A few such victories would lead to immense wealth. Henceforth, they shall no longer suffer the burdens of acquiring resources for cultivation, allowing them to ascend to the 8th tier at an accelerated pace. Of course, this hinges upon their survival. Without life, all aspirations are in vain. Yet, having joined the Mixed Heaven Army and plunged into the myriad worlds to battle, thoughts of death have long been cast aside by these individuals. Commander Chu He, we are brimming with confidence. Our spirits are soaring, and our blades are eager for action, they proclaimed. As you have said, our Mixed Heaven Army is brimming with talent, rendering us invincible. All foes shall inevitably fall beneath our might. Commander Chu He, you are my idol. Under your leadership, our Mixed Heaven Army shall achieve unparalleled glory, while the other 10-star armies will merely be a footnote in history. Brothers, I am infused with the fervent spirit of our homeland, the Mixed Heaven, and I trust you can grasp my sentiment. In all my time, I have never fought such a prosperous battle. With greater risk comes greater reward, and this venture promises to satiate our hunger for victory. Death, like the wind, is ever at my side. My understanding of the rules of death has evolved. To comprehend these rules, one must not only take lives, but also confront their own mortality. Only by traversing the realms of death can one truly grasp its essence. To experience death oneself is essential to ensuring the demise of others. Kill, kill, kill. I yearn to see rivers of blood as countless individuals succumb to frenzy. Their faces illuminated with fervor for war, they brandish their weapons, raising them in unison. Excellent. You are all spirited. Your confidence fuels mine even further, the commander declared. Yet, you are merely a collection of unsophisticated country folk, akin to mere small fry. Since you wish to witness rivers of blood, what are we waiting for? The celestial warships are prepared for your charge. All soldiers, I command you advance. With no further ado, as his words echoed, billions of warriors from the Mixed Heaven Army surged toward the hundreds of thousands of celestial warships. After everyone hastily entered, you promptly commanded all individuals to traverse towards the designated coordinates. Given the considerable distance to the target world cluster, it would require several years to reach. Following your orders, you immediately instructed the members of the Chu family to utilize this time aboard the celestial warships for rigorous cultivation, aiming to break through to the 8th tier. Simultaneously, you addressed the recently ascended 7th tier descendants, advising them not to rush to the forefront during the impending invasion. If one must charge, let it be from the rear. Those at the forefront are either the most formidable or simply reckless. In the initial clash between powerful adversaries, the unwary would swiftly meet their demise. Aside from these instructions, You refrained from further admonitions and did not exert your authority to prevent them from engaging individually. It suffices for dozens to besiege a single opponent. A fresh breakthrough against one adversary could be fatal. Such considerations need not be stated. Even your family's fledgling members, despite their recent ascension, could withstand a solitary foe for several minutes, provided they did not encounter the pinnacle of their tier. And truly, does this war necessitate such an extensive duration? In other words, do the 9th tier cultivators require you to spend several minutes to defeat them? To put it succinctly, 1 minute. 1 minute to resolve the 9th tier battlefield, after which all others would assist the 8th and 7th tier practitioners, ensuring a swift invasion with minimal casualties. If, after a mere minute, any descendants were to perish, then there would be no words left to utter. Even if the enemy survived, you would swiftly eliminate them, while also questioning your own judgment regarding your son, Chu He. How could you select such a feckless individual from so many? The speed of the celestial warships was remarkable. Soon, billions of the mixed celestial army arrived at their destination. Through the vessel, as the leader of this unprecedented invasion, you gazed upon the expanse of small worlds, numbering in the billions. Alongside hundreds of ordinary and pinnacle small thousand realms converging in this world cluster, your eyes gleamed with determination. In the words of the soldiers from the mixed celestial army, your great axe was eager and ready. Grant these world as powerful beings 1 minute to emerge. After 1 minute of their assembly, surprise them with an overwhelming welcome. Yes, Commander. As a command was issued, the minutes swiftly elapsed. Sensing the stirrings beyond their realm, the denizens of the wizarding world promptly emerged from their laboratories, crossing the void to appear outside their world. In this realm known as the wizarding world, all the lesser realms have been thoroughly occupied by a group referred to as wizards through relentless invasions and conflicts. Wizards, a particularly renowned faction among the myriad realms, are distinguished by their cultivation system, which is regarded as one of the apex systems across the multiverse. This is a collective that is willing to forsake everything, even their own lives, in pursuit of truth, the essence of things, and knowledge. While others elevate their power for the sake of longevity, status, or strength, these individuals ascend in their realms solely to deepen their understanding of knowledge, highlighting a notable divergence in their motivations. They perceive the world as a laboratory, dissecting deities with their mortal forms. Among the hundreds of known great worlds in the vast multiverse, there exists a wizarding great world populated by such entities. However, despite achieving the status of a great world, they maintain cordial relations with only a handful of similarly ranked realms, while the rest are either unfamiliar or adversarial. This is largely due to the erratic nature of the wizards. When others seek emotional connection, the wizards regard the powerful beings of other great worlds with the same curiosity reserved for rare specimens, eager to hastily confine them for dissection. Long ago, whispers circulated that powerful entities from the ancient god Great World sought to establish rapport with a wizarding Great World, even dispatching a 13th tier envoy to foster such relations. However, that envoy never returned, presumably having been reduced to various disassembled parts, their very essence studied to the core. Were it not for the undeniable prowess of these seemingly deranged individuals, whose combat capabilities are formidable even among their peers, and their uncanny ability to discern weaknesses in opponents after a mere engagement, the wizarding Great World would have long since been obliterated and relegated to history. As these wizards emerged from their domain, you wasted no time in mobilizing all celestial warships, commanding them to unleash their full assault. In an instant, an innumerable barrage obliterated countless 7th-tier assaults, engulfing the clustered wizards in a dazzling spectacle of explosions. The once wise and illuminating gazes of the wizards became obscured amid the chaos. It was only after several moments, when the onslaught of the celestial warships subsided and the detonations ceased, that the formidable faces of the wizards from the wizarding world were once again revealed. Only a mere fraction of the population perished. Indeed, if you did not misinterpret, there appeared billions of 7th-tier cultivators, yet only a few hundred million succumbed. Although this number is substantial, at the very outset of the conflict, the opposing side has already lost a tenth of their forces. In conventional warfare, such initial casualties would be enough to send the remaining troops into disarray. However, compared to your previous invasions of other realms, where the enemy's numbers were halved at the outset, this loss seems considerably minor, significantly less than anticipated. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that every individual in the wizarding world wields the most exquisite creation, a synthesis of their extensive research and technological advancements, the Wizard's Tower. Among them, some possess formidable power, at least of the 9th tier, commanding colossal flying weaponry, akin to cities. With spans exceeding hundreds of light years, the floating cities. These entities have withstood a significant portion of the recent onslaught from the celestial battleships. As previously mentioned, each wizard within this realm is willing to sacrifice their life for the pursuit of knowledge. They're not only formidable warriors, but also the pinnacle of researchers. Their studies are not confined to mere technology. They delve into a myriad of subjects, exploring anything that eludes their understanding. The celestial battleships are the products of technological civilization, crafted as formidable weapons, while the wizards' towers and floating cities represent the crystallization of their technological truths, the ultimate weapons forged over countless millennia. Before your celestial battleships could conclude their assault, and before your Hunyuan army could descend upon these beings, an astonishing turn of events transpired. The very lives of the wizards you had vanquished began to awaken. After a few moments of stunned realization, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Were it not for the fact that each formidable wizard in the wizarding world embodies the pinnacle of composure, an inherent trait allowing them to maintain absolute calm in the face of adversity, these individuals might have succumbed to madness. Yet, despite their restraint, thoughts of vengeance flooded their minds. In an instant, countless floating cities and wizard towers unleashed intense surges of energy, launching an uncountable barrage of attacks, akin to the volleys from your celestial battleships. Fortunately, the celestial battleships are not merely equipped for offense. They are fortified with robust defensive capabilities, including energy shields, rule shields, magnetic field shields, spatial shields, and biofield shields, enveloping your fleet and ensuring that neither you nor your ships sustained any damage. What audacity! In my life, it was my first time leading such a multitude to invade the world. I never anticipated encountering such a tumultuous realm. Having invaded numerous worlds before, I had never encountered beings like you. Accept our invasion of the chaotic universe with sincerity. Is it too much to ask for me to put on a display before many? Why resist? Truly, among so many paths, you chose the most foolish one. Since you seek your demise, I shall indulge you, fulfilling your desires relentlessly. Once the assault from the wizard tower concluded, and both sides had exchanged blows, you aboard the celestial battleship could no longer endure the arrogance of the wizarding world, which disregarded your significance. Chu He, simulator, I seriously suspect you are defaming me. My character is certainly not like this. How did my avatar in this chaotic universe become such a male version of T0? It was you who initiated the attack. Yet when met with retaliation, it transformed into arrogance, with the wizarding world dismissing you entirely. Lao Wu, you have become a stranger to me. Let the intelligent beings within the celestial battleship provide artillery cover, launching a full-scale assault on those wizard towers. Simultaneously, order all soldiers of the chaotic army to emerge from the celestial battleship to deliver a comprehensive strike against those wizards. You were the first to emerge, sprinting ahead while unleashing your golden immortality, your true form of the great sun. A colossal sun, exceeding 1,000 light years in size, manifested in the void of the universe, raising an equally massive black golden battle axe that towered thousands of light years high. Approaching a floating city, you cleave through it with a single stroke. The 9th tier archmage within had intended to resist, yet proved utterly futile. In the face of absolute power, truth could not save him, for truth resided with you, embodied in your axe. With a resounding crash, the floating city, which required several days of relentless effort from beings of the same caliber to breach, was cleaved in two as if it were mere paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. With such strength, merely a lowly 4-star entity dared to oppose my invasion. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? I lack your courage. Would it not be better to surrender and serve obediently? Having dispatched one, you felt your pace was sluggish and immediately escalated your speed, entering a frenzied harvesting mode against the surrounding 9th tier wizards. Among peers, wizards possess considerable strength. Yet within this tier, you wield absolute dominance, boasting power surpassing theirs by 7,000 times. While the myriad of realms may be vast, within this cluster of hundreds of worlds, none could rival your caliber. Do you dare to ponder the essence of truth? Have you ever encountered it? No. Allow me to unveil it to you. Behold my grand truth. What are you gazing at, young one? Stare too long, and I shall reduce you to mere ashes. Oh, how foolish of me. It appears you have already been turned to dust by my hand. My apologies. Pray tell, what captivates your attention? Are you in search of me? Just moments ago, you were so exuberant in your endeavors. Come now, deliver another blow. What is this? You can't? Truly, you are devoid of power. If that is the case, it is now my turn. Allow this ancient one to bestow upon you a lesson in affection. I have recently mastered a formidable technique. Witness the might of my version as I strike with intent. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, stretching millions of light years, all succumb beneath the radiant arc of my axe, plunging into utter oblivion. Alongside this annihilation, dozens of practitioners of comparable caliber vanish without a trace. With a single strike, I have dispatched numerous insignificant beings of the ninth tier. Oh dear, how could you be so feeble? I harbor no malice toward you, yet the residual force has obliterated you. Given your earlier arrogance, you ought to possess more strength. If you are so weak, how dare you provoke me? The weak should accept their fate with humility. Chapter 156. A guaranteed 10-tier existence for billions of years. The unbreakable path. Observing this scene, the golden giant's lips curled into a sinister smile. He truly could not fathom how such weaklings dared to challenge him. How audacious they were to resist. Had they simply acquiesced and accepted the soul mark I would have bestowed, they could have survived. I could have welcomed them as servants, sending them forth to battle across myriad realms. After all, servants do not require my cultivation resources. Their future is of no concern to me. The resources they acquire in their conquest would ultimately belong to me. There is no need to fret over them usurping my spoils. Yet these individuals are woefully ungrateful. Even if I were to seek servants, they must be among the finest. These miscreants are nothing but deranged. Can they truly be deemed valuable? Having dispatched so many in one fell swoop, only a little over 200 practitioners of the ninth tier remain, their eyes wide with terror at your overwhelming prowess. Even those who typically maintain a wizard-esque composure find themselves rattled. Only a handful of the most powerful wizards continue to analyze your weaknesses through the intelligent life forms of their floating towers. However, even as these intelligent beings compute billions of calculations in mere moments, they fail to discern your vulnerabilities, for you have revealed but a few moves. In a mere handful of strikes, your might has wrought miracles. If one can discern your weaknesses under such unchanged circumstances, it transcends mere analysis. It verges on omniscience. Omniscience equates to omnipotence, and even beings of the 14th tier would hesitate to claim such a status. In the face of absolute power, it matters not if you are utterly invincible among your peers, for even if you possess vulnerabilities, your adversary would be incapable of exploiting them. With each swing of the axe, 1, 2, 3, blades of light cleave through the cosmos, spanning millions of light years, annihilating the boundless void and severing countless fissures. Each strike claims the lives of dozens of 9th-tier sorcerers, each at least of 3-star caliber. Over 300 have perished before your hand falters, not out of depletion, but to spare a few for your 7-star subordinates and Wu Sheng, a 3-star being. Yet, even with a portion withheld, the thrill of vanquishing over 300 of equal standing leaves you exhilarated. With a joyous and audacious laughter, you promptly gather your spoils, collections from hundreds of practitioners of similar rank, filled with countless treasures of the 9th tier, each capable of being exchanged for vast sums of celestial gold. Combined, these riches can fund a portion of the materials necessary to deepen your comprehension of the Tao. With a few more incursions into such realms, you could procure a treasure that embodies the essence of the Tao, allowing you to grasp the indestructible path. Success in this endeavor would elevate you to the 10th tier. The indestructible Tao is a superior path, and among the myriad branches it offers, the indestructible aspect is notably renowned. These branches of the Tao encompass various forms. Branches of the wind Tao include gale, tempest, hurricane, breeze, and zephyr, while branches of the time Tao encompass slowness, swiftness, stasis, regression, and rewriting. Branches of the space Tao include sealing, partitioning, traversing, freezing, and dimensional manipulation. Mastering any singular branch can lead to the attainment of the 10th tier, while advancement to the 11th and 12th tiers revolves around these branches. Grasping 10 branches can elevate one to the 11th tier, while mastering hundreds can achieve the 12th. To comprehend thousands of branches, melding their essence with the true intent of the indestructible Tao will culminate in the transcendence through the heavenly path, uniting each of these branches into a singular, harmonious whole. By that time, this will be your exclusive, indomitable path. The day you achieve understanding will also mark the moment you become a transcendent being of the 13th level. Is this the methodology for attaining the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th levels? Everything revolves around the comprehension of the Tao. If I could find a reference point to significantly enhance my understanding of this path, perhaps I could grasp the indomitable Tao more swiftly than others. However, I wonder where such a reference may be found. Wait, isn't my innate talent a reference point itself? It harbors the essence of the indomitable Tao, and it is of the highest caliber. If I can comprehend it further, my cultivation speed should vastly exceed that of my peers. This notion, which only recently dawned upon me, must have already occurred to me long ago. Outside the simulator, Chu He, upon realizing the breakthrough, felt a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes as he sensed the innate talent that grants him immunity to chromium-99 damage. The reason behind your fervent pursuit of understanding the indomitable Tao is not solely due to your initial mastery of the indomitable rules. This power is indeed formidable and aligns perfectly with your character, emphasizing dominance and strength. Sufficiently dominant, sufficiently powerful. Another reason, which needs no elaboration, is that your talent is imbued with a profound essence of the Tao. If you do not seek to comprehend this, it would be a waste of such a gift. During your years in the realm of sorcerers, your attempts to grasp the unbreakable minor path through this talent have undoubtedly accelerated your understanding exponentially. Currently, you possess a nascent insight into the unbreakable minor path, and with dedicated effort over several billion years, success should be within reach. In comparison to your lifespan, this duration is trivial. Once you attain the 10th level and achieve eternal life, it will seem even more insignificant. Unfortunately, you are inherently restless, and the thought of enduring billions of years of monotonous cultivation is unbearable. Having lived only a few thousand years, the prospect of dedicating such an extensive period to cultivation would be more torturous than death. Chapter 157, Surpassing 1 million mixed heavenly gold and the harvest of hundreds of small thousand worlds. It would be far better to emerge and battle across the myriad realms. With your speed of incursion, if you acquire sufficient heavenly materials and treasures, combined with your innate talent as a reference point, your cultivation speed will manifest even greater power. You believe that in no more than a few 100,000 years, you will break through to the 10th level, and you are quite confident in your abilities. Furthermore, this confidence is bolstered by the fact that any 10-star level commander does not need to await world invasions or rely on others to assign tasks. You are free to undertake tasks at your leisure. As long as you possess the time, even invading 100 small realms in a single day poses no challenge. The myriad worlds within the vast expanse of the universe offer ample opportunities for invasion. This is the privilege of the 10-star rank, which explains why most 10-star leaders in this cosmic domain can achieve the pinnacle of the 10th tier. After collecting your spoils, you glanced at the surrounding practitioners of similar rank, confirming that there were no unforeseen circumstances. Even the weakest among them, Wu Sheng, was engaged in one-on-one combat without falling behind. You chose to disregard them, instead turning your attention to your descendants. The years spent traversing the celestial battlefields have resulted in the emergence of 10 8th-tier practitioners among your lineage. These 8th-tier descendants, alongside numerous 7th-tier practitioners, have significantly contributed to your prowess, expanding your inner world, which had already reached its limits, just a fraction more. Although the additional power of over 10 light years seems inconsequential, it is easily attainable through your training. The combined strength of your family, manifested over the years, appears somewhat inadequate for its rank, lacking the efficacy of a talent that grants immunity to damage. However, the primary issue lies in the rapid ascension of your own strength. The support from your family has been unable to keep pace with your advancement, rendering this talent seemingly flavorless and regrettably underwhelming. Whom can you blame for this? Only yourself. For your swift progress, with a mere thought, you began to utilize your mental energy to eliminate the more formidable 7th-tier practitioners, as well as the stronger 8th-tier ones. You did not eradicate everyone. Instead, you focused on those with a stark disparity in strength, clearly unable to compete. If the power levels were relatively comparable, you refrained from eliminating them, as this presented a low-risk opportunity for your forces to engage in meaningful combat and hone their skills. After dispatching numerous adversaries, some warriors, upon realizing the absence of enemies, swiftly turned to assist their fellow troops, engaging in pairs or trios to systematically vanquish foes and gradually amplify their advantages. Some individuals, after bringing certain sorcerers to the brink of death, promptly harness their soul energy to mark these sorcerers with soul imprints, demonstrating to many within the ranks the disparities in their capabilities. Despite their advantageous position, when confronted with particularly powerful peers, their strength paled in comparison. With no immediate means to enhance their own abilities, they resorted to subjugating others to seek assistance, knowing that those they dominated could also be employed to invade the battlefield, with the rewards accruing solely to themselves. In those ordinary ranks of the Mixed Heaven Army, such actions are not customary. It is commonplace for dozens or even hundreds, if not thousands, to contend against a single practitioner. In such instances, who would be left to enslave the victor? Even the most rudimentary 7th-tier cultivator would necessitate 2 to 3 units of Mixed Heaven gold for purchase within the Mixed Heaven marketplace. Now, with 1 or 2 confronting a single opponent, the distribution becomes manageable. This battle spanned a total of 5 hours, resulting in the demise of several million soldiers from the Mixed Heaven Army, a staggering casualty rate. Yet, at this moment, no one pays heed to such losses. Under your command, countless individuals erupt in jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable as they revel in the aftermath of the battle, turning towards the world of sorcery. Every cherished possession, treasure, and rare resource has been gathered into one's private spatial realm within their internal world. Naturally, a significant portion, 9/10, must be surrendered, as most have only vanquished a single adversary of equal rank, with only a few achieving the extraordinary feat of defeating 2 or 3. From this 9/10, half shall enrich your own coffers, while the other half will contribute to the treasury of the Mixed Heaven Great Thousand World, which provides the information, starships, and wages for the Mixed Heaven Army. Nevertheless, despite the obligation to relinquish such a substantial portion of gains, this harvest surpasses that of their previous dozens or hundreds of endeavors. Each 7th-tier cultivator can expect to secure several units of Mixed Heaven gold, with the fortunate ones amassing dozens. As for your own acquisitions, no tribute is required, for you have dispatched hundreds of adversaries of equal rank, exceeding the quota significantly. The Mixed Heaven Great Thousand World's failure to reciprocate your contributions is indicative of their lack of understanding of human sentiments and societal norms. This bounty amounts to approximately 100 trillion units of Mixed Heaven gold, particularly considering the several hundred minor thousand worlds and their subsequent incomes. From each world, I shall receive a 30% share. With 400 minor thousand worlds accounted, it is akin to directly earning over 100 minor thousand worlds, in addition to possessing my own pinnacle minor thousand world. Indeed, splendid, just calculating the wealth acquired from this endeavor. Alongside over 100 minor thousand worlds and a pinnacle minor thousand world leaves one at a loss for words. One can only reflect upon the hardships endured previously. The resources now in possession are ample enough to facilitate countless breakthroughs to the 9th tier. Simply selling 1 or 2 mid-tier minor thousand worlds would suffice for several advancements. In the realm of countless small worlds, you're prepared to engage in discussions with those who will subsequently receive these diminutive realms within the vast expanse of the Mixed Heaven. You intend for them to partition their rightful 3/10 into complete worlds. Subsequently, you will transport yourself to the heavenly cloud realm adjacent to it. As you do not presently intend to sell such entities, they serve as the cradle for your future descendants, unless a day arrives when resources become scarce, prompting you to part with them. Chapter 158. Achieving the 10th stage over millennia, the might of the Tao Pavilion. This revelry persisted for nearly a day. After the culmination of your harvest, you commenced your return to the Mixed Heaven. After spending several years returning to the Mixed Heaven, you exchanged the cultivation resources in your possession for sufficient Mixed Heaven gold. Through the virtual realm, you entered the so-called Tao Pavilion. Even ranked among the top few thousand, entry was restricted to a mere few months, piquing your curiosity about the allure within. According to your research, the Tao Pavilion is capable of assisting those yet to comprehend the power of the Tao in swiftly grasping its essence. Within, many powerful entities have inscribed their insights into the Tao, and the handiwork of those at the 14th stage has endowed it with extraordinary effects. Each individual who enters expresses that if granted a stay of several millennia, they would undoubtedly grasp the power of the Tao and achieve the 10th stage. The appearance of the Tao Pavilion in the virtual world mirrors its name, resembling an elegant loft. Notably, the construction material utilized is of the 12th tier, known as Tao Enlightenment Stones. For someone of your caliber, possessing even a fragment the size of a fingernail would exponentially enhance your comprehension. To sit upon a sizable piece could elevate your understanding by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Such luxury is indeed extravagant. Upon entering, your mind became ethereal, resolving numerous queries concerning your cultivation. Wasting no time, you promptly sought a meditation cushion capable of further enhancing your insight, allowing your mind to attain an even greater clarity as you settled into a cross-legged position. You began to comprehend the branch of the indestructible Tao, which manifested a trace of its power before you. This force, unrestricted, gradually unfolded from fundamental to increasingly profound layers right before your eyes. What once eluded your understanding regarding the indestructible Tao now appeared as lucid as a simple equation, as if the difficulty of grasping the Tao had diminished by several 100,000 times. In this realm, a single day's cultivation is equivalent to a staggering 10,000 years of self-discovery in the outside world, devoid of any innate talent. This estimation holds true only in the absence of such innate abilities. Should one's inherent prowess in damage mitigation be invoked, the potential for growth is unfathomable. Your inclination to explore this possibility is undeniable, for you are a person of action. With the aid of profound enlightenment, you uncover a 100-fold increase in your comprehension of the immutable path. This time, your exceptional perception allows you to simultaneously observe the immutable path while reflecting upon your previous insights, thus grasping the eternal principles within the rules that govern existence. Such continual layering of understanding means that your efficiency in perceiving the power of the Tao within a single day is akin to millennia of time. Even when juxtaposed with your already extensive lifespan, this span of millennia is not insignificant. It dwarfs your current existence by several thousand times. What once required an eternity to attain can now be achieved within a day. If a progress panel were to exist, it would be filled with increments of 111, pulsating with each fleeting moment. The visible acceleration of your advancement epitomizes your current state. In mere months, you grasp more than others do in decades. While others toil for tens of thousands of years to reach the 10th level, you may require only a few centuries. Perhaps there is no longer a need for me to acquire those rare treasures that facilitate the comprehension of the Tao, according to the information at my disposal. The Hunyuan Mall offers time for enlightenment within the pavilion of the Tao, as this establishment has long proclaimed that nothing is beyond acquisition. Enlightenment time can indeed be procured, albeit at a steep price. My recent incursions have yielded enough to purchase but a year's worth. This cost is reasonable, considering it enhances one's understanding of the minor paths. Achieving the 10th level grants eternal life and immeasurable power. For beings of such caliber, this expenditure is trivial. For the affluent, money is never a constraint, their only challenge being the qualifications for purchase. The Pavilion of the Tao serves as a crucible for nurturing prodigious talents within the vast expanse of Hunyuan, shaping the future elite, rather than merely fostering a generation of second-rate heirs seeking to amass Hunyuan gold. If its purpose were solely to cultivate such heirs, the involvement of the 14th level masters would have been unnecessary, for they possess an abundance of Hunyuan gold, merely a number in a system they themselves have established. Certainly, while the limitations pertain to purchasing qualifications, such qualifications can indeed be acquired within the Huitian marketplace, where one can procure virtually anything. Should one possess ample wealth and offer a generous amount, obtaining a purchasing qualification would pose no issue. As you sense your own progress, you realize that you may not require eons to attain the 10th stage realm. In fact, even thousands of years may not be necessary. What currently hinders you is not time, but rather the pace at which you penetrate this world. Closing your eyes, you calm your mind, choosing to immerse yourself in the journey of comprehending the indestructible path. As time ticks away, each passing day brings new revelations, and your physical form grows increasingly robust and formidable through this continuous process of enlightenment. In what seems like the blink of an eye, several months have elapsed, and your understanding of the indestructible path has progressed significantly. To articulate it in percentages, prior to your arrival here, your comprehension of the indestructible path was likely less than 1/10,000th, a mere entry-level grasp. Now, you hover around a comprehension level of approximately 0.3, not far from achieving 1% of entry-level understanding. The day you reach 100% will mark your successful enlightenment. Should you be granted an additional year of introspection, You are confident that you could elevate your understanding of the indestructible path to 1%, a benchmark reached by all 10-star cultivators. At this juncture, you would be capable of wielding a modicum of the path's power within yourself, even if such power is merely the surface of its true essence. The forces you would employ would be slightly more potent than those governed by mere rules, yet they would not signify a genuine transformation, nor even a preliminary metamorphosis. A mere hint of this power would not suffice to overwhelm cultivators below the 10th stage without resistance. Nevertheless, even this superficial understanding enables 10-star leaders to unleash strength far exceeding their peers, which account for their capacity to surpass rivals by 2,000 times. Otherwise, they would only be able to muster several hundred times the strength of their level, while you, without relying on such power, can manifest dominion that far surpasses even the 10-star level. Should you further comprehend this force, it is unfathomable to consider the extraordinary extent to which your strength could escalate within the same tier, perhaps tens of thousands of times beyond, or even more. Fortuitously, your current Huitian gold allows you to purchase a year's worth of time. Upon accessing the virtual realm of the Huitian marketplace, you, endowed with purchasing qualifications, promptly acquire a year's worth of enlightenment. Then, you resume your cultivation in the Hall of Great Tao. When the level of comprehension reaches 1%, you open your eyes and gently raise your hand, sensing the faint remnants of the weakened version of the indestructible path as power within your grasp. Even if it is merely a fraction, even if it is only a diluted version employed upon yourself, you can undeniably perceive your defensive capabilities multiplying by several dozen folds. This multiplication is not merely a numerical representation on a whiteboard. It is a tangible augmentation that can be applied in the realm of multiplication itself, a noble multiplication. Thus, even if you were to summon the strength of the rules to elevate your power by several hundred times, employing the weakened version of the indestructible path as energy would further amplify your defenses by dozens of times. Your defensive prowess, already invincible at your level, surpasses the strength of your peers by a staggering 7,000 times. Coupled with the utilization of the rule's body and the innate talent to nullify 99% of damage, your defense is magnified by tens of thousands of times. In essence, your defensive capability reaches a staggering 70 million times that of your contemporaries, a feat that grants you an unmatched superiority overall. No one at your level possesses such an extraordinary defense, yet you wield it with the advantage of a cheat. Your innate powers inexplicably bolster your defenses to such an extent, while the energies of the path further enhance your defensive capabilities by dozens of times. Consequently, your defensive strength approaches 3 billion times that of your peers. This defense is so formidable that you cannot fathom anyone at your level being capable of breaching it. You dare assert that within the myriad realms of existence, there may not be another as exceptional as yourself. It is no longer a matter of whether there are others like you. Within the hundreds of vast worlds surrounding you, none can match your immense power. Of course, should there exist individuals in those realms who, like you, possess top-tier abilities and systems, those who also activate their powers with ferocity but focus on enhancing their offensive prowess rather than defense, then that would be a different matter entirely. Indeed, the power of the path is truly formidable. This is merely the result of a 1% comprehension, and still a diluted version at that. Your battle prowess has reached an unprecedented level. You have never encountered such an extraordinary protagonist. Who else possesses a defense exceeding billions of times that of their peers? Especially having just made such a breakthrough? Am I this formidable? Does my true form outside this realm recognize my strength? It certainly should. My external essence ought to express profound gratitude, kneeling in appreciation, for without such immense strength and relentless dedication, how could it ever hope to attain greatness? This is the grace of enlightenment, with a smile curving at the corners of your lips, despite proclaiming that your battle power has collapsed. You can only utter a single sentiment. The more it collapses, the better. Should this phenomenon manifest in others, you might suspect that the myriad realms are mere illusions, ensnaring you in a fantastical dream. Yet, when it occurs within your own being, it is nothing short of splendid. This world cannot possibly be more real. Rising to your feet, you exited the grand corridor, casting a lingering glance back before resolutely embarking on the exclusive task acquisition software of the Hunyuan Legion Commander. The Hunyuan Commander Assistant. You began to accept tasks with fervor. Outside, other commanders in the Hunyuan Legion, perhaps for millennia, might not encounter even a single world-level mission of minor pinnacle status. Yet here, they abound in multitude. Indeed, a mere refresh reveals numerous newly discovered minor pinnacle worlds. At every moment, countless practitioners of the 8th and 9th realms traverse the vast expanse of the Hunyuan Dakian world, wielding the latest iterations of world detectors developed by the Hunyuan Dakian World Academy. They scour for worlds above the minor pinnacle tier. Among these is the Lava Hell world, a realm teeming with treasures embodying the laws of fire, death, and despair. Such materials are comparatively rare within the Hunyuan Dakian world, rendering them particularly precious. Moreover, being a half-step into the middle-tier world, the number of 9th-tier powerhouses within is likely to exceed the 4-digit mark. While these formidable beings may pose little challenge to you, the sheer number of 7th and 8th-tier practitioners likely surpasses that of your Hunyuan Legion. Engaging in a scenario of fewer against many indeed stirs a sense of trepidation. You wonder if your Legion can withstand the pressure. It is time for them to experience a new strategy. Previously, they had always overpowered their opponents. Now, they would encounter the sensation of being outnumbered and often dominated. Ultimately, the objective is to endure for 30 seconds. If you can withstand that duration, the battle may conclude favorably. Even if a few adversaries target you, if you cannot hold out for 30 seconds, then perhaps it would be better for such a failure to cease to exist. With a new target established, you promptly began to rally a considerable number of Hunyuan soldiers. Over the past year, numerous 7th and 8th tier Hunyuan soldiers had already transformed their accumulated Hunyuan gold and treasures into formidable strength through the temporal training chambers. Chapter 160. The enhancement of power becomes meaningless. The weak cannot overcome the strong. The intensity of their prowess had grown significantly since your initial joining. Each individual had doubled their strength at the very least. Even the weakest among them could easily contend with 3 or 4 others of the same tier without issue. Each one had refined sufficient Hunyuan gold to purchase multiple lives at their tier, with some capable of acquiring 10 or even 20. Such a remarkable augmentation in power is entirely natural. Thus, upon hearing of the invasion into a half-step minor middle-tier world and the prospect of engaging in a battle of fewer against many, rather than exhibiting any signs of anxiety, these individuals were, in fact, invigorated with excitement. Previously, each conquest yielded substantial rewards, and now, with the ability to vanquish multiple foes, the potential harvest from this formidable realm is simply unfathomable. Thus, how could one possibly feel any trepidation? Moreover, with their terrifying prowess as the leaders of the chaotic heavens, they can effortlessly eliminate hundreds of adversaries of equal strength in under a minute. Even when confronted with a larger throng, it would scarcely take 2 minutes to resolve the encounter. At that juncture, would the 7th and 8th tier adversaries truly pose challenge? They are utterly oblivious to the peril of death. The outcome aligns precisely with what they had foretold. Indeed, one has become overwhelmingly invincible. After dedicating approximately a decade to reach the threshold of a semi-little thousand world, even within the molten hell, which is a half-step little thousand world, there are several beings of 7-star caliber. Additionally, there are over 20 hellish demon lords of the 6-star level, alongside a multitude exceeding 1,000 9th-tier practitioners. Yet against you, their strength is woefully insufficient for lethal engagement. In a mere 15 seconds, you wielded your axe to fell hundreds, executing 10 strikes, each taking around 15 seconds. The battle was decisively concluded. Even the few 7-star practitioners could not withstand the force of your blow, succumbing to the residual shockwaves. In just over 10 seconds, the victory of this invasion was secured. All notions of a semi-middle thousand world are utterly inconsequential. A typical early little thousand world spans approximately 300,000 light years, while a mid-tier little thousand world may extend to 300 light years. A late-stage little thousand world can measure over 10 million light years, and the pinnacle little thousand worlds often exceed 1 billion light years in size. In contrast, semi-middle thousand world surpasses 500 million light years. Such realms stand on the cusp of becoming middle thousand worlds, at which point they could give rise to the so-called heavenly Tao, possessing an intelligent world consciousness. Within each semi-middle thousand world, the cultivation resources surpass those of a pinnacle little thousand world by at least 20-fold. This time, the amount of chaotic gold you acquired directly exceeded 500 trillion, a figure that practitioners of your caliber can only aspire to. Most of your peers, despite their countless invasions across myriad realms for eons, could never attain such a staggering sum. Yet for you, this represents merely a few years of comprehension within the Hall of the Great Tao, hardly significant. Following your conquest of the molten hell world, you purchased 5 years of comprehension time from the Hall of the Great Tao. As you assimilated this 5-year span, your understanding of the indestructible little path improved by approximately 3%. Your defensive capabilities have significantly enhanced, allowing you to utilize a weakened version of the indestructible little path's power, thus augmenting your defense by over 100-fold, a truly exponential increase. With the enhancement brought about by the rules of the corporeal form, one attains a defense level equivalent to 70 billion times that of the same tier. This augmentation of defense has rendered one immune to astonishment. No matter how much the defense improves henceforth, one shall hardly experience any significant surprise. Such formidable prowess reaches a point where no practitioner of the same rank can breach it. However, when confronted by a formidable adversary of a higher echelon, even a defense magnified to astronomical proportions, on the order of trillions, would falter against a mere casual strike. In light of this, it is prudent not to dwell excessively on that numerical value. Being invincible within one S tier remains merely a relative concept. In truth, it is the attainment of the 10th tier that holds greater significance. Rather than engaging in skirmishes with those of equal standing, one finds greater satisfaction in the battles against higher realms. Unfortunately, those of lesser realms have never dared to challenge you, thereby diminishing your interest in such encounters. As time flows, a millennium passes in the blink of an eye. Throughout this epoch, you have consistently invaded clusters of worlds, each boasting several peak realms. Approximately every 20 years, each incursion lasts no longer than 30 seconds, regardless of the adversary's strength. On one occasion, during an invasion of a semi-thousand world, you encountered a 10-star practitioner of the same tier. This individual, hailing from another vast realm, fortuitously wandered into your path during your invasion, initially intending to display their prowess and conclude the conflict single-handedly. Alas, they met their demise at your hands without uttering a single word, a tragic end indeed. Until the very last moment, you remained unaware of their name, for they chose silence, masquerading as a formidable opponent, only to reveal themselves as rather foolish. Amidst these continuous invasions, your reputation and the capabilities of your subordinates and descendants have flourished. Through the acquisition of rare resources, despite a loss of several million during these numerous incursions, the overall strength of your mixed heavenly army has surged by more than tenfold. Each member has subjugated several entities of comparable rank, and their prowess has reached commendable heights due to the plethora of resources. Every individual can now contend with over 50 opponents of the same tier, their combat effectiveness having escalated significantly. Many have transcended the 8th tier, with numerous individuals breaking through to the 9th. Upon achieving such breakthroughs, these individuals often wish to remain within your mixed heavenly army. Naturally, they are met with expulsion. For the count of 9th tier warriors in your ranks consistently remains at 10, a steadfast few. No matter how many seek to join from the outside, you refuse entry. For these newcomers harbor intentions of seizing your spoils. Those who lack connections wish to enter, but find themselves barred. While those who possess the influence to compel your acquiescence are also unlikely to enter, for they have far superior alternatives. This is the essence of the vast world. As for the 10 individuals of the 9th tier under your command, only Wu Sheng has significantly enhanced his prowess, elevating his standing from the 3rd tier of the mixed celestial realm to the 5th tier. His strength can be deemed the most formidable among these 9th tier beings, as he initially possessed the weakest capabilities. Conversely, the others of the 7th tier have seen little improvement at their level of combat prowess. Achieving even marginal enhancements proves to be an arduous task. Every advancement necessitates substantial expenditure of mixed celestial gold. Not everyone is akin to you, capable of steady and rapid growth even at this stage. You're distinct from them. Within the mixed celestial military camp, having recently concluded an incursion into several minor pinnacle worlds, you, during your respite, activated your virtual realm. You began to scour for recent news, significant events occurring in the mixed celestial world and its surrounding realms, in a section dedicated to powerful combatants. The latest update reveals that in the ancient deity and nightmare celestial worlds, 2 13th tier powerhouses continue their relentless battle, resulting in the obliteration of countless universes in the surrounding void. According to our mixed celestial news station, An 11th tier combatant dispatch for real-time observation reports that despite millennia of conflict causing immense devastation, the essence of both parties remains undiminished, as the 13th tier practitioners, due to their eternal cultivation, are still in their prime. Even after millions, billions, or even trillions of years, this conflict, unless interrupted, shall not cease. Nor shall the states of the combatants alter. Experts in the 12th tier have indicated that if left unchecked, after several 100 billion years of warfare, the scale of the conflict may encroach upon our mixed celestial realm. It is advised that citizens of the mixed celestial world who endure for hundreds of billions of years should endeavor to enhance their strength promptly, to mitigate the risk of being affected by the aftermath of this battle. Chu He. Truly, these specialists speak with such authority, yet their logic is utterly nonsensical. How could a battle endure for hundreds of billions of years and reach the very threshold of the mixed celestial realm? Do they truly consider the 13th and 14th tier powerhouses of the mixed celestial world mere decorations? In the entertainment section, the latest sensational news reveals that the renowned super first tier star, the 11th tier powerhouse Gu Mingzhu, is suspected of having an affair with the 3rd tier star Lu Mingchen, currently under thorough investigation. Stay tuned for further updates on this unfolding story. Recently, numerous unfounded rumors concerning our beloved Xianxia have emerged in the virtual realm. Our studio feels a profound disdain for these falsehoods. Many fans are aware of Xianxia's true character. She is kind, gentle, and considerate. Do those who propagate and believe in these baseless claims understand the significant harm they inflict upon her heart? We have issued a stern warning to the initial source of these misleading reports, demanding the immediate retraction of such falsehoods. Should they fail to comply, we shall not hesitate to take resolute action. Greetings to all. I am the Public Relations Manager of Xianxia Technology Group. After countless years of research and profound exchanges with the vast world of technology, we are thrilled to present several groundbreaking innovations capable of revolutionizing the technological landscape. Let us now explore the transformative potential of these advancements. First, we proudly introduce the 363rd generation of the Cosmic Vessel. This marvel employs the latest advancements in spatial traversal technology and is available in 3 configurations: low, medium, and high. Even the most basic model can traverse vast expanses of the cosmos instantaneously, achieving speeds approximately 15 times faster than our previous models. The high-end version can cover distances across millions of universes in the blink of an eye, outperforming our comparable products by a factor of 2. It is truly an indispensable asset for any home traveler, and interested parties may place their pre-orders now. The price is a mere 999 billion Hengtian gold. Next, we unveil the 763rd generation of the Hengtian Mecha. Following a significant upgrade, this model has reached an impressive size, comparable to an entire universe. Its energy source harnesses the essence of the pinnacle world, equipped with our proprietary future predictive capabilities. The advanced cosmic intelligence within can anticipate enemy attacks without any manual operation, simulating billions of potential countermeasures in an instant. Crafted from the finest grade, a Hengtian gold, every inch of its exterior is a testament to our world's abundant resources. It is adorned with dozens of intricate pathways, each channeling the core strength of the Tao, allowing even those without mastery of Daoic powers, ordinary individuals, to wield these forces. Our tests reveal that a person of merely 7th tier strength, without prior training, can successfully defeat an adversary of 11th tier prowess. Those in need of such power may proceed accordingly. Observing these exceedingly familiar news items, one has long since become accustomed to them. This vast and intricate world, often hailed as a pinnacle of extraordinary realms, resembles a fusion of technology and the supernatural. Everywhere, the echoes of technology are omnipresent. Alas, the convenience brought forth by technology is unparalleled and possesses a remarkable universality. Moreover, the multitude of inhabitants within this grand realm does not all possess formidable, extraordinary talents. Many who lack such gifts have embarked on the path of scientific exploration. The number of top-tier researchers here is astronomical, counted in the trillions and billions, constantly generating a plethora of new inventions, innovations, and products within this expansive world. There are instances where one has merely proposed a theory or an idea. Upon awakening from a brief slumber, one discovers that their notion has already been realized by others, evolving through numerous iterations. This notion of tomorrow is not an exaggeration. It is a stark reality. Should someone refrain from entering the virtual realm for a year or two, Upon their return, they would find themselves outmoded, bewildered by the functionalities of many advancements, rendered obsolete by the relentless march of time. Such is the nature of this vast world. Chapter 162. The Velocity of Development in the Grand World, the Internet Celebrity Master Chu. While other smaller realms remain entrenched in conventional extraordinary worlds, the Grand World has already integrated various cultivation systems. Wizardry, martial arts, asceticism, technological frameworks, divine hierarchies, spectral domains, beast mastery, genetic systems, and more into its fabric. These systems are diligently cultivated by numerous individuals, assimilating the cultivation methodologies from all corners of the universe. In contrast, while other smaller worlds may take decades to conceive a new creation, be it a powerful spell or a novel technological advancement, the Grand World can produce millions, tens of millions, or even billions of innovations in a single day. The disparity in developmental velocity between the two realms is not merely a matter of scale. The advancement rate of a small world, when compared to this figure, is staggering. The civilization's progression within the Grand World is truly astronomical, with advancements measured in trillions and billions, poised to transcend even further. A typical small world spans hundreds of thousands of light years, while a single city within the Grand World may encompass thousands of individual universes. Each universe itself may stretch across several trillion light years, let alone the existence of thousands of such universes, and this is merely a city within the Grand World. The realm of the Lesser Thousand Worlds is indeed bound by the constraints of lifespan, while the Middle Thousand Worlds exist free from such concerns, capable of eternal existence under normal circumstances. A mere year of development in the Greater Thousand Worlds surpasses the countless cycles of birth and destruction endured by the Lesser Thousand Worlds over millennia. While other worlds remain stagnant, hesitant to advance, the Greater Thousand World has already ventured into other realms, engaging in fruitful exchanges to foster progress. When other worlds finally unveil a remarkable innovation, providing them the potential to ascend to the Middle Thousand World, the Greater Thousand World swiftly infiltrates, seizing the fruits of countless years of research from these Lesser Thousand Worlds, converting them into nourishment for its own advancement. At every moment, an inexhaustible number of Lesser Thousand Worlds face invasion, their virtues and treasures continuously flowing into the Greater Thousand World. This colossal entity, the Greater Thousand World, grows ever more formidable, transforming into an insatiable war machine, its martial spirit heightened, and its combat prowess becoming increasingly terrifying. Driven by an overwhelming multitude, its relentless incursions into all realms become unstoppable. Thus, the Greater Thousand World metamorphoses into a relentless predator, voraciously consuming and invading all that it encounters. This is not necessarily a negative development. All neighboring Greater Thousand Worlds engage in similar practices within a finite space. Nurturing a war entity solely bent on plunder and invasion would indeed be akin to digging one's own grave. Should there come a day when the invasions cease, and this war monster no longer receives sustenance, it would inevitably face backlash. However, the expanse of the myriad realms is boundless, and at least for now, no limits have been discerned. This condition will only serve to further empower the Greater Thousand World, rendering it invincibly strong from every conceivable angle. With each deliberate step, as the earliest worlds grow in strength, those that follow, unless influenced by external forces, will find it impossible to keep pace with their formidable predecessors. The powerful remain ever potent, while the weak remain eternally feeble. Glancing briefly at the technological news, you continue to immerse yourself in updates regarding the invasions led by the Greater Thousand World, a topic that captivates widespread public interest. In a relentless series of invasion battles, any commander from the Greater Thousand World, provided they shine brightly enough, can distinguish themselves, and you too have garnered a measure of recognition. Within a news platform established by an 11th-tier powerhouse, you have found yourself featured among the trending recommendations. In the recent millennium, a new leader among the 10 stars of the vast world has emerged, the esteemed Lord Chu He of the Heavenly River, who once again led his formidable army to successfully invade a half-step Middle Thousand realm, making a tremendous contribution to our expansive universe. From the depths of our hearts, we express our profound gratitude. Due to this remarkable news, you have also gained a measure of notoriety within your own domain. The numbers of my followers have surged into the hundreds of millions, a figure that would render me an extraordinarily prominent figure in the world I once inhabited. Even the most followed influencer in that previous existence could not measure up to my minuscule fraction of this acclaim. Furthermore, I have entrusted the operation of this account to a scion of a family, which may yield some advertising opportunities. Even a few endorsements could amass a fortune in heavenly gold. Though scant, every little bit counts. I am not one to disdain the smallest morsel. After casting a glance at my follower count, I exited the news virtual realm with a smile and immersed myself in the world of gaming, continuing to indulge in self-deception. I have conjured a realm where everyone is timid, yet I stand as the sole embodiment of masculinity. These timid souls have experienced a drastic decline in their intellect. A perfect amalgamation of cowardice and foolishness, in my eyes, unparalleled. While I often engage in this self-deceiving pastime, moments of self-reflection may bring a tinge of irony. Yet such diversions greatly fortify my resolve. After all, my ambition is to cultivate a world where all serve as my subordinates. Is there not a better arena for honing one's conviction? Should Chu He join this realm, he would likely become engrossed in the virtual games, reluctant to awaken, as his resolve is tethered to the strength of the Chu clan under his guidance. However, due to my influence, such aspirations remain forever unattainable. His resolve is easily shattered. And since reality offers no path to fulfillment, I will create a weakened version of the Chu family within this virtual domain. I shall be the destined child of the Chu clan, the chosen leader, overcoming various external challenges, schemes, and adversities, guiding my family step by step to the pinnacle of the world. As time trickles by, with each 20 years leading to the invasion of a new realm, my prowess sees a remarkable enhancement every century, elevating my strength to a new echelon. In this passage of time, my descendants have gradually evolved beyond the need for my assistance, as they have begun to develop and thrive on their own. Once you successfully gathered over 100 million practitioners of the 7th tier, alongside 10 practitioners of the 8th tier, and integrated them into your celestial army, a significant portion of the abundant celestial gold acquired by the descendants of various families would be allocated to support the further development of others. Each individual would contribute their share of the celestial gold obtained from incursions, collectively amassing considerable resources to purchase vast quantities of low-tier celestial materials, essential for facilitating breakthroughs to the 7th tier. Initially, each successful incursion yielded approximately 200 million units of celestial gold. However, as the strength of your family's younger generation gradually increased, and as individuals began to defeat multiple opponents of equal rank, this figure steadily escalated. It burgeoned to 300 million, 400 million, and ultimately 500 million, allowing for the procurement of countless low-tier celestial materials. With ample cultivation resources at their disposal, and having acquired a minor early-stage realm for habitation, your family's descendants experienced a remarkable surge in growth. In merely 2 decades, representing a single generation, the number of your family's younger members expanded tenfold. Over the subsequent 40 years, this number continued to multiply, reaching over 100 times the count from 40 years prior. Although the extraordinary rate of increase did not persist over the next 1 to 2,000 years, the population still consistently doubled whenever opportunities arose. Presently, the number of individuals in your lineage likely reaches astronomical figures, possibly in the tens of trillions. Upon reaching such a staggering quantity, the illustrious aura of nobility associated with your family had long dissipated, as their numbers had become overwhelmingly vast. They were no longer merely the so-called Dragon Clan of Chu, unable to adorn themselves with the trappings of their former prestige. Should their growth continue unabated for several centuries, they might even surpass the indigenous populations of the Tianyan realm, which had similarly flourished over the millennia in other minor worlds. Among thousands, there exists but one member of the Chu family, leading one to ponder what it truly means to be a world noble. Yet, despite lacking the title of nobility, their prowess is undeniably formidable, placing them among the apex of strength in any minor realm, where typically only beings of the Dharma manifestation level prevail. Remarkably, every member of your family belongs to this echelon of existence. This is no exaggeration. They are all Dharma manifestation level beings, with over 10 trillion Dharma manifestation experts. This phenomenon can be attributed to the exceptional strength of your lineage. While the abundance of cultivation resources plays a significant role, the underlying cause remains rooted in your potent genetics and bloodline. Upon reaching the 9th tier, the bloodline of every family member ascended to a higher echelon. In the family, every individual, regardless of how ordinary they may seem at birth or how lacking their innate talents may be, possesses a natural ability that allows them to reach the realm of Xianxia without relying on external resources. Given merely a modicum of time, they can gradually attain this esteemed level. The prospect of achieving the Xianxia without resource dependence is indeed formidable for all, when such talent is augmented by resources and guidance from formidable family members. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energies of a lesser thousand world, where the vitality is magnified 100-fold, one can effortlessly cultivate to the level of the law manifestation in mere moments. Is there any difficulty in this? Not in the slightest. The notion of exceeding trillions in law manifestations may sound exaggerated, yet is it truly so? Not at all. It is quite reasonable. Within the vast expanse of the great thousand world, numerous families boast such an abundance of law manifestations, particularly those with ancestors who are 9th tier or higher, whose developmental timelines span tens of thousands of epochs. To clarify, one epoch equates to trillions of years. Over such an expansive time frame, these families have cultivated countless descendants, and those 9th tier individuals have the capacity to forge their own bloodlines, with the lowest innate talent being that of the law manifestation. However, throughout these extensive periods, the descendants of these families have not been particularly keen on procreation. Most have no intentions of bearing children. Their ancestors differ from others in that their progeny possess formidable strengths, which in turn elevate their own power. Engaging in such a laborious endeavor, which yields little reward, holds little significance for them. Among the multitude of law manifestation experts, approximately 10 billion practitioners of the 7th tier have emerged, the majority of whom have ascended through the cultivation of resources. Nonetheless, a smaller fraction has achieved breakthroughs through their innate talents, as well as through the deep integration of their self-forged bloodlines. The lesser thousand world is capable of birthing individuals with the innate talent to independently break through to the 7th, 8th, or even 9th tier. Within this entire realm, the Chus are the only family present, and, as time passes, it is only natural that some prodigious talents arise among them. For instance, your family has recently welcomed a renowned genius, one capable of contending with practitioners at the Yuandan level from birth. This individual can be regarded as a type of innate demigod in a certain sense. Some ordinary true dragon offspring do not match the prowess of your descendants. True dragons generally possess a 7th tier strength across the myriad realms, with their newborns typically achieving the Tianren level and maturing to the 7th tier. Your progeny are already formidable enough to contend with some of the most elite ancient ferocious beasts, engaging in real-life PvP with outstanding true dragon offspring. Given time, they may well achieve breakthroughs to the 8th tier independently. As for the 9th tier, that remains contingent upon fate. Amidst the myriad of cultivators at the 7th tier, few have opted to join the Hengtian army, as the current allocation of positions is already sufficient. The only way to accommodate more individuals would be through the demise or expulsion of existing members. Such a scenario would indeed be unseemly, particularly since these individuals have already invested their resources. You are a person of great integrity. It is inconceivable that you would dismiss those who have contributed financially, as there exists a distinct difference between those who have paid and those who have not. However, while these individuals may not gain entry into the Hengtian army, they are still able to leverage your influence. Some have affiliated themselves with the Hengtian Bank, securing their positions, and should fortuitous events arise within the bank, they may consider their familial connections